Brother, are we really going to end up on the streets? Looking at little Nanan, only 3.5, holding her bottle, Su Chen picked her up with tender affection. Who said that? Even if the sky falls, your big brother will hold it up. I won't let the only company our parents left us go bankrupt. You just stay home, eat, drink, and have fun. With that, Su Chen ruffled his little sister's hair, handed her to the nanny, then drove straight to the factory on the outskirts. It wasn't only for the sake of this little sister of his. Su Chen himself would never allow the car factory to collapse. As a top mechanical engineering graduate from Northern Industrial University, his life was about standing firm. Never the word give up. A day had passed since his transmigration. Su Chen had roughly understood the situation of this parallel world. This was Blue Star 15 years behind Earth. It was equivalent to Earth's 2006. Su Chen's country was called Hua Kingdom, located in the east. Hua Kingdom's manufacturing industry was still in its early stages. Basic low-end mechanical equipment could barely be produced domestically, but high-end machine tools, precision instruments, core components, operating systems, and so on. Reliance on imports was severe. The country essentially lived on the tolerance of other nations. Take the Su family's auto business, for example. Hua Kingdom's domestic auto brands held less than 30% of the market. Of foreign companies carved up the rest. Top-tier brands Pagani, Bugatti, Ferrari. Luxury brands Bentley, McLaren, Porsche, Lamborghini. Premium brands Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Land Rover, Toyota. Mid-range brands Volkswagen, Ford, Honda, Hyundai. Entry-level brands were Hua Kingdom's local companies. BIC, Cherry, Dongfeng, Zodi, Lifan, Baiadi, and 99 were state-owned. Only the Su family stood alone. Huazhi was the only private auto company in Hua Kingdom. Yet now the factory was on the verge of survival. Its asset-liability ratio at the bank was nearly 100. If the debt could not be repaid, it would be forced into liquidation and bankruptcy. By then, Su Chen would truly become a second-generation bankrupt. He would take his 3.5-year-old sister to a street corner where she would hold a bowl and beg. Begging was humiliating rather than physically harmful. How could Su Chen allow the family car company to go bankrupt? But the immediate crisis. The first thing was to handle an order worth 280 million yuan. It was a major contract accepted by the original Su Chen before he transmigrated. With this income, he could repay part of the bank loan and get the company off the bank's blacklist. It was like commuting a death sentence to a stay of execution. As long as he kept working hard, he could speed up debt repayment and turn the factory around. Unexpectedly, the original owner, strong-willed and stubborn, had worked overtime for 10 straight days. In the end, exhausted, he collapsed on the bed and died. It was at that moment that Su Chen transmigrated. The wheels rolled until he reached the factory gate. Huazhi is going bankrupt. Last night the boss ran off with a woman. Everything in the factory is a tearful clearance sale. Everything for 99. You can't lose money and you can't be fooled. In front of the factory, tires, seats, doors, auto parts. Even office desks and computers were carried out. A skinny man with a sharp monkey-like face was eagerly peddling through a megaphone. Through the original owner's memories, Su Chen knew him. His name was Li Jun, deputy general manager of Huazhi factory, nominally second in command. But he used his seniority to avoid work and controlled all administrative power. From appointing the gate guard to purchasing sales and financial ledgers, Li Jun's power was all-encompassing. Outsiders might even think Li Jun was the real boss of Huazhi. The original Su Chen had been an honest man, letting a scoundrel like this run wild. But now it was Su Chen, trying to bully him. Not a chance. He got out of the car imposing and stared straight at Li Jun. Deputy Li, who had been arrogant, suddenly felt a solemn and intimidating aura. He trembled all over and his speech became stammering. As Su. President Su. After a stunned moment, Li Jun recovered his composure. It must have been an illusion. This coward normally never dared to make a sound. Why is he so sharp today? Li Jun said with self-justification. The bank just issued its final demand for repayment. The factory's vehicles can't be produced in time. Bankruptcy is a week or two away. As deputy manager, I'm selling these valuables to minimize the company's losses. Su Chen said coldly. Selling company assets without the owner's consent is a crime. Li Jun, a man of humble origins, was startled, then sneered, "Don't try to scare me." Su Chen ignored him, dialed 110. "You can explain it to the police yourself?" A traitor who bit the hand that fed him deserved to be dealt with. After dealing with Li Jun, Su Chen turned to the employees in front of the factory. "Through this incident, I will give everyone a choice. Those who want to leave can go to the finance department and collect their wages now. Those who are willing to trust me and stay, I will never let you down." Su Chen gritted his teeth as he said those hard words. As for how to break the deadlock, he had no clue. Just then a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Ding. Host binding successful. Ding. The Pride of National Products system is activated. Ding. Newbie gift pack. Open it now. System. His golden finger had finally arrived, a real godsend. Open the gift pack. Su Chen thought calmly. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the blueprint for a 1.2L 4-cylinder engine. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a level 1 engine production workshop. Ding. The system mall is now open and the host can purchase all the Black Tech products inside. Black Tech products require points. Points are earned by selling the company's products, and different products yield different points. This system is the Pride of Domestic Products and has automatically bound to the host's Huazhi company. Note: only sales of the company's own products earn points. Agency and OEM products do not count. So work hard to build your own industrial empire. With the golden finger system, Su Chun immediately felt emboldened and full of confidence. Meanwhile, Huazhi's boss displayed a swift and decisive style. The gawking crowd that had come to watch the excitement and try to grab bargains slunk away with their tails between their legs. Only the 500 factory employees remained whispering among themselves, "I'm going to take my pay and leave." "Are you coming?" "I'm leaving too. I have a wife and kids to support." "What kind of talk is that? Everyone has a wife and kids." "But walking out just as the company hits a rough patch. That's incredibly selfish." "Who are you calling selfish? The company is about to go bankrupt. If we don't leave now, are we supposed to stay and survive on fresh air? If you want to leave, go ahead. I believe President Su. He said he won't let everyone down." "What a moron. He says anything and you swallow it whole. Is he your dad? Damn it. You actually dared to hit me. Stop fighting. If the officers come, they'll take you all away along with Vice President Li. Hurry up, get your pay, and head to Huazhi. They're hiring over there, and the salary is double ours." In an instant, more than half the employees had left. Fewer than 200 people remained. Su Chen was not surprised by this result. Men die for riches as birds die for food. This was the perfect chance to reshuffle the company's staff. Those who left could never be relied upon, those who stayed were bound to be loyal. Because Su Chen could see a string of text hovering above everyone's heads like a game notification box, "An employee who will never betray you. The host may rest assured." This seemed to be another auxiliary function of the system. Su Chen paused, then said, "Since you all trust me and choose to stay with Huazhi, go back to your posts now and work without worry. I can guarantee that the company won't fail. It will rise from the ashes and soar. Just wait and see." As soon as he said this, all the employees were shocked and looked at one another. After finishing his speech, Su Chen ignored everyone's astonishment and turned his gaze to Chen Dahai, the production manager. Above Chen Dahai's head, there was also a text prompt. "Technical backbone, long-time employee, hard-working and practical. Come to my office." With that, Su Chen strode into the main building and arrived at his presidential office. With a thought, the engine blueprints appeared in his hand. They showed the engine's structure and specific parameters, extremely detailed information. "Knock knock." A knock came from the door. Su Chen said in a deep voice, "Come in." Chen Dahai, the production manager, pushed the door open and said anxiously, "President Su, something terrible has happened." Because of his rising anger, a blister had formed at the corner of his mouth. Unruffled, Su Chen asked, "Uncle Chen, what's the matter?" This Chen Dahai was his father's old friend and had been in charge of production since the factory was founded. That was why Su Chen respectfully called him Uncle Chen when they met in private. Hearing this, Chen Dahai's face twisted like a bitter gourd. "This morning we received an email from the Japanese engine factory saying the engines are out of stock. They don't even know when they can resume supply. Isn't that a scam? We've already signed the contract and they just say they have no stock." Su Chen remained expressionless, but inside, he was secretly delighted. The system was incredibly helpful. The engine it rewarded solved the immediate problem. Those shameless foreign powers were once again using technology to choke Huazhi. It was the same game as everywhere else in the world. Foreign countries seize pricing power, raise prices at will, and harvest the leaks. Seeing Su Chen silent, Chen Dahai thought the boss was also at a loss about the engine. He quickly added, "But our van delivery deadline is only half a month away. If we can't deliver on time, we'll face a huge penalty. The penalty is half the contract amount. A full 140 million yuan. Chen Dahai was so anxious he stamped his feet, his brows twisted together. He had opposed taking this order of 10,000 vehicles from the very beginning. The buyer was a company in the neighboring city of Rongqing. The boss, Cao Chong, was nicknamed Prime Minister Cao in auto circles, cunning, ruthless, and calculating. He had started as a car sales agent. In just a few years, he owned 10 4S dealerships and was worth 1.5 billion yuan. But no matter how much money he made, Cao Chong still had to watch the manufacturer's moods when selling cars. After all, automakers were the rule makers. So Cao Chong's ambition ignited. He wanted to build cars himself, to hold power in his own hands and to maximize profits. But grand plans hit a wall when it came to implementation. To build cars, one first needs an automobile production license, and the state had long since stopped approving such licenses. In other words, the door for other companies to enter the auto manufacturing industry had been firmly shut. Cao Chong's burning enthusiasm was instantly doused. For an instant, he felt he had lost hundreds of billions. But his crooked heart didn't change. He began to scheme. His company didn't have an auto production license, but other companies did. All he had to do was acquire a qualified car factory, and the problem would be solved. Seizing by force, setting traps, and playing dirty. That was Cao Chong's specialty. After some investigation, he locked his target onto Huazhi Company. 99% of auto factories were state-owned. Who would dare scheme against those? Only Huazhi was a private enterprise. It had no powerful background, no one in the capital protecting it. It was a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered, absolutely ripe for the taking. This factory, drowning in bank debt and on the verge of bankruptcy at any moment, urgently needed cash flow. And this order for 10,000 vehicles was the perfect trap. As long as the other side signed a contract and then failed to deliver, it would become the last straw that broke the camel's back. When that day came, Su Chen, this young man whose face was still smooth and unshaven, would kneel and beg Cao Chong to show mercy. and Xiao Chong in turn could take the opportunity to acquire a car factory valued at 10 billion yuan for a rock-bottom price of 150 million red coins. President Su, what should we do about the van engine situation? Chen Dahai's face was etched with worry and anxiety. But before Su Chen could speak, his phone rang. The caller ID on the screen read Xiao Chong. Without hesitation, Su Chen swiped to answer. Hello, President Su. Xiao Chong struggled to suppress the excitement in his voice. As an insider in the automotive industry, he was well-connected and quick to learn. After hearing news that engines from abroad were out of stock and Huazhi might fail to deliver the vehicles, he drove straight to Yunhai City to find Su Chen. When it came to acquiring a car factory, such a major matter, he believed a face-to-face meeting was essential. To his surprise, he was stopped at the entrance by an oblivious security guard. Without the chairman's instruction, no one enters uninvited. Since becoming a boss worth over 15 billion yuan, Xiao Chong had always been treated like a star surrounded by admirers. Everyone he met would nod and bow respectfully. He couldn't believe a mere watchdog guard dared to block him. Xiao Chong was furious, but then he remembered he was about to acquire this car factory. A smirk curled his lips. Let the watchdog bark for now. Once he became the boss of this factory, he'd fire the guard without a single month's salary. He knew exactly how to frame them and make them leave with nothing. Xiao Chong glanced at the guard with disdain and dialed Su Chen's number right in front of him. On the phone, Su Chen simply responded with a cool Xiao Chong continued, President Su, I happen to be running errands in Yunhai City and stopped by without prior notice. But this guard won't let me in, insisting I need permission from leadership. What do you think? Perhaps you could notify the security office. Su Chen, with a poker face, simply said, all right. Then he hung up and instructed, go tell the guard to let Xiao Chong in. Upon hearing the creditor had come personally, Su Dahai was startled, then felt a wave of panic. President Su, we just found out about the engine shortage today, and he shows up right away. Can such a coincidence really exist? This reeks of bad intentions. Who knows what schemes Xiao Chong is brewing? I heard he boasted after drinking that he plans to enter the automobile manufacturing industry. When you meet him, be careful. Don't get taken advantage of. Su Dahai fretted like a worried patriarch. Su Chen replied calmly, leave for now. I'll explain the engine situation in detail once he's gone. For now, he wanted to see what Xiao Chong was up to. News of Xiao Chong's visit to the company spread through Huazhi's staff like wildfire. What's Boss Xiao here for? Isn't he here to demand delivery? I heard they haven't sourced engines. Are we really going to miss the van delivery deadline? Then we'll be breaching the contract and facing compensation. Where would we get the money to pay? We're already drowning in billions of debt to the bank. What are we supposed to do? The contract is signed. Boss Xiao won't let this go. This discussion sent everyone into anxious unease. Though they had chosen to stay at Huazhi, doubts still lingered in everyone's hearts. After all, the company had been in decline for over a decade and young boss Su Chen had only taken over a month ago. Had he just graduated from university? Was he capable enough? Could he truly turn the company around? No one knew the answer, yet everyone desperately wanted to know. Their very livelihoods depended on it. A few bold employees secretly followed behind Xiao Chong, hoping to eavesdrop. Soon enough, Chen Dahai led Xiao Chong inside. Xiao Chong had a large face and a paunch with a gold chain dangling from his chest. He stood no taller than 1.60 meters. Beside him walked a tall, striking woman. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, approximately 1.73 meters in height, with a surgically enhanced face. Fraudulent businessman, intent to exploit the crisis and acquire the host company's secretary condition. 50 where carries HIV virus. Upon seeing the system prompt, Su Chen withdrew his gaze, his mind now steady and composed. Although Xiao Chong had known Su Chen was young, seeing him in person still left him stunned. Su Chen looked barely 20 years old, young enough to be easily fooled, a naive fool who wouldn't even realize he'd been played. Xiao Chong smiled and said, it's always said that hearing about someone is not as good as meeting them in person. President Su, you're truly a remarkable young man, handsome and accomplished. The plastic surgery enhanced secretary's eyes lit up the moment she saw Su Chen. He was so handsome, even more attractive than any entertainment celebrity. Su Chen ignored her completely, not even giving her a sideways glance. President Xiao, what brings you here? I'm rather busy at the moment. He kept his eyes fixed on the computer screen. This dismissive attitude was clear as day. Xiao Chong sat in the chair, his smile frozen, anger rising within him. From the security guard at the gate to the company owner himself, everyone seemed to look down their noses at him. Were they not aware he was a potential buyer, the golden benefactor? They couldn't deliver their products and were on the verge of bankruptcy, yet they acted so entitled. True fools to the very end. Seeing their obtuseness, Xiao Chong recalled the rumors that Su Chen had grown up spoiled and simple-minded. It seemed the gossip was true. In this case, there was no need to beat around the bush. That was for dealing with smart people. For a blockhead like this, subtle hints would go completely over his head. So Xiao Chong dropped the act entirely and went straight for the kill. He habitually reached into his pocket for a cigar, expecting his secretary to light it for him before discussing the acquisition. But the secretary, who always knew how to flatter him, showed zero reaction. Xiao Chong couldn't help but turn his head. What he saw made him boil with rage. The female secretary was staring blankly at Su Chen, utterly enchanted. His own woman, lost in admiration for another man, had forgotten her duties entirely. Who wouldn't be furious? If not for being in someone else's company, he would have slapped her across the face right then and there. Suppressing his anger, Chao Chong let out a loud, deliberate cough. The secretary finally snapped back to reality. With an awkward smile, she pulled out a lighter and lit his cigar. Chao Chong took a deep drag, slowly exhaled a smoke ring, and said smugly, "President Su, I've heard engines from abroad are out of stock. Without engines, how do you plan to assemble vehicles? Those 10,000 vans. I'm afraid you won't be able to deliver them, will you?" Su Chen's tone remained calm. "President Chao, what exactly are you implying?" Chao Chong grinned wickedly. "Let's be straight with each other. Failure to deliver constitutes a breach of contract. Your company will owe compensation. Huazhi is already drowning in debt, and now you'd face an additional 140 million yuan in penalty fees. This is a dire situation. Your house of cards is about to collapse. That is precisely why I'm here, to offer you a way out. President Su, would you like to hear it?" Concerning Chao Chong's visit, Chen Dahai had remained vigilant. Hearing his words now, alarm bells rang even louder. Raising his voice, Chen Dahai demanded, "What do you mean by pointing the way out? What do you mean by that, boss Chao?" Chao Ji raised his chin arrogantly. "Your company has debts as high as 1.5 billion in the bank. We were counting on this batch of orders to recover some funds and catch our breath. But unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes, just as we face a shortage of foreign engines. Now this last chance to save the factory is gone. I'm afraid you'll soon enter bankruptcy liquidation." Chen Dahai was a technical man unfamiliar with financial asset procedures. Hearing such dire words, he was instantly panicked and lost his composure. Chen Dahai looked to his boss for help. Su Chen sat motionless like a wooden statue, saying nothing. This expression in the eyes of the sly businessman, Chao Chong, appeared as a sign that the young boss had been struck at his vital point and was at a loss. To strike a snake at its 7 inches, the debts and the engine were the fatal weaknesses of Huazhi Company. At this moment, he felt certain of victory in acquiring the factory. Chen Dahai couldn't help asking, "So what is this way out you speak of?" Chao Chong crossed his legs, speaking like a messiah. "I came today to offer timely help." Su Chen's face was expressionless, but in his heart he sneered. "Wrong. You came today to kick someone when they're down." "Sure enough." Chao Chong sneered with his nostrils flaring. "The way out is, I am willing to take over this mess at a high price." Chen Dahai jerked his head up, his pupils shocked. "You're here to acquire the company?" Chao Chong's eyes narrowed into slits. "That's right, I'm willing to offer 150 million yuan to acquire Huazhi. The acquisition agreement is ready. All you need to do is sign and seal it now. As for the breach of contract for the 100 minivans, I can let bygones be bygones and not pursue the 140 million yuan penalty. So all in all, you're effectively making nearly 300 million yuan. Upon hearing this shameless exploitation theory, Chen Dahai's face darkened. Even though he was usually good-tempered, he couldn't help cursing. "In all my years, I've never seen such a shameless person. Our factory covers 2 million square meters with 2 minivan production lines alone. You should have a bottom line when exploiting others. 150 million isn't even enough for one production line." Chao Chong snorted contemptuously. "You can't say that. Times are different. You're at the end of your rope now? What's wrong? Begging and still complaining the food is stale." Seeing Chao Chong reveal his true colors and speak rudely, Su Chen didn't hold back. In a cold tone, he said, "I won't sell the company. You can get out." "What?" Chao Chong was taken aback for a moment. He stood still for a full minute before angrily rising. "You young punk, you bite the hand that feeds you, mistaking my good intentions. I kindly offered to acquire, yet you're so ungrateful, even cursing and telling me to leave." As he spoke, his eyes were full of contempt. "Do you think you have the power to turn things around and save this bankrupt factory?" Chen Dahai was trembling with rage. "Can't you understand human speech? Our President Su told you to leave." He strode to the door and yanked it open. A person who was eavesdropping at the door, caught off guard, nearly twisted his waist. He awkwardly picked up the security cap that had fallen on the floor and grinned sheepishly. "Hello, President Su." "Hello, Manager Chen." Chen Dahai was overjoyed to see the visitor and quickly ordered, "Baoqiang, take this shameless swindler out." Su Chen followed Chen Dahai's voice and saw a dark, honest face. The prompt box above his head displayed security guard Wang Baoqiang, ex Special Forces, loyal and reliable combat power 5 stars. Note: an ordinary person's combat power is only half a star. Without a word, Wang Baoqiang came over and dragged Chao Chong out. Chao Chong recognized him, the security guard who had stopped his car at the gate. Enemies meet face to face, their eyes blazing with hatred. He thought back in the day he was also a street thug. Though he hadn't practiced in years, he was still unconvinced. He was about to show off and beat the other up, but before he could even see the move, Wang Baoqiang grabbed him and with a crack dislocated his shoulder. "Up!" Chao Chong let out a pig-like scream, sweat beads popping out on his forehead. Gritting through the pain, he squeezed out a sentence. "Fine, you're tough. You're up to your necks in debt, about to go under, yet still so arrogant. Just you wait, I'll get you sooner or later. And when you come begging me to acquire, I won't even give 100 million. Having said his harsh words, he puffed out his watermelon belly and walked away without looking back. The plastic surgery secretary cast a reluctant glance at Su Chen and followed him out of the room. The president's office fell silent again. Chen Dahai's anger had not subsided. "Chao Chong is such a cheat. This is bullying us, exploiting our crisis." Su Chen remained calm and composed. When it came to scheming, he was a professional. He was determined to take Chao Chong's money from this order. Not only that, he would also play tricks on the delivered vehicles, causing Chao Chang's batch to become dead stock, not a single one sold. Su Chen quickly communicated with the system. Then a set of blueprints for a neutered 1.2L engine appeared in his hand. Uncle Chen, Su Chen said, I've solved the engine problem. These are the blueprints with detailed parameters. Follow these, and you can produce a qualified engine. Chen Dahai's attention was instantly diverted. He was first stunned, then asked half-believingly, President Su, you actually developed an engine? As an engineer with over 40 years of technical experience, Chen Dahai knew well the difficulty of engine development. This had been a long-standing headache for automakers, and even Huazhi, due to the blockade of core foreign technologies. Currently, most engines in cars were imported from Japan, and they were the old models that they had already phased out. Yet even these engines were only sold after being neutered and at exorbitant prices, completely treating Huazhi people as fools. Take the 1.2L engine they had purchased this time. The price per unit was as high as 12,000 yuan. Yet the assembled minivan was sold to dealers for only 28,000 yuan. The engine cost accounted for nearly half. It could be said that the most valuable part of a vehicle was the engine. Chen Dahai reached out tremblingly and took the blueprints. The more he looked, the brighter his eyes became. President Su, you are truly a godlike being. Judging from these blueprints, it is fully comparable to the Mitsubishi engines used by current automakers. Su Chen was very confident in the system's output. These were scientific blueprints verified by precise calculations and practical proof. No testing needed, just use them directly. After reading to the end, Chen Dahai's excitement gradually calmed down, because he discovered another more troublesome issue. Chen Dahai frowned and said, even if we have the engine blueprints, we can't build them without a production line. Su Chen replied calmly, who said we don't have an engine production workshop. Upon hearing this, Chen Dahai's heart raced. He dared not imagine it, and simply asked directly, President Su, what do you mean by that? Su Chen said indifferently, I've already secured an engine production line. Is there a vacant workshop in the factory we can use? Chen Dahai stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. After a long pause, he stammered, Yes, our Huazhi company has plenty of land and factory buildings. I'll have someone clean out workshop No. 3 right away. The fact that they could design an engine was already astounding. But now President Su even had an engine production line. Chen Dahai's feelings were nothing short of sheer shock. Su Chen took in his expression. If he was this shocked by just one engine production line, he would likely have his blood pressure soaring often in the future. Chen Dahai, brimming with excitement, was about to go out and relay the orders. But just as he turned, he was called back. I also have a parameter diagram for an even more advanced engine here. Su Chen produced another piece of paper, as if by magic. Chen Dahai swallowed hard. The previous blueprint once built would definitely rival foreign engines. So what would this even more advanced engine be like? Chen Dahai dared not imagine. He eagerly snatched the blueprint and studied it intently. The more he read, the more his scalp tingled. With the same 1.2L displacement, the power output was actually 30 horsepower more, yet fuel consumption remained unchanged. The safety and stability coefficients were doubled. President Su, you are a genius. Chen Dahai devoured the entire document in one breath, then looked at his boss with admiration. Su Chen smiled faintly. That engine blueprint from the system was absolutely crushing the world's existing engine standards. Mercedes, Mitsubishi, Ford, all of them had to step aside, left only to look up in awe. He asked, do we have enough raw materials and parts for the complete vehicle? Chen Dahai nodded emphatically. Plenty. Enough to produce another 100 cars without issue. Su Chen said with satisfaction, starting today we are going to build our own cars. Even though Chen Dahai had prepared himself, hearing this news still filled him with excitement. Having worked at Huazhi Auto Factory for so many years, they had always been a cheap OEM for other car companies. With no profitable core business and mounting debts, the company was on the verge of bankruptcy. But who would have thought that as soon as President Su took over, he would bring core technology? Being able to produce engines was a dream for countless car manufacturers. With this trump card, building cars became much easier. It was the dream of every automotive professional. Chen Dahai asked again, are we going to produce cars under our own brand? Su Chen answered decisively, yes, we are officially entering the passenger car market. We'll use this 1.2L engine to create a legendary vehicle. Its name is Wuling Hongguang, a family minivan. The new car launch will be in 2 weeks. Chen Dahai's once dim old eyes now sparkled. Huazhi is saved. Su Chen could understand the old man's excitement. He said calmly, the stripped-down version of these 2 engines will be installed on Chao Chang's cars, and the advanced version will go into our own new car. Chen Dahai nodded repeatedly. I'll see to it right away. When it came to scheming, Su Chen was a professional. That unscrupulous and cunning Chao Chang had tried to take advantage of the situation to buy the company at a low price. Now not only would Su Chen profit from his order, but he would also ensure that under the crushing comparison of the Wuling Hongguang, Chao Chang wouldn't sell a single car. The 280 million yuan would go down the drain without even a splash. Chen Dahai, brimming with enthusiasm, took the engine blueprints and immediately went to the workshop to make arrangements. Soon he had the reserved workshop cleaned spotless. Su Chen was very satisfied with the security guard at the gate who had handled Chao Chang earlier and promptly promoted him to personal bodyguard, also serving as the head of the factory security team. Wang Baoqiang was overwhelmed with gratitude. He pressed his 5 fingers together and gave a crisp standard salute. Thank you for your appreciation, boss. Baoqiang will protect your safety, even if it means sacrificing everything. Su Chen nodded. Work hard, and I won't treat you unfairly. Although Su Chen had studied Xingyi Quan since childhood and was already an invincible grandmaster on Earth, as someone with a system, there was no need to do everything himself. Having the retired Special Forces soldier Baoqiang as his bodyguard was more than enough to handle any danger. He would never personally take action unless absolutely necessary. Wang Baoqiang, feeling warm inside from the recognition and promotion, stood straight as a pagoda outside the CEO's office door. Within a short time, the trucks and installation personnel sent by the system arrived. Everything was legal and compliant with no need to worry about anyone investigating. The heavy trucks carried machine tools, instruments, robotic arms, and other equipment needed for the production line. Although the employees had been informed in advance by Manager Chen, most still found it hard to believe. Everyone knew that as the boss president, Su certainly didn't want the family business to go bankrupt. But producing their own engines, it sounded like a fantasy. After all car manufacturers in the market used imported engines. When the trucks and installation personnel arrived, the crowd immediately swarmed to the workshop entrance. Craning their necks, standing on tiptoe, peering curiously, they gazed at the brand new high-tech machine tools and the efficient installation workers wearing gloves. The employees of Huazhi Auto Factory widened their eyes and shouted excitedly, "This really is production line equipment. Damn, can our factory really make engines now?" Manager Chen said the boss has already developed an engine. This production line must have been designed and built by him too. A young genius, absolutely incredible. I don't admire anyone else, only him. That's right, President Su, forever the GOAT. Amidst the chorus of praise, Su Chen walked over slowly. The crowd parted into two lines, making way for him. Everyone looked at him with admiration and excitement. Su Chen, with a gentle expression, walked slowly into the workshop. Watching the busy installation workers and the gleaming, towering production line, he couldn't help but marvel. The system was truly powerful. The engines coming off this high-tech production line would be flawless in terms of power, fuel efficiency, reliability, and durability. They could be directly assembled into the cars without any testing. Chen Dehai's eyes were already overwhelmed. President Su, this engine workshop is semi-automated. You're amazing. With computer control, manufacturing will be more precise and efficient. Su Chen, unruffled, handed him the design draft. This is the Wuling Hongguang design I just drew. Produce according to this. Boom. The employees, already stunned, were now utterly dumbfounded. What? In the time it takes to drink a cup of water, President Su designed the new car's blueprint. How many more unknown secrets did this young boss still hold? Given the auto plant's dire straits and the prevailing gloom that had weighed heavily upon everyone, Su Chen felt it imperative to rally morale. With a solemn expression, he declared, "I dare say you have all heard whispers from Manager Chen. Now I shall make a formal announcement. From this day forward, our plant shall embark on independent research and development and begin manufacturing automobiles. Our maiden vehicle, the Wuling Hongguang, is a household minivan. These represent Huazhi Company's inaugural batch of vehicles, marking our crucial first step toward an extraordinary turnaround. Our objective is to produce 2,000 units within a fortnight. Do you all possess the confidence to accomplish this?" Within the workshop, the atmosphere grew taut as a bowstring. For years, the plant had lain dormant, and the workers had resigned themselves to the certainty of bankruptcy. Yet just when all seemed lost, President Su had proposed an automotive venture. And not only that, but the engines and blueprints were already complete. This was truly a miraculous reversal, a lifeline in the direst of circumstances. After a fleeting moment of silence, the workshop erupted with thunderous voices. "We have confidence." The workers had long yearned for the company to establish its own flagship business. Contract manufacturing offered no security whatsoever. When the company faltered, so too did every individual's livelihood. It was much like the principle that a strong nation ensures prosperous households. Without corporate profitability, how could any employer sustain daily wages? Thus, whether the target was 2,000 or 5,000 vehicles, every worker would pour forth their utmost energy, staying late into the night to meet the goal. Chen Dehai, the production manager, was the first to voice his resolve. "President Su, rest assured, I would sacrifice these aging bones myself to guarantee output." Su Chen, however, would never ask for labor without fair recompense. He was no exploiter content with empty rhetoric while workers bore the burden. Heavenly rewards attract the most daring heroes, money being the ultimate motivator. Su Chen then proclaimed loudly, "I recognize that producing 2,000 vehicles within merely 2 weeks is an extraordinarily demanding undertaking. Therefore, should we meet this production target, all overtime wages this month shall be tripled." The announcement sent shockwaves through the assembly. What? Triple overtime pay? This is truly unprecedented, a most delightful surprise. My son once told me that even the wealthiest foreign enterprises do not offer triple overtime compensation. Precisely. How remarkably generous a private enterprise can be. President Su demonstrates extraordinary boldness. I shall fetch my bedding tonight and dedicate myself to the workshop around the clock. So am I. This has nothing to do with overtime pay. I simply possess boundless energy that must be expended. Beholding his workforce ablaze with enthusiasm and fervor, Su Chen felt profoundly satisfied. The soldiers' battle spirit had been ignited, signifying victory was half achieved. Beyond the 2,000 Wuling Hongguang vehicles destined for self-production, there remained another 10,000 minivans destined for Chaochang. Though only engine installation remained, such work still demanded considerable time and manpower. Consequently, for the ensuing fortnight, Huazhi auto plant would blaze with illumination through the night. Simultaneously within the workshop, the engine assembly line had been fully installed and commissioned. The senior technicians dispatched by the system proved as professional and efficient as anticipated. Now all preparations were complete, only the work remained. Chen declared with unwavering confidence, "President Su, you attend to your duties. Leave this matter entirely to me." He intended to seize upon the opportunity to dissect and comprehend the engine blueprints alongside several technical personnel. Su Chun, having lingered no longer, departed the workshop en route to the executive office. Wang Baoqiang followed closely behind. In his heart, President Su had become an incarnate deity. Though lacking comprehension of profound technologies himself, witnessing the reverent and awestruck expressions among the workshop personnel confirmed that Su had undoubtedly engineered an extraordinary propulsion system. To serve beneath such an exceptional leader was akin to one's ancestral graves emitting auspicious smoke, a blessing beyond measure. Before Su Chun had yet reached the office, he spied from afar a bespectacled middle-aged gentleman clearly awaiting his arrival. Zhang Xin, manager of the Legal Affairs Department with 2 decades of professional experience and an impeccable record of victorious litigation. Su Chen's eyebrows lifted slightly. Such an outstanding professional achievement. Truly the embodiment of Zhang Xin, the legendary litigator beyond reproach. Upon observing the general manager's return, Zhang Xin hurried forward with deference, saying, "Greetings, President Su. Having just returned from an external business trip, I had scarcely arrived before learning of your engine invention. Your accomplishments are truly remarkable. This fills a critical technological void within our nation." Mentioning the technological void, Su Chun immediately instructed, "Your timing is fortunate. I have several assignments for you." As they spoke, the two proceeded one after the other into the chamber. Seating himself with composed dignity, Su Chun then articulated, "You shall locate Manager Chun and duplicate the engine blueprints to apply for national technology patents. Additionally, I wish to register the Wuling trademark. The lettering and insignia have been documented upon paper. Furthermore, I intend to pursue legal action against foreign suppliers who fail to deliver engines, demanding penalty payments for breach of contract." Zhang Xin responded with utmost reverence, "Understood, sir. I shall attend to these matters immediately." Pausing briefly, he then spoke in a tone of deep veneration, "To dare litigate against international automotive manufacturers, President Su, you stand as the foremost pioneer within our nation." Su Chen offered a faint smile, unnecessary to elaborate. It required no profound insight to comprehend that Chinese automotive enterprises, suffocated by foreign control over core engine technology, had no recourse when suppliers violated contractual obligations, arbitrarily escalated pricing, or imposed last-minute onerous conditions. They could only swallow their grievances in silent submission, for they remained entirely dependent upon foreign engines to assemble their vehicles. Unable to achieve self-sufficiency, they lacked the fortitude to resist. Thus, for so many years, despite frequent contractual violations and non-compliance by overseas suppliers, not a single enterprise had dared to utter the word no. Even more exceptionally, no company possessed the courage to pursue litigation for compensation. This resistance stemmed not from legal complexity, but from the cowardice inherent within Chinese automotive manufacturers. Yet now, with Su Chen's transmigration, everything had transformed. Armed with a system possessing engine technology, he regarded foreign automobile concerns with complete indifference. Such litigation must be pursued. Moreover, international contracts, particularly those within the automotive sector, specify penalty clauses of 100%. What extraordinary profit would accrue from such compensation? Gazing with steely resolve, Su Chen declared, "Why should a righteous lawsuit remain unfiled? I harbor no fear of any authority, regardless of whether the opposing party represents a foreign automotive manufacturer. Moreover, following this matter, our company shall cease procuring automotive components from abroad." These words carried such iron resolve and resonant conviction that even Zhang Xin, a man unmoved by trivial matters, felt his blood surge with emotion. Indeed, foreign automotive corporations had long oppressed Chinese enterprises with impunity, leveraging their monopoly over engines, chassis, and transmission systems. As 3 formidable weapons, they exercised absolute dominion and acted with unbridled arrogance. Chinese purchasers commanded neither respect nor consideration. In Chinese tradition, the patron who pays commands absolute authority. Yet domestic enterprises, though ostensibly the paying clients, had degenerated into servile supplicants, groveling and cowering before their suppliers. Not only did they present themselves with ingratiating smiles while surrendering funds, but they also endured humiliation and abuse without protest. This time Zhang Xin resolved to invoke the strength bestowed by President Su and assert himself with proper backbone. He would recover contractual penalties from foreign manufacturers. Rising from his desk with the trademark registration documents in hand, Zhang Xin departed with radiant determination. Observing his departure, Su Chen exhaled in relief, sinking back into his chair, prepared to rest momentarily. The mobile phone screen suddenly illuminated with an automatic WeChat notification. Bending his gaze toward the display, Su Chen's attention was immediately captured by the message. Brother Chen, please collect me from the airport at 7:30 tonight. I return your property. Sender Lin Mi. At the sight of those two characters, Lin Mi, Su Chen immediately pictured a beautiful young woman exquisite in features with a curvaceous figure and long slender legs. According to the original host's memories, Su Chen knew that he and Lin Mi had met at a business event. It was unavoidable given his position as the owner of an automobile factory. His social status and circle dictated that any evening could bring an invitation to a banquet allowing for endless revelry. However, Su Chen's ambitions lay elsewhere, and he only attended such gatherings sparingly, usually at the insistence of his close friend Wang Sicong. Lin Mi was outgoing and generous, unpretentious in her demeanor. She naturally became the center of attention at these events, yet she made a point of approaching Su Chen to chat, her smile radiant and her empathy evident. As their conversations grew more frequent, they moved from strangers to friends, their bond deepening over time. Su Chen glanced at his watch and noted it was only 4 in the afternoon. With 3.5 hours remaining until 7:30, there was ample time to spare. Rather than idle away the hours, Su Chen decided to use this window to address pressing business matters, gathering the planning department team for a meeting. The planning department consisted of 4 members with manager Yang Tianjin at the helm. Her name phonetically echoed that of a celebrity agent from Earth. She turned out to excel at the same craft, hype marketing and driving traffic to boost popularity. Yang Tianjin had long hair and a slightly fuller figure, just as the old saying went, portly people carry luck. Even if not wealthy, they bring stability. Looking at her with starry-eyed admiration, Su Chen understood she had likely heard about his engine development and production line installation. Rather than waste time explaining, Su Chen got straight to the point. I have called this meeting to discuss the marketing strategy for our new vehicle. Yang Tianjin immediately straightened her expression, turning serious. Mr. Su, please instruct us. She pulled out her notebook and poised her pen ready to take notes. Su Chen continued, our company will hold a new car launch event in 2 weeks. At these words, the planning department, rejuvenated by tangible work, sat up straight, brimming with renewed energy. The explosive news that Mr. Su had developed an engine had already rippled through every corner of the automobile plant. This was nothing short of a remarkable achievement, filling a critical gap in domestic engine production. Every employee felt an extraordinary sense of pride in being part of the company. Yang Tianjin exclaimed in surprise, Mr. Su, are you asking us to begin planning the marketing strategy now? Su Chen stated calmly, yes. The launch event will be broadcast live online simultaneously. We are making a grand debut of our new model, the Wuling Hongguang van. You will lead the creative planning for this launch event. Also, we need short videos placed on Douyin. Regarding the car's selling points, stay closely aligned with our vehicle's advantages. On the technical side, you can consult Manager Chen from the production department. Yang Tianjin nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I will thoroughly research our vehicle and deliver an outstanding marketing plan. At the meeting's conclusion, Su Chen added with meaning, I have great confidence in your abilities. Feel free to communicate with me anytime you have ideas. Hearing these words, Yang Tianjin felt both joy and a touch of humility. Joy because the boss's recognition was the greatest encouragement she could receive. Although she had recently graduated from university, she had already been appointed planning manager upon joining the company. This kind of trust in a newcomer made her feel she had found the right career path. Yet she also felt ashamed, for she had not yet achieved anything significant since joining the company. So she silently vowed to herself this marketing campaign must not let the boss down. Su Chen checked the time, feeling it was about right, and instructed, let us go to the airport. Wang Baoqiang hurried ahead to prepare the car, pulling up to the office building entrance before opening the rear door for his boss to settle inside. The drive from the automobile plant to the airport took roughly an hour and a half. By the time Su Chen stood at the arrivals gate, the hall clock had already struck 7:30. Lin Mi would emerge within minutes. Before him, however, a crowd of young fans, boys and girls clutching gifts, buzzed with excitement and anticipation. Why has Lin Mi come to Yunhai City today? I have no idea. If our fan club leader had not posted about it, I would not have splurged on a first-class ticket to fly here. The chatter grew increasingly animated until someone suddenly cried out, everyone look. There is an extraordinarily handsome brother behind us. That exclamation drew all of Lin Mi's fans. They turned in unison towards Su Chen. Wow, he is so handsome it seems unfair to the rest of us. Drool. Is this handsome guy a newly debuted idol? I do not recognize him. He does not look like a celebrity, but honestly he is even more striking than that top-tier idol, the 4-character little brother. I wish I could take him home and hide him away. Amid the chatter, some fans pulled out their phones to photograph him, while others recorded video. A few bold girls wearing flat shoes and white knee-high socks decided to make a move first, hoping to get his contact information. Just as they stepped forward, Wang Baoqiang strided ahead, blocking their path. His burly, imposing frame sent the fans scattering. At that moment, a bright voice called out, Chen Ge. Su Chen looked up and saw a beautiful, tall young woman sprinting toward him like a swallow returning to its nest. She was about 3'16" in measurements, fragrant with a sweet, clear scent, and so enthusiastic. Su Chen's heart quickened, yet his hand naturally wrapped around her back. Not rejecting a girl's affection was a matter of courtesy. The next moment, Lin Mi lifted her head and said in a gentle voice, Chen Ge, it has been so long. I was just a little carried away. Her cheeks flushed pink, and she straightened up, stepping back from his embrace. Above her head, a system notification glowed prominently. Lin Mi, future queen of the entertainment industry, condition brand new, deeply devoted to the host, an ideal wife. Su Chen's eyes darkened with thought. This Lin Mi had entered the entertainment world as a child star, and despite navigating the industry for so long remained untouched, a paragon of purity. Indeed, she had risen from the mud, unstained. And now, witnessing their forever scouted idol behaving so openly affectionate toward a man, the fans waiting at the airport erupted in chaos, pushing forward to investigate. Sensing the situation deteriorating, Wang Baoqiang sprang into action with the skills of a special forces operative. He formed a human barricade holding back the advancing crowd. Su Chen smiled and remarked, "Given this scene, tomorrow's trending topics will surely include us." Lin Mi casually linked her arm through his. "I am not afraid. Are you?" Su Chen replied calmly, "I do not mind." With that, the two began walking toward the exit. After all, this was no place for conversation. "Shall we have dinner at the Jinmao Mansion Hotel?" Su Chen suggested. Lin Mi, leaning against him like a sparrow, softly agreed. With their driver and bodyguard Baoqiang occupied dealing with the persistent fans, Su Chen took the driver's seat himself. Within no time, he had parked the car at the most luxurious hotel in Yunhai City, the Jinmao Mansion. Inside the VIP dining room, Lin Mi barely had time to sit before her eyes sparkled with a smile. "I came to Yunhai City specifically to see you." As she spoke, she poured a cup of tea for Su Chen. Su Chen studied her and asked, "Oh, what is so urgent?" Hearing this question, Lin Mi's smile deepened. She reached into her bag and pulled out a bank card, sliding it across the table. "There are 500 million yuan on this card. The password is your date of birth." Su Chen was short on money at the moment. Just then, someone came to deliver a card containing 500 million yuan. It couldn't have been more timely. It was truly fortunate and perfectly opportune. Lin Mi's voice was soft and honeyed. "I haven't contacted you in nearly a few months because I've been rushing through filming day and night. Now that it's finally finished, my appearance fee and share of the profits have arrived in my account. So I came straight away. You're not upset, are you?" As she spoke, she took no refusal, grasped Su Chen's hand and firmly pressed the bank card into his palm. "If you hadn't lent me that 500 million back, then how would I have ever founded my own venture and established Jiaxing Entertainment Company?" Upon learning it was indeed the money he had lent her before, Su Chen accepted it with a clear conscience. At the same time, Lin Mi pulled another sheet of paper from her bag. "I originally intended to pay you interest. After all, bank loans run nearly 5%. But after months of operations, I feel the entertainment company has tremendous potential. Therefore, I believe shares are far more valuable. This is the equity certificate. As the original investor, you now hold a 15% stake in Jiaxing. When we go public in the future, you're free to sell for cash or hold on to it, whatever you prefer." Su Chen picked up the equity certificate and cast a glance over it. Lin Mi's reputation as the capital's most forthright companion was indeed well-deserved. Once she accepted you, she would pour her heart and soul into treating you with unreserved sincerity. To his surprise, Su Chen actually had a fondness for this type of girl. He returned the equity certificate. "Why don't you keep this for me?" 15% was no trivial stake. Entrusting it to her was both a practical decision and a testament to his trust. Lin Mi paused for a moment, then her eyes curved into a smile. She spoke softly, "You trust me that much?" Su Chen arched a brow. "What do you think, I'd run away?" As Lin Mi tucked the equity certificate away, she teased, "If I were to run, I'd run to your place." Her beautiful eyes darted towards Su Chen, reading his expression. Such half-joking remarks were in fact a form of probing. She liked him. It was the kind of love at first sight that shaped a lifetime. Yet as girls tend to be reserved, she dared not speak it outright for fear of rejection. Su Chen, however, saw through her subtle feelings completely. He took it for a girl's endearing ploy to win his favor, offering no response himself. His mind was entirely consumed by his career at present. Women would only slow his pace toward wealth and fame, thus romance and the like. Su Chen had no desire for it now, but friendship naturally was quite acceptable. Friends, unlike lovers, did not require constant companionship. Just then the waiter brought in the freshly cooked dishes. Seizing the opportunity to shift the subject, Su Chen said, "Don't push yourself too hard as a woman. Eat first, or you'll develop stomach issues if you keep this up." Initially, Lin Mi felt a twinge of disappointment at his non-committal response, suspecting he might not like her. But upon hearing his next words, her mood brightened. It seemed Su Chen did not dislike her after all. That was good. She could continue making her efforts. Laughing and chatting, their conversation soon drifted to the automobile factory. Lin Mi was aware that Huazhi Automotive Company carried enormous debts with the bank. Previously, she had merely been an employee under a talent agency, and the acting profession demanded heavy expenditures. Consequently, she possessed neither substantial savings nor any real influence. Now that she had struck out on her own and founded Jiaxing Entertainment, everything had changed. Where there was a will, there was capital, and she could act as she pleased. Lin Mi said with a serious expression, "Brother Chen, I can mortgage my company. Securing a 2 billion loan would pose no problem. You could directly settle the bank debt and retain 500 million in liquid capital. I've heard that manufacturing automobiles consumes vast sums." Moved by her gesture, Su Chen felt a warm current in his heart. His affection for her increased by 10%. This was not because Lin Mi had leaned close to him while speaking, nor because she had taken his hand. Su Chen was no man who coveted female beauty. He was genuinely touched by the kindness of this girl Yangmi. In this world, everyone is willing to add flowers to brocade, but few are so rare as to offer charcoal in snowy times. It was only in times of distress that one could discern which companions around them were true friends and kindred spirits. Su Chen reached out and gently patted the back of Lin Mi's hand. This minor difficulty is nothing at all. Wait 2 weeks and the new vehicle I designed, the Wuling Hongwang, will be unveiled. By then orders and payments will come flying in like snowflakes. Su Chen was not boasting. The legendary Wuling Hongwang had achieved miraculous sales figures precisely because of its exceptional cost-performance ratio. Claiming the top global monthly sales position with a staggering volume of 100,000 units, it utterly outclassed veteran MPV manufacturers like Toyota and Ford. Lin Mi's eyes sparkled. Her face alight with astonishment and admiration, she exclaimed, "Brother Chen, you designed the Wuling Hongwang." Su Chen took out his phone and displayed the renderings made by the planning department. These are the design blueprints identical to the actual vehicle. The model resembles a bread van capable of carrying passengers as well as hauling cargo. I define it as an accessible mass-market MPV. It is essentially a Toyota Alphard that ordinary people can actually afford. Lin Mi's eyes instantly widened. This is the car you're going to build. She stared intently at the photograph, utterly dumbfounded. The vehicle boasted a streamlined body and a majestic, robust exterior. It fell no short of the luxury minivan she rode daily. Had she not heard it with her own ears and known it was a domestically produced vehicle crafted by Brother Chen, she would have sworn it was a newly launched model from Toyota or Ford. Excitedly, Yangmi declared, "Brother Chen, I'll buy one of these cars." Overcome with emotion, a stray lock of hair fell beside her temple. Su Chen raised his hand and tucked it behind her ear. "Buy it. Wait until it's produced, and I'll gift you one." However, this particular model is only intended for employee commuting vehicles, because when I designed it, the target clientele were small business owners in urban and rural areas. If you desire a more comfortable high-end sedan, wait a while, and I'll design one for you. Lin Mi nodded obediently. "Very well. Could you send me the photos of the car?" Su Chen promptly forwarded the images. He could sense that Lin Mi harbored a genuine fondness for the vehicle, even wishing to keep it as her personal ride. Unexpectedly, the seemingly delicate Lin Mi possessed no trace of a princess complex. Whoever married her would indeed have gained a virtuous and capable helper. They dined and conversed, and the evening passed with exceptional delight. Following dinner, Lin Mi hurried back to catch the late-night flight, as she had activities to attend to the next day. By the time Su Chen returned home, it was already the middle of the night. Yet his 3.5-year-old younger sister Su Yi was curiously still awake. She sat stubbornly on the sofa, patiently waiting for her older brother to return. The moment Su Chen opened the door, the little pink dumpling immediately set her small legs in motion, toddling over with quick, cheerful steps. "Brother, pick me up and hold me high." Faced with such an adorable little one, Su Chen naturally could not refuse. With a long reach, he lifted her high above his head. Back on Earth, he had been an orphan. Deprived of family, he had always envied those who had brothers and sisters, believing it would keep loneliness at bay. Never would he have expected that a wish so desperately sought on Earth should find fulfillment in this alternate world. And what a delightful child she was. Large luminous eyes with long lashes, skin so fair and delicate it seemed ready to yield to the touch, utterly devoted to clinging to him. Su Yi giggled merrily, showing not a shred of fear. Noticing how late it had grown, Su Chen simply carried her straight to the bedroom. With her brother by her side, the little one drifted into sleep almost instantly. Having been busy all day, Su Chen also quickly took a hot shower before lying down to rest. It was a profoundly deep slumber. When the next day arrived and Su Chen opened his eyes reaching for his phone, his gaze suddenly froze. What was going on? How had he ended up trending? Su Chen not only trended on social media, but also single-handedly claimed the top 3 spots. The Wuling Hongwang he created, is it automotive junk or a conscientious national product? What magic does Su Chen possess that made national little sister Lin Mi lose control at the airport? It must be said that clickbait titles are indeed powerful. With such news, anyone would be curious enough to click and read. The first article dug up Su Chen's entire background based on fan photos from the airport. From his age and height to family background, and then to his takeover of a nearly bankrupt automaker, everything was introduced in meticulous detail. Compared to the original owner's low profile and obscurity, Su Chen was now emerging from the shadows and gaining a certain level of fame. The second article roughly introduced the Wuling Hongwang based on the car photos and text reposted by Lin Mi. Of course, the article's main focus was still to disparage domestic cars, criticize the failed OEM factory, and suggest that using a junk car as a gimmick was just a ploy to make a quick buck and then abscond. The third article completely used Lin Mi as a mere backdrop, primarily praising Su Chen's godlike appearance, genius-level education, and commanding strength. Judging by the writing style alone, it was clearly penned by a fanatical admirer, then boosted onto the trending list by the overwhelming support, likes, and comments from netizens. Making it to the trending list is a good thing. Su Chen didn't mind this situation. He could gain fame without spending a single cent, and the new car got promoted along the way. Although this fame was still limited and would likely be fleeting, replaced by other trending topics, soon Su Chen needed this initial splash. Credit for this also went to Lin Mi. The girl brought him good luck. After dressing and having breakfast, Su Chun headed to the company. Seeing the boss arrive, planning department manager Yang Tianjin quickly knocked on the door, intending to report on work. Come in. Su Chen's voice was magnetic and deep. After getting permission, Yang Tianjin walked in holding a folder. President Su, the marketing plan is ready. My idea is for you to personally endorse our Huazhi company. The Wuling Hongguang was designed and developed by you. You are handsome and capable. No one is more suitable than you. However, I've racked my brains, but still can't come up with a satisfactory short tagline. Su Chun narrowed his eyes. This marketing plan was indeed good. Huazhi company currently had neither fame nor money to hire celebrities or big names. Having him as the spokesperson could both promote the company and boost his own visibility, a win-win situation. Staying low-key, Su Chun didn't want that now. He needed to create a high-profile buzz and rise with a shock. When he eventually became a towering figure, he could then wear a 20-yuan t-shirt, eat at street stalls, and appear down to earth. Having made up his mind, Su Chun said calmly, I approve this plan. As for the tagline, I'll give you a demonstration this time. From now on, you'll have to brainstorm the marketing copy yourself. Yang Tianjin lowered his head in shame. Thank you, President Su. I won't let you down next time. Su Chun enunciated each word. I am Su Chun and I speak for myself. Huh, this. Yang Tianjin stared at the boss in disbelief, his eyes wide open. As a graduate of a media university specializing in marketing and planning, Yang Tianjin thought that President Su's tagline was a stroke of genius, absolutely electrifying. One sentence stirred up emotions of youthful arrogance and invincible passion. The target audience for car buyers was largely male. And every man has a desire for conquest, a sense of achievement, and a hope to stand out, to be second to none. And this line, I am Su Chun and I speak for myself, was undoubtedly the embodiment of a person's utmost pride and self-confidence. Yang Tianjin's voice trembled with excitement. President Su, you are a true business genius. This slogan is incredible. Su Chun remained calm, his expression unruffled. He waved his hand. Go back and continue planning the new car launch. Knowing that his boss was busy, Yang Tianjin didn't dare to disturb him further. All employees in the company were as pumped as if they had been injected with adrenaline, working with great fervor. With the system's engine blueprints and advanced production line, the car manufacturing time was greatly shortened. In less than 3 days, the first Wuling Hongguang prototype rolled off the line. Chen was as excited as a child, touching and feeling the new car, unable to put it down. He hurriedly went to fetch the boss. After all, this car was designed and developed by Su Chun. The workshop was far from the office building, a half-hour walk away. So Su Chun chose to ride in Wang Baoqiang's car, a Honda from Japan. After getting out, Su Chun looked at the vehicle with some disdain. Sell this car. Now that his own company was producing cars, there was no way he would drive any other brand. Wang Baoqiang was momentarily stunned, then quickly replied, yes, boss. The boss was the ultimate authority. His words were commands. He dared not, and had no ability to fathom the profound thoughts of his master. After stepping into the workshop, Su Chun saw a sea of people. The employees were gathered around the newly built van, their faces full of joy and excitement. The car was diamond silver with a boxy design and a spacious interior. Many curious young men were craning their necks to look inside, rubbing their hands together in eagerness. Without the boss's permission, no one dared to test drive it. They could only feast their eyes. President Su is here. With Chen Dahai's voice, the employees parted like a wave, making way. They looked at the boss, who had revived the factory, with admiration and fervent eyes. Su Chen slowly walked up to the car, satisfied with his creation. Although it was positioned as a budget vehicle, its exterior looked grand. Sturdy steel body, curved B-pillar, imposing front, and spacious interior. No one would imagine that such a practical family car had a retail price of only 2800 yuan. That was the Wuling Hongguang's selling point. Unbeatable value for money. Su Chen walked around the car. The appearance was absolutely fine. Next came the driving test phase, which would also put the engine to the test. This was the core competitiveness of an automaker, now equipped with a system-produced 1.2L inline engine. Su Chen was confident that the Wuling Hongguang would surely be a hot seller. After all, on Earth, this car's sales were a legendary myth, unmatched by any other brand. Since it's almost quitting time, I'll drive it home and test it out. Su Chen opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. If you find any shortcomings, you can make adjustments with the technicians tomorrow. Chen Dahai looked at him expectantly. President Su, I'll work overtime tonight. If there's anything to improve, just let me know anytime. Su Chen nodded, just as he took the mechanical key to start the car. A system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for manufacturing the first van. Reward Akina Mountain driving skills. Note, this skill has a buff that automatically pushes the performance of the car you drive to its extreme. Su Chun felt a stir within his heart. The system could automatically deduce the ultimate performance of any vehicle. This was a cheat code heaven sent. What's more, even driving a tricycle would feel breathtakingly fast. He was already eager to hit the road and get a feel for it. Car manufacturers issued temporary plates specifically for testing new vehicles on actual roads. After his team finished mounting the plates, Su Chun started the engine and pressed the accelerator. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The engine roared with powerful momentum. Even from the sound alone, the onlookers could sense this car was bursting with power. Chen Dahai slapped his thigh and cheered, it's done. Decades of experience as a mechanic made his heart race with excitement. The engine that CEO Su developed delivered a staggering 116 horsepower and a terrifying 150 Newton-meters of torque. Towing this Wuling Hongguang was an absolute breeze. With one hand on the steering wheel, Su Chun turned right and drove straight out of the workshop toward the main gate. The car factory sat on the outskirts of town, and the only way home required navigating a stretch of mountain road before reaching the city proper. Since they were approaching Huazhi Township, where every household raised chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs, Su Chen kept his speed moderate. He carefully tested and felt out the performance of this Wuling Hongguang. The steering feels a bit sluggish, the connecting rod probably needs adjustment, and the air conditioning output is too weak. Even though this is a base model, at minimum the temperature control should be reliable. The ride over bumps is too jarring, the chassis needs reinforcement. The vehicle had been gradually making its way into the village, and they were about halfway through when Su Chen suddenly spotted several people standing in the middle of the road ahead. The man at the front was waving frantically, clearly trying to flag them down. Su Chen braked immediately and rolled down the window. The man hurried over, his face etched with desperation. "Sir, please help. My wife is giving birth and bleeding severely. The village doctor has no way to handle this. Can you take us to the county hospital?" Su Chen glanced forward and noticed a heavily pregnant woman lying on a makeshift stretcher. "Get in quickly." Su Chen's brow furrowed. "Every minute we waste puts her life at risk." Thank you. The man wiped sweat from his forehead and rushed to help. Su Chen hopped out of the car, slid open the side door, and quickly removed the seats to clear space. Just then the relatives arrived, carrying the laboring woman. Noticing how pristine and spotless the vehicle looked, the man seemed uneasy. "This is a brand new car. You'll get it dirty." Saying this, he hastily pulled a plastic sheet from his pocket. Before Su Chen could protest, the man had already spread it out efficiently. Although the car's interior was spacious, they were, after all, asking for a favor. So apart from the husband, the rest of the family respectfully stayed behind. Su Chen turned to him and said, "Sit securely. I will reach the hospital at the fastest possible speed." The man nodded gratefully. "We've encountered good people at last. I've been flagging down cars for half an hour, but no one was willing to help us." Su Chen wasted no words and slammed the accelerator to the floor. The engine roared like thunder, propelling the car forward like an arrow. With skills worthy of Mount Akina and the system's predictive capabilities, this Wuling Hongguang was performing beyond recognition. It felt more like a top-tier supercar than a minivan. They soon wove through the countryside and entered the mountain road. The mountain road was narrow, with a single lane in each direction and no guardrails on either side. If they went over the edge, there would certainly be no survivors, no intact remains whatsoever. At this hour, traffic on the mountain road was sparse. A few trucks and off-road vehicles from the suburbs appeared sporadically, considering the urgency of saving lives. Su Chen couldn't afford to hesitate and floored it to overtake. Not far ahead, a flashy red imported Toyota Prado cruised along the center of the mountain road. Fan Biao, having just finished a picnic, was cruising with a friend and two girls boasting away. Suddenly, he heard the horn behind him. He knew this was a signal to pull over. But whose son was Fan Biao? The richest man in Yunhai City, a mining magnate. That's why this young master was usually so arrogant, looking down on absolutely everyone. He had connections within the bureau too. His second uncle was the deputy director. Fan Biao scratched his ear in annoyance. What kind of junk car is that? The horn is so grating. The girl in black stockings glanced back from the rear seat, then sneered, "It's just a beat-up van." Fan Biao's lips curled upward. "Then why bother honking? If you're so great, fly past me." He showed no intention of yielding whatsoever, continuing to drive at a leisurely pace. Su Chen honked several times, but the Prado ahead didn't react at all. He realized that was deliberately blocking his path. Refusing to cooperate and looking for trouble was he. Then let daddy teach you a lesson. Self-inflicted disasters have no escape. A dark cloud flashed across Su Chen's eyes as he adjusted the steering wheel and chose the inside lane for overtaking. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the car surged forward with unbelievable speed, closing in on the Prado. Just as his rear bumper cleared the Prado's front, he jerked the wheel sharply. System-assisted maneuver. Readers should not attempt imitation. This sudden force shoved the Prado toward the cliff edge. Fan Biao was terrified, his soul nearly leaving his body. Staring down at the dark abyss below, he instinctively wrenched the steering wheel hard inward. The girl in the car screamed, "I don't want to die." At that moment, the Prado shuddered violently. All four occupants turned pale. Fan Biao gripped the steering wheel tightly, stomped on the brakes, and pressed against the mountainside. Accompanied by a piercing screech of metal grinding against asphalt, the Prado's nose plowed into the roadside brush and finally came to a halt. Fan Biao, still shaken, watched as the van disappeared around the bend. He couldn't help but shout, "Damn, that car was going at least 170 kilometers per hour. How did the driver overtake without slowing down and still drift through the corner?" His friend in the passenger seat was on the verge of tears. His voice trembling, he pleaded, "Boss, we barely escaped with our lives. Aren't you afraid? How can you still find it in your heart to praise the killer?" Fan Biao's eyes gleamed with admiration. "You don't understand. It's not fear, it's respect. He's definitely the god of Mount Akina. With driving like that, even Fujiwara Takomi would kneel and call him master." Only after saying this did Fan Biao snap back to reality. "Crap, I need to chase him and become his disciple." Meanwhile, Su Chun had already put serious distance between them, completely unaware that the jerk who blocked his path was now trying to call him master. During the overtake, he had already calculated the distance and speed precisely. He wanted the other driver to experience the thrill of nearly dying, but not actually plummet off the cliff. That level of intimidation was sufficient. After all, they had no grievance with him, and there was no need to take anyone's life. Inside the car, the man had long since lost the ability to speak from sheer terror, clinging desperately to his unconscious wife. But this suited him fine. Compared to hysterical screaming, Su Chun preferred this quiet atmosphere. Soon they reached the foot of the mountain, where a box truck was occupying more than half of the road. Only a half-meter wide gap remained, nowhere the van could pass. Just then the man suddenly cried out in panic. "It's bad. My wife is bleeding more." Su Chun hastily turned his head to take a look. Indeed, the woman in labor was as pale as death itself, blood soaking through the mattress beneath her. The situation was dire. She had to be rushed to the hospital immediately. Any further delay could cost her life. Su Chun frowned slightly, his expression turning grave. He turned his head and gazed ahead, his eyes clouded with complexity. It seemed to be the moment to reveal his true capabilities. "Hold on to the side handle firmly." As Su Chun spoke those words, the vehicle surged forward. When the young master Fan Biao arrived, driving his Prado, what greeted him was a sight beyond comprehension. The minivan that had earlier cut him off was tilted at a perilous angle, its body wedged into the narrow gap between the colossal freight truck and the mountainside, with its right side wheels grinding against the sheer rock face. Fan Biao's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Is this seriously happening? This minivan's performance is absolutely insane. It actually climbed the cliff wall. The driver is nothing short of a god among motorists. Witnessing this miracle unfold, he quickly pulled out his phone to record. His friend in the passenger seat was thoroughly convinced this time. "Biao, I want to take this veteran driver on as my master. Without decades of driving experience, no one would dare pull off something like this." "Actually, he's not some old driver," the silk stockings girl behind them hurriedly clarified. "I didn't get a clear look at his face when I turned around earlier, but I guarantee he's a young man." At this, Fan Biao, the local young master of Yunhai City, and his friend exchanged glances. Their admiration had reached its peak. Between the car and the driver, they wanted both. Fan Biao watched the vanished vehicle and asked in puzzlement, "What brand is that minivan? I've never heard of it." His friend shook his head. "Neither have I. Could it be a brand new release? Then I've got to buy one. That car is absolutely beastly. It completely trampled over us, the 4.0-liter king of off-road vehicles, the Toyota Prado." With the massive truck still stationary ahead, Fan Biao was left with no choice but to watch it disappear into the distance. Meanwhile, Su Chun had already driven into Yunhai City. Saving lives came first. Traffic lights and road regulations were of no concern now. His godlike driving skills sent the broad minivan darting through the sea of cars like a sinuous snake. It was peak commuting hour. Although Yunhai was merely a Tier 3 or 4 city, its population was considerable and traffic congestion was unavoidable. Drivers watching the minivan careen past couldn't help but roll down their windows to curse. Is that guy trying to die? His speed must be hitting 170 kilometers per hour. You don't drive like that on a highway, and the light ahead was clearly red. What a gutless coward. Either blind in the eyes or blind in the heart. Did anyone catch the license plate? Let's report him and get him locked up. Damn it, he drove so fast he looked like a tornado. I couldn't see a damn thing. Whoever spotted him, clearly let me know. I want to dox this driver. I already posted a clip on Douyin. Time to mobilize the masses. I'll say something that might get me beaten. I actually admire this brother's driving skills. Admire? I'm on my knees in reverence. Only the great masters of Mount Chiu would match that. At the entrance of the municipal maternity hospital, Su Chun had smoothly parked the vehicle before the emergency building. Tears welled in the man's eyes as he cried out, "Thank you, sir. You got her to the hospital in such a short time. No need for formalities. Hurry out and find a nurse to process the paperwork." Soon several medical staff rushed out and carried the praetorian woman inside. Su Chun turned the vehicle around and headed home, noting another area for improvement in the car. The chassis needed tuning. As a vehicle designed for both passengers and cargo, the suspension had to be robust. Only then could it ensure a smooth ride while carrying heavy loads. By the time he returned home, it was still early evening. His younger sister, Yiyi, remained seated on the sofa watching Peppa Pig while waiting for her brother. Upon seeing him return, Yiyi joyfully ran over. The nanny smiled warmly and said, "Young Master Yi wouldn't stop asking me for the past hour why you hadn't come back yet." Su Chun lifted the little pink dumpling into his arms. "Hungry, aren't you? Let's go eat." Yi wrapped her arms tightly around her brother's neck and gurgled, "Okay." With such an adorable little one, Su Chun felt that life in this alternate world had gained a splash of vibrant color. After dinner, he returned to the study. Only then did he have time to check his phone messages. These past few days had been consumed with matters regarding the new vehicle. He simply had no time to reply. The messages numbered over 99, all from Wang Sikong. "You absolute legend. You've been secretly building cars. So you're a man of wealth now. Oh, Lin Mi found out first. When did you two start? No wonder you ignored me when I sent those pictures of the Dazing Beauty and the Demon King. Also, why didn't you tell me your company was in debt? I'd slice my ribs for you, bro. Just holler if you need money." When are you coming back to the capital to hang out? That's where you grew up. Once your company launches the high-end lineup, don't bother asking. Just save me one and transfer the market price. His childhood friend Wang Sikong was truly insatiable with words. After confirming there was nothing urgent, Chen opened Lin Mi's messages. Brother Chen, no matter how busy you are, take care of your health. And don't forget, you're not fighting alone. Attached was a photo of her sweet smiling face dressed in elegant attire backstage. She must have snapped it during a brief respite from event preparations. A faint smile curved Chen's lips. He returned to the phone's home screen and tapped open Weibo. Taking advantage of the buzz from the earlier trending topic, the planning department had already registered Weibo and Douyin accounts for Huazhi company. After all, promotion had to keep pace with the times. With some free time, Chen had also registered a personal account, though he hadn't posted anything yet. As someone who wasn't yet a public figure, he had already planned his next move, synchronizing his first news release with the company's official website launch prior to the new car debut. Chen had no habit of scrolling through Douyin or Weibo. After finishing the account registration, he closed his phone and picked up a book, unaware that nearly 1 million people online were already tracking him down. The one who started this whole ordeal was Fan Biao, who had posted the video on both Weibo and Douyin. It captured the footage of Chen driving the minivan in a breathtaking stunt, grazing along the mountainside. Between the massive truck and the cliff face, a distance of barely half a meter unfolded a heart-stopping spectacle. Nearly everyone who stumbled upon the video initially refused to believe their eyes, then erupted in awe. Holy crap, how the hell did that minivan pull that off? That ride is insane. Tilted at that angle, and still didn't flip. What brand is it? Never heard of it. The emblem on the rear is 5 bright red diamonds. No matter how tough the car is, it still needs a driver. I want that driver's autograph. And it was a temporary plate too. When did Yunhai City produce a driving god? Sweet mother of God, whoever has details on both the car and the driver, share them. Same here. Watching this video has my blood boiling. This is what living feels like again. The netizens began unleashing their respective skills, determined to expose both the driver and his vehicle to the world. The next day, Chen drove his Wuling Hongguang into the company. As soon as he parked and got out, he noticed many employees sneaking glances at him. But the moment he looked their way, they hastily lowered their heads and busied themselves with their tasks. Chen chuckled. They say a man undergoes 18 transformations from boy to man. Could it be that he was even more handsome today than yesterday? With light steps, he walked into the CEO's office. The new car launch was drawing closer and numerous matters awaited his confirmation. A rhythmic knock sounded at the door. Chen said calmly, "Come in." At his words, the impeccably suited legal department manager Zhang San entered with a broad smile. "Good morning, President Su. I've completed the task you assigned. The patent application has been submitted. Since it's high-tech, it will take at least 6 months, possibly up to 3 years. Chen rubbed his forehead. This approval process was slower than a turtle on a stroll. Sensing the boss's possible dissatisfaction, Zhang San quickly tried to redeem himself. "President Su, I have some good news." Chen gave him a blank look. "It's about the contract with Mitsubishi Engines from Japan." Zhang San didn't dare keep him in suspense. "On the day you instructed, I drafted a lawyer's letter demanding liquidated damages and had it translated into English before sending it off." Apparently, it was the first time Japan had received an official letter demanding compensation, so their attitude was extremely arrogant. But I argued firmly, and as per your instructions, I said that even if we had to take it to the International Court of Justice in The Hague, no matter the cost, we would never tolerate such a breach of contract. And sure enough, just now I received Mitsubishi's reply and the bank transfer receipt. They have paid 100 of the compensation. $2 per unit times 1 units, totaling $20 million, which converts to 186 million renminbi. Chen nodded, satisfied with the result. 186 million renminbi. How sweet. Did they think Chinese companies were pushovers? Huh. Perhaps other automakers would swallow their pride and suffer in silence, but Huazhi company was a tough-boned and unyielding copper pea that no one could gnaw through or flatten. Legal manager Zhang San paused, hesitating. However, although Mitsubishi paid up, they are very dissatisfied with our actions. Chen said flatly, "They're threatening to put us on their supplier blacklist and never supply engines again, aren't they?" Zhang San broke into a sweat. "President Su, your foresight is truly remarkable. Not only that, but they also declared they would report us to the International Automotive Association and have all foreign car manufacturers embargo us." He hesitated, swallowing the rest of his words. Chen's expression darkened slightly. "Speak your mind. Don't stop halfway when talking to me." "Yes." Zhang San's heart tightened with anxiety. This boss, though young, seemed born with the ability to read minds. Wise and profound. From now on, he should stop guessing his superior's thoughts. He answered honestly, "Although you've developed a 1.2L engine, I'm worried that if the company grows, we might need more advanced engines, such as a 6-cylinder turbocharged one. Your concern is understandable." Chen replied, "I suspect many in the company share your thinking." Zhang San looked confused. "Then President Su, shouldn't we leave ourselves a fallback?" "No need." Chen said decisively. "These technical barriers that trouble other automakers are not an issue for me." Seeing the boss's calm confidence and recalling his feat of creating the first domestically produced engine, Zhang San nodded repeatedly. "President Su, I was worrying needlessly. This young boss's abilities were probably too formidable to fathom. Su Chen smiled faintly. The administrative manager has resigned. You'll take over that role as well. If you perform well, the vice president position is waiting for you. This was a clear hint of promotion. Zhang San's heart swelled with joy. He showed a grateful expression. Thank you, President Su. I will live up to your expectations. After Zhang San left, Su Chen was visited by Yang Tianjin from the planning department. She entered with a bright smile. Unlike the conservative internet-averse legal manager, Yang Tianjin was outgoing and active, frequently browsing the news online. So when she saw the video yesterday of people trying to identify the owner of the Wuling Hongguang van, she immediately knew it was their boss's handiwork. Yang Tianjin laughed. President Su, aren't your ears burning? The news has spread among the employees and millions of netizens are trying to identify you. Su Chen raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. Oh, what for? He had been focused on rushing the critically ill pregnant woman to the hospital on his way home yesterday, so he hadn't noticed that his actions were being filmed. Yang Tianjin was taken aback. You haven't checked Weibo or Douyin? She quickly pulled up the video on her phone and handed it to him. Su Chen watched the 3-minute clip and finally understood what she meant. So the employees' delighted and admiring gazes when he arrived were because they had seen yesterday's speeding video. Su Chen smiled faintly. I happened upon a woman suffering severe hemorrhage on the road. In the heat of the moment, I didn't think twice and drove like crazy. Yang Tianjin's eyes widened in surprise. So that's what happened. Knowing the boss's unknown act of saving a life, Su Chen's image grew even grander in her eyes. He was not only a terrifyingly capable boss, but also a kind-hearted and compassionate person. Su Chen asked, did you encounter any issues with the planning? Yang Tianjin nodded. President Su, I've designed a video about the van. I'd like you to review it. Su Chen stood up. Let's go take a look. The short video was set up in an open area of the factory. A newly produced Wuling Hongguang was parked there along with over a dozen workshop employees. Nearby, the lighting technician and a fixed camera were ready. Seeing the boss approach, the employees' faces lit up with joy and admiration. President Su, I recognized you in last night's video at first glance. Our unique model and logo are so easy to spot. Speaking of recognition, it's President Su's godly driving skills that stand out. Indeed, anyone else would have crashed by now. They chattered excitedly, their words brimming with pride. Yang Tianjin was also proud. If you agree, President Su, I'll claim that video through our official Weibo account. Su Chen readily agreed. Sure, it can also generate buzz for the new car launch. Okay. Yang Tianjin asked, may I show you the advertisement I've planned? Su Chen nodded. Let's begin. Everyone immediately sprang into action following the rehearsal. Yang Tianjin's heart was in her throat. What would the boss think after seeing it? Su Chen remained expressionless, which only made others more uneasy. Finally, he spoke slowly. It needs to change. 2 brief words, concise and to the point. This was an advertisement highlighting the cargo capacity of a minivan. It was evident that the planning department manager had indeed put effort into the creative concept. But how should one put it? Sometimes effort truly must yield to talent. The advertisement lacked any standout feature, presenting content that was merely mediocre. If it were released as is, it would likely make no splash in the vast ocean of media. The viewership and click-through rates would not even reach 100,000, failing to achieve any promotional effect. Yang Tianjin looked at the boss with a pleading gaze. President Su, I've exhausted my creativity. She had been pulling all-nighters for days for the new car launch. Her head ached from thinking, and she had only managed to cobble together this plan. Because the general public wasn't interested in advanced engine principles, saying too much was pointless. They preferred to see the vehicle's practicality and driving experience. That was why the video of Su Chen drifting had garnered so many views after being posted online. In contrast, this video showcasing the Wuling Hongguang's passenger capacity was just a conventional marketing tactic. Su Chen spoke slowly. Your video aims to convey that our vehicle has large passenger and cargo capacity, right? Yang Tianjin nodded. Yes, so I first had the camera shoot the entire vehicle from all angles, then arranged for over a dozen people to queue up and enter. Then I opened the trunk and placed 6 cases of beer inside. The camera then zoomed in on the cargo area, and the audience should be quite impressed. Su Chen paused for a moment, putting the cart before the horse. Yang Tianjin was puzzled. President Su, forgive my ignorance, do you mean we should load the cargo first, and then have people enter? No. Su Chen pointed out the problem directly. Online advertisements must capture the audience's interest immediately. So first you need a catchy title. Then the video content must be innovative. In today's fast-paced world, people have shorter attention spans, so deliver the highlights directly, without excessive build-up. Yang Tianjin nodded with a hint of understanding. So we should delete the scene of people entering the car. Su Chen was quite pleased with her insight. She was quick to grasp the idea. You've understood correctly. So the first shot should directly frame the car door. Then people come out of the vehicle accompanied by music and a voiceover counting. When everyone has exited, the number of people will shock the audience. But that's not all. Then have them carry out beer cases from inside, and the advertisement's effect will reach its climax. After hearing this, Yang Tianjin felt as if she had been enlightened. This reverse thinking and creative approach was truly brilliant. Yang Tianjin assured confidently, I'll adjust it immediately, and this time I'll definitely satisfy you. Su Chen nodded. You can figure out the specific voiceover and music yourself. After guiding the direction, he left the details to his subordinates. After all, Su Chen's role as president was to steer the company's strategy and development. Such trivial matters were not worth his energy. Back in his office, he instructed the administrative and logistics departments to improve meal quality and increase the daily supply of 3 meals. After all, the workshop workers were the backbone of production and needed to eat well and maintain their strength. Only then could the first batch of vehicles be manufactured as quickly as possible for sale. To make the horse run, you must let it graze well. The compensation from the Japanese company had already arrived, more than enough to cover meal expenses and wages. After finishing this, he headed to the workshop. Production manager Chen was leading the workers in a bustling rush to meet the deadline. Seeing Su Chen enter, he immediately put down the blueprints. President Su, how did the test drive of the Wuling Hongguang go last night? Most of the other workshop workers had seen the drifting video online. Now that their boss was right in front of them, they felt an immense sense of pride. They all looked at Su Chen, their eyes filled with boundless respect. Because the one who created this legend was President Su. The legendary driver praised by netizens was their young boss. Thanks to his invention, a domestic 1.2L minivan could easily overpower a 4.0L imported Toyota Prado. Was there anything more impressive? And this divine vehicle was something they had personally helped manufacture. Just talking about it outside would be enough to brag for a lifetime. Who wouldn't envy them for working in such an awesome company? Their sense of belonging had never been stronger. They wanted to work here for life, and not only that, but also have their children take over when they retired. Su Chen calmly accepted the warm gazes from everyone. He said unhurriedly, "The car is fine overall, but the suspension and chassis need improvement. Our positioning is as a family vehicle for urban and rural areas, sturdy, durable, with large passenger and cargo capacity. Also, the steering wheel is a bit stiff to turn, and the air conditioning airflow is weak. Fix these 3 issues as soon as possible." Chen took notes diligently with a pen. He pledged, "President Su, I'll resolve these issues today." Su Chen was quite satisfied with the efficiency. Chen added, "President Su, the 10,000 minivans ordered by Chao Chong have been produced. Should we ship them now?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "Ship them and have the finance department press for payment." He decided to ship the OEM batch of 10,000 vehicles first. That way, when his own new model launched, he could claim the engine was an improved version. After all, Chao Chong was in a hurry. Sometimes for researchers, a single day could make a world of difference. The core component design might break through in an instant. By the afternoon, the finance department reported receiving 280 million yuan for the vehicles. Su Chen smiled. This money tasted sweet. It was a perfect way to bleed the unscrupulous merchant Chao Chong. Meanwhile, boss Chao had been living it up, partying with his secretary every day. He was convinced that Su Chen had no way to solve the engine problem. He thought Su Chen was just stubborn and unwilling to admit defeat. After all, young people valued face and could be stubborn, but in the end they would come begging for his help. Huazhi's debt ratio was so high that it couldn't last until the end of the month. But he never expected to see news online that Su Chen was building a car and had even developed a car engine. When Chao Chong saw the news, he almost laughed out loud. A fresh college graduate claiming to have independently developed an engine and planning a new car launch. It was probably just a scam to cash out. He figured Su Chen wanted another company to buy out Huazhi Auto at a high price. But just now his subordinates reported that the order for 10,000 minivans had been completed and Huazhi was asking for payment to take delivery. Chao Chong sneered, "Give them the money. I want to see what kind of junk they've produced." He was sure the quality would be garbage, probably stalling right after starting. Ha 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 ha. Chao Chong laughed loudly. This is my chance to make a scene and ruin their reputation. At the Huazhi company warehouse, workers skillfully drove vans onto trucks. Since these 10,000 vehicles were OEM products, they bore no logos. The Huazhi employees also preferred them without logos. After learning that Chao Chong was a profiteer attempting to acquire the company at a low price during its crisis, they loathed him deeply. Had it not been for Su Chen's insistence on professional ethics, they would have deliberately built shoddy cars to spite Chao Chong. President Su, I saw the warehouse dispatching vehicles. Wang Baoqiang entered after knocking, beaming with joy. He had been handling the sale of the Honda car that morning, so he arrived at the office a bit late. Su Chen looked up. All done? Wang Baoqiang replied respectfully, yes. Your car was only 2 years old with just over 10,000 kilometers, so many people competed for it. I sold it for 290,000, only 4,000 less than the original value. Su Chen nodded. In this era, cars were still very expensive, especially this too. For leader foreign brand. Typically priced at over 3,000, selling it for 290,000 after a year of use was no loss at all. The money had been transferred to Su Chen's bank card. After reporting this, Wang Baoqiang couldn't help but admire, President Su, your driving skills are truly divine. He had also seen the video of the car driving along the mountain ridge on his phone. Even as a former Special Forces soldier with advanced driving skills, he found such an incredible maneuver awe-inspiring and unimaginable. Su Chen dismissed it lightly. Nothing special, just practice makes perfect. Wang Baoqiang blinked, clearly not understanding the meaning of those words. He had never finished junior high school and was not well educated, so he dared not ask. He could only silently repeat to himself, nothing special, just practice makes perfect. Those words sounded so profound and unfathomable. Oh, it seemed he would never master Su Chen's divine driving skills in this lifetime. Su Chen didn't bother to explain. A proper sense of mystery helped maintain the superior-subordinate relationship. Meanwhile, in the Huazhi workshop, the employees worked with great vigor. The all-night lights illuminated the pitch-black night, thanks to the official acknowledgement by the company's planning department. Netizens following the mountain road racing incident in Yunhai City now knew that Su Chen was the car god. This in turn made Su Chen's company and the Wuling Hongguang van hot topics of discussion. The big shot is the same age as me and he's the boss of a car company. I'm so jealous. Such extraordinary driving skills with no successor would be a loss for our country. Haha, are you here to make jokes? Wow, even the engine in his van was developed by him. That's incredible. What? The engine isn't a foreign castrated version. God tier looks genius scholar young CEO. I want to marry him. Don't fight me over him. He's mine. Dream on. Haven't you seen the trending topic? A few days ago, the national sister Dammy me went to see him. A talented man deserves a beautiful woman. I silently wish them well. In just over a week, Huazhi company's Douyin and Weibo accounts gained nearly 2 million new followers. This growth rate was unattainable even for many celebrities, let alone a struggling car company. The former Huazhi company would never have dared to dream of such a thing. But now under Su Chen's leadership, the employees believed that any miracle was possible. The young company president possessed extraordinary abilities and was unfathomable. Yang Tianjin of the planning department had also finished producing the advertisement video. But while some hoped for Su Chen's success, others wanted to destroy him. The profiteer Cao Chang, after taking delivery of the 10,000 vans, did not sell them immediately. He instructed his subordinates to spread information and videos online claiming that Huazhi's cars were junk. Although the engine was self-developed, he said it lacked power and was even worse than a tractor. Cao Chang hadn't even driven these vans, he despised them, and merely wanted to exploit the opportunity to ruin Su Chen. He planned to wait for Su Chen's new car launch and then discount his own stock online at the same time. He heard that Huazhi had only produced 2,000 cars. Although the price hadn't been announced, he estimated that with the same engine the price wouldn't be lower than 3,000. Cao Chang decided to sell his vans at only 2,800 cost price to crush Su Chen. That way, who would buy the Wuling Zhiguan? Wouldn't Jufeng Jishan be a better choice? Cao Chang felt that even the car's name was better than Su Chen's. Customers could order online and pick up their cars from his 4S stores. Soon the time for the new car launch arrived. The venue was the Wanda Plaza in Yunhai City, a property owned by Wang Xizong's family. His good brother was holding a launch event, so he had to give full support. Though he was on a yacht in Hainan partying with internet celebrities and couldn't attend in person, he made sure the venue arrangements were impeccable. Wang Xikong personally called the Wanda Yunhai vice president, demanding that all supporting services be provided. Thus, during the busiest prime time on the weekend, the Huazhi new car launch ceremony grandly opened in the Wanda Auditorium. The stage was dominated by a deep space gray, fitting the technological vibe of the automotive industry. Facing the audience and seats was a large LED screen displaying the Huazhi company name and logo. Backstage, Yang Tianjin nervously rubbed his hands. President Su, are we really going to start with a performance instead of a speech? Su Chen's gaze was firm. Yes, our company was previously just an OEM with no reputation. So at this stage, we first promote the product, then the company. The media and audience aren't here to hear a leader's speech. They want to learn about the new car. He had adjusted the planning department's launch agenda, not starting with a traditional corporate address. Yang Tianjin nodded repeatedly, learning from the instruction. Every decision the boss made had proven correct. Such forward thinking and vision were beyond ordinary comprehension. At that moment, the venue was packed with people. Media rushed to secure good shooting positions, and even Yunhai TV station had sent a crew. After all, it was a local news event that could boost ratings. Since the launch was open to the public, many curious or enthusiastic spectators had come. Fan Biao had secured a front row seat. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see the car god in person. He couldn't miss it, so he had asked a friend to guard the door overnight to grab the best spot. Cao Chang also arrived with his secretary, driving over to sabotage the event. He had his driver bring the Jufeng Jishan vans, intending to sell them at a discount on the spot. Now all eyes were on the stage, eagerly awaiting the start of the launch. Just then the lights in the venue suddenly dimmed. Only 2 spotlights remained focused on the stage. Everyone's hearts tightened, and they stared without blinking, afraid to miss anything. Suddenly the LED screen split in the middle. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Here it comes, here it comes. In the center of the stage behind the LED panel sat a brand new white minivan. The audience exchanged bewildered glances and whispered to one another, "What's going on here? I don't know either. Why isn't anyone introducing the car?" Just as everyone was guessing, wildly cheerful music echoed through the hall's sound system. Now the audience was even more puzzled. What was this performance? They had no idea what to make of it. Suddenly the minivan's door opened from the inside. At the same time, a clear female voice rang out. "Let's see how many people this Wuling minivan can carry." 1-2-3-4. As she counted, 4 adults emerged from the vehicle one by one. 2-2-3-4. Another 4 adults squeezed out. 3-2-3-4. Double 4 more people came out. 4-2-3-4. Yet another 4 people emerged. In the blink of an eye, 16 people had emerged from the minivan and stood in a neat row. The scene was like magic, leaving everyone dumbstruck. Just as the audience was still in disbelief, Yang Tianjin smiled and said, "Let's try a different pose again. 1-2-3-4, 2-2-3-4, 3-2-3-4, 4-2-3-4. Within moments, all 16 people had returned to the minivan. The door closed as if nothing had happened. The LED panel automatically folded shut, and the light screen displayed the name and logo of Huazhi Company. Yang Tianjin, dressed in a professional suit, looked at the audience below with their mouths agape. She smiled and said, "Welcome everyone to the new car launch event of Huazhi Company." The media and audience, now regaining their composure, were completely captivated by what they had just witnessed. The minivan's passenger capacity was truly impressive. 16 people, remarkably practical. "Boss, how are the vehicle's performance specifications? Could you provide a detailed introduction?" Curiosity level increased. The minivan appears spacious and sturdy, incredibly practical. Yang Tianjin felt pleased upon hearing the questions. Thanks to Chairman Su's guidance, this innovative, creative advertisement had indeed left a lasting impression. Immediately, people began asking about the vehicle. This was the first step in product sales. However, compared to those interested, more audience members below expressed skepticism and doubt. "It's just for show, probably won't last long. In my opinion, it's junk. I agree, it's just a minivan, doesn't even look as good as my Chang'an Ono. The Dongfeng Lingji isn't bad, either. I've been driving it for 3 years, it's great for hauling cargo." Exactly, what's the fuss about? Being able to fit 16 people is nothing special. "I'm buying this car for more than short-distance passenger transport." This was Yang Tianjin's first time hosting such a press conference, and she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Fortunately, Su Chen had said he would handle the introduction after the opening. So she took a deep breath and said, "Now let us welcome our company's president. Chairman Su Chen will introduce the new car to everyone, the Wuling Hongguang." Fan Biao, seated in the audience, immediately sat up straight with excitement. Countless camera flashes were pointed toward the backstage exit. This new car launch event was being live-streamed online under Huazhi's account. So not only were thousands of audience members watching in person, but nearly 1 million viewers had flooded into the online broadcast rooms. The press conference had only just begun 3 minutes ago, and the number would surely continue to climb. The opening act, people seemingly appearing and disappearing from inside the minivan, had already set the live stream ablaze. Wow. This must be the legendary divine vehicle, the Wuling Hongguang. The interior space is so huge, they actually fitted 16 people in there. The background music and counting are so addictive. Now my mind is filled with 1234, 2234. Wrong pose, try again. Upstairs, I suspect you're driving. Haha, saying that makes me remember this advertisement even more clearly. Everyone stop with the bullet comments. Look quickly. The boss is coming out to talk about the car. Su Chen, dressed in a standing collar tang suit, walked over with steady steps. Standing at the center of the stage, a spotlight enveloped his entire figure. The golden halo further accentuated Su Chen's already strikingly handsome features. He spoke calmly. "I am Su Chen, I speak for myself." As he spoke, an image of the Wuling Hongguang vehicle appeared on the LED panel. His words carried strength and conviction, imbued with confidence and pride. It made those below naturally lean in to listen. The hall fell completely silent, all awaiting the introduction of the new vehicle. Su Chen continued, "This is our company's first independently branded minivan. It's called Wuling Hongguang, targeting customers in both urban and rural areas. It can haul cargo and carry passengers, offering high cost-effectiveness, sturdiness, and durability." A skeptical person immediately followed up, "There are many minivans on the market. What makes yours special?" Su Chen remained composed. "Most minivans currently on the road use Japanese 1.2-liter engines. But this Wuling Hongguang is equipped with an engine produced by our own company." Boom. The hall immediately erupted. "What? This car is using a domestically produced engine? Absolutely impossible. Since the founding of FAW 22 years ago, we've always used imported engines." Exactly. Those state-owned enterprises with substantial capital couldn't develop one. How could a small private enterprise have such capability? "I don't believe it either, but seeing Chairman Su so confident, it probably isn't deception." Su Chen cleared his throat, lightly interrupting everyone's discussion. "Many of you here aren't from the automotive industry, so you may not understand the situation. Mitsubishi Corporation from Japan is currently facing supply shortages and cannot provide engines. Our minivan uses a self-developed engine, and we've already applied for national patents." The LED screen simultaneously displayed the patent application and acceptance number. This move was undoubtedly a direct refutation of those who questioned. They immediately shut up, though they still found it unreliable. One person couldn't help but protest, "Even if you built the engine, the performance must be terrible." Many nodded in agreement. "It's probably like a small horse pulling a big cart. It'll be exhausting." Su Chen pressed the laser pointer, and the engine parameters appeared on the LED screen. Seeing that string of eye-catching numbers, everyone couldn't help but gasp. The engine's power was too terrifying, astonishing beyond words. Su Chen announced loudly, "Although this engine has a 1.2-liter displacement, but the maximum horsepower reaches 116 PS, with peak torque of 150 Nm. The top speed is 170 km/h with a combined fuel consumption of 6 L per 100 km. Upon hearing this, the audience stood like wooden figures, so astonished they could fit a fist in their mouths. The live stream was flooded with bullet comments. Holy crap, this power is even more impressive than 4-in-1. 5-liter engines. I'm in love it. For this powerful performance alone, I must buy one. I want to hear more introductions about other aspects. I feel this car will definitely become popular. But at that moment at the press conference venue, someone suddenly stood up and shouted, "You're lying." His voice was loud, instantly drawing the attention of the entire venue. Several media outlets immediately turned their lenses to focus on this person. The speaker was none other than Xiao Chong. Those who didn't know him quickly asked, "Who is this?" Xiao Chong gave a sinister smile. "I'm afraid some of you in this room know me while others don't. But that's fine. Allow me to formally introduce myself now. My name is Xiao Chong. I'm an automobile dealer from the neighboring city of Rongqing, the owner of 10 Qingfeng 4S chain stores. Previously, I ordered 10,000 vans from Huazhi company. The engine is nothing like what Chen described. He lied, falsified data, deceived consumers, and is actually trying to swindle money and run away." His words made many people doubt. Coincidentally, someone who knew Xiao Chong confirmed, "I know him. I bought my Volkswagen from his store." Several subordinates behind Xiao Chong seized the moment to add fuel to the fire. "We drove the van. The engine starts terribly." Wow. Hearing this, many more people believed it. After all, documents can easily be forged, and the engine patent was only applied for, not yet approved. The actual performance of the vehicle couldn't be judged solely by the boss's words. Fan Biao, sitting in the front row, immediately grew angry. He stood up and shouted, "Bullshit. I saw it with my own eyes. It can't be fake." At that time, I was driving a 4.0 Toyota Prado on the mountain road back to the city and met President Su. He was driving a Wuling van, didn't slow down, overtook me, drifted around corners in one smooth motion. Later, he even squeezed through a narrow passage only half a meter wide by riding the hillside. After hearing this, Xiao Chong's mouth twisted in disbelief. He looked as if he had heard the biggest joke. "Who the hell are you? How much did they pay you to come here and act as a shill?" The spoiled second-generation Fan Biao rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge over and fight. He had a fiery temper and never tolerated anyone, but he held back at the critical moment. This was his idol master's new car launch. He couldn't cause trouble. Chen said calmly, "President Qiao, you're right. The engine in your batch of vehicles is indeed garbage." While this was official confirmation, numerous media outlets and over 1,000 on-site audience members, plus the online live stream audience that had surged to 3 million viewers. Never had a boss dared to admit publicly that the engine he built was garbage. Maybe he had been exposed and was simply giving up. Xiao Chong was overjoyed inside. This kid was really bluffing, faking it. He barely suppressed his smile. "President Su, not that I want to criticize you, but you're young. Why didn't you learn something better than fraud? I know your car factory owes the bank 1.5 billion yuan and is about to go bankrupt due to lack of funds. Now in front of everyone, I'll say it again, if you're willing to sell, I, Xiao Chong, am willing to take over this mess." Chen's gaze was sharp, his voice icy. "I was talking about the garbage engines in your batch of vehicles. But my new car, the Wuling Hongguang, has engine data that is rock solid, no falsehood. Everyone please look at the video of the actual vehicle operation." The high-definition wide LED screen lit up, playing the very video of the Wuling Hongguang. On the steep mountain road, the rugged van accelerated instantly. It overtook the Toyota Prado at 170 km/h, then drifted around a corner and disappeared. Then came the incredible sight of the vehicle tilting at a 45-degree angle, grinding against the hillside to squeeze past a large truck. At the launch event, many were seeing this video for the first time. Their pupils dilated, expressions of shock on their faces. Xiao Chong was also dumbfounded. How is this possible? He rubbed his eyes hard, then looked at the big screen again to confirm what he was seeing was real. The Wuling Hongguang in the video was anything but garbage. It was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain astonishingly fast. Viewers in the live stream watching the video again immediately became fervent. "Master, I crown you the world's only god of racing. I've never seen a van that can accelerate to overtake a 4.0 Toyota Prado in just a few seconds. What's important is that it's a domestic engine. The instant burst of power is incredible. The Wuling Hongguang is awesome, a beacon of national pride." Yes, a beacon of national pride, no argument. The comments section flooded with messages of national pride. The launch venue was dead silent, everyone stunned. Finally, someone shouted, "Wuling Hongguang, you're awesome." Then many similar voices followed. If such an engine is called garbage, then every engine on the market is dog shit. The Wuling Hongguang is incredibly powerful. That off-road drift was perfect. The speed, the angle. It's like Messi in 2016. Such a divine car. My heart is moved. I want to buy it. Do I lack a car? I lack Chen's divine skills. President Su, you're the GOAT. God of car making, God of driving skills. I dare not dream of such driving skills in this lifetime. Better to buy a Wuling Hongguang. Me too. A craftsman must first sharpen his tools. After the noise subsided, Chen finally spoke. "They say seeing is believing. I believe everyone now understands the engine of the Wuling Hongguang. Now let me explain why the engine in President Chao's batch of vehicles is different from mine." Everyone's eyes turned to Chen. Indeed, what was going on? Xiao Chong roared angrily, "You swindler. You sold me a bad engine while keeping the good one for yourself." Chen's expression turned serious. The term swindler probably suits you best, President Chow. I heard that when the Japanese engine supply was cut off, you rushed to my company on the same day demanding delivery. You said that if the contract couldn't be fulfilled, you'd demand 140 million in liquidated damages. After threatening me, you proposed to buy the factory for 150 million. If I didn't agree, I'd face a broken capital chain, and you wouldn't even give me 100 million. 150 million, ha. That amount can't even buy one van production line. And you want to buy my 2 complete vehicle production lines, 20 factories, and 2 million square meters of plant. Isn't that a profiteer taking advantage of someone's misfortune? The label swindler fits you best. Hearing the behind-the-scenes story, the media and the crowd were first shocked, then furious. There was such a shameless profiteer who exploited others' crises. No, this was worse than a profiteer. This was a robber. Chow Chong's face turned red with anger and humiliation. He had planned to discredit Su Chun, but ended up shooting himself in the foot. Thinking quickly, he shouted, "I'm talking about the engine now. Don't change the subject. As a major customer who bought 10,000 units, you must give me a perfect explanation. Otherwise, who would dare to buy a car from you in the future with such unstable engine quality?" These words struck a chord with everyone. The air grew heavy. Everyone's eyes fixed on Su Chun. What was the real story with the engine? Su Chun's face was calm, his eyes fixed on Chow Chong. Then he said unhurriedly, "This is what President Chow asked for himself." Chow Chong flew into a rage. "Nonsense. I didn't even know you had developed an engine." Su Chin's dark eyes were placid, but his expression was very serious. "You specifically drove to my company to rush the delivery, so we worked overtime as you requested, and that's why we produced and delivered it as quickly as possible. If only President Chow had been magnanimous and granted a few more days, you could have waited for the new engine." As he spoke, Su Chun spread his hands. He said helplessly, "Everyone knows that scientific breakthroughs are mysterious. Sometimes they happen in an instant." Many people in the venue nodded with half understanding. The person from Yunhai TV station was even more approving. As a director of the automobile program, he deeply understood the uncertainty of RD. So he supported. "I once interviewed at the National Academy of Sciences, and energy expert Chen Lao said the same thing. Great minds think alike. A single day's difference can lead to a vast disparity." Chow Chong frowned, wanting to refute, but only managed to mutter, for a long time without uttering a word. Fan Biao turned and said, "President Su is right. This is what you brought upon yourself by rushing." Someone in the crowd laughed, "Ha. Evil begets evil." Chow Chong's blood pressure was skyrocketing, but he was at a loss for words. Su Chun continued, "However, I admit that the engines in your batch of cars are trash." After this statement, the audience at the launch was greatly shocked. How could the boss slap his own face? But then immediately, Su Chun spoke again. "I'm comparing it with the Ling Hongwang car. Because your car has 86 horsepower, while the Wuling Zhiguang has 116. Your maximum load is 900 kilograms, while the Wuling Zhiguang is 1,200 kilograms. Your comprehensive fuel consumption is 6.4, while the Wuling Zhiguang is 6. Comparing like this, what else are your batch of engines, if not trash?" He paused. Su Chin's expression turned solemn. "In view of President Chow's profiteering from others' misfortune and his moral depravity, I declare that Huazhi Company will never cooperate with you again." The people present were also indignant and voiced their support. Just then a latecomer saw this scene. He couldn't help shouting, "Shady dealer. My Honda was bought at his store." He secretly repaired the front, replaced the headlights, and treated the buyer like a fool. When I discovered it and went to argue with him, he sent a group of thugs to drag me to a secluded place, beat me, and threaten me. Hearing this, everyone was furious. Boycott Qingfeng 4S store. Never buy a car there. Such denunciations rose and fell. Chow Chong had originally come to disrupt Su Chin's event, but ended up disgracing himself. He was so angry that blood rushed to his head, his vision went dark, and he fell straight to the ground. The accompanying female secretary screamed in fright. The subordinates were stunned for a moment, then hurriedly carried him out to the hospital for emergency treatment. After this minor incident, the scene quickly returned to normal. Everyone looked at Su Chun on the stage. They had come here because they were interested in the new car and had a need to purchase. Now amazed by the performance of the Wuling Hongguang, they were even more eager to try. But they were a bit worried about the price. After all, this 1.2L minivan had functions comparable to a 1.5L minivan, and the manufacturer's suggested retail price for Dongfeng and Chang'an 1.5L minivans was over 5,000. Su Chun knew what everyone was thinking. The minivan's target customers were concerned about cost performance. So he didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Just now I introduced the performance of the Wuling Hongguang. Now let me talk about its price." The audience immediately perked up their ears, sat up straight, and eagerly awaited. Su Chun announced loudly, "This Wuling Hongguang is the first car launched by our company. For the debut of this new car, I am willing to show the utmost sincerity to benefit the people. Therefore, the price of this car will not be higher than 5,000. Hearing this, the audience's tense hearts slightly relaxed. Su Chun continued, "Nor will it be higher than 4,000. Wow! Exclamations filled the venue. Many people began to get excited. Being able to buy a Wuling Hongguang for over 3,000 was truly unexpected. Although it was a bit higher than their budgeted price, the car's performance was excellent. It was fast, carried a lot of cargo, and was sturdy and durable. Some people gritted their teeth, engaged in intense mental struggle. But just then Su Chun said a sentence that instantly caused an uproar. Our Wuling Hongguang market price is 28888. Everyone got excited. So cheap. President Su is generous, giving a direct discount of 4000. Minivans with the same 1.2L displacement are around 3200. But our Wuling Hongguang has high power, low fuel consumption, and large cargo capacity. This price is a great value where I feel like I've made a huge profit. Such a conscientious company. I'll buy it. Boss, where do I pay? I want to go directly to the factory to pick up the car and drive away. A beacon of domestic products must support. I'll swipe my card now. The atmosphere was lively. Joyful expressions appeared on people's faces. Seeing this situation, sales manager Lu Nung hurriedly came up. He was a new hire at the company specifically responsible for sales at the new car launch. Su Chun took the opportunity to rest, going backstage to wait for sales results and check the live stream data. Lu Nung was usually very straightforward, but when he got excited he tended to stutter. Didi, don't rush. His words made the already anxious people even more anxious. Several eager buyers crowded to the front of the stage. They looked up and asked eagerly, I want to buy. Should I pay in cash or swipe a card? Lu Nung smiled, either is fine. We have 2000 units in stock at the factory. He gradually spoke normally, but I suggest everyone place orders on the official website. After successful payment, you'll receive a text message with the address to pick up the car. Our company has salespeople dedicated to reception. So the sales began at the new car launch site. The finance staff of Huazhi company also arrived, bringing POS machines and currency counters. In the live stream, netizens who couldn't make it to the scene immediately placed orders after hearing about online purchases. A Wuling Zhiguang minivan with such high cost performance was only 28888. This price required no hesitation. You could buy it with your eyes closed. In less than 5 minutes, Su Chun heard the system prompt ding. Congratulations to the host for selling 200 Wuling Hongguang minivans, earning 5777600 yuan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 57776 points. Note the exchange rate between income and points is 10001. Ding. The task of saving the bankrupt car factory is completed. Reward 1. 5L and 2. 0T engine blueprints. At the same time, sales manager Lu Ning, beaming with joy, ran backstage. He said excitedly, Su. President Su, the stock is sold out. Yang Tianjin pursed her lips, her heart brimming with joy. The new car launch event had been a resounding success, not only with the company and its products receiving acclaim. Even the 2000 vehicles had been snapped up in just 5 minutes. This might well break the sales record for minivans. The crowd outside grew louder. President Su, restock. Restock, Lu Ning said with a wry smile. I came in not only to report sales results, but also to ask you to return to the stage. Customers who didn't get a car are asking when more will be available. I wouldn't dare say anything rash about that. I can't handle it, you'll have to make the call. Su Chun rose slowly. Alright, I have something else to announce anyway. Lu Ning and Yang Tianjin exchanged a glance, both sensing that their boss was about to stir things up again. The hall had been buzzing with noise, but as soon as Su Chun appeared, the crowd instinctively lowered their voices. Fan Biao, as the #1 fan, boldly asked, President Su, I only managed to snag 1 Wuling Hongguang. When can I buy another? My family needs it for business. Su Chun had no memory of irrelevant people, and he hadn't paid attention to the driver during the overtaking incident, so he didn't recognize Fan Biao. However, a system prompt hovered above his head. Fan Biao, the host, diehard fan, owner of the blocking proto uploader of the speeding video. Su Chun glanced at him indifferently, then turned his gaze to the distance. Thousands of people packed the new car launch venue, even blocking the entrance. But despite the crowd, a hushed silence fell over them. When they saw the boss appear, they knew their demands had been heard. Now they waited for good news. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Chun said in a deep voice, Thank you all for attending our company's new car launch. And thank you for your love of the Wuling Hongguang and your recognition of domestic products. For those who didn't get a car, don't worry. Pre-sales will begin on our website at 7 p.m. tonight. A 10 deposit, just 288 will secure your spot. We will produce in order according to the back-end order times. The people who missed out on buying a car were thrilled. President Su, I'll be watching the website tonight to place my order. Me too. I won't sleep until I get a car. President Su, I have a great impression of the Wuling Hongguang, but I'm a kindergarten teacher and need a commuter car. Will your company produce sedans? Hearing this question, Su Chun turned his gaze to the young woman who had spoken. She had an oval face and eyes like black grapes full of spirit. Her voice was soft and gentle, soothing to listen to. Su Chun smiled politely. Miss, you've raised an excellent question. Next, I have an announcement to make. At this, everyone in the venue perked up, including the employees of Huazhi company, whose hearts raced with anticipation. They looked at the young boss on the stage with boundless expectation. What major event would this genius president still in his 20s announce next? Su Chun's magnetic voice echoed through the hall. Huazhi company will launch 2 family cars within 2 months. Boom. Everyone was stunned by the sudden news, as if struck by lightning, their eyes wide and unblinking. After a long moment, someone finally reacted, his voice trembling with excitement. President Su, can you reveal what models they are? Others were equally curious. If the Wuling Hongguang minivan is this strong, the new cars will surely be even better. I can't wait. What kind of cars are they all? I'm eager already. As soon as the new models come out, I'll be the first to test drive them. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen spoke again. One is an A-class compact car, and the other is a B-class comfort car. Also, at the end of the launch, I'd like to announce a permanent after-sales policy. All vehicles produced by Huazhi, regardless of model, will come with a whole vehicle warranty of 5 years or 0 kilometers. Instantly, the hall fell into an extraordinary silence. Even the media personnel recording in the front row were shocked. Currently, all car brands offer a 3-year or 100,000 kilometer after-sales service. Huazhi company had directly doubled that standard. Such boldness, such responsibility. Without absolute confidence and formidable strength, no one would dare to make such a declaration. Seconds later, the entire venue erupted. President Su so bold. President Su incredible. President Su is my idol. From now on, I'll only buy cars from President Su. I'll buy whatever he makes. After this, the crowd at the launch became even more eager for the new cars. Just then, the hall lights dimmed again. Only a single spotlight fell on the center of the stage, enveloping Chen. It made him appear radiant, even more enigmatic and unattainable. Chen smiled faintly, then turned and walked backstage. According to the prearranged procedure, Yang Tianjin was already standing at the edge of the stage. She looked at Chen's retreating figure with reverence, then turned to the audience and said, "Like everyone else, I am stunned by President Su's decision. Please be patient and wait for the new car launch in 2 months. On behalf of Huazhi Company, I sincerely thank you all for your attendance." The new car launch came to a successful close. Many in the hall were still reluctant to leave, savoring the moment. Some were satisfied with having bought a Wuling Hongguang. Others were disappointed for not getting a car and prepared to order online that evening. Still others looked forward to the 2 new family cars. The employees of Huazhi Company packed up cheerfully and returned to the office. Their hearts were light. The company's success reflected well on them. As Chen entered the factory gate, he could feel the festive and joyful atmosphere. Although most people had stayed at their posts and couldn't attend the event, word spread quickly among colleagues. The 2000 Wuling Hongguang vehicles had sold out. This tremendous news spread through the entire company instantly, and many employees shed tears. Some cried tears of joy from their long-standing attachment to the company. Others were moved by the company's vindication and redemption. Even Wang Baoqiang drove with his back straight the whole way. He parked steadily in front of the building, then ran to open the rear door. Chen stepped out with his long legs, and as he entered the building, instructed, "Go to the workshop and call Manager Chen." Back in the president's office, he was about to brew a cup of tea when Zhang San, the manager of both the legal and administrative departments, knocked at the door. "Come in," Chen said without looking up. Zhang San entered quickly, took the kettle, and said, "President Su, how can you do such trivial things yourself? I should hire a secretary for you." Chen hadn't paid much attention to this before, but now as the boss it made sense to have someone to handle team messages and reception. That way he could delegate tasks. He didn't refuse. "All right, you handle the recruitment." Zhang San brewed tea and added leaves, then quickly reported, "President Su, the technical department has run into trouble." Chen took a sip of tea and asked calmly, "What's the matter?" Zhang San smiled bitterly. "The company's network server has crashed. Ever since you began your speech at the new car launch, our website has been hit with enormous traffic. The network server has crashed repeatedly. The technical team hastily expanded capacity and temporarily rented multiple servers, but now with browsing volumes skyrocketing, the servers have completely broken down." Chen frowned. This was both urgent and critical. The network server concerned the operation and development of the entire enterprise. Every order, every visit, every submission, every update, all directly affected the company's sales revenue and user reviews. Tonight at 7 o'clock, the Wuling Hongguang pre-sale would begin. Therefore, a powerful network server was essential to handle peak load requests and ensure every order went through smoothly. Chen's expression turned grave. "There are less than 3 hours until the pre-sale. Have the technical department immediately contact all IT companies. First, rent high-end network servers. Second, the quantity must exceed 10,000 units. Third, the servers must feature high storage capacity, flexible modular expansion capability, strong load-bearing ability, and robust logic processing power." Zhang San took a pen and jotted them down in his notebook. Although he understood nothing about information technology, these instructions were so clear and precise that execution would be straightforward. "Yes, Mr. Su." Zhang San patted his chest. "I'll stay right over at the technical department and personally oversee everything. I guarantee there will be no more server crashes." Chen waved his hand, dismissing him to get to work. Meanwhile, Chen Dehai, who had been waiting outside the door, hurried in. "Uncle Chen." Chen spoke warmly. "I called you here for a production task." Chen Dehai's face lit up with joy. "Mr. Su, please speak. The employees in the workshop are full of motivation right now. We watched the live stream of the new car launch. It was incredibly successful, truly inspiring and heart-pounding." Chen smiled. "Tonight's Wuling Hongguang pre-sale means I need to run the production equipment at maximum capacity. This production order requires ensuring at least 100,000 units." Chen Dehai's fingers trembled slightly. So many. Previously, they had only produced 2,000 units. To expand to 100,000 overnight was a 50-fold increase. He didn't understand sales, but from the moment Su Chun developed the engine and arranged the production line, he had held nothing but deep admiration for this young boss. Besides, the Wuling Hongguang truly offered exceptional value for money. He nodded firmly. I'll notify the workshop right away. Su Chun added a reminder. From now on, workers' overtime pay will be tripled. Also, all 3 daily meals will follow the standard of 100 yuan per person. When the workshop employees heard this news, they were so thrilled they rolled up their sleeves and got to work immediately. Their boss was incredibly generous. Triple overtime pay meant that as long as they worked hard, earning 7 or 8,000, or even over 10,000, a month was not a dream. Who went out to work just to make money and live a better life. Plus, the meals were substantial with a daily standard of 100 yuan per person, better than some government institutions. Working in such a factory was truly a blessing. All employees voluntarily stayed late that day. After all, the evening pre-sale was the company's most important matter. Su Chen himself took up position in the president's office. Whether the factory could shake off the label of bankruptcy rested entirely on this moment. Less than an hour later, the technical department had resolved the network server issue, ensuring the pre-sale channel would run smoothly that night. After dinner, the time came to 6:50. Su Chun and the headquarters staff arrived together at the auditorium. This was the venue for annual meetings. Now the auditorium's large screen was connected to a computer via an HDMI cable, synchronously displaying the website's data. Yang Tianjin from the planning department said joyfully, Mr. Su, our official website visits have nearly reached 1 million. She had been staring at her computer ever since returning to the company, constantly monitoring the traffic changes. Su Chen nodded slightly. This visit count was indeed quite impressive. Even at a 20-to-1 conversion ratio, they could sell at least 50,000 units. That would be 288 multiplied by 5,000, approximately 1.5 billion yuan. This money would certainly be enough to repay the bank debt in full. However, Su Chun had no intention of paying the entire amount. Being able to borrow from banks now was a reflection of credit and strength. As long as he repaid the minimum 30%, about 450 million, he could lift the company from the blacklist in the financial system. He himself would no longer face restrictions when traveling by plane or other means. Yang Tianjin glanced at the online platforms again. Mr. Su, we've already trending on 2 hot search topics ranked 3rd and 8th respectively. An automotive contract manufacturer builds its own cars. Is this a technological breakthrough or an outrageous lie? The legendary minivan Wuling Hongguang goes on pre-sale tonight at 7 o'clock. The second hot search was entirely driven by the first piece of questioning article. But the benefit was that it contained the Huazhi official website pre-sale link, which directly brought hundreds of thousands of visits to the company. This was perhaps what the entertainment industry called infamous popularity. Someone criticizes you and more people pay attention. The more fans and audiences, the greater the possibility of monetization. Su Chen naturally understood this principle, but he did not play such games. Conquering the world with strength and hard technology was the true goal of a strong person. Soon the clock pointed to exactly 7 o'clock, and the technical team opened the pre-sale window on time. Everyone stared fixedly at the large screen, their heartbeats quickening. Almost instantly, the back-end data surged. Sales manager Lu Neng exclaimed with delight, "The first order is complete. The buyer is from our very own Yuntai city." Applause rang out in perfect unison. Smiles spread across the employees' faces, and their chatter rose like waves. A glorious start. What an omen. Orders already flying in this fast. I'm looking forward to a huge sales night. Our Wuling Hongguang has such amazing value for money. If it doesn't catch fire, it would defy reason. Say, how many cars do you think will sell in pre-sale? During the new car launch, 2,000 units sold out completely. This time at least 20,000, right? 20,000 is too low. I say at least 30,000. Let's wait and see. Lu Neng and Yang Tianjin were both extremely tense at this moment. Their eyes were locked onto the back-end data, not daring to look away for a single second. 2 units, 3 units. The numbers continued to climb. 5 minutes later, the sales orders had already reached 5,000 units. This was even more astonishing than the pace at the new car launch, and sales were still accelerating. Everyone's heartbeats quickened along with the numbers. At the same time, online comments surged dramatically. But unlike the Huazhi employees, many people were pessimistic about the Wuling Hongguang. It was not only ordinary netizens expressing doubt. Sales managers from other car manufacturers shared the same skepticism. A contract manufacturer drowning in bank debt on the verge of bankruptcy at any moment. What good car could it possibly produce? It was surely a fraudulent scheme to swindle money. Among them, Ma Guoming, the marketing director of BYD, was the most disdainful. He merely glanced at the news and then shut off his phone. What a joke. A mere private contract manufacturer daring to claim it could produce an engine. That Wuling Hongguang junk car would definitely not sell a single unit during pre-sale. The prior sale of 2,000 vehicles was achieved through conference marketing. The fervent atmosphere on-site stirred the crowd into irrational purchasing decisions. This was no different from unscrupulous vendors who would gather elderly people in one venue and then proceed to peddle them health supplements and miracle remedies. It was sheer amateurism, incapable of sustaining momentum. By morning, the news would reveal it as yet another case of grandstanding that would only serve to mock industry insiders. Chances are quite a few who had purchased the vehicles would discover various defects after a day of use filled with regret and blockade the company gates demanding refunds. These polarized reviews and skeptical remarks. Chen did not need to glance at his phone, he could envision them all with his eyes closed. He could not care less. In the end, a company's true worth is measured by its sales. President Su, Lu Neng exclaimed excitedly. Pre-sales have already surpassed 30,000 units. Yang Tianjin's lips curled upward, her face alight with joy, while the other employees burst into beaming smiles. In merely half an hour, they had already exceeded everyone's psychological expectations. Chen replied casually, the opening is decent. You keep an eye on things here. Judging from this trajectory, the final pre-sale results would undoubtedly exceed all expectations. There was no need for him to stay and supervise. Earlier, Wang Sicong had made several calls and Yang Mi had sent a video chat request. Chen intended to return their messages when he had a moment. Upon entering the president's office, his WeChat video call ringtone sounded. As soon as the video connected, the charming face of the nation's beloved girl filled the screen. Brother Chen, you're amazing. She gazed at the camera with starry eyes, her face brimming with admiration. Chen leaned back in his chair and asked, what's up? Aren't you busy today? Yang Mi shifted slightly to the side, revealing the plush seats of a chauffeur van. No matter how busy I am, you always come first, she said sweetly. I rewatched the new car launch event. It was an enormous success. Chen smiled faintly and said, send me your address. I'll have a Wuling Hongguang delivered to you. That's wonderful. Yang Mi's face radiated with delight. I bring along quite a lot of equipment when I shoot films. I've been lacking a vehicle that's both spacious and affordable. Chen chuckled softly. You're already boss Yang, worth hundreds of millions. How can you be so frugal in daily life? Yang Mi's expression grew serious. I'm planning ahead for the future. Her eyes sparkled as if awaiting Chen's response. Just then the car door suddenly opened. Sister Mi, it's your turn for your scene. Chen spoke gently. You're busy now then. Yang Mi apologized. I'll call you when I'm free. Chen nodded softly, then ended the call. Next, he should reach out to his old friend. Two men speaking tended to be direct and to the point. Wang Sicong first inquired whether Wan Da's provided venue met with approval, then asked about the two new models, mentioning he wanted to order a comfort class B segment vehicle. Chen agreed without hesitation. This wealthy second-generation brother said he would talk to his father about replacing all company vehicles with domestic brands. Chen naturally would not refuse such an opportunity that both generated profit and promoted the company's brand. Just as they were about to wrap up the call, sales manager Lu Neng came sprinting toward the entrance of the president's office. He knocked twice on the door with great caution. Chen said calmly, come in. Lu Neng's voice rang out proudly. President Su, the pre-sales have concluded. We have sold a total of 100,000 vehicles. Seeing these sales figures, everyone has nearly gone wild with joy. Chen's heart stirred. Excellent. Everyone has worked hard on this pre-sale campaign. You and Yang Tianjin should take the staff to KTV for a celebration. It doubles as team building and the company will cover the expenses. Yes, sir. Lu Neng noticed his boss was on a call and did not dare to intrude further. With a face full of elation, he hurriedly exited. On the other end of the line, Wang Sicong was momentarily stunned before blurting out, 100,000 units sold in such a short time. This is truly divine speed. The event started at 7 o'clock and it's been less than an hour. Revenue has already reached 2,800 million. My family is in real estate. From acquiring land to design, planning, construction, pre-sales, completion, inspection, and handover, the entire cycle takes approximately 2 to 3 years. Such a lengthy period of effort yields less revenue than what you've earned in a single hour. Moreover, we're both 20 years old, yet your brilliance leaves no room for the rest of us to survive. When my father sees the news, he'll definitely call me again to scold me for being useless. He unloaded his shock and jealousy in one breath like a string of bursting beans. Chen smiled faintly and replied, everyone has their own path. You are devoted to the entertainment industry. Wang Sicong sighed helplessly. You are precisely the legendary someone else's child that every parent holds up as a role model. After exchanging a few more words, they each went about their business. The night passed without incident, and before long the next morning arrived. Miracle Wuling Hongguang, 100,000 units pre-sold in 1 hour. Bankrupt enterprise Huazhi creates a sales miracle. What is the secret? Is the engine's heart genuine or fabricated? All the online headlines revolved around Chen. Even the Lianhai City television station temporarily inserted a rebroadcast of the new product launch event. Huazhi Automobile Factory had long been operating at a loss and enjoyed little renown. Thus the station manager had never placed much importance on it. But upon waking the next morning, the sky had completely changed. This event had already caused a sensation locally, making it entirely worthy of promotional coverage. Equally shocked were the state-owned automotive competitors. The sales managers who had eagerly anticipated watching Huazhi stumble were now dumbfounded. They stared at the news of the Wuling Hongguang's 100,000 unit pre-sale, their hearts filled with both astonishment and bewilderment. Similarly, within the BYD headquarters. How is this even possible? Marketing Director Ma Guoming slammed his desk, forcefully toppling his teacup so that water spilled across the surface. His intensely strong reaction carried another layer of reason. As the shadowy major shareholder behind Qingfeng 4S and the power behind unscrupulous dealer Chao Chongma had hoped most fervently for Su Chen's automobile plant to go bankrupt. That way they could acquire it at a rock-bottom price and easily obtain the automobile production license. Although serving as BYD sales director came with an annual salary of over $1 million, what comparison could it make to owning and operating one's own automobile empire? But now this supposedly bankrupt private enterprise had actually sold over 120,000 vehicles in a single day. This defies all logic. These figures must be fabricated. He was not alone in harboring such thoughts. Executives from Chang'an and Cherry had also caught wind of the Wuling Hongguang's blockbuster sales. Yet no one took Huazhi company seriously, dismissing it as nothing more than another sensationalist circus. It was all Emperor's new clothes. There was genuinely no independent engine production happening at all. Inside the Huazhi president's office, Su Chen flipped through the financial reports on his desk with a composed, unreadable expression. His initial objective had now been successfully accomplished. The bankrupt automobile factory had been rescued. 2.8 billion yuan as his first pot of gold. How should he describe it? Well, it was just SOSO. After repaying the bank's 500 million debt, only 23 billion remained. He still needed to purchase materials and auto parts in preparation for the next phase of producing 2 new vehicle models. So when all was said and done, there was hardly any money left in the company's accounts. It had to be said, the automobile industry was a capital-intensive endeavor that relentlessly tested cash flow management. Just as Su Chen was lost and thought, the landline telephone in his office rang. He picked up the receiver and heard a piece of unexpected news. The call came from the company's front desk. She inquired, "President Su, the mayor's secretary wishes to speak with you." He called the company's main line. "May I transfer it to you?" Obviously, the secretary had specifically looked up the company's contact information in the business directory. Su Chen paused for a moment. "Put him through." Soon a young male voice came through the phone. "President Su, hello. I am secretary to Mayor Zhou. He invites you to meet him at the municipal office. Is it convenient now? I'll send a car to pick you up." Without a second thought, Su Chen said, "I'm busy now. Let's make it this afternoon." The deputy mayor's secretary was taken aback. He had been rejected. This had never happened before. Moreover, he was not representing himself, but Mayor Zhou, the top leader of Yiyi City. Mayor Zhou was the local parent official. A single word from him could determine the life or death of local enterprises. Whether it was taxes, loans, or subsidy policies, everything depended on the leader's nod. This was someone countless business owners wished to curry favor with, yet a small car factory owner dismissed him with disdain. The secretary was displeased, but still replied politely, "Then please attend to your work. I'll contact you again this afternoon." After hanging up, the secretary took a deep breath to calm himself. Was it really that impressive just because they sold 12000 Wuling vans yesterday? There were thousands of car factories in Huazhi, large and small. Did he really think he was something special? The secretary had no idea what the leader saw in Su Chen to invite him personally. The secretary dared not speculate further and hurriedly reported to the mayor. Now in Yiyi City, Su Chen had already gained some fame. People knew that a remarkable car factory had emerged locally. The Wuling Hongguang van it produced was affordable yet outstanding in performance. As Su Chen's #1 diehard Fan Biao had abandoned his Toyota Prado last night and switched to a Wuling Hongguang. After a few hours of test driving, he posted a review video on Douyin, the top 10 advantages of the divine Wuling car. This video evaluated the Wuling Hongguang from multiple aspects, including power handling, fuel efficiency, and loading capacity. The car's performance was exceptional and comparable to any competitor. After lavishing praise on the Wuling Hongguang, Fan Biao expressed his anticipation for Huazhi's new car at the end of the video. He declared that he would collect every model Huazhi ever produced. As soon as this short video was posted, it attracted countless viewers. Real and objective, this test drive video is too fair. I agree with the host. The divine Wuling is a national treasure. Even someone like me who never pays attention to domestic cars is drawn to the Wuling Hongguang. 1. I heard President Su say they're going to build family cars. I'm so looking forward to it. When will it be released? I'm thinking of buying a car. No rush. I have a little Polo for commuting, but I want a comfortable new B-class car. You're all paid trolls hired by Huazhi company. Wuling cars are garbage. Exactly. What technology can a lousy van have? And they want to enter the family car market. Dream on. In the bullet comments, the audience split into 2 factions. Those who approved were in the minority, while the doubters and naysayers dominated. One message stood out the most: Huazhi's cars are trash. Wow. Wasn't that Brother Who? Brother Who was a major influencer on the Douyin platform, hosting Brother Who Talks Cars. With 38 million followers, he had a huge impact on car brands. Now Brother Who's statement was a death blow to Su Chen. Immediately people began stirring up trouble under the video. Brother Who is a seasoned car enthusiast. I trust his words 100%. Me too. An OEM just earns a meager processing fee. What technology do they have? Brother Who has tested nearly 10,000 cars. He's experienced. He said Huazhi's cars are no good, so there's no need to pay attention. Is Brother Who a car manufacturing expert? Who does he think he is? The 2 groups immediately started fighting in the comments. In an instant, the video was pushed to the front page of Douyin. At the same time, Brother Who's Douyin account gained over 10 million followers, reaching 46.8 million. His likes exceeded 390 million. This explosive influx of traffic made countless major influencers envious. Seizing the moment, Brother Hu posted another short video on Douyin. He announced that he would attend the Beijing Auto Show 2 months later and lead everyone to see what excellent domestic cars really were. In the title, he tagged the Biotti Douyin account linking directly to Biotti's new car, the F3. Brother Hu predicted that this car set to debut at the Beijing show would be the sedan sales champion of the year. As for Chen's sedan, it would be completely crushed by Biotti's F3 and forced to withdraw from the market. Thus, the online battle shifted from Fan Biao's top 10 advantages of the divine Wuling car to Brother Hu's, who will be the domestic car sales champion this year. After all, A and B class family sedans were closer to people's daily lives. So more and more netizens joined the discussion. Emotionally charged, the netizens took sides and left comments. I've been watching Brother Hu for 7 years. I trust him. Brother Hu is upright and fair. He's a truly conscientious reviewer. The Biotti F3 hasn't even been released yet. How does he know it's good and will be a hit? Is the person above an idiot? These days, don't all major influencers get brands reaching out to them for unboxing and reviews? With Brother Hu's influence, why wouldn't a car company invite him to test drive and review in advance? Besides, Biotti's official website already released the concept, images, and technical specs. Those numbers are truly impressive. Hearing is not seeing. I don't believe anyone. I'll wait to see the actual car. President Su is my idol. I fully support him. The Wuling Hongguang drives great. The sedan he builds will definitely be good. Seeing the heated discussion, Brother Hu was overjoyed. He had received Ma Guoming's instructions and a transfer of 10 million yuan. Since he wanted both fame and fortune, he had to do a good job on the task assigned by his benefactor. Besides, he himself didn't think much of Chen. What high technology could a private enterprise have? Thinking this, Brother Hu decided to add fuel to the fire. He commented, if Chen's sedan sells, I'll eat my own shit upside down. Boom. The comment section exploded. Brother Hu is awesome. He's going all out. Exciting. Can't wait for the Beijing Auto Show. Cut it out. You just want to see him eat shit upside down. Damn, who said that? Am I that shallow? Guess who will be this year's domestic car sales champion? We'll find out in 2 months. Let's remember Brother Hu's bet first. Now nearly 50 million netizens were heatedly discussing Chen's new car versus Biotti's F3. Everyone was waiting to see the outcome of this battle without gunpowder between domestic cars. Who would be the uncrowned king in the end? This incident, sparked by Fan Biao and amplified by Douyin's brother Tiger, quickly swept the entire internet. After seeing this video, Ma Guoming sneered coldly. Chen thought he was something special just because he could produce minivans. He had plenty of ways to crush him. Brother Tiger was the best blade, one that killed without leaving a trace. He arrogantly believed that Chen could never surpass BYD's RD capabilities. To brag that the engine had already applied for a patent was truly an international joke. What does submitting some materials prove? It's just a gimmick. It will definitely be rejected for lacking core technology. Thinking of this, Ma Guoming picked up the phone and dialed Chao Chong from his contacts. Ring, ring, ring. It took a long while before someone answered. On the other end, Chao Chong's voice sounded listless. Ma Guoming said displeasedly, I tried reaching you yesterday, but your phone was off. How many times do I have to tell you not to waste so much energy on women? Chao Chong replied aggrievedly, boss, it's not like that. I'm in the hospital ward. Yesterday at Chen's new car launch event, I originally brought that batch of junk minivans to crash the venue, but fell into his trap. This kid actually built a high-performance 1.2-liter engine while I got branded as a profiteer, taking advantage of others. And now car buyers are starting to boycott our Qingfeng 4S store. With Wuling Hongguang for comparison, all 10,000 of our minivans are stuck and unsellable. What? Ma Guoming's voice rose involuntarily. Is the minivan engine really produced by Chen himself? Chao Chong said helplessly, yes. Last night, I had my mentor open a minivan's hood, and the engine inside is indeed unlike anything on the market. A terrifying silence filled the phone line. Ma Guoming remained silent for a long moment. Understood. Wait for my instructions. He hung up and immediately called BYD's regional manager in Yanhai City. Help me verify exactly how many cars Chen sold last night. The regional manager, assuming the director was conducting competitor research, immediately mobilized his connections, and soon the information came back. 1,200,000 units sold. Authentic and undeniable. Ma Guoming stood frozen, unable to speak for a long time. This figure was a silent slap. The slap stung. He clenched his fists, his heart seething with resentment. That kid must have struck some incredible luck to accidentally hammer out an engine. Chen definitely has no real ability. Although you disrupted my acquisition plan this time, you won't have such good fortune next time. A contract manufacturing private enterprise still dares to leap from minivans to passenger cars. Good. Very good. The bigger the project, the faster the capital chain will snap. I will use my position and connections in the automobile industry to block you from all directions. When you're drowning in massive debt, with no hope of recovery, you'll be the one kneeling and begging me to acquire your company. Ma Guoming's eyes narrowed, slightly vicious as a snake. He dialed Chao Chong's number once more. Chao Chong said excitedly, boss, what are your orders? Ma Guoming cursed, you fool. Every time I give you a task, you screw it up. Chao Chong grinned speechlessly, you're right, boss. Ma Guoming paused and continued, both our BYD factories store hazardous materials and have safety hazards. That unlicensed, dilapidated workshop of Su Chen's must be even more dangerous. As an industry peer, I'm quite worried about him. Chao Chong paused, then suddenly understood. Boss is brilliant. Back when I was running with the crews, I had plenty of brothers. This is the perfect opportunity to put them to use. Ma Guoming cleared his throat lightly. What are you talking about? I didn't say anything. Chao Chong chuckled. I'll arrange this when I'm discharged in a couple of days. Inside Huazhi company. After brushing off the mayor's secretary on the phone, Su Chen opened his system panel. It displayed host points 346576. When he first obtained the system, he had glanced at the Black Technology Mall. He found that products there started at 1,000,000 points. The prices were so high they directly discouraged him. But there was also a lottery feature, a blind box mechanic, where you had no idea what you'd get. The advantage was that one chance cost only 1,000 points. Now that he had sold 1,200 cars, he could give it a try. Su Chen generously performed 3 consecutive draws, deducting 3,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 A-class sedan production line. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 B-class sedan production line. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 bottle of Super Physique Evolution Potion. Note the potion automatically pushes the body's strength, agility, and endurance to their limits. 2 production lines were given directly, perfectly matching the models to be launched next. The other bottle belonged to the category of physique-enhancing black technology. Following the principle that health is the foundation of revolution, Su Chen had no hesitation. He summoned the potion from the system, unscrewed the cap, and drained it in one go. A cool sensation immediately coursed through his body. In an instant, his physique advanced dramatically. It was as though he had acquired the strength of 1 ox, 2 tigers, and 3 dragons. How to describe it? You could pull several consecutive all-nighters without feeling tired. Truly armed to every soft tissue. Su Chen stretched his muscles and bones, quite satisfied with the changes to his body. Now it was time to focus on completing the second phase objective, launching 2 new sedans. He called over Chen Dehai, the production manager. President Su. Chen Dehai arrived, full of vitality. What are your instructions? Su Chen pointed to the engine blueprints on the desk. These are the designs for 2 engines. One is 1.5L and the other is 2.0T. The new cars will be equipped with them. I've already arranged the supporting production lines. Per our usual arrangement, you just need to clear out 4 workshops. 2 for engine production, 2 for sedan production. Although this wasn't the first time Chen Dehai had heard about engine blueprints, he was still so shocked he could barely speak. Developing a 1.2L engine was already unbelievable. And in just over 2 weeks, President Su had developed 2 more large displacement engines. His brain was simply miraculous. Was this a scientific genius, or what? Chen Dehai quickly took the blueprints and began reading them eagerly. As he read, he said reverently, President Su, these engines have incredible performance. The 1.5L engine specifications surpass even Mitsubishi's 2.0 liter, and the 2.0T turbocharged engine is a technological revolution, completely overwhelming Mercedes-Benz 2.4L with 137 kilowatts of power. Su Chen said calmly, your focus now needs to shift from the Wuling Hongguang to the new car production. The minivan only needs stable production, but these 2 new cars are the main event. We must complete them within 2 months to participate in the Beijing Auto Show. Chen Dehai nodded firmly. Rest assured, President Su. I guarantee to complete the task. Su Chen said good. Go get to work. Seeing the production manager Li Jun, who had been waiting by the door, hurriedly knocked and entered. But this time there was a new face by his side. Su Chen caught sight of a woman standing over 1.73 meters tall. Her features were modern and stylish, with hair dyed a pinkish-brown hue. A system prompt materialized above her head. Lu Jia, a Ritter with a top-tier education, future queen of commerce. The host may recruit her. She will help manage the group in the future. A sharp gasp escaped Su Chen. This was an invitation to become a hands-off leader, focusing entirely on strategic development and setting the overarching direction. Zhang San quickly reported, President Su, this is the secretary I've hired for you. The woman extended her hand gracefully. President Su, hello. You can call me Jejia or Ada. Zhang San added. She graduated from the University of London, majoring in business administration. Su Chen remained composed. Good. Summon the middle and senior management to the conference room. Lu Jia and her heels promptly set off to carry out the order. She was highly efficient, first steeping a cup of English-style black tea, then escorting Su Chen to the meeting. In the conference room, all the middle and senior managers were already seated. This was the first time this year that the boss had called everyone together for a meeting. Every person was on high alert. Something significant was undoubtedly at hand. Su Chen walked in slowly and took his seat at the head of the table. Secretary Lu Jia sat down beside him, opened her notebook, and prepared to take minutes. Under the expectant and eager gazes of everyone, Su Chen began. The pre-sale results for last night's Wuling Hongguang van were quite satisfactory. I appreciate everyone's hard work. Zhang San promptly took the lead in expressing his gratitude. Thank you for the opportunity, President Su. We've learned a great deal in this company. Please continue to guide us. RD manager Wu Di wore a look of shame. I feel utterly inadequate. It was your design of the engine that turned the tide and saved the company from bankruptcy. Yang Tianjin gazed at Su Chen with adoration. President Su, you are the god in our hearts, omnipotent. Chen Dehai added earnestly. Without you there would be no Huazhi today, and we would all be unemployed. Others chimed in with genuine agreement. Su Chen said calmly, this is only the first step of a long march. The future development of our company will be boundless. As long as everyone stays united and works diligently, I will not treat anyone unfairly. However, we have a tough battle ahead of us. Hearing this, all the middle and senior managers straightened up, their eyes fixed on the boss. Su Chen's expression turned solemn. The Wuling Hongguang minivan was just a trial run. To establish a foothold in the automotive industry, we must produce sedans. I mentioned at the new car launch that we would launch 2 family sedans, an A-Class compact and a B-Class comfort model. Our current task is to complete production and testing of both models within 2 months in time for the Beijing Auto Show. I hope everyone will give their all. What are your thoughts? There was a brief silence. Sales manager Lu Nung spoke up. We salespeople have been holding back our frustration. The online community is very pessimistic about our car-making capabilities. Yang Tianjin also voiced concern. Indeed, BYD's new F3 is about to hit the market, and the industry is very optimistic about its sales prospects. Even Hugo, the automotive influencer with millions of followers on Douyin, has released a video praising the F3, betting that our sedans won't sell at all. This has influenced millions of netizens who are now eagerly awaiting the Beijing Auto Show to see us fail. RD manager Wu Di grimaced. President Su, once the engine displacement changes, all the molds and parameters need to be redeveloped. He lowered his head. I'm afraid I can't complete the task within the stipulated time. It's my incompetence, please fire me. The procurement manager said anxiously, President Su, because we demanded compensation last time Mitsubishi Motors in Japan has blacklisted us. Other foreign automakers only supply to state-owned enterprises like BYD and Chery. We don't even qualify to purchase from them. The words of the RD and procurement managers plunged the meeting room into a heavy atmosphere. Others, unaware of the situation, wore expressions of deep worry. Indeed, the engine is the heart of a car. Without a suitable engine, the vehicle would be nothing more than a metal toy, utterly undrivable. Blacklisted by Mitsubishi and with no supply from other manufacturers. Wasn't this sealing off every possible channel for engine procurement? Sales manager Lu Nung slapped his forehead. President Su, why not use the engine from the Wuling Hongguang? The RD manager's eyes lit up. What if we increase the air intake, flash the ECU, and tune it to a high-power version? Production manager Chen Dehai couldn't help interrupting. What you're proposing is like forcing growth. Even if we put it in a sedan, it would be like a small horse pulling a large cart. President Su has already solved this problem. I now have the new blueprints for 2 engines. Boom. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Su Chen had developed a 1.6L and a 2.0T engine. It was utterly incredible. The RD manager, with his professional background, was particularly stunned, knowing full well the difficulty of engine development. Why else would so many domestic automakers resort to purchasing outdated neutered engines from Japan? Yet just one day after the new car launch, Su Chen had already developed them. This speed of development was nothing short of a scientific miracle. Everyone else gazed at Su Chen with blazing admiration, bowing to him in complete reverence. Their hearts surged with pride and honor at being able to follow such an outstanding leader. Su Chen's face remained impassive. Now that the engine challenge has been overcome, the rest of the work depends on you. Do you want to be looked down upon by employees from other automakers? Everyone shook their heads. Do you want to hold your heads high, walking proudly wherever you go? Everyone nodded in unison. Do you want to be wealthy, living freely and spontaneously? Everyone nodded vigorously, like pounding garlic. Now is the opportunity. With just 2 months of hard work, we will surely succeed at the auto show. Once we break into the sedan market, the company's sales will definitely rise. When the company makes money, I'll increase your salaries by 30. Do you have the confidence to see it through? Everyone spoke in unison, their voices charged with emotion. Yes. The voice was resounding and unified. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. The effect was excellent. Motivating employees required passion and inspiration. Seizing the moment, Su Chen began assigning tasks. Manager Zhang, go register a trademark covering all categories. The brand name is Yiyi, and I've already designed the logo. Zhang San nodded in assurance. Yes, President Su. Su Chen then instructed Yang Tianjin, the auto show is in Beijing. Apply for registration. Then conduct market research, promotional planning, and exhibition preparation for the 2 new models. Next, he made separate arrangements for procurement and finance, ensuring that logistical support would be in place. Once all tasks were assigned, the pre-auto show mobilization meeting concluded. As Su Chen rose to leave, he noticed someone poke their head in at the door, then quickly retreat. Who was that? Su Chen asked. Why are they skulking around like that? Secretary Lu Jia hurried after him and said, Mr. Su, it's the front desk. I saw her come by during the meeting. She lingered at the door for a moment before leaving. By the time they had exchanged a few words, the 2 had already reached the doorway. The front desk staff hastily reported, Mr. Su, the mayor's secretary called earlier. I saw you were busy, so I told him you were in a meeting and couldn't take the call. He asked you to return his call when convenient. As she spoke, the front desk staff handed over a sticky note. It bore a string of numbers. Lu Jia immediately took it and tucked it into her notebook. Such routine matters were precisely the secretary's domain, to keep track and remind the boss in real time. Chen pressed onward. Building cars took priority now, and he'd address other matters later. So upon returning to the president's office, he first consulted the system. First install the new engines and complete vehicle production lines. The system's efficiency was impressive. Less than 10 minutes passed before the same trucks and installation crew from before arrived once more. However, this time, there was more equipment since 4 production lines were being set up. Watching high-end machinery being carried into the workshop one after another, RD manager Wu Di could only stare in awe, utterly stunned. Our President Su is extraordinary, isn't he? Production manager Chen Dehai said proudly. No domestic car factory possesses equipment like these. Wu Di gently placed his hand on the lathe's mechanical arm, as though touching a treasure. As a researcher, he had always dreamed of cracking the engine. Yet the deeper he delved, the more formidable the obstacles became. Not only was the blueprint design daunting, but the supporting machine tools and molds were simply beyond domestic capability. Wu Di's spirits had sagged on multiple occasions, and he'd contemplated giving up, until President Su Chen developed the 1.2L engine last time. His fighting spirit was reignited. It wasn't that engines couldn't be built, it was his own limitations. So he'd follow this formidable boss. Every casual remark from President Su proved invaluable to him. Meanwhile, the employees gathered around the new equipment like country folk encountering something entirely foreign, chatting animatedly. How does this thing work? It looks so advanced. How could it not be cutting edge? We're as toxic as a scorpion's excrement. First rate. Our boss is incredible. This automated production line is pure science fiction. Working in such a high-tech workshop makes me feel accomplished myself. Haha, same here. I'll finally have something worth bragging about when I catch up with my friends. None of this would exist without President Su. Already some brothers are envious and want to work at our factory. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, Su Chen walked in, Secretary Liu Jia following behind. The moment they spotted their boss, everyone fell silent at once. Their eyes tracked his every step the way fans might follow an idol. How long will the installation take? The moment Su Chen entered the workshop, he asked workers. Can it be finished before shift ends? The technician dispatched by the system replied with utmost respect, guaranteed to be done. Su Chen turned and spotted Wu Di. You're here too. Wu Di quickly bowed, his admiration plainly visible. Yes, such an advanced production line. I'm too excited to have seen it. Coming from a family steeped in traditional scholarship, he had cultivated the habit of bowing to superiors and those of greater ability. Su Chen spoke up. Perfect timing. You'll assist the production manager in analyzing the engine blueprints. Although Chen Dehai served as production manager with extensive hands-on experience, technical parameters and module issues were better handled by RD personnel. Together the two could achieve maximum results. After making the arrangements, Su Chen left the workshop. But barely had he stepped out when word came from the planning department. Yang Tianjin approached in visibly low spirits. Mr. Su, we contacted the organizers of the Beijing Auto Show. However, they said applications must be submitted 6 months in advance. Moreover, they need to verify qualifications. As an OEM factory, we don't meet the requirements. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Has the registration deadline passed? Not at all. Yang Tianjin said indignantly. The official website doesn't state that registration has closed. Furthermore, I submitted documents showing the Wuling Hongguang sales performance and trademarks, proving we're no longer just an OEM factory. But their attitude was awful. They insisted we lacked exhibition qualifications. After hearing her out, Su Chen already understood this matter was certainly more complex than it appeared on the surface. No wonder an ordinary manager couldn't handle it. He narrowed his eyes. I see. You may go. Huazhi Company's participation in the auto show had threatened certain manufacturers' interests, which explained the obstruction. Based on the current situation, the most suspicious party was BYD. For this auto show, only their F3 model had garnered the highest anticipation. Hadn't there been a Douyin blogger called Brother, who was openly disparaging Huazhi? Where did a mere content creator find such courage and audacity to dare proclaim, if the car's President Su Chen produces can sell a single unit, I'll eat feces while standing on my hands. Someone must be backing and directing him. A faint smile played on Su Chen's lips. How interesting. He thrived on difficult battles, accomplishing what others deemed impossible. Just as Su Chen was deep in thought, the telephone on his desk rang. Liu Jia promptly answered. Hello, President's office. After listening for a moment, she hastily covered the receiver with her hand and turned to ask. Mr. Su, the front desk says Mayor Zhou called personally. He's waiting on the main line. Shall I transfer the call to you? Su Chen looked up. This mayor was quite persistent. He happened to be finished with his work now, so he might as well hear what the man had to say. Su Chen instructed, go ahead. Soon a middle-aged male voice came through the phone. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Zhou Peng, the mayor of Yanhai. Su Chen responded coolly. Mayor Zhou, with your schedule so packed, what brings you to call unexpectedly? Mayor Zhou spoke with evident respect. Do you have a moment? Let's meet and discuss in person. All right. Su Chen agreed without hesitation. See you shortly. Excellent. Mayor Zhou said cheerfully. I'll send a driver to pick you up right away. After hanging up, Su Chen instructed, come with me to City Hall. Liu Jia replied with a light voice, all right. Having studied abroad since childhood, she had been influenced by Western ideals and believed in the equality of all people. Therefore she didn't attach particular importance to meeting the mayor. In Lu Jia's eyes the mayor was no different from any ordinary person. The only distinction lay in the nature of their work. Soon a black chauffeur-driven car bearing special insignia arrived. License plate Yun A99999. Mr. Su, I'm the driver sent specifically to fetch you. He opened the door allowing Su Chun to take the rear seat, while Lu Jia entered from the opposite side. As a business owner dealing with government authorities was unavoidable, Su Chun felt no trepidation whatsoever. In fact, he was quite looking forward to it. Because in any world money never ranked first. Wealth could indeed elevate one's status and bring fame. But in the face of power, all of that was utterly insignificant, capable of being reduced to nothing in an instant. Since ancient times the thing men coveted most was neither beauty nor wealth. It was supreme authority. Armed with the system's black technology, Su Chun possessed boundless confidence. Gazing into the distance he thought, one day my business empire will dominate the world. Someday I shall stand at the pinnacle of power, wielding control over everything. The car glided with exceptional smoothness. The driver was evidently a seasoned professional accustomed to chauffeuring high-ranking officials. As they neared the municipal government building, he dialed a number. Sir, we'll be there in 5 minutes. Su Chun listened calmly. True to his words, after 2 traffic lights, a solemn administrative building emerged before them. This was the seat of Yunhai's municipal government, where no one dared approach within several meters of the entrance. Upon seeing the license plate, the uniformed guards immediately waved the vehicle through. The driver pressed the accelerator past the checkpoint and came to a halt before the building. He stepped out, walked around to the rear door, and opened it. President Su, we've arrived. Su Chun alighted and was taken aback by the empty staircase. Wasn't someone supposed to come out and greet him, guide him in, as per common courtesy? They had just dropped him off here and left him to fend for himself. Was he expected to go in and find his own way? Huh. A faint smile curled Su Chen's lips. Quite the display of arrogance. Lu Jia pouted in displeasure. What's the meaning of this? He invited you here yet fails to arrange a reception. I've never seen such rudeness. Su Chen said calmly, let's go. The two ascended the steps and entered the administrative building. Lu Jia, observing the bustling crowd, kept her face taut. Despite her anger, she politely accosted a passerby. Excuse me, where is the director's office? It's on the 9th floor, replied the employee, pausing. Thank you. Lu Jia turned to Su Chun. President Su, I'll get the elevator for you. Ding. The elevator doors opened on the 9th floor. Su Chun strode out. The decor on this floor was conspicuously lavish. The floor tiles were replaced with plush velvet carpets, and even the doors were made of fine mahogany. At the end of the corridor, faint sounds could be heard. Following the noise, he found a closed office. The nameplate on the door read Mayor's office. Another closed door. Lu Jia's face tightened, indignant on her boss's behalf. Su Chen remained composed, yet his expression was intensely focused. After consuming the system's physique enhancement potion, his 5 senses were far beyond ordinary. Thus he could overhear the conversation inside. The western suburb land is state-owned property and not for sale, but I'll make an exception this time and approve a plot for you. Thank you so much, sir. The 70 million has been transferred to Miss Zhao's account, as per your instructions. Good. You may leave now. Oh, I have a guest coming. Then I'll take my leave. Footsteps approached, and the door creaked open. A man who looked like a businessman, bowing and scraping, backed out of the room. Above his head, a system prompt appeared. Pan Shi, chairman of Rongchong Machinery Company. Clearly a transaction of money and power had just taken place inside. Su Chun, however, felt indifferent. It was none of his concern. Just then a secretary emerged from the next room. He evidently knew Pan Shi, nodded, and quickly approached. Are you President Su? Lu Jia cut in. Knowing you were coming, he still waited inside his office. The secretary flashed a professional smile. Apologies, I was swamped with work and was about to come out. With that, he opened the door. President Su, please come in. Su Chen did not stand on ceremony and walked straight in, but Lu Jia was stopped. The door closed slowly behind him. The scene before him was a spacious and imposing office. A middle-aged man in a black suit sat behind a mahogany desk. He wore glasses and exuded an air of authority. As someone entered, he barely leaned forward and said perfunctorily, take a seat. Su Chen sat down without any sign of irritation, calmly observing Zhou Peng. For he could see the system prompt Zhou Peng, nicknamed Zhou Poppy, preys on business owners in Yunhai, embezzling subsidies allocated to impoverished areas from above. Relevant evidence has been compiled into files. The host can retrieve them at will. Zhou Peng lit a cigarette and said slowly, President Su, your car factory is doing quite well, isn't it? Selling 120,000 vehicles in a single day. That's remarkable. Gross revenue must be around several billion. Su Chen's face remained impassive, but inwardly, he found it amusing. This was officialese expecting him to exchange flattery. But a corporate parasite, a blood-sucking villain, was utterly unworthy of ingratiation. Su Chen seized the moment. Yes, a small try, and the results are quite satisfactory. Zhou Peng, accustomed to being fawned upon, was waiting to hear words like, all thanks to your excellent management. But to his surprise, the other party completely ignored him. This greatly displeased Zhou Peng. He had summoned the man to squeeze money out of him. There was an unwritten rule among Yunhai's enterprises: whenever there was performance and income, a sum of money had to be paid to Zhou Peng as tribute. The amount depended on sales, typically 10% by default. The purpose was to ensure peace and prevent Zhou Poppy from causing trouble for the businesses. But this young boss did not even mention it. Zhou Peng, a seasoned old hand, quickly changed tactics. President Su being young and capable is a good thing, but running a business must follow the rules. The reason I called you here today is that I've received a report from the regulatory department. Your factory safety standards are not up to par, it must be shut down for rectification. Production can only resume once the inspection is passed. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. So he was already using his power to find fault. He went along with it. Sir, I am currently developing 2 new car models. The factory absolutely cannot afford to halt production. Zhou Peng was getting the effect he wanted. Cornering the enterprise left the boss with no choice but to willingly pay up. He feigned sympathy. I understand how you feel. As the administrative chief, I am very supportive of local businesses, especially those like yours with high technology and limitless potential. So it's not impossible for me to make an exception. Zhou Peng paused here and looked at Su Chen. The other party remained silent, his eyes deep and unfathomable. A sudden chill ran down Zhou Peng's spine, making him feel that Su Chen was inscrutable. They remained in a stalemate for several minutes. Zhou Peng felt the air congeal, suffocating him. Unaccustomed to being so passive, he couldn't help growing irritable and angry. Zhou Peng's face darkened. Let's speak plainly behind closed doors. In this little patch of Yunhai, my word is law. No matter how well your car factory runs, I can shut it down in a snap. Whether it's shut down or renovated, it's all decided by my single word. You're swimming in money now. If you're willing to fork out 100 million, I can look out for you. Seeing Zhou Peng losing his composure, Su Chen said unhurriedly, 100 million is no small sum. I'm not willing. What? Zhou Peng's eyes bulged. I've laid it all out, and you still refuse to see reason. He slammed the table and stood up. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Let me tell you, in Yunhai, I hold sway over everything. Offend me, and your car factory won't last a single day. Today it's safety violations, tomorrow it's tax audits, the day after it's illegal operations. You still have time to kneel down and apologize, beg for mercy. Otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. Gazing at the imposing Zhou Peng, Su Chen said indifferently, Mayor Zhou, do you spend the national fiscal subsidies for Longjiang County with a clear conscience? What did you say? Zhou Peng was stunned for a moment, then his pupils contracted sharply. I don't understand. Su Chen continued, in 2002 Longjiang County successfully applied to be designated as a national poverty-stricken county. The national government issued 680 million in subsidies to the Yunhai City Finance Department. You embezzled it for personal gain, directly withholding 380 million under the guise of the local government. Zhou Peng's lips trembled as his hand gripping the fountain pen tightened. Su Chen's gaze was sharp. Regarding this national fiscal allocation, you converted it into profit through infrastructure projects like road and bridge construction. Then you purchased 4 properties, sent your son abroad to study, and gave your mistress, Xiaoling, 5 million, correct? This time Zhou Peng collapsed onto his chair. He struggled to suppress the storm of emotions raging within him. The matter involving Longjiang County. Zhou Peng was convinced his actions had been completely covert, with no one aware of what he'd done. Yet despite his meticulous deceptive tactics, Su Chen knew every detail and could accurately describe how the money was being used. This person's capabilities were genuinely terrifying. Cold sweat poured down his back as his fear reached its peak. If this scandal erupted, he was completely finished. Realizing this, Zhou Peng's expression shifted dramatically. He approached Su Chen and spoke with deference. Mr. Su, I was inappropriate in my words earlier. Please don't take what I said before to heart. Having such an outstanding entrepreneur as you in Yunhai City is our honor. As mayor, I have a responsibility to provide support and contribute to the enterprise. Su Chen smiled. Mayor Zhou, my current focus is on the new car launch. My subordinate reported that our application to exhibit in Beijing wasn't approved. I need to go back and handle this. I imagine you're also busy with official duties. Zhou Peng quickly replied, Mr. Su, please go ahead. He personally escorted Su Chen this time. Lu Jia and the mayor's secretary, who had been waiting at the entrance for a long time, hurried to follow. The 4 of them took the dedicated elevator directly to the exclusive underground parking garage. Seeing how much the leadership valued Su Chen, the mayor's secretary quickly opened the door for him and reminded the driver to drive carefully. Zhou Peng stood in place watching the car depart before instructing his secretary, I have a few matters for you to handle quickly. Huazhi Company. Su Chen had barely returned for an hour when he saw Yang Tianjin enter with a look of delight on her face. Mr. Su, the person in charge of the Beijing Auto Show, suddenly called. He said we meet the exhibition qualifications. It was a mistake by a temporary worker before, and they've already fired that person. The exhibition certificate and booth number will be notified by email tomorrow. Su Chen's dark eyes shifted slightly. This exhibition matter was definitely influenced by Mayor Zhou. Had to admit his efficiency was truly fast. Huazhi's previous application to participate in the auto show was coldly rejected as completely unqualified. Yet now in less than an hour it actually succeeded. This is the power of authority. Su Chen said calmly. You should focus on preparing for the exhibition. This time we want a custom-built booth. Yang Tianjin looked at him with admiration. Yes, Mr. Su. She had originally thought there was no hope of exhibiting, but after reporting to Su Chen and not long after the boss went out, when he returned, the matter was already resolved. Otherwise, how would the auto show people speak so politely and even cautiously when calling Mr. Su truly has such strong capabilities in every aspect. After Yang Tianjin left, Lu Jia entered. She was holding a gold-embossed invitation. Mr. Su, the municipal government is hosting a commendation conference. It's scheduled for 10 a.m. tomorrow. The mayor's secretary called to say there will be a special car to pick you up and you must attend. This commendation conference is held once a year in Yunhai City. It evaluates the most outstanding enterprises of the year, awards the Xingho plaque, and provides Xingho rewards. Su Chen casually flipped through the invitation and said indifferently, understood. Time passed quickly, and before long the next day arrived. Beep beep. Su Chen's phone rang. Opening it, he saw WeChat messages from Lu Jia. Mr. Su, I've prepared the suit for the commendation conference. I'm on the way now, just one more block away from your house. Also, I bought you a cup of Tassigare coffee, Italian espresso. Had to admit this secretary was very capable and satisfactory. Su Chen casually sent her an emoji. The commendation conference will be held at 10 o'clock, and this matter is already known throughout the city. Because yesterday afternoon the municipal government's website issued this news announcement. After careful discussion by the city leadership team, it was decided to hold the commendation conference tomorrow. Not only will business owners from Yunhai City attend, even Mayor Zhou, who never attends such events, will be present in person. At the same time, television stations and the internet will broadcast live. This momentum is unprecedented. Now all Yunhai citizens know about this grand commendation conference. Mr. Su, you really are a walking clothes hanger. Lu Jia looked at her boss dressed in formal attire, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Su Chen smiled faintly. The car has arrived, right? The two of them got into the government's special car and headed straight for the commendation conference venue. Outside the venue were flower baskets and a red carpet. Every attending business owner would enter the venue along this red carpet. Meanwhile, news media and television station personnel had arrived early. They carried cameras, aiming their lenses at each guest. The live broadcast from television and the internet had already begun. Citizens immediately flooded in, particularly curious about this year's commendation conference. Which enterprise do you think will win the award this year? I'm backing Fan Zhaoji, the boss of Zijin Mining. After all, energy is scarce right now. If you ask me, it should be the newcomer Ma Yuyun. His e-commerce ads are everywhere in the subway stations now. Having lots of ads doesn't mean much. His website is just a collection of merchants with nothing of his own. Yeah, without core competitiveness, I think companies with hardcore technology are the real deal. Stop guessing. Watch the live broadcast quickly. The results will be announced soon. On the red carpet, quite a few business owners had arrived. Among them, Ma Yuyun was the most eye-catching. In just a few short years, he had transformed offline sales into online shopping, and small and medium-sized merchants viewed him as a deity. Although this new sales model had only spread throughout Yunhai City so far, Ma Yuyun basked in the spotlight afforded by the reporters, thoroughly enjoying the attention. Yet before the cameras, he feigned humility, remarking, "The enterprises of Yunhai City are all outstanding." His conduct immediately garnered widespread acclaim. "Wow, President Ma is so accomplished yet so humble," one exclaimed. "I can't wait to hear his speech. Truly unconventional. Brilliant. I'm overwhelmed." Nearly every camera focused on Ma Yuyun. He remained on the red carpet the longest, a full 5 minutes. Even his entry was personally escorted by government officials. As soon as Ma Yuyun entered the venue, numerous CEOs promptly gathered around to engage him in conversation. At that moment, Su Chen adjusted his attire and stepped onto the red carpet. The reporters clearly didn't take the newly appointed CEO seriously. Though the cameras were pointed at Su Chen, not a single person approached for an interview, leaving the scene rather desolate. Just then someone hurried across the carpet toward him. He approached Su Chen and bowed solemnly. "President Su, I'm here to escort you." Upon realizing who it was, everyone was taken aback. Could the mayor's secretary personally come to welcome a private enterprise owner? This was unprecedented. The reporters exchanged bewildered glances and began discussing among themselves. "What's going on here? Who is this person? You don't know him?" "That's Su Chen, the boss of Huazhi Company. He seems to receive exceptional attention from the government. Indeed, usually it's just venue staff who guide the CEOs. Su Chen is no ordinary person. Hurry and look into whether he has some extraordinary background." "What background does he need?" "The divine vehicle he created, the Wuling Hongguang, has sold incredibly well." Right, I heard the engine was also developed by Su Chen himself. For someone of such prominence, isn't it inevitable that he would shine like the sun wherever he goes?" Instantly, more than a dozen cameras unanimously turned to follow Su Chen. The front row of the venue was reserved exclusively for government leaders. All the enterprise CEOs sat in the back rows according to their nameplates. Yet the mayor's secretary led Su Chen to take a seat in the front row. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd as everyone sucked in their breath in astonishment. The attending CEOs eyed the situation with envy, for such preferential treatment was rarely encountered. Just then, the doors on the opposite side of the auditorium swung open. Several municipal leaders dressed in formal attire entered. Smiling, they nodded gently toward the cameras and attending CEOs. Leading them was Zhou Peng, the mayor of Yunhai City. After he took his seat, the commendation conference officially commenced. On the stage of the auditorium, a massive banner read 2006 Yunhai City Best Enterprise Commendation Conference. The host first introduced Yunhai City and the development of enterprises throughout the year. Next, the vice mayor read out the achievements of the nominated enterprises. Huazhi Communications, primarily engaged in communication switch business, achieved sales of 300 million yuan this year. Zijin Mining, total revenue of 600 million yuan. Yunlei Pharmaceuticals, successfully listed on the new third board with a market value of 2 billion yuan. Each time an enterprise name was announced, applause erupted from the audience. Ali Company is leading a new trend in online sales valued at 3 billion yuan. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in exclamations. A valuation of 3 billion was almost unthinkable, making it clear that Ali was certain to win this year's award. Ma Yunyun calmly accepted the gaze of everyone. Clearly, he also believed that winning this year's award was a foregone conclusion. But just then the host announced, Huazhi Company, an automobile manufacturer with sales of 1.73 billion, total assets of 3.2 billion, and a valuation of 10 billion yuan. Boom. Everyone in the venue was shocked. Huazhi Company was actually valued at 10 billion, which was more than all the other enterprises combined. They looked at Su Chen in disbelief, their hearts churning with astonishment. This young man was so unassuming yet possessed such terrifying prowess. Ma Yunyun's face had frozen, his eyes staring blankly. For the first time he felt that he had encountered a formidable opponent in life. Huazhi Company's valuation of 10 billion was an unreachable figure, 3 times stronger than his own Ali. And to achieve this result, the other party had only taken less than a month. Shocking. Shocking. The vice mayor opened the card in his hand and solemnly declared, I now announce that the best enterprise of this year is Huazhi Company. There was a brief silence in the venue. Then thunderous applause erupted. Following tradition, Su Chen rose and walked to the stage to begin his speech. Respected guests, leaders of the municipal government, hello everyone. I am Su Chen, chairman of Huazhi. Huazhi is an automobile manufacturing factory. I believe many people were not familiar with it before. But you must have heard of the Wuling Hongguang van recently. That's what our factory produces. So far we have received payments for 6,000 units, totaling 1.73 billion yuan. Based on the pre-sale of 1,000 units, the total sales of just one model alone reaches 3.46 billion yuan. This is only our first attempt at automobile manufacturing. Afterwards, I plan to launch 2 new sedan models with projected revenue of 10 billion yuan. The engine is currently undergoing patent application, and the income it will generate cannot be estimated at this time. Finally, I hope all the enterprises here can prosper day by day, and I also wish our Yunhai city to become better and better. Boom, boom, boom. Su Chen's words were like thunderbolts, shaking everyone's hearts. It made those accompanying enterprises sincerely convinced and simultaneously filled with shame at their own inadequacy. Compared to Su Chen, they were indeed worlds apart, the gap being too vast. The reason people compare and feel jealous is because when things are somewhat similar, they think they can do it too and feel unwilling to accept defeat. But the consequence of being unable to catch up is that these CEOs now only have admiration and reverence. The entire venue erupted in unprecedented enthusiastic applause. Lu Jia sat in the audience, most excited, her palms clapping loudly. She was prouder and more proud than anyone else. She also understood Su Chen's abilities better, and the company's prospects were definitely limitless. Lu Jia was grateful that she had been wise initially, refusing her parents' request to manage the family business and coming to Huazhi Company. Next, it was time for the final segment of the commendation ceremony. The vice mayor said solemnly, next, Mayor Zhou will present the awards and give a speech. The venue erupted in thunderous applause once again. Zhou Peng stood up and slowly walked onto the stage. He extended his hand first and said, President Su, so promising at such a young age, truly outstanding. The mayor's appreciative and proactive attitude shocked everyone. In the minds of officials, Mayor Zhou was always serious and strict with everyone. In the minds of enterprise CEOs, Mayor Zhou was an authority figure who was aloof and exploitative. In the minds of the media and citizens, Mayor Zhou was an important official who rarely smiled. But today, the top leader of Yunhai City, a powerful figure nearing 50 years old, Mayor Zhou, actually showed such appreciation and respect toward a private enterprise boss who was only in his 20s. This was unprecedented. Everyone was dumbfounded, daring not to speculate rashly. This was absolutely the headline news for tomorrow, a major event. But just when everyone was still processing what had happened, Mayor Zhou made another astonishing statement. Given that Su Chen's newly developed engine had filled a technological gap in the country, the municipal government decided to raise the Starfire bonus from 50 million to 100 million yuan. Boom. Everyone was shaken, their eyes lighting up with astonishment. The bonus, unchanged for over a decade, had unexpectedly doubled this time. Additionally, we will apply to the national government for a high-tech subsidy of 1 billion yuan. Everyone sucked in their breath. A national subsidy of 1 billion yuan. That was an astronomical figure, truly enviable and admirable. At the conclusion of the commendation ceremony, Mayor Zhou called out, I hope all enterprises in our city will take Su Chen as a role model and strive for innovation with pragmatism. The moment he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. The attending executives all watched the stage intently, their hands aching from clapping. Su Chen had already become an insurmountable peak in their eyes. In barely less than a month, he had generated a profit of 1.73 billion yuan for the enterprise and successfully produced a domestic engine. Such terrifying capability and astonishing speed. It was simply an uncopyable myth that only warranted their reverence and admiration. This very moment was also recorded by cameras. Netizens watching the live broadcast erupted in excitement almost instantly. Our Yunhai city has produced such an incredible figure. He is so outstanding, truly beyond our reach. From today on I have an idol. Su Chen, the god in my heart. Unfortunately I lack the education, so I can only say wow repeatedly. I look forward to President Su attending the Beijing Auto Show to bring glory to our Yunhai city. Once the new car is released I'll be the first to grab one. Same here, local enterprise must support. Against this jubilant atmosphere the commendation ceremony concluded successfully. No sooner had Su Chen stepped down from the stage than he was swarmed by a flood of business executives. Some came to congratulate him, others sought his advice, and a few hoped to exchange business cards. Meanwhile Ma Yinyun, the recipient of last year's commendation, had long been overlooked. With a sullen expression he remained silent and slunk away from the venue. Su Chen offered a few polite remarks and then departed with Wang Baoqiang clearing the way. Watching Su Chen, whose net worth exceeded billions, ride in a modest van worth merely 20,000 yuan, the executives were utterly astounded and deeply impressed. What exactly was the gap between people? This was an uncrossable chasm. True greatness never needs to adorn itself with external trappings. Of course those who admired and supported Su Chen were inevitable, and so were those who despised and opposed him. Hugo, the self-proclaimed #1 hater on Douyin, was the first to step forward and speak. He enthusiastically praised the excellence of the BYD F3, then mocked Huazhi's new car for not even having a shadow of a presence. With Huazhi's words fans immediately began stacking replies. On the official website regarding both new cars there are only the brand names and emblems. Where are the technical parameters? They probably couldn't build it, so they didn't dare write anything down. With no technology at all, how dare they enter the passenger vehicle market? At least bragging doesn't cost a penny. Maybe they're already in production. It's just a low-speed four-wheel vehicle, the kind that doesn't require license plates or a driver's license. Are you talking about those elderly mobility scooters? Haha, that's hilarious. Wow, absolutely ridiculous. Beyond the netizens' mockery, most mid to senior executives at those automobile manufacturers also turned up their noses at Su Chen, especially the people from Cherry Chang'an and Zodi, who were particularly disdainful. Having seen the online reports and broadcast footage, they thought it was no surprise that the local government wanted to promote a well-known enterprise. But actually pushing Huazhi company to participate in the auto show, that was absurd. A few hours later in the sales director's office of BYD, Ma Guoming gripped his phone tightly, his face dark and frightening. Old, you handled this improperly. You clearly promised me that prime location for our expansion. How could you cancel it now? You're sabotaging me. On the other end of the phone, President Ma, I genuinely have no choice. Director Wang from the Commerce Committee personally called and said Huazhi company must exhibit. My thin arms cannot twist against such thick thighs. Ma Guoming was startled. What? This is Director Wang's order. On the phone, yes, a higher rank trumps all. But then again, he continued, your BYD F3 new car is highly regarded in the industry. As for this so-called G company, I've never even heard of it. They'll surely produce garbage. Fortunately, your two booths are adjacent. With the F3 for comparison, they won't sell a single car. Hearing this, Ma Guoming, who had been frowning deeply, gradually relaxed his expression. He said smugly, that is indeed true. Our newly developed F3 is unparalleled. After hanging up, he summoned the sales manager and the planning manager to his office. This Beijing Auto Show, we must shine brilliantly. Therefore, the booth setup must be worth any price. Ensure full lighting, install 4 LCD advertising screens, and double the size of the company sign character. Make it extraordinarily eye-catching. After the planning manager left, Ma Guoming looked at the sales manager with a meaningful gaze. This exhibition, the F3, must sell like hotcakes. You need to go all out. The sales manager quickly nodded. Don't worry, President Ma, I will spare no effort. Our new F3 combines all the best features of every car. It will surely be a bestseller. If President Ma is still uneasy, I have a clever plan. Ma Guoming's interest was piqued. This sales manager was his trusted confidant, loyal and sharp-witted. He asked, go on. The sales manager leaned in mysteriously. President Ma, we could offer a Toyota emblem as a free gift with every BYD F3 purchase. What? Ma Guoming raised his brow. What terrible idea is this? The sales manager chuckled. I heard through reliable channels that Zodi plans to give away Porsche emblems. It can't be helped. Domestic cars lack prestige. So I've obtained a batch of foreign emblems that can serve as promotional gifts with car purchases. Customers will certainly be delighted. Ma Guoming lowered his head and pondered. Zodi's sales were already resorting to such tactics, so if he wanted the F3 to become the sales champion among domestic cars, he could not fall behind. He nodded in agreement. Very well, go arrange it. The sales manager happily accepted the order and left. With everything arranged, a smile curled at Ma Guoming's lips. He felt absolutely certain that he would win decisively at this auto show. Huazhi Company. Su Chen had inquired about work progress ever since returning from the commendation ceremony. Chen Dehai and the RD manager had thoroughly mastered the engine blueprints. Now all 4 production lines were operating simultaneously, the workshop brightly lit day and night. Yang Tianjin, the planning department manager, was also working overtime designing the exhibition booth, while simultaneously preparing user manuals and posters. These were all essential promotional materials required for the exhibition. With such busyness, time flew by. But just as Su Chen was about to leave work, Wang Baoqiang hurried in and knocked urgently. President Su, I caught a suspicious person. Su Chen asked, what's going on? Wang Baoqiang answered honestly. I was passing by the assembly workshop and noticed someone walking around looking left and right suspiciously. Although he was wearing a worker's uniform, something seemed off. So I stopped him to ask which department he belonged to. He immediately panicked and tried to run toward the back wall, but I caught him. He's now detained in the security room. Su Chen said sternly, bring him over. Soon several security guards escorted a young man inside. A large system prompt hovered above his head. Unemployed individual acting under Chao Chang's instructions, intending to cause an explosion. Carrying chlorine dioxide on his person. Accomplices are awaiting at the factory's back wall. Call the police. Su Chen glanced at the information and said coldly, also send someone to check behind the factory for any accomplices. The young man staggered, his face turning green with terror. Boss, I just wandered in by mistake. Look, I haven't done anything. Why call the police? Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. Take him back to the security room. Report to me if there's any further development. Saying this, he stood up and left. 2 hours later, Wang Baoqiang called to report. We found flammable substances on the young man, and his accomplices have been apprehended as well. I just finished recording the confession. The police said they'll take it from here. We just need to wait for the final results. Su Chen said calmly, understood. These mere lackeys were truly nothing to worry about. A few days passed. Zhou Peng somehow heard about this incident. Under the mayor's direct supervision, the case progressed rapidly. With solid evidence, authorities conducted a cross-city arrest of the mastermind Chao Chang. The very next day, he was sentenced to 3 years in prison. When Ma Guoming heard the news, he was stunned for a moment, then burning anger surged within him. You damn Su Chen, disrupting my plans again and again. His goal was to acquire the Huazhi auto factory. But now not only had they escaped the bankruptcy crisis, they had also successfully prevented the workshop explosion. And they were about to make a grand appearance at the auto show together. Ma Guoming ground his teeth in fury. At this auto show, I will definitely defeat you and send you plummeting to rock bottom, never to rise again. 2 months passed swiftly. Su Chen boarded a flight to Beijing. Waiting at the airport to greet him was his good friend Wang Xikong. He was dressed casually with a large system prompt above his head. Wang Xikong, wealthy, second-generation, loyal and generous, would do anything for his brothers. Host can safely befriend him. Haven't seen you in years, you've gotten even handsomer. Wang Xikong said enviously, the key point is you're also richer than me now. Su Chen smiled faintly. You live comfortably as a laid-back guy day after day. Sigh. Wang Xikong smiled bitterly. After failing at several startups, I have no choice but to rely on my family. Then his gaze fell on Lu Jia. Who is she? Su Chen explained. She's the secretary I hired for the administrative department. Her name is Lu Jia, a top graduate who returned from studying abroad. Wang Xikong praised appreciatively. She looks independent, cheerful, and elegant. The three of them got into the car and headed straight for the Wanhe Grand Hotel. Although Wang Xikong enthusiastically invited Su Chen to his villa considering the distance, Su Chen chose a hotel closer to the exhibition venue since Beijing traffic was notoriously terrible. After checking into the hotel, Su Chen received a WeChat message from Yangmi. Brother Chen, you've landed right. Sorry, I'm filming elsewhere today and can't make it back. I'll come to the auto show early the day after tomorrow to cheer you on. By then I'll be the most stunning model at the entire event. Following that was a cute sticker she made using her own photo. Su Chen twitched his lips slightly. This girl really is quite helpful. Dinner was Wang Xikong's treat. He was extremely eager to see the exhibition venue and the actual vehicles. But since the first day was reserved for official guests, it was first opened for Commerce Commission leaders to give speeches and tour. Only after that would ordinary media and the public be allowed entry. He also happened to have other matters to attend to, so he could only wait until the day after tomorrow. But he heard Yangmi would also be coming. Wang Xikong instantly perked up. Finally, I can bask in your glow and say a few words to my idol. Since Yangmi debuted, I've been following her. I've been simping for her for so long, and she's never even acknowledged me. But you're amazing. You only met her once, and she actively pursued you. Su Chen asked, Yangmi is your idol. Wang Xikong scratched his head and said, yeah, I'm a hardcore simp. Saying this, he burst into hearty laughter himself. Su Chen smiled and shook his head. This was the first time he'd met someone who could openly and proudly call themselves a simp. Suburbs of Beijing. Near the new National Exhibition Center, traffic was heavily congested. Advertising billboards lined both sides of the road. Cherry Jili Chang'an BYD Great Wall. Countless media personnel carrying cameras swarmed toward the venue. It was the first day of the auto show, the official day. Ordinary visitors and journalists who couldn't get in yet could only crowd at the entrance, peering through the railings. Su Chen entered the exhibition hall early with his secretary Lu Jia. 3 days earlier, the Huazhi company booth had already been specially constructed. The planning department and sales manager had jointly supervised the setup. 2 new vehicles were tightly covered with red cloth, shrouded in mystery. Su Chen inspected the entire booth and was very satisfied. He then sat down in the temporary conference room at the back. Through the window, he could see that employees from other automakers had already arrived. BYD's booth was next to Huazhi's. Seeing a little-known private enterprise beside them, many BYD employees showed expressions of disdain. Marketing director Ma Guoming wore an especially scornful look. Just then directors from several other automakers walked over. Zodi, where did this rustic car manufacturer pop up from? Cherry, it's Su Chun, the one who makes Wuling minivans. He doesn't measure his own capabilities, but still wants to enter the sedan market. Ma Guolong mocked. Did they lower the standards for this auto show? How can such random cats and dogs participate? Ha 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 ha. Their unrestrained laughter reached the ears of Huazhi's employees. Huazhi sales manager Lu Ning's face turned dark with suppressed anger. If their boss weren't sitting inside, he would have rushed over to confront them. Wasn't this blatant snobbery? Su Chan was sitting in the conference room. But the temporary structures in exhibition halls had poor soundproofing. Moreover, his hearing was keen, and he captured every mocking word. Su Chen's expression remained calm and composed, quietly waiting for the auto show to officially begin. Soon it was 9 o'clock. All media reporters gathered at the center of the exhibition hall. There was a podium set up adorned with microphones and flowers. Countless lenses and camera flashes focused on the stage, as if awaiting the arrival of an important figure. By tradition, the first item at the auto show was leadership speeches. And every year this opening address was given by Director Yang from the Commerce Commission. Suddenly a commotion rippled through the crowd. Someone shouted, "Section Chief Du is here." The crowd parted into two paths, respectfully making way for the leader. Section Chief Du strode forward with an imposing presence. Behind him were the curator and other subordinates. The reporters exchanged glances, puzzled. They whispered, "Why is Section Chief Du here? He is very busy with official duties, yet he took time to personally attend the auto show. How unusual. This year's auto show seems to have improved in quality. I heard BYD launched a new car, the F3. Probably they came to see this model." I think so too. By the way, that new F3 is really gorgeous. Should stop talking, it's about to begin. On the podium, Section Chief Du looked around condescendingly, then slowly began, "Distinguished gentlemen, ladies. Good morning to all media friends and distinguished guests." The audience immediately burst into synchronized applause. China's automotive industry has gone through. This year there are 12 car companies participating in the exhibition. They are BYD, Chirui, Zhongtai, Chongqing, Chang'an, Guangxi. There is also a private enterprise, Huazhi company. Now I declare the 16th National Auto Show officially open. After the 3-minute speech delivered from the script, the sharp reporters caught the biggest highlight. There was one more car manufacturer at this exhibition. Huazhi company. Many news media had never heard of this name. Unfortunately, Huazhi is too vast. As mainstream media in the capital or local regions, they naturally could not pay attention to the affairs of a small Yunhai city. But now a new car manufacturer suddenly appeared. It inevitably aroused curiosity and doubt. The reporters couldn't help but chat. "Have you heard of Huazhi company?" "No, and it's ridiculous that they can participate in the Beijing Auto Show." "Exactly, only state-owned enterprises are qualified to attend." "I guess this company must have some powerful background." "Absolutely not. I know that it was once a bankrupt enterprise in Yunhai City. Half a month ago it rose by selling a batch of minivans." "Are you talking about the god car Wuling Hongguang that sold 1.0 units a month?" "Many Douyin short videos have introduced it." "So Wuling Hongguang is made by Huazhi Automobile Company. I'm a bit interested. Let's go follow the leader to have a look." Section Chief Du, as a routine, had to visit each booth. But this time he most wanted to go to BYD company. The reason Du Kazhang became a section chief was that Ma Guoming had contributed money during the competition. So the two were in cahoots, supporting each other. Now was the perfect opportunity to boost his good friend. Section Chief Du first made a show of going to Beijing Automotive. After saying a few official words, he glanced over everything in a perfunctory manner. The reporters behind followed the leader like tails, closely, not missing a single word. A few minutes later they arrived at the BYD booth. Seeing this, Ma Guoming extended his hand and smiled. "Section Chief Du, hello." Section Chief Du nodded. "Your booth is arranged very grandly. What new car are you launching this year?" Ma Guoming immediately understood and had the staff remove the covering cloth. Such an opportunity for official exposure and publicity was once in a lifetime. Wow. The surrounding media reporters immediately let out a chorus of exclamations. Several cameras around, all aimed at the brand new sedan. Seeing this reaction, Ma Guoming was pleased, but he showed no expression and introduced, "Section Chief Du, this is our BYD newly launched F3 sedan. Look at the streamlined body design. The exterior is grand and full of technological sense. In terms of power, it performs exceptionally well, equipped with the latest Mitsubishi 4G15 engine. The car is spacious with dimensions of 453,317,051,490 millimeters." At this point, Ma Guoming paused, considering that the leader didn't understand specific parameters. He decided to speak simply. "In short, the BYD F3 is a high-performance and affordable car. It is very suitable for ordinary people to buy. The BYD F3 is priced between 7,380 and 8,980 yuan. It is half the price of the foreign brand Toyota Corolla with similar configuration." "Wow, wow." The crowd exclaimed again. After their shock, they all looked at Section Chief Du, waiting for the leader's evaluation. After all, he was the official representative. One of the reporters ingratiatingly held out a microphone. Section Chief Du nodded repeatedly. Very good. An excellent car company like yours is truly a model for the industry. After saying that, he looked at the camera and said the pricing is also so affordable, making it a conscientious enterprise. This Bugatti F3 is worth buying for the people. Hiss. The reporters gasped. This was equivalent to official certification and recommendation. Ma Guoming was even more proud, overjoyed. The words of government leaders are authority, and the people believe without doubt. Therefore, the Bugatti F3 will definitely be recognized by everyone. It is bound to be a big seller. Countless cameras began frantically shooting the new car. The sales staff hurriedly cooperated, opening the car doors and giving detailed introductions, busy with joy. Section Chief Du and Ma Guoming exchanged a knowing glance. Both were very satisfied with the publicity effect. Seeing that the goal had been achieved, Section Chief Du did not linger. He turned around and left directly without even going to the nearby Huazhi company. The news media reporters were first stunned, feeling puzzled. But they immediately set aside their doubts and began to follow Section Chief Du. Because official media must follow the leader. This scene immediately made the Bugatti people proud, and people from other car factories also gathered to watch the excitement. What's going on? Section Chief Du, you're leaving just like that? Huazhi company's booth is right next door, and you won't even go in. What's there to see? A garbage company definitely got in through the back door. Probably forced by the Yunhai city government using connections to get them in. I saw the Huazhi employees were about to lift the cover, but the leader didn't even show any intention to go. Ha ha, wishful thinking, so funny. The leader doesn't even need to look. With eyes closed, he knows it's a junk car. Listening to the mockery of the crowd, the employees of Huazhi company were also at a low point in their spirits. Why did Section Chief Du come to the booth, but not enter? Why did Section Chief Du praise Bugatti endlessly, but dismiss Huazhi? Why did he visit other car factories, but skip them alone, not even giving a chance? Lu Nung felt even more aggrieved and angry. He couldn't help but look at Su Chen. President Su, this is so unfair. Section Chief Du completely ignored us. Su Chen said calmly, the world is inherently unfair. Lu Nung was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, a large crowd suddenly surged into the exhibition hall. After Director Du departed, the auto show was open to the public. Ordinary visitors and social media influencers streamed in one after another. As a top Douyin streamer, Hu Gun naturally led the way. Having received payment from his sponsor, he was duty-bound to promote the vehicles with full effort. As soon as he arrived at the exhibition hall entrance, he started his live broadcast. Brothers and sisters of the Tiger Army, this is the moment to witness something extraordinary. Today I'll take you to see the BYD F3 in person. This car is destined to be a hit this year. It's absolutely the #1 domestic vehicle. While speaking, Hu Gu had already moved further into the exhibition hall. His commentary drew considerable attention from those around him. Curious, the crowd followed Hu Gu to the BYD booth. Wow, this car is stunning. It rivals any foreign brand. Exactly, who says domestic cars can't be quality? I'm really tempted, someone said. Seeing the crowd's enthusiasm building, Hu Gu seized the moment to continue. To be honest, I've been following this car for a long time. I first saw photos on BYD's official website and knew it would be a bestseller. Now seeing it in person confirms that the F3 will definitely be the top seller this year. Ma Guoming sat in a chair at the back, quietly observing the scene. With automotive influencers presenting their recommendations, the crowd found the endorsements more trustworthy and impartial. Hu Gu energetically addressed the camera. Take a look at the exterior design first. Modern and elegant, a real status symbol. Viewers in both the live stream and on-site eagerly agreed. That front end looks incredibly bold and impressive. But just then a male voice cut through from behind the crowd. Have-face driving this thing out. Everyone turned to see a young stranger approaching. Fan Biao spoke, bluntly. The BYD F3 is clearly a domestic car. Yet it's using Toyota Corolla's front fascia and Honda Fit's taillights. It's a 1-1 replica of foreign brand cars' appearances. Boom. The words hit like an explosion, leaving Hu Gu speechless and unable to mount a rebuttal. Others furrowed their brows, lost in thought. Then someone spoke up. You're right, I was wondering why it felt so familiar at first glance. I have to say, this guy has sharp eyes. One sentence woke us up. This car really does look like a Toyota Corolla overall. Holy crap, the more I look, the more similar it is. This is shameless. It's blatant plagiarism. People pointed and discussed loudly. Hu Jiyi's face flushed with embarrassment, but he quickly composed himself. With thick skin, he argued similar car appearances are normal, and borrowing others' strengths is hardly blameworthy. Besides, didn't Newton say we should stand on the shoulders of giants? The crowd scoffed. Plagiarism is plagiarism, what's there to justify? Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Ma Guoming stepped forward urgently. As marketing director, if he let this negative public opinion develop, it would only damage the new car's reputation and image. Ma Guoming smiled and said, we shouldn't judge a car by its appearance alone. The new BYD F3 uses Mitsubishi's DA4G181 5L engine. Peak horsepower of 109, maximum torque of 148. Top speed of 170 km/h, a combined fuel consumption of 7.5 per 100 kilometers. 5-speed manual transmission with power output far surpassing any domestic brand. After this lengthy introduction, many on-site audience members began to feel intrigued. Only Fan Biao scoffed, that remains to be seen. Haven't Huazhi also launched a new car? Dare to compare them. The onlookers eager for drama thrived on the spectacle. Hearing this, they immediately began to cheer, compare. As the industry leader, BYD has always been unmatched in car manufacturing. They simply couldn't possibly lose. Ma Guoming was momentarily stunned, then a scornful smile touched his lips. Where did this reckless young man come from? Wasn't he just volunteering to promote BYD? A vehicle produced by some struggling private enterprise could never match the well-funded state-owned automakers. With arrogance, he replied, I'd love to hear more. Fan Biao walked over to Su Chun and asked respectfully, Mr. Su, could you introduce your car? Since the two booths were adjacent, there was no harm in taking a look. With curiosity and skepticism, quite a few people followed Fan Biao over. Hu Ge was fiercely resentful. He was there to promote and sell BYD. He couldn't let someone else steal the spotlight. Everyone had gone to the Huazhi company booth. Then he'd used this opportunity to expose this garbage car manufacturer for what it really was. Brandishing his phone, Hu Ge charged after them. Boss of Huazhi, come out and say a few words. At the same time, executives from manufacturers like Zodi, drawn by the commotion, gathered behind the crowd to watch. Under the weight of countless expectant eyes, Su Chun calmly walked to the front of the car and yanked away the red cloth covering it. The moment the car was revealed, the crowd erupted in gasps. Huazhi's vehicle was a full size larger than the F3. Its imposing grille dominated 2/3 of the front fascia. From the side, the slightly fastback roofline, paired with the streamlined body, gave the car distinctive character. Those who had been lingering at the BYD booth watching from afar without approaching, now seeing Huazhi's new car, they were immediately drawn in. They surged forward like a tide. Su Chun flashed a confident smile. This is our new Huazhi model, the Geely Grand. 100% original exterior design. The crowd's eyes lit up with visible enthusiasm. Wow, what an imposing car. I'm a design enthusiast. Just looking at this stylish exterior, I'm already in love. Same here, especially since it's original design. So impressive. Who says domestic cars can only be copies? That's a lack of innovation spirit, just trying to take shortcuts. Hearing this, sales manager Lu Nun couldn't help but say proudly, not only is our exterior original, but even the engine installed in our car was developed by Mr. Su. The moment those words left his mouth, Hu Ge immediately sneered. That's pure fantasy, impossible. The crowd also looked at Su Chun in disbelief, none of them believing it. Ma Guoming was even more dismissive. Him, a recent graduate from a technical university, could he really develop an engine? The executives from other brands standing behind also gathered around. Zodi, absolutely impossible. Are you passing off someone else's surplus engines as your own brand? Cherry, what joke is this? We've been researching this project for nearly 20 years and still haven't achieved a breakthrough. Great Wall, we've invested enormous funds with government researchers supporting us, yet we couldn't develop it either. You absolutely cannot accomplish this. Hearing these state-owned enterprise directors question him, the crowd became even more convinced that this private enterprise boss was boasting and unreliable. So many state-owned enterprises hadn't managed to build an engine. What right did a small private company have? Su Chun replied calmly, if you don't believe me, you can look for yourselves. He opened the car's hood. This is a 1.5L naturally aspirated engine, which I've named Kunlun. Several auto company executives immediately craned their necks to look inside. As supervisors, they had an intimate knowledge of engines on the market. Currently, the most widely used in Huazhi were Mitsubishi engines, followed by Suzuki and Toyota. Mercedes-Benz engines were scarcely purchased due to their high cost. The one before them, however, was unlike any engine they had ever seen. This was indeed a completely new engine. Hiss. Ma Guoming swallowed hard. With the facts laid bare before him, he had no rebuttal. Yet soon enough, he found another point to question. He declared with certainty, even if you can build it, the performance will surely be subpar. Upon hearing Ma Guoming's words, the senior executives from other automakers suddenly saw the situation clearly. Anyone can copy something by following the pattern, but what use is an imitation? Exactly, a paper tiger engine would likely be mere pretense with nothing substantial behind it. Su Chun glanced around and spoke calmly. When it comes to engine performance, we can simply compare it directly with the Mitsubishi Da4G18. Both are 1.5L engines, yet Kunlun delivers a maximum horsepower of 193, while Mitsubishi manages only 109. Kunlun produces a peak torque of 202 Nm compared to Mitsubishi's 148. Kunlun reaches a top speed of 210 km per hour, whereas Mitsubishi tops out at 170. Kunlun's combined fuel consumption stands at 6.5 liters per 100 km against Mitsubishi's 7.5. As these technical parameters were announced, the exhibition hall fell into complete silence, so still that even a pin dropping could be heard. Whether automotive executives, ordinary citizens, or the popular automotive commentator Hu Ge, everyone stood frozen as though turned to wood. They were utterly stunned by these staggering figures. The gap between the two engines was strikingly obvious at a single glance. Su Chun's Kunlun engine absolutely dominated Mitsubishi's offering. If this were true, it would represent a breakthrough scientific achievement, filling the long-standing void in China's domestic engine technology. Just as everyone thought they had heard everything, Su Chen walked over to another vehicle, lifted the cover cloth, and opened the hood. Then he delivered an even more shocking revelation. This Kunlun engine is a 2.0T. Whoosh. A wave of numbness swept through everyone's scalps. They had believed the 1.5L engine marked the ceiling of his achievements. But to their astonishment, Su Chen had also developed a turbocharged engine. This level of technology was leagues ahead. How on earth had he accomplished it? Su Chen stated calmly. After thorough tuning, this engine easily surpasses Mercedes-Benz 2.4-liter engine, producing 137 kilowatts. Ma Guoming's eyes bulged wide as he exclaimed excitedly, impossible, absolutely impossible. He simply could not bring himself to believe these figures were genuine. The directors from Cherry, Beiki, Chang'an, BYD, and Great Wall all shared his disbelief after the initial shock wore off. Hugo challenged provocatively, talk all you want, but I won't believe it until I see it. Dare to let everyone take it for a test drive. The crowd, still dazed, gradually snapped back to reality. They began chiming in. Exactly. Whether it's a mule or a horse, let's see it in action. Practical performance is the only true measure of a fine automobile. I can hardly wait to feel the power of the Kunlun engine myself. All eyes turned towards Su Chen. He smiled faintly and replied, there is nothing impossible about it. Ma Guoming sneered dismissively. Let your BYD F3 rise to the challenge as well. He immediately dispatched someone to the exhibition hall management to arrange an outdoor test drive evaluation. Fan Biao and Hu Gu eagerly signed up, each representing their respective brands in a head-to-head showdown. Everyone streamed out of the exhibition hall to watch this clash between domestic automobiles. There they were, the Geely M Grand and the BYD F3 Oi, parked side by side on the same starting line, prepared for a 3-lap race around the venue. At the enthusiastic signal from a volunteer, both vehicles surged forward simultaneously. Within the blink of an eye, the difference became apparent. The Geely M Grand immediately left the BYD F3 far behind. Its power was stronger, its acceleration swifter, and its handling stable, without any body roll. Soon Fan Biao returned driving the Geely M Grand, having gained a full lap over the BYD F3. Stepping out of the car, he exclaimed joyfully, the Geely M Grand looks great, and driving it is even better. Ma Guoming's face darkened with despair. Facts spoke louder than words, and he had been utterly defeated. The directors from Zodi Cherry and other manufacturers were now thoroughly convinced. Those spectators who had previously harbored doubts now erupted in jubilation. So you should offer public test drives. Count me in. I want to experience it firsthand. Sign me up too. I'd love to take it for a spin and perhaps drive straight home afterward. Su Chen readily agreed. As a result, every other automaker's booth in the vast exhibition hall stood completely deserted. Everyone queued up outside to test drive the Geely M Grand. By late afternoon, just before closing time, they reluctantly made their way back into the exhibition hall. All who had taken a test drive sang its praises endlessly. Now they could only ask about pricing. They surrounded the Huazhi automobile booth so tightly that not a single person could squeeze through. Those media reporters managed to push their way in, terrified of missing such a rare interview opportunity. Indeed, the BYD F3 had already been entirely forgotten. Its design lacked distinction, its features held no highlights, and its power was unremarkable. Most importantly, it was nothing but a plagiarist with not a single original contribution of its own. Geely Motors, however, utilized independently developed engines. The A-Class M Grand, in terms of both power and performance, comprehensively surpassed the Toyota Corolla. The other vehicle, the B-Class Buick, performed exceptionally well. Equipped with a powerful 2.0T engine, a spacious interior, and comfortably designed seats, it utterly outclassed the currently popular Honda Accord. These two cars were simply the pride of domestic manufacturing. Yet everyone wanted to buy them, but feared the price might be too high, so they couldn't help but whisper among themselves, what do you think the 1.5L Geely M Grand will cost? The Toyota Corolla sells for 175,000 yuan, and the M Grand's performance far exceeds that of the Corolla. Although domestic brands typically command lower prices, factoring this in, I'd estimate it starts at least at 1,000 yuan. That's a bit pricey. I'd love to buy one, but my wallet won't allow it. Why bother with the M Grand? The B-Class Buick is more comfortable and upscale. As long as it doesn't exceed 2,000 yuan, I'll buy it immediately. Don't be silly. The same configuration Honda Accord costs 258,000 yuan. No matter the price, I'm buying it, simply for the fact that it uses independently developed engine technology. I can't compete. I'm just an ordinary person who can't afford such a car. I remember the Wuling Hongguang was only 288 yuan before. President Su never price gouges his customers. Speaking of this, everyone turned their expectant gazes towards Su Chen. Now came the most crucial moment, the price announcement. Everyone's spirits grew tense, their heartbeats racing at twice the normal pace. This was the concern closest to every citizen's heart, and it would determine whether they could afford to make a purchase. Under the gaze of countless expectant eyes, a media reporter was the first to extend a microphone toward him and asked, President Su, may I ask the selling price of these two new vehicles? The crowd held their breath. Whether they could afford a car depended entirely on what the boss would say. Su Chen smiled faintly and announced in a clear voice, the lowest price for the 1.5L Geely Dihao is 6,800 yuan. The minimum selling price for the 2.0T Geely Buick is 138,000 yuan. Both models offer 5 years or 2,000 kilometers of after-sales service. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. So cheap, I must be hearing things. This is fantastic. Even ordinary people can afford these prices. A Geely Dihao for as low as 6,800 yuan, while the Corolla, which performs worse, costs 1,750 yuan. The 138,000 yuan Geely Buyue is even better. The 2.0T engine completely outperforms the Mercedes 2.4L. The warranty has been extended from 3 years to 5 years and coverage increased from 1,000 to 0 kilometers. What an honest company, truly impressive. Absolutely brilliant. From now on I'll only buy Huazhi vehicles. Same here. Pride of domestic products. The exhibition booth buzzed with activity. Visitors crowded around sales staff eager to place orders and arrange pickup. The entire auto show had become Huazhi's domain. I'm the first customer, ha ha ha. I've already placed my order on the official website. I bought 2, one Dihao for weekdays and one Buyue for weekends. Hearing the surrounding cheers, Ma Guoming's face turned green with rage. He had been utterly defeated. Not a single customer had appeared at the BYD booth. Brother, who was equally distraught for in his live stream room, many viewers had begun bringing up old bets. Who said earlier that if Huazhi sold even one car, he'd eat something awful while doing a handstand. Though disgusting, I can't help but look forward to it. Count me in. Who asked him to slander Huazhi without reason? Exactly. They developed their own engines with real strength at prices accessible to ordinary people. A company this principled and impressive is truly unique in our country. Say no more. I'm going to buy a Geely right now. Throughout the exhibition hall, it wasn't just BYD. Booths belonging to Zodi Cherry and other companies were equally deserted. Visitors swarmed around the Huazhi booth in a frenzy. Even when closing time arrived, many refused to leave, having missed their chance to purchase a car. Only when Su Chen emerged and announced, "Everyone, don't worry. We have 1,000 units in stock. Our production line delivers 2,000 units daily. Supply is ample. Those unfamiliar with online ordering can come to our booth tomorrow, and our sales staff will assist you." These words gave everyone who hadn't secured a car a great sense of relief. They departed reluctantly, promising to return as soon as the doors opened the next morning. Meanwhile, Huazhi employees were tallying orders. Every face beamed with joy, the previous gloom entirely swept away. President Su. Sales manager Lu Nung exclaimed excitedly, We sold 8,000 units in total. Upon hearing these figures, the employees froze for a moment, then their eyes shimmered with tears as they applauded in overjoyed excitement. They had battled for 2 months, living in constant anxiety, fearful that their sedans would not be accepted. Yet on the very first day of the exhibition, the public embraced them wholeheartedly, delivering such splendid results. Executives from other automobile brands, upon hearing these numbers, envied so much it ached their teeth. Amidst others' envious gazes, Su Chen led the Huazhi team away from the auto show, radiating confidence and pride. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task, making a sensation at the Beijing Auto Show. Ding. Reward 3. 0TV6 Turbo Engine Blueprints. Ding. Reward 4. 0TV6 Turbo Engine Blueprints. Ding. Sold 8,000 sedans, 4,800 Dihao, and 3,000 Buyue, generating revenue of 768,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, host, on earning 768,000 points. Your total points now stand at 7726576. Su Chen listened expressionlessly, his mind already set on the next phase of vehicle development. 3 models: a C-Class sedan, a D-Class sedan, and an SUV. Manager Lu. Su Chen spoke. Today's opening has been a tremendous success. Take your team out for a grand meal to celebrate. Lu Ning nodded gratefully. Thank you, boss. After parting at the exhibition hall entrance, Su Chen took out his phone and dialed Chen Dahai. Given the exhibition's outstanding results, he was certain sales would surge in the coming days. The workshop needed to ramp up production to ensure supply. Chen Dahai vowed confidently, "Rest assured, President Su. We will deliver 1,000 units per week." Events unfolded exactly as Su Chen had anticipated. Television and online platforms broadcast simultaneously, reaching tens of millions of viewers. News reports on the internet poured in one after another. Breaking: a dark horse emerges at the Beijing Auto Show. Huazhi's new car debut. Daily sales reached this figure. Light of domestic products, China's first sedan equipped with an independently developed engine. Su Chen's earlier launch of the Wuling Hongguang had only brought him fame within Yunhai City, though there had been modest online interest limited to 5 million people. Yet on merely the first day of the auto show, Huazhi's Weibo and Douyin followers had already reached 9 million. How have I only just discovered such an impressive tech company? Same here. I just checked Huazhi's official website and learned that the legendary Wuling Hongguang van was also made by them. All their cars use independently developed engines. That alone wins me over. I just placed an order on the Huazhi website, supporting domestic products. The Geely Dihao's power is incredible. It left the BYD F3 a full lap behind. Bid? What about BYD? Even the Toyota Corolla would bow to this. Come on. Foreign brands are still superior in car manufacturing. I'm buying a Buick Regal. The Toyota Camry is excellent too. I absolutely won't buy a domestic car. You blind worshipper of foreign goods, don't forget. You yourself are made in China. Who are you calling dirt poor? I have money, but's my choice. Supporters and critics clashed passionately, yet this very controversy drew even more attention. Consequently, the order data on Huazhi's official website backend kept refreshing non-stop. By the next day, when Wang Sihong and Yang Ni appeared at the Huazhi booth, sales had already reached 120,000 units. People flocked to the auto show in such numbers that they nearly trampled the entrance steps. Everyone rushed to purchase, fearful that delaying even slightly would leave them waiting for factory orders. Meanwhile, other automobile brands exhibiting alongside them struggled with virtually no visitors. They could only cling to crumbs by offering Toyota or Porsche emblems free with purchases. Soon the 3-day Beijing exhibition came to an end. President Su Luning grinned widely. The latest figures are in. Our sales reached 32,000 units. Su Chen replied calmly, I see. His expression remained tranquil, quite unlike the joyful faces surrounding him. Because just moments ago, Su Chen had suddenly realized a major problem that needed urgent resolution. That is why Huazhi Company has no agents. OEM manufacturers typically do not sell directly, as this requires independently operating sales and providing services. However, Huazhi Company was previously a contract manufacturer with even no products of their own, so how could they possibly have a sales channel? Therefore, when launching the Wuling van, they had no choice but to open an ordering system on their official website. But things are different now. As the range of models increases, sales volume will grow. It must be handed over to third parties for sales, otherwise it would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. This would also perfectly resolve the issues of inventory costs and slow capital turnover. Su Chen decided to immediately organize a dealer recruitment conference upon his return. At BYD's chairman office, Li Yofu slammed his fist on the desk and roared, useless. Complete waste. In just 3 days of the auto show, only 10 vehicles sold. The F3, which had every prospect of becoming the sales champion, now faced a nationwide boycott. Ma Guoming received a thorough dressing down. In truth, 6 of those 10 units were placed by his own shills. He could only stammer embarrassingly. Who could have guessed that Huazhi Company's vehicles would be this impressive? Li Yofu's face darkened further. You have the nerve to mention that. Someone actually manufactured an automobile engine. How could you fail to report such a significant matter to me? Furthermore, I am already aware of the BYD promotion, where purchasing their vehicles comes with a Toyota emblem. As marketing director, how could you implement such a policy that damages the company's reputation? Ma Guoming dismissed the criticism entirely. As a veteran of the company, he assumed it would merely be a scolding from his superiors. Instead, the board launched serious accountability proceedings following the failure of the BYD F3 new vehicle project. Meanwhile, those eyeing the marketing director position unearthed his scandals, taking kickbacks from dealers, misappropriating company technology to establish his own enterprise. Days later, Ma Guoming was apprehended at the office and taken away by law enforcement. His arrest also implicated Section Chief Du, and both men would face severe legal consequences. TikTok host Brother, who also met a tragic end. To preserve his image of authenticity before his fans, he resorted to performing degrading stunts like eating excrement on stream. The platform permanently banned him for crossing the line into vulgar content that violated community standards. With tens of millions of followers, Brother, who grew desperate, he hastily claimed the substance was not real excrement, it was made from flour and food coloring. This deception not only drew platform condemnation, but also enraged his loyal fanbase. Fake. How dare you manipulate our emotions? You claim to be the most authentic streamer on TikTok, but it was all pretense. I stopped following you long ago, ever since I saw Mr. Su's new vehicles at the Beijing auto show. Same here. He had these incredible cars and chose not to promote them, insisting on hyping the F3 instead. Thus, under the combined boycott from all major platforms and his own fans, Brother, who was completely expelled from the social media industry. With no other options, he returned to his old trade at an auto repair shop as a mechanic. Su Chen merely smiled faintly when he heard these reports. He had no time to waste on such petty individuals. His focus remained on the agent conference. This way, production would be paid in full upfront, eliminating any need to manage after-sales service. As the model lineup expanded, Su Chen needed to concentrate on broader company strategy. Good news. An unprecedented opportunity for automotive dealers is here. News broke that Huazhi Company would host a dealer recruitment conference on the 10th of this month, quickly dominating headlines. The article reposted the official Huazhi website announcement, which included specific address and content details. Once the news was pinned to the top, the comment section erupted. Wow, Huazhi Company is recruiting agents, wonderful news. I want to give it a try. Such a great opportunity is perfect for someone like me who just entered the industry. I'll observe for now. I wonder what Huazhi's dealer policies are. Absolutely not joining. I'll stick with being a BYD agent. Having a state-owned enterprise backing us means security. I'm a Mercedes-Benz dealer. I nearly died laughing at this news, calling it an unprecedented opportunity. What nonsense. I agree with the person above. No one is going to show up at Huazhi's recruitment conference. Or maybe they hired some shills with money to prop up the event. Haha, you're absolutely brilliant. Compared to those hoping to attend the conference, far more people were skeptical and dismissive. Nevertheless, this attracted the attention of certain domestic automakers. After all, the automotive market pie was limited in size, and no one wanted to see their share eroded. Among them, Li Jun was the most vigilant. After all, at the Beijing Auto Show earlier, Huazhi company's Yiyi had outperformed BYD's new F3. Later, he heard private whispers among dealers that Huazhi's vehicles were genuinely good. This was not a favorable sign. It was dangerous. Li Jun hastily issued formal letters to all dealers under the company name warning them not to attend Huazhi's recruitment conference. Otherwise, all cooperation would be terminated immediately, and their nearly 10 million yuan deposit would be forfeited as a penalty for breach of contract. Only after completing these measures did he feel somewhat reassured. Upon hearing of this, the boss of Zodi adopted identical tactics. After all, their vehicles produced by the famous ruler department, known for copying designs, were of poor quality. They survived only on low prices and promotional incentives like free Porsche emblems, which attracted some buyers. If their dealers defected to Huazhi company, Zodi would likely go bankrupt sooner rather than later. Huazhi company conference room. Yang Tianjin spoke with visible concern. Mr. Su, judging by the online sentiment, many people are pessimistic about Huazhi's recruitment conference. Zhang Sen looked extremely nervous. I heard that BYD, Zodi, and other state-owned automakers have explicitly prohibited their dealers from attending. Chen Dehai frowned. What are we to do with so much inventory? We can put 100,000 units on the production line each week. Secretary Lu Jia added. Although many direct customers have purchased through the official website, handling after-sales service and support is not something an OEM should be doing. Others also felt uneasy, lacking confidence in whether they could attract dealers. After all, compared to those established automakers, Huazhi company's track record was still thin. On one side was a private enterprise only 3 years old, on the other were several state-owned giants with decades of history. Su Chen replied calmly, prepare the dealer conference well. Opportunities belong to those who are ready. He first promoted Zhang San to vice president in charge of administration, human resources, and legal affairs. Then he renamed the planning department to marketing department and appointed Yang Tianjin as its manager. Now everyone was united in purpose, eagerly anticipating the recruitment conference. Time flew swiftly, and the day soon arrived. The venue remained the same as the Wuling Hongguang launch, the Grand Hall. Sales manager Lu Neng was responsible for greeting the dealers. He arrived early and stood at the entrance collecting business cards. Since this was a company-exclusive recruitment conference, it was not open to the general public. Only those engaged in the automotive industry were qualified to attend. The conference was scheduled to begin at 1000, but at 950 only a handful of people had arrived, no more than a dozen in total. Lu Neng was extremely anxious, stretching his neck to peer toward the entrance. Yet after another 10 minutes of waiting, only a small auto repair shop owner showed up. Lu Neng returned to the hall dejectedly, secretly wondering could it be that this recruitment conference would truly end in failure. At the sight of this, Lu Neng and the other Huazhi employees felt their hearts sink. Why are there only a dozen people here? I don't know. Mercedes-Benz conference was packed with thousands of agents. Even the copycat Zhongtai had hundreds of agents. Just then a middle-aged man carrying an LV bag hurried over. He awkwardly bowed toward the stage before quickly finding a seat. The venue, capable of holding over 1,000 now, had only a pitiful dozen people seated. Su Chen glanced at his watch and stepped up to the podium precisely on time. With a calm expression he began, distinguished guests, welcome to Huazhi Corporation's investment conference. Sparse applause followed. Most faces in the audience showed clear skepticism, which only deepened the anxiety of Huazhi's employees. Su Chen announced clearly, becoming our agent comes with requirements. First, a deposit of 10 million yuan. The hall fell into dead silence. Many agents' smiles froze, their eyes wide with disbelief. What? Did I hear that right? 10 million, just to start. I'd be honored to be an agent, and you want me to pay? Shameless. Even BYD, a state-owned company, only asks for 10 million. A small private company dares to demand so much. Let's go. Huazhi is too arrogant. They could beg me later, and I wouldn't come. With that, more than half of the people stood up. With arrogant expressions, they headed for the door without looking back. Sales manager Lu panicked, wanting to persuade them to stay, but dared not act without the boss's order. Only 5 people remained in the hall, all wearing grim expressions, as if ready to leave at any moment. The most nervous was the small repair shop owner Wu Sheng. From a southern county, he had married into a wealthy family. Though he worked tirelessly from dawn to dusk and had saved millions, his father-in-law still scorned him as a freeloader. He was desperate to prove himself by making a fortune. Earlier browsing Douyin, Wu Sheng saw the Wuling Hongguang bought one for its value and was so impressed he followed Huazhi's official website. At the Beijing Auto Show, he was stunned by 2 Geely models. He saw an opportunity, but had no way to become an agent. Now upon hearing this news, he immediately sold his repair shop, mortgaged his house, and prepared for the investment conference. His wife opposed, saying Huazhi was unknown and would surely fail. But Wu Sheng believed it was a once-in-a-century opportunity. He insisted, infuriating his wife, who took the child back to her parents' home, vowing, if you gamble on this, I won't recognize you as my husband. Wu Sheng was now all in, betting everything on this chance. Failure would mean losing his family. Clenching his fists, he waited anxiously. Su Chen looked at the 5 remaining people and smiled slightly, Since you chose to stay and pay the 10 million deposit, Huazhi will not treat you poorly. Now I authorize you as exclusive primary agents in your regions. Wu Sheng's eyes lit up with excitement. Exclusive regional agent. This is a fantastic opportunity. The middle-aged man with the LV bag couldn't suppress his smile. President Su is magnificent. I'm a BYD agent and I want to switch to Huazhi. Gasps of surprise arose. Someone squinted. Are you Cheng Guang, BYD's general agent for East China? Hearing his name, Cheng Guang scratched his head sheepishly. President Su is the real deal. I'm just small-time trying to make a living. Now I'm turning over a new leaf. Hope President Su accepts me. Su Chen nodded, then continued. The company will set sales targets based on your regions and agent levels. Meet the goals and you'll get up to 20 rebate at year-end. The hall erupted in shock. A 20 rebate. Unheard of. Even major automakers offer at most 10, and they bundle unpopular models and colors. Exactly. Conditions are so harsh, almost no agent can meet them. I tell people selling new cars isn't profitable. They don't believe it. The factory prices are high and rebates are impossible. I feel the same. Being an auto agent isn't as glamorous as it seems. Su Chen's policy struck a chord with the agents. Incredibly heartwarming. For the first time ever, a manufacturer offered agents a 20 rebate. They exchanged glances, grateful for their decision to stay. Missing such a rare opportunity would be a lifelong regret. Su Chen could afford such generous rebates. Because the engine blueprints and production lines came from the system, no RD or equipment costs. The base materials and labor cost only 2,000 yuan per engine. Other automakers like BYD pay at least 8,000 to 1,000 yuan for imported engines. This five-fold difference allowed Su Chen to slash prices boldly. Competitors with higher costs could never do the same. Su Chen then announced, regarding original parts, I guarantee primary agents a 20 profit margin. Terminal dealers get 40. You can develop sub-agents aggressively. The 5 agents gasped. The hall remained eerily quiet for a few minutes, then erupted into warm applause. Wu Sheng nearly jumped for joy. Choosing Huazhi was a wise move. Following the right boss could earn him billions. President Su is bold and visionary. I'll go back and promote Huazhi's cars vigorously. With such great support, I'll sell 2 million units a year. That's small thinking. I'll sell 5 million of one model alone. Who are you looking down on? I'll sell 2 million per model. Sign a responsibility pledge. The atmosphere grew heated. Competitive spirits flared as everyone eagerly anticipated a sales showdown. This joy infected the 3 agents who had just arrived. Their flight had been delayed by weather. After learning the agent policies, these latecomers were also thrilled and expressed their desire to sign agreements immediately. Thus, under the cameras, Huazhi's 8 exclusive primary agents were born. Holding red authorization certificates on stage, their eyes, curved lips, smiled hearts full of joy. Huazhi's employees were delighted. They finally had agents. But no one expected what would happen the next day. Hundreds of business owners like locusts swarmed in from all over the country. They all crowded at the entrance of Huazhi Company and shouted loudly, President Su, I have traveled thousands of miles from an island and am willing to become a distributor. President Su, I came with cash, full of sincerity. President Su, I regret it. I shouldn't have left yesterday just because I heard about the deposit. President Su, I was wrong too, please give me another chance. It turned out that after the distribution policy of Huazhi Company was released last night, those bosses who acted as distributors for domestic brand cars were almost crazy. They had never seen such a supportive OEM. This was a surefire path to profit. Only a fool would refuse it. Therefore, everyone immediately took out their phones to book the earliest flights, afraid that if they were even 1 minute late, the opportunity to make money would be snatched by others. The current situation was the best illustration. I have received your voices. The newly appointed Vice President Zhang since said solemnly, but you cannot enter the company. Let me first report to President Su. After saying that, he hurriedly went to the president's office. Su Chen was drinking coffee when he heard a knock on the door. President Su, there are over 300 bosses at the gate. Zhang San reported, they are fighting to become distributors. Should I arrange a meeting in the conference room? Su Chen did not answer immediately. He paused slightly and said, no meeting. Oh. Zhang San was stunned. We don't want distributors who come to us voluntarily. Su Chen said unhurriedly, when we held the investment conference they didn't come. What's the point of showing up now? Go out and tell everyone that our 8 first-level distributors have been confirmed. The information will be released on the official website later. But if they are interested in becoming second-level distributors or Terminal 4S stores, they can contact the first-level distributors to handle it. This is called first come, first served. Rules are rules. It has always been those who dare to take risks, have vision and boldness, who make big money. Those who are cautious and follow the herd can only earn small change. Zhang Sen suddenly understood. President Su is right. Business is like a battlefield. Seizing the first opportunity is crucial. They missed their chance, so they must reap what they sow. He took the order and went out, relaying Su Chen's words to the people at the gate. Those distributors were immediately dumbfounded. However, they quickly changed their attitude. Thank you, President Su. I am very happy to be a second-level distributor. Exactly why I asked for more. What more do you want? I feel extremely proud to be able to sell Huazhi cars. Indeed, this trip was not in vain. I will now contact the local first-level distributor to inquire about opening a 4S store. Everyone with their own little schemes left full of joy. However, shortly after seeing off that group, Huazhi company received another uninvited guest. Li Jun wants to see me. Chen looked up and asked, what's his background? Zhang Sen hurriedly replied, chairman of Great Wall Motor Company, also a state-owned enterprise. Chen squinted his eyes. Please let him in. He held the core technology of the engine and was not afraid of competitors. He neither feared competition from friendly companies nor refused cooperation with them. After a while, a scholarly businessman in his 50s walked in. Above his head floated a system message. Li Jun, chairman of Great Wall, intends to purchase engines to develop his own company. Seeing this prompt, Chen had a thorough understanding of the situation and remained as steady as a mountain. President Su. Li Jun walked in with a smile, extending his hand. I came abruptly without making an appointment with you in advance. Chen stood up politely. President Liu, you flatter me. Please sit down. After they were seated, a secretary brought hot tea. After taking a sip, Li Jun couldn't wait to get down to business. Although also a state-owned enterprise, Great Wall Company could not compare with Huazhi, lacking both funds and R&D capabilities. Yet ironically, its workshops were large and well-equipped, and its employee count was 3 times higher. Just the annual expenditure was over $1 billion, while the revenue from car sales was less than $100 million. Unable to make ends meet, it relied entirely on state support. If this continued, Great Wall would be restructured and merged into another group. Li Jun was unwilling to accept such a fate. He had watched Great Wall grow. It could be said that Great Wall Motor was his child. Therefore, Li Jun treasured any opportunity that could save the car company and would not let it slip. After the Beijing Auto Show, when the marketing director reported the situation truthfully, Li Jun immediately seized on the highlight. Excitedly, he said, a private enterprise has manufactured a car engine. Shocked, he was speechless for a long time, then quickly asked someone to inquire at the patent office. The feedback result was indeed that the patent office had received the engine patent application from Huazhi company. Although it was only in the preliminary examination stage, not yet at the point of verifying the patent technology. But Li Jun felt he could not wait for the official stamp. Making decisions in business required swift and decisive action. Therefore, as soon as Huazhi company's investment conference ended, he immediately had someone book a flight and came to discuss cooperation in person. This was the critical point for Great Wall to revive, and also the opportunity to surpass companies like Huazhi. Li Jun got straight to the point. President Su, to be honest, I came here to purchase car engines. His heart was pounding as he said this. After all, the car engine is the core component of a vehicle. Whoever controls the engine holds a dominant position in the automotive industry. Therefore, car manufacturers prefer to install engines in their own vehicles. Even if they sell them, they are outdated or detuned versions. Li Jun had already prepared himself for rejection. But Chen showed no surprise. He simply said calmly, President Liu, what are your thoughts? Please elaborate. Li Jun's heart stirred. There was hope. He quickly said, I know the Kunlun engine is excellent with performance far exceeding that of the same displacement Mitsubishi engine. So, I want to obtain exclusive supply rights, meaning you only supply engines to our Great Wall company. Of course, I know this request is a bit excessive, so I am offering 5 billion yuan for a 1-year contract. Li Jun felt that a 1-year term was enough for Great Wall to seize the first mover advantage. With such an advanced engine, Great Wall cars would surely make a stunning comeback. Not only would it leave brands like Huazhi far behind, but it would also surpass foreign brands like Honda and Toyota. Chen's dark eyes were like deep pools, unfathomable at a glance. He did not give an answer immediately, but said slowly, I still need to consider the matter of selling engines. Li Jun hurriedly nodded. I understand. Such a big matter requires your deliberation. How about this? I will come back to visit in 3 days. During this time, please feel free to raise any requirements. As he said this, he took out his business card and respectfully handed it over with both hands. Chen took it with a smile. Okay, Liu Jia, please see President Liu off. Watching Li Jun's departing figure, Chen fell into deep thought. Selling engines to make money was no problem. He wasn't afraid of others stealing the technology. The Chinese Academy of Sciences had designed many engines, but none could be mass-produced. The technical difficulty lay in the production line. Without precision molds and machine tools, everything was a mirage. But how could such an important product have only one buyer? Just then his phone screen suddenly lit up. A message popped up. President Su, I am Jin, chairman of Zhongtai Automobile. The Kunlun engine you produce is incredible. Its performance surpasses Mitsubishi and Mercedes. I am deeply impressed and sincerely wish to purchase a batch. Could you spare some time for a face-to-face discussion? Chen curled his lips into a faint smile. What he wished for came to pass. Now he had one more candidate. He paused for a few seconds, then replied to the message. All right, let's discuss it in detail at Huazhi company in 3 days. Jin, upon hearing the text message tone, was so excited that his hands trembled. It's here. President Su replied. Yet he stared at his phone for a full minute, too afraid to open it. His heart was a mix of anticipation and fear. He anticipated the chance to purchase the Kunlun engine, but feared a merciless rejection. Finally, Jin took a deep breath, gathered his courage, and opened his phone. The moment he saw the message, his eyes lit up. President Su is truly a man of boldness and vision. he actually agreed to sell. Jin Yong was overjoyed, believing he had gotten a head start and would surely surpass his competitors. In truth, among the many domestic brands, Zhongtai cars had the worst reputation. That was because Zhongtai was the earliest copycat in China. The widely circulated joke about the measuring tape department originated from Zhongtai's design team. Back then it was Jin Yong who instructed his employees to use measuring tapes to replicate foreign brand cars down to the millimeter. Recalling this, Jin Yong's face flushed with shame. He didn't want to do it either, but he had no choice. Without the core technology for engines, he had to satisfy customers with the exterior. Moreover, they offered a Porsche logo with the car, fulfilling some owners' dreams of owning a luxury vehicle. That was how they managed to carve out a share of the automobile market. But now things were different. If they could install the Kunlun engine, Zhongtai cars could stand tall. They could directly use technology as a selling point to rapidly expand their market share. Jin Yong knew that Huazhi company would remain the industry leader. But even being second place meant a huge slice of the pie with substantial profits. Thinking of this, Jin Yong burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. From now on, when I attend the state-owned asset supervision meetings, I won't have to fear comparisons with other car manufacturers anymore. BYD, BSC, Chongqing Chery. They can all step aside. Zhongtai Automobile is the best state-owned car brand. Unfortunately, walls have ears. The news that the CEOs of Chongqing and Zhongtai had contacted Su Chun to purchase the engine quickly reached another person's ears. At the BYD general manager's office, these two old foxes, Li Yufu, slammed the table in anger. Incredibly sly. They've already gone behind my back to negotiate for the engine. Lucky for me, my information network is swift. Otherwise, I'd still be in the dark. The new marketing director tentatively suggested President Li, maybe we should join in too. With BYD's deep pockets, no one can outbid us. We've always been the industry leader. We can't afford to be left behind this time. Li Yufu actually disdained the idea of begging Su Chen for an engine. He believed that relying on the established reputation of the state-owned enterprise would keep them standing firm in the market. But when he thought about the other two car companies making a move, Li Yufu's competitive spirit flared up. He had always had a strained relationship with Jin Yong and Lu Jianjun. At the annual state-owned assets meetings, the three of them were locked in a silent rivalry, each refusing to yield to the others. So this time he had to be part of the engine purchase. Secretary, book me a ticket. Li Yufu, unwilling to fall behind, immediately sent a message. President Su, I am Li Yongfu from BYD. I'm also signing up for the engine procurement project. Su Chun welcomed all comers. Three CEOs made for a drama. This time he could evaluate and choose a suitable enterprise to cooperate with. Soon the appointed day arrived. At the Huazhi general manager's office, Lu Jianjun was the first to arrive. He had been staying in Yunhai City waiting for the 3-day appointment. But just as he sat down, another person walked in through the door. President Jin, what brings you here? Lu Jianjun exclaimed in surprise. Is Zhongtai also looking to purchase the Kunlun engine? Jin Yong nodded. Yes, and we are determined to win it. Lu Jianjun immediately felt a strong sense of crisis. But just as he thought there was only one competitor, Li Yongfu also arrived. The room instantly felt like a gathering of three heroes. Li Yufu laughed. All my old friends are here. How could I possibly miss this? Lu Jianjun immediately felt a headache coming on. He could accept Zhongtai's involvement, but how did BYD with its immense wealth also show up? It seemed today's engine procurement would be fiercely competitive. Su Chen, on the other hand, was quite pleased with this situation. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he spoke, welcome all CEOs for traveling thousands of miles to our Huazhi company for engine procurement. Lu Jianjun's eyes were filled with hope. President Su, I was the first to approach you. Have you considered my earlier proposal? Su Chen gave a slight smile. I have decided to sell the first-use rights of the Kunlun engine. The three exclaimed in unison, first-use rights. Su Chen explained it means the exclusive right to use the Kunlun engine first, for a period of 3 months. Given current production limits, aside from our own use, we can only supply one car manufacturer. Boom. The three CEOs were so shocked they couldn't speak. 3 months of first-use rights. That was way too good. Whoever secured it would have a massive advantage. In 3 months, they could leave all other brands far behind, becoming the second largest domestic brand after Huazhi Automobile. Lu Jianjun was the first to ask President Su, what is the price for these first-use rights? The other two pricked up their ears, listening intently. Su Chen spoke, I'm offering this opportunity to you. The engine starts at 5 billion yuan. The highest bidder wins. This was the best approach. In a seller's market, he could sit back and wait for the takers. The air in the room instantly grew solemn. 5 billion yuan was no small sum. It could buy 2 automobile production lines. Yet this was only for 3 months of first-use rights, and the engines themselves would be priced separately. But this amount didn't deter Chongqing CEO Lu Jianjun. Without a second thought, he said directly, I bid 6 billion. Lu Jianjun wanted the engine the most, so naturally, he was the first to bid. He raised it by 1 billion, just like that. Jin Yong of Zhongtai felt his eyelids twitch under the pressure. He glanced warily at the other two, then said, I bid 7 billion. This is really going all out. Li Yufu muttered inwardly, but his words were equally defiant, I'm willing to offer 10 billion. This statement nearly knocked Lu Jianjun off his chair. What? 10 billion? Was he joking? In less than a minute the bid had doubled. This Li Yufu was truly flush with cash, his bid astonishing. But at 10 billion, how could anyone else raise the bid? Lu Jianjun of Changchun looked grave as if deep in thought. Jin Yong of Zhongtai also furrowed his brows, caught in hesitation. What should he do now? Yet this silence was soon shattered. Jin Yong straightened his back. I bid 12 billion. An extra 2 billion was nothing as long as the Kunlun engine could be installed, the money would be recouped quickly. 15 billion. Li Yufu declared proudly. Our Baiadi has the financial strength. The competitive atmosphere instantly intensified. These were no empty boasts. Among the state-owned automakers, Baiadi was the wealthiest. Jin Yong remained defiant, but in comparison he paled. Though he desperately wanted the Kunlun engine, the price of 15 billion was indeed steep. Just as Jin Yong hesitated, Lu Jianjun stated in a deep voice, 20 billion. This is the only chance for Changchun to turn things around. Others may give up, but I cannot. President Lu, what boldness. Li Yufu applauded, but I am willing to go higher, 40 billion. 40 billion. The competitive atmosphere reached its peak. Jin Yong felt as if struck by lightning, swallowing hard. Lu Jianjun's face was ashen and he remained silent. Li Yufu folded his arms and leaned back in his chair, his gaze piercing. The room was eerily quiet, so still that a pin drop could be heard. Su Chen said impassively, 40 billion. Is there anyone raising the bid? Jin Yong of Zhongtai looked troubled and unconsciously lowered his head. Lu Jianjun of Changchun gritted his teeth. I bid 50 billion. That was right. He was going all out, burning his bridges. The 50 billion represented the entire cash flow of Changchun Automobile. Boom, boom, boom. Not only was Jin Yong shocked, but Li Yufu's eyes also widened in disbelief as he stared at Lu Jianjun. Was he out of his mind? Spending 50 billion for 3 months of exclusive launch rights. Su Chen had a good first impression of Lu Jianjun and had heard about Changchun's difficulties over the past 2 days. A president willing to invest so much money in an engine, such a bold and visionary leader, deserved an opportunity. He remarked appreciatively, is there anyone exceeding 50 billion? Lu Jianjun was on edge. This was already his financial limit, and he could not offer a single cent more. It all depended on the stance of the other 2 competitors. Jin Yong of Zhongtai shook his head repeatedly. President Su, I withdraw. Li Yongfu of Baiadi hesitated for a moment. President Su, I also concede. 50 billion was already an astronomical figure. He doubted whether such a huge expense would truly pay off. So it was better to let the rival jump into the fire and watch from the sidelines. Done. Lu Jianjun's voice trembled with excitement. The exclusive launch rights are mine. He struggled to suppress the urge to leap from his chair. Jin Yong and Li Yongfu chimed in together. Congratulations, President Lu. Thus the battle for the Kunlun engine rights was settled. Apart from Lu Jianjun, who stayed to sign the agreement, the other 2 presidents tactfully departed. President Su, Lu Jianjun said earnestly, thank you for sharing the engine and thank you for giving Changchun this opportunity. Su Chen replied calmly, it's nothing. You also paid the 50 billion fee. However, I do believe that domestic automakers as a whole should rise to a new level. Lu Jianjun nodded. This new level should ideally be technological innovation, and the Kunlun engine has emerged right on time. Su Chen made no comment. The technology was always the core strength. He paused and offered some advice. For Changchun to capture the market, it's not necessary to build sedans. I will be producing SUVs next. You can follow suit and should be able to make money. Lu Jianjun was taken aback, then said gratefully, thank you for your guidance, President Su. You are truly my benefactor. With renewed confidence he left. President Su. Secretary Lu Jia closed the meeting minutes and asked, why do you allow others to follow your lead? Su Chen leaned back in his chair unconcerned. The SUVs I'm producing are high-end, targeting a different customer base. Moreover, monopolizing an industry doesn't mean eliminating all companies, it means raising the industry standards. Lu Jia rested her chin on her hand and thought for a moment, then suddenly realized. President Su, you're making automakers follow your lead. If they don't upgrade according to your standards, they'll be automatically eliminated by the industry. Su Chen nodded. This future business steward was indeed quick-witted. Bombshell. Changchun Automobile spends a whopping 50 billion to secure the Kunlun engine exclusive launch rights. 3 presidents of state-owned automakers gather at Huazhi company. Here's why Su Chen, the man who ends the era of domestic auto brands ruling independently, conscious enterprise engine outperforming Mitsubishi, sold for only 6,000 yuan. The media reports instantly swept across the internet. This time it not only caught the attention of netizens, but also stunned domestic OEMs. They belatedly learned that the presidents of Baiadi, Changchun, and Zhongtai had secretly gone to purchase the Kunlun engine. This move carried profound industry significance, signaling an unusual shift. The landscape of domestic cars had truly changed. No longer were they forced to buy foreign engines, now they had a superior domestic engine to install. Presidents of Chirei, Beiki Chang'an, and other companies hastily called to inquire. The answer they received was that they could only purchase after the 6-month exclusive period. They were deeply regretful, feeling they had missed out on a tremendous opportunity. Meanwhile, these news reports caught the attention of Director Wang of the Commerce Commission. Earlier, at the request of Yunhai City Mayor Zhou Peng, he had arranged a booth for Huazhi Automobile. But afterward, Director Wang, busy with government affairs, had forgotten about the company. Yet he never expected the company to be so strong, quietly developing a car engine without any fanfare. And now it had been purchased by Changchun, a truly unprecedented event. Director Wang immediately thought of the Modu International Auto Show, which had been troubling him for a long time. At the beginning of the year, the Commerce Commission had been assigned a task. This year's International Auto Show must have a Chinese enterprise participating. Indeed, in this parallel world, domestic auto shows were separate. Domestic OEMs and foreign OEMs never appeared at the same exhibition. Nihongo Pyongyangwa and Pijogwa had jointly issued a statement. Cars without independent RD technology were not allowed to participate in the International Auto Show. This was blatant discrimination, but it left people speechless. The powerful nations, leveraging their technological advantages, mercilessly harvested the Chinese market, yet brazenly shut Chinese companies out. Over time, this had caused discontent among the leadership in Jingxing. The government stepped in and secured one slot for this year's International Auto Show. They hoped to finally hold their heads high and avenge the humiliation. Director Wang had screened and submitted many companies, but all were rejected by the bureau chief for lack of technological innovation. Now the most qualified automaker had arrived. As long as they could confirm that the Kunlun engine was independently developed, everything would be settled. Delighted, Director Wang picked up the phone and called an acquaintance at the patent office. Half an hour later, at Huazhi Corporation in Yunhai City, President Su, the patent office, called. Secretary Lu Jia entered the room to report. They said to bring the engine and immediately go to the capital for an expert review. Su Chen looked up. Expert review? What the hell? Just then Mayor Zhou called. President Su, congratulations on your patent approval coming through so quickly. Director Wang of the Commerce Commission personally contacted the patent office leadership on your behalf. Now, as long as it passes the expert review by the Chinese Academy of Sciences, your invention patent will be approved within a week. Zhou Peng had a good relationship with Director Wang, so he was well informed of the news. Su Chen nodded in understanding. All right, I'll prepare for it. This was tremendous news. Typically, patent approval takes 2 to 3 years. Now, with just the expert review to pass, it could be completed in a week. Such was the advantage of influence. Su Chen's expression remained calm, but his gaze grew more resolute. One day he would stand at the pinnacle of supremacy through his black technology. At the transportation branch of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, assistant Chen was organizing documents when he suddenly received a call from the patent office. Does elder son have time this Wednesday? There's a patent for an automotive engine that needs his review. Chen quickly checked the calendar. Yes, he's available. All right, assistant Chen, the relevant materials have been sent to your email. Please check. After hanging up, Chen opened his computer to review the email. He was accustomed to such matters and paid little attention. Every year, countless people applied for patents. Some claimed to have invented engines, others lightspeed tracks, and some even said they had discovered the God particle. Each claim was more outlandish and unreliable than the last. This applicant was likely just seeking fame, perhaps trying to meet annual research report requirements. So he had probably cobbled together a document to fulfill the assessment. With this assumption, Chen casually opened the attachment, which contained 2 files. Naturally aspirated 4-cylinder engine, turbocharged 4-cylinder engine. Chen chuckled softly. 2 engine designs. As the youngest Ph.D. at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, specializing in thermal energy and power engineering, his practical research skills had become exceptional since serving as elder son's assistant. Thus, all patent applications went through his initial review. Chen relaxed as he scanned the document, gradually scrolling down. But as he read on, his expression grew serious. Is this really engine technology? The data and theories in the document were interlinked and meticulously designed. Parameters such as cylinder gasket compression ratio and piston shape were precisely specified. Chen read through to the turbocharged engine section and was astonished. This was technology mastered only abroad, with China currently having no capability in this area. Could someone really have researched and manufactured it? He opened the photos with skepticism. They were actual photographs of the engine. At a single glance, Chen's heartbeat quickened. They really built an engine. He leaped up from his chair, grabbed his laptop, and rushed out the door. At the branch office of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, elder son was sketching designs on paper when he suddenly saw assistant Chen rushing in frantically. Elder son looked puzzled. What's the rush? What happened? This assistant was usually the most composed. Why the sudden change? Catching his breath, Chen exclaimed excitedly. Elder son, a major technological breakthrough. A car engine has been built. Elder son's eyes twitched, and he immediately put down his pen. Tell me the details. Chen opened the laptop. The patent office received a patent application for an automotive engine. They need your academic review. The file contains all the details. Elder son quickly put on his reading glasses and began reading word by word. As the dean of the transportation branch, he had devoted his life to automotive engine research. Hoping to solve China's bottleneck technology, he had spent decades without success, growing increasingly anxious. Therefore, he meticulously reviewed every engine patent application. But the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. They were all fraudulent documents of no practical use. This time, however, was different. As he read carefully, elder son's expression grew increasingly serious. Incredible, truly incredible. He stared unblinkingly at the document, muttering to himself. Elder son scrutinized every number and character, an occupational habit of researchers and the rigor and caution expected of a scholar. After finishing the final photos, elder son remained immersed in shock, unable to speak for a long time. What do you think? Chen asked softly. How do you find the engine? Elder son's voice trembled. The authenticity is extremely high. Notify the other professors in the institute. They will join me for the engine review on Wednesday. This was a moment to witness a historic technological breakthrough. Upon hearing Chen's relay, the dozen professors in the institute were all frozen in place. After a long pause, they came to their senses, faces flushed with excitement. Has someone really built a car engine in China? The automotive expert, the dean of research, Elder Sun, has already approved it. It must be true. I can hardly believe it. And it's turbocharging technology. I'm thrilled to see it. Design drawings are one thing, but actually building a functional engine is a miracle. I want to meet the inventor. It must be a seasoned old scholar. They weren't the only ones with this thought. The Elder Sun and Chen thought the same way. Amid everyone's eager anticipation, Wednesday arrived quickly. Su Chun and the patent office staff arrived at the Chinese Academy of Sciences as scheduled. Elder Sun and the dozen professors had been waiting impatiently in the room. Chen had been standing at the main entrance, his heart pounding. Upon seeing the patent office personnel, he hurried over. Engineer Jia, has the inventor arrived? Engineer Jia nodded sideways. This is President Su, chairman of Huazhi Corporation. Looking at the handsome young man around his own age, Chen asked in surprise, "You're the inventor?" Su Chen smiled calmly. "Yes, it came from my hands." Chen scrutinized Su Chen from head to toe, his eyes nearly popping out in shock. This was completely unexpected. Shouldn't he be around Elder Sun's age? At the very least, he should have graying temples and decades of practical and theoretical experience. But instead, he was a young man in his 20s. Chen looked at him with admiration. "President Su, you're truly a research genius. Please come in." He led the way while Wang Baoqiang followed behind with a pallet truck carrying the engine crate. In a few minutes, the group reached the meeting room. Engineer Jia from the patent office said respectfully, "Elder Sun, sorry to trouble you again." Elder Sun smiled kindly. "It's my duty." Then he glanced at Su Chen. Didn't the patent inventor come in person? Obviously, Elder Sun also mistakenly assumed this young man was just an assistant. "Elder Sun, he is the inventor." Chen spoke with pride, as if he were the one being praised. Elder Sun drew in a sharp breath, his expression gradually turning respectful. The dozen professors were utterly dumbfounded. Shouldn't the inventor be an elderly man with a vigorous spirit and white hair? They could not possibly equate the handsome young man with the inventor of the automotive engine as they had imagined. Elder Sun proactively extended his hand, praising, "A remarkable youth. The younger generation is truly formidable." Su Chun returned the gesture with a calm smile, saying, "You are highly respected, Elder Sun. I look forward to your guidance." Elder Sun hurriedly waved his hand. "Today, we come to learn. You are the lecturer." Su Chen made no pretense of modesty. Standing before the projector, he delivered a concise presentation on the engine patent. The professors who had spent decades in scientific research seemed to transform into attentive students. They listened with exceptional focus and dedication, some even taking notes. Elder Sun's face flushed with excitement. This is simply a genius of the invention world. All the formulas and procedures were rigorous and scientific without a single flaw. With this design, the manufactured cylinders would undoubtedly rank among the best in the world. The professors from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, originally here to evaluate the inventor, now listened with rapt attention, like students learning with great enthusiasm. Only when the patent introduction was complete did they show reluctance to stop revealing expressions of regret for not hearing enough. Su Chen spoke up, "Now I will show you all the experts. Already mass-produced and installed on vehicles." Upon hearing these words, everyone from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, including Elder Sun, shared the same expression, a mix of anxiety and excitement. As veteran professors who had dedicated decades to scientific research to witness with their own eyes the first domestically developed and mass-produced engine in China, it was such an honor and blessing. "Very well, we're also waiting to see the actual product." Elder Sun's voice carried an undetected tremor. Wang Baoqiang quickly lifted the wooden crate and placed both engines on the podium. "Wow!" A chorus of exclamations immediately filled the meeting room. Elder Sun, wearing his reading glasses, stretched his neck to get a closer look. The other professors leaned forward, eagerly wishing they could sit nearer. Even so, it still didn't satisfy their curiosity. Finally, Elder Sun couldn't restrain himself, stood up directly, and walked in front of the engine. The other professors quickly followed, and these people instantly surrounded the platform where the engine was placed. China has never seen such an advanced engine. These processes are complex components densely arranged. The cylinder block is thick and sturdy, cast in one piece. The chain and gears fit perfectly. The crankshaft is precisely manufactured. "Hey, don't push, I haven't finished looking yet." "Old Wang, that's not very fair of you. We need to take turns looking." "And you old foo, it's been 3 minutes, already time to switch." Yes, we haven't seen it yet." Witnessing this scene, Chao Gong from the patent office was deeply moved. These rigid experts from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, usually the most serious, were now scrambling like children. The reason for their unusual behavior was those two car engines. Elder Sun was completely focused on examining the engine without distraction, as if he couldn't hear the professors arguing at all. "Too exquisite," he murmured, joy flashing in his eyes. "I have never seen such an advanced automotive engine." Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back, quietly watching the group of experts appraising. Finally, after a long wait, Elder Sun led everyone back to their seats. Everyone's excited emotions still hadn't calmed down. When they looked at Su Chen again, the shock in their eyes had been replaced by reverence. This was an extraordinary genius with terrifying talent. This was a contributor who would rewrite the history of China's automotive industry. This was a young scholar whom even the Chinese Academy of Sciences experts felt inferior to. Elder Sun glanced around at the professors and said, "Now it's time to vote. If you approve of this engine, please raise your hands. As long as more than half approve the invention patent, we'll pass the review." No sooner had Elder Sun finished speaking than all the professors raised their hands, not missing a single one. This was unanimous approval. Elder Sun looked at Su Chen with admiration and said word by word, "How magnificent is our vast China, how inspiring is the spirit of our youth." Thunderous applause immediately erupted in the meeting room. The old professor's hands were red from clapping, more excited than attending national scientific conferences. Chao Gong from the patent office followed the procedure, handed over the approval form for Elder Sun to sign. Thus the expert review for Huazhi Company was successfully completed. The rest was just the internal approval at the patent office, and within 3 to 5 days the patent certificate could be obtained. "Congratulations, President Su," Chao Gong from the patent office said. "This is the fastest patent approval I have ever seen." Su Chen smiled and replied, "You work efficiently." Chao Gong dared not take credit. "President Su, your automotive invention fills a technical gap in China. If we delayed, Elder Sun and the government would definitely reprimand us." "Ha!" Elder Sun laughed heartily. "This is an invention that benefits the country and its people. It cannot be delayed for a moment." After speaking, he looked at the two engines on the table, his eyes full of appreciation and reluctance. According to routine, these two prototypes would need to be taken away by the applicant after the demonstration. But as an automotive expert, Elder Sun truly desired to possess them. What excellent research samples these were. The manufacturing of an engine involves multiple processes, including casting, polishing, and assembly. There were also complete industrial technologies, from materials to precision machine tools, from temperature control to process management. These two engines were exactly what his branch institute needed. Su Chen observed Elder Sun's expressions carefully. This was a favor that cost nothing but brought countless benefits. So he said, "I am willing to donate these two engines to Elder Sun for research purposes." Upon hearing this, the meeting room fell silent immediately. The dozen or so old professors were first stunned, then smiled excitedly. "Excellent. Thank you, President Su, for your generous gift. Now when we conduct research, it won't just be empty talk on paper anymore. Indeed, if we can summarize a set of engine manufacturing templates, they can be popularized and promoted throughout China." Su Chen listened quietly, without showing emotion. Want to replicate the engine? That was absolutely impossible. The engine production line provided by the system was unique. Not to mention other enterprises, even a nationwide mobilization of China would be futile. These two could simply be displayed for appreciation and admiration. Elder Sun was most touched. "President Su, your vision is truly grand. These two engines may be insignificant to you, but they are extremely important to our branch institute. I will lead our staff to make your invention widely known." Su Chen smiled calmly. "Then I won't disturb you any longer, Elder Sun. I'll take my leave first." Watching him leave, Elder Sun sincerely praised, "A genius inventor with such noble character is truly the pride of China." The other dozen or so professors also nodded repeatedly, feeling even more reverence for Su Chen. Elder Sun arranged for people to move the engines to the branch institute's high-security confidential room. Then he sat in his chair and dialed someone's number with a grave expression. "Group leader Song, regarding this year's Huazhi Science and Technology Invention Award, I'd like to recommend someone." On the other end of the line, Song Ming, the head of the Science and Technology Award Group, was quite surprised to hear this. He couldn't help but ask, "Elder Sun never recommends anyone. Who is so outstanding that you've broken your rule?" Elder Sun's tone carried pride. "His name is Su Chen, a genius. I'll send you the recommendation letter shortly." He believed that only Su Chen deserved this award. Hearing Elder Sun's words, Song Ming, who was usually indifferent, felt curiosity for the first time. He was eager to receive Su Chen's materials immediately. Meanwhile, Su Chen had already been picked up by a car sent by Director Wang from the Commerce Commission. The driver had been waiting at the entrance of the Chinese Academy of Sciences an hour earlier. After hearing the driver's self-introduction and purpose, Su Chen gladly accepted the invitation. The swift approval of the patent was all thanks to Director Wang's efforts. There is no such thing as altruism, so Su Chen decided to see what Director Wang was really after. The car soon stopped at the entrance. A young man dressed as an assistant immediately approached. He said humbly, "Hello, President Su, I am Director Wang's assistant. He has been waiting for you for a long time. Please follow me." The officials passing by, seeing the assistant treat someone with such respect, couldn't help but wonder. Who is this stranger? I don't know him. He looks very young, not like someone from any bureau. I think I've seen him on TV during the recent Capital City Auto Show. Now that you mention it, I remember. He's the CEO of Huazhi Company. No wonder Director Wang takes him so seriously, he developed an engine. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Su Chen strode into the commercial building. Director Wang had deliberately postponed many official duties today to make time for the meeting. The moment he saw Su Chen, he stood up from his chair and said, "President Su, please have a seat." If any staff member had witnessed Director Wang's beaming smile, they would have been shocked beyond belief. Was this the same stern, authoritative director as usual? Unaware of these thoughts, Su Chen naturally said, "Hello, Director Wang. They sat down separately, and the assistant quickly served tea before discreetly leaving. This allowed their conversation to be free and private. Director Wang took out an unopened white cigarette pack and asked, "President Su, do you smoke?" "Special supply, Huazhi." He skillfully tapped out a cigarette and offered it. Su Chen did not decline, "Thank you." The packaging was simple, even a bit plain. But as everyone in Huazhi knew, these were exclusive cigarettes that even the wealthy could not buy. Only leaders of national science and technology bureaus with a rank of at least department head could enjoy them. Huazhi came in 5 varieties: white box, black box, red box, gold box, and purple box. Director Wang was clearly not qualified. This white box of Huazhi was given to him by the department head at the annual meeting. He treasured it, keeping it in his drawer like a precious gem, reluctant to smoke it. This time he broke the seal, using Su Chen's presence as an excuse to indulge himself. After taking a puff, Director Wang got straight to the point. "To be honest, President Su, I invited you here today because I hope Huazhi Company can represent the nation at the Modu International Auto Show." His attitude was sincere, his tone earnest. Because Su Chen's patented invention filled the gap in domestic engine technology, perfectly meeting the requirements of the Modu International Auto Show. Once Su Chen agreed, Director Wang's biggest task of the year would be accomplished. Su Chen did not respond immediately, appearing to be in thought. Director Wang explained, "This exhibition is held domestically, but Huazhi enterprises were not allowed to participate. The higher-ups were very dissatisfied. So this year the leadership secured a participation slot during the launching automotive summit. The Commerce Commission's task is to find a suitable enterprise, and Huazhi is the only company qualified." Su Chen listened quietly and said, "I understand." He did not show the flattered excitement that an ordinary CEO would feel upon hearing such an opportunity. Director Wang quickly said, "Thank you for your support, President Su." As he spoke, he opened a file on the table. "This is the high-tech award that Mayor Zhou applied for on your behalf. I have already obtained approval from the Bureau Director, and the Finance Department will allocate 1 billion yuan in the coming days. An outstanding high-tech enterprise like yours must be vigorously supported by the Commerce Commission. Research and development in high-precision fields must be tough. You shouldn't have to fight alone." Su Chen naturally followed Director Wang's lead. "Indeed, to develop the engine, I had to mortgage Huazhi Company in full to raise funds. But as everyone knows, scientific research takes a long time. The hardships during the process are unimaginable to outsiders. The company eventually struggled to make ends meet and nearly went bankrupt." His words were not wrong. Most enterprises are unwilling to invest time and money in research and development. Because it is too lengthy and success is not guaranteed, many end up with empty hands. Hearing this, Director Wang was deeply moved. "I'll call Mayor Zhou and criticize him immediately. How could such an outstanding enterprise be left disheartened? You have now been certified as a high-tech enterprise. The corporate income tax rate will be reduced to 15. Su Chen smiled slightly. "With such policies, I can fully focus on developing new models." Director Wang checked the calendar. "There are still 4 months until the Modu Auto Show. I look forward to your good news, President Su." After settling the matter, Su Chen rose and left the Commerce Commission to return. Meanwhile, media reports about the patented invention had quickly become top news. Elder son of the Chinese Academy of Sciences recognizes Kunlun engine officially endorsed. Huazhi's first self-developed engine fills domestic automotive technology gap. Patent certificate obtained in just 1 week, an unprecedented scientific invention. 1 billion high-tech award, a new automotive star rises. Now no one doubted the authenticity of Su Chen's engine invention. It was definitely original, not a stolen name. Netizens were buzzing with comments. "I told you President Su's engine was definitely developed by himself. Yeah, I heard that Huazhi Company was nearly bankrupt. It was probably because research and development were too expensive. I'm so proud. Our Huazhi automotive industry finally has a substantive breakthrough. No more words. I'm going to the 4S store to buy a Geely M Grand now. I'm keeping a close eye on Huazhi Company's developments. I can't wait to see their new models." After returning to the company, Su Chen opened the system. He had been too busy lately and hadn't checked the data. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have received an additional 50 billion yuan in initial payment." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have received 1715000 yuan from sedan sales." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained 67150,150 points. Total points, 50024876576. Ding. Due to the host's increased strength, the system has disabled the lottery function for newbie protection. Please go all out and earn points through your own efforts to make purchases." Seeing the 11-digit score, Su Chen was very satisfied. With his coffers now full, he could purchase fully automated production lines. He opened the system mall and bought 3 automobile production lines at once. They were for C-class cars, D-class cars, and SUVs. Checking again, his points became 502487600. Oh, so expensive. His points instantly shrank by 1/10. Su Chen's gaze slowly moved, continuing to browse them all. Soon his attention was firmly captured by a large piece of equipment. This was a lithography machine. It could not only manufacture high-end automotive chips, but also produce chips for electronic devices like smartphones. Its precision reached 1 nanometer, leaving all competitors far behind. But when Su Chen checked the mall display, the purchase required 300 points. Just seeing those zeros, he knew it was so expensive that he couldn't afford it. Forget it, he decided to buy Qualcomm chips this time. After all, the upcoming models were mid to high-end cars, and 28nm chips were sufficient. Once again, the system dispatched heavy-duty trucks and installation workers. Production manager Chen and R&D director Wu Di had grown somewhat accustomed to their boss's terrifying capabilities, but they were still taken aback. Seeing 3 fully automatic production lines with robotic arms, they almost dropped their jaws. President Su, these production lines must be world-class. President Su, as a researcher, I'm utterly amazed. President Su, what kind of car are you planning to build? They gazed at the production lines gleaming with technological silver and operating with precise accuracy. Su Chen calmly announced, next I'm launching 3 models: the C-Class Audi A6, the D-Class Audi A8, and the SUV Audi Q7. Here are the engine blueprints and vehicle specifications. Study them. Indeed, in this parallel world, the 4 rings didn't exist. If you asked why there was no Audi brand, Su Chen himself didn't know. But that was a good thing for him. He could adopt it for his own use. Secretary Lu Jia handed over the prepared documents. R&D Director Wu Di's eyes sparkled as he received them like a treasure. President Su, I'll stay up all night studying these materials. Su Chen nodded. Let's gather in the conference room first. I have something to announce. Soon the executives arrived, assuming it was about the new cars. Su Chen scanned the room and declared, we are going to participate in the Shanghai International Auto Show. A thunderous shockwave hit everyone. They were all dazed and couldn't react. After a long pause, someone finally said, the International Auto Show. Did I hear that right? Isn't it true that domestic brands aren't allowed to participate in the Shanghai Auto Show? Exactly. Has the government stepped in? But even so, it should be state-owned enterprises like BYD, Chery, and BASC that get to participate. Everyone was talking at once, all wearing expressions of disbelief. Su Chen then explained the whole story. Marketing manager Yang Tianjin exclaimed excitedly, what a fantastic opportunity. This is the best chance for publicity. Production manager Chen Dehai, a veteran with deep feelings for the company and the country, muttered with a trembling voice, what an honor to represent China. R&D director Wu Di's eyes were full of admiration. It's all thanks to President Su's brilliance. He invented an engine that even experts couldn't create. Everyone was overjoyed at the prospect of participating in the International Auto Show. It was the nation's recognition of Huazhi company and an honor for every automotive professional. Although all of this was due to the boss's efforts, they as employees felt proud and honored. Su Chen said calmly, since the Commerce Committee's approval is still pending and hasn't been announced, you must keep the exhibition and new cars a secret. For now, besides normal production of Geely sedans, focus your energy on the 3 new models. Everyone's eyes shone with excitement as they nodded in unison yes. This was a matter of Huazhi company's international reputation. It was also a crucial event representing the national image and strength. Su Chen quickly assigned tasks, recruiting more workshop workers, purchasing parts and raw materials, logistics support, and market research. Everyone was thrilled, even more excited and eager than during the Beijing Auto Show. Nevertheless, everyone worked in an orderly manner. Amid the hustle and bustle, 3 months passed. The exclusive rights to the engine from Chongqing Company also expired. During this period, Lu Jianjun purchased 300 engines. Since developing new cars took a long time, he first installed 100 engines into the existing sedans. Unexpectedly, just this change in engine made Chongqing cars sell like hotcakes. With monthly sales of 800 units, Chongqing, which had been at the bottom of the rankings, leaped to second place. The first place was of course Huazhi Company's Geely cars. Chongqing's financial revenue for 3 months reached 9.8 billion yuan. This made many state-owned enterprise bosses green with envy. If I had known it was so profitable, I would have purchased the Kunlun engine too. This is truly a loss of 1 billion points. More importantly, in these 3 months, Chongqing's brand share has reached 7.8. Domestic brands account for only 30 in total. Huazhi alone holds 18.3, leaving only 3.9 for the rest. Over a dozen car manufacturers are fighting over that 3.9. It's terrifying. Li Yofu, the boss of BYD, stared at the news report, his face turning green with rage. He had thought that raising the price to 50 billion would trap a competitor, but instead he had handed them a golden opportunity to rise. Truly, cleverness overreached itself. Before Huazhi Company existed, BYD was the dominant force among domestic car manufacturers. In less than half a year, a small private enterprise had toppled it from its pedestal. He grew even more resentful of Su Chen and the Kunlun engine. At the same time, at Shanghai Mitsubishi Corporation, why are this month's sales figures so poor? The China regional president Chunshu Yego barked in Japanese, our Mitsubishi engine sales have dropped by 50. It's my fault. His subordinate Tianzhong bowed like a boiled shrimp to apologize. Reporting to the president 3 months ago, Chongqing Company's contract expired, and their procurement manager called to say they wouldn't be purchasing anymore. Furthermore, several other car manufacturers like BAC have also sent letters informing us of delayed procurement plans. I've inquired, and it's all the work of a company called Huazhi. Their Kunlun engine has stolen our regular customers. Chunshu Yego frowned. Who is Huazhi Company? I've never heard of such a manufacturer internationally. Tianzhong quickly explained, it's a Chinese OEM. The same one that demanded compensation from us when our engines were out of stock with such confidence. Slap. Chunshu Yego suddenly slammed the table. Baga. Tianzhong shuddered, lowering his head without daring to speak. A Chinese OEM dares to compete with us openly. Chunchu Yego fumed. And Chongqing Company with no discernment has abandoned our cooperation. Not to mention those other pathetic Chinese car manufacturers following suit. Tianzhong mustered his courage to echo, the president is absolutely right. There is no engine with better cost performance than Mitsubishi's. We cannot let this slide, we must teach them a lesson. Without Mitsubishi engines, Chinese car manufacturers are nothing. Chunchu Yego darkened his face and sank into deep thought. After a long while, he slowly raised his head, a sharp gleam flashing in his triangular eyes. He had suddenly come up with a brilliant idea. Shirxia Yego instructed, notify the sales department now to immediately halt the sale of all Mitsubishi engines. Not a single unit will be supplied to Chinese automakers. Let's see how long they can hold out. Tanaka was greatly alarmed upon hearing this. President, are you really going to do this? This move was equivalent to a complete engine embargo. It was worth noting that in China, over 90% of domestic brands relied on Mitsubishi engines. The ties between Mitsubishi and China could be traced back to the 1970s. Huazhi, Zhonghua, Cherry Tiggo, Great Wall, Haval, BYD F3, and Zodi 2008 all ran on Mitsubishi engines. At that time, Mitsubishi first exported medium-duty trucks to China. In the 1990s, seizing this opportunity, Mitsubishi established the Dongguan Mitsubishi Engine Factory. Thanks to their mature technology, durability, fuel efficiency, and ease of maintenance, Mitsubishi engines were well suited for affordable Chinese automotive brands. Great Wall and Zodi were particularly loyal users. It could be said that Mitsubishi once single-handedly helped domestic cars turn things around. Given this glorious history, Shirxia Yego boasted, our official website will announce that our engines are indefinitely out of stock. I'm confident that within a month these Chinese automakers will have to raise the white flag. By then they'll be on their knees begging us to supply engines. Tanaka's face broke into a wide smile. President, your strategy is brilliant. That afternoon, the Shanghai Mitsubishi official website issued an announcement. Statement on the indefinite suspension of Mitsubishi engine supply. Major Chinese domestic automotive brands immediately erupted in uproar. What kind of joke is this? My orders are already in production and now Mitsubishi says they won't supply engines. After watching Great Wall make a fortune, Cherry is just about to launch new models and gets cut off. Mitsubishi is using technology as a chokehold. This is shameless. Exactly. Contracts have already been signed. Why would Mitsubishi unilaterally declare an indefinite suspension? This is obviously bullying. I suspect there's more to this than meets the eye. What the hell is Mitsubishi up to? Our Zodi engine inventory has completely run out. We're in critical condition. Having built their businesses from scratch, they couldn't develop proprietary core technologies in such a short time. For over 20 years, they had relied on opportunistic sourcing to sustain operations. Mitsubishi engines were the most widely adopted by domestic brands. According to official statistics, the market share stood at 92.3. Now, without warning, they were declaring an indefinite suspension of supply. Was this meant to strangle every Chinese enterprise? After calling Mitsubishi's sales department, the response matched the official statement. However, no specific reason was given, only that the resumption timeline was uncertain. The Chinese automakers were now in a frenzy. Zodi CEO Jin Yong asked anxiously, is there not a single engine in stock? Huazhi's CEO, his eyes bloodshot, demanded, when will Mitsubishi be able to supply engines? Cherry's CEO, his face etched with worry, helplessly announced, inform the workshops to halt production for now. Mitsubishi's move was nothing short of cutting off the firewood from beneath the pot. Within less than half a day, most Chinese automakers fell into paralysis. Upon receiving this report, Tanaka hurried to the president's office to deliver his findings. He flattered, President, your brilliant strategy rivals Zhuge Kongming. In less than a month, Chinese automakers will be groveling for mercy. Haha. Shirxia Yego was thoroughly pleased, his wrinkles deepening with each chuckle. Sipping his tea leisurely, he remarked, the best is yet to come. When Chinese automakers come begging us to sell engines, we can demand they choose either Mitsubishi or Huazhi. I will crush Su Chun and the Huazhi company completely. The two exchanged sinister smiles, waiting for their prey to take the bait. In China, it wasn't just the automakers. Consumers were also well acquainted with Mitsubishi engines. Consequently, this indefinite suspension of Mitsubishi engine supplies drew significant public attention online. Mitsubishi engines are unavailable. What will domestic brands do? No need to ask, they're finished. Sigh, when will our domestic auto industry ever rise? Without our own core technology, we'll forever be dependent on others' generosity. Who says that? The Kunlun engine from Huazhi company has already been granted a national patent. TCH. Nothing good comes from domestic brands. The Mitsubishi engine is superior, and it's easier to repair when it breaks. My Geely Emgrand runs smoothly with excellent power and fuel efficiency. I haven't had a single issue. Exactly. If I were an automaker's CEO and Mitsubishi wouldn't sell to me, I'd buy the Kunlun engine instead. And it wasn't just netizens thinking this way. After a night of calm reflection, Zodi's owner Jin Yong made the decision to purchase Kunlun engines. Hello, President Su. Jin Yong asked cautiously, am I disturbing you? Su Chan waved to his younger sister Yiyi, who was heading to kindergarten. Then he said, President Jin, what brings you here so early? Jin Yong asked tentatively. The 3-month launch period for the Kunlun engine has passed. I was wondering if President Su could sell us a batch. After speaking, his heart rate increased, as if awaiting the judge's verdict. As a business executive, he had never experienced such anxiety. Certainly. Su Chen responded promptly. With engine production now increased, how many units would President Jin like to order? Phew. Jin Yong exhaled on the other end of the line, then spoke with relief. I'll purchase 100 units monthly and sign a 1-year contract. Seizing such a tremendous opportunity, he naturally wanted to secure ample inventory. Very well, Su Chen replied calmly. I'll have my sales manager coordinate the details with you. Thank you for your support, President Su. Jin Yong expressed his gratitude openly. Then I won't keep you any longer. No sooner had Su Chen hung up than another call came in. It was Li Jun from Great Wall Company. His tone was sincere as he said, President Su, you've been a lifesaver for me. Because of the Kunlun engine, our cars are selling exceptionally well. In just 3 months, our sales have exceeded last year's entire total. From now on, Great Wall Company will exclusively purchase Kunlun engines. We hope for your continued support, President Su. Su Chen smiled and replied, You're too kind, President Liu. Huazhi Company is always open to collaboration. They exchanged a few pleasant words before ending the call. Wang Baoqiang opened the car door for his boss and drove to the company. As soon as Su Chen entered his office, sales manager Lu Nang came in to report. His face beaming with a smile, he said, President Su, since the office opened, the sales department phones haven't stopped ringing. Many car manufacturers want to sign procurement agreements with us. I've tallied the orders, and the current volume has reached 500 units. Do you think we can sign? Su Chen didn't hesitate. Sign them. Lu Ning nodded vigorously. Understood, I'll respond to the clients right away. Su Chen paused for a moment, then added, There's another matter I need you to handle. Lu Ning stood upright, listening with rapt attention. Su Chen spoke up, post an announcement on the Huazhi official website. Kunlun engines will be supplied without limit. For the next 3 years, no price increases for any domestic automaker's procurement. The moment this announcement went live, it sent shockwaves across the internet. President Su is fierce. This solves the urgent crisis for domestic brands. It's about time our own people stood up for us. Mitsubishi was utterly ruthless, cutting off supply on a whim. That's not even the worst of it. Mitsubishi imposed a technology blockade and fed us obsolete engines, technology already left behind by the times. No wonder they're called devils, heartless and wicked to the core. Huazhi Company is truly the pride of our nation. I suddenly feel proud to be a citizen of Huagua. Passers-by have become diehard fans. I'm only buying Huazhi-made cars from now on. Those companies that had already secured Kunlun engines were beyond delighted. Meanwhile, companies that hadn't yet placed their orders immediately picked up their phones, terrified that any delay would push them to the back of the queue. For the first time, Huagua's domestic automobile brands stood united as one. Pulling together as one rope, they moved toward breaking free from Mitsubishi's engine control. Upon receiving this news, Namashita Nogami's smile froze. What did you say? Tanaka repeated himself. Not a single Huagua enterprise has proactively reached out to us to soften their stance. Huazhi Automobile, however, has gained over a dozen new clients. I have a terrible feeling. We may have miscalculated this time. Smack. Namashita Nogami delivered a vicious slap. Kushoderu. 5 red handprints instantly appeared on Tanaka's face. He bowed repeatedly. President, please calm your anger. We can still deliberate further. Namashita Nogami's eyes darkened with malice. Huagua idiots, blind and ignorant. How can a fledgling private enterprise compare with our century-old Mitsubishi Heavy Industries? Fortunately, the Shanghai International Auto Show is upon us. Once we reveal our trump card, they'll be kneeling and begging for mercy, desperately trying to buy our engines. Tanaka chimed in eagerly. Exactly. Let that brat Su Chen revel in his arrogance for now. The higher he climbs, the harder he'll fall. 3 days later, the Huagua Commerce Commission released an official announcement. Huazhi Company to represent Huagua at the 2006 Shanghai International Auto Show. Boom. The public was utterly stunned. Is this for real? The Shanghai International Auto Show is allowing Huagua brands to participate. The official media has published it. It's definitely confirmed. So the rumors were true. The premier himself intervened and secured a spot, and now it's officially finalized. This is wonderful news. We'll finally see our own brand on the international stage. Public interest in this year's Shanghai Auto Show surged dramatically. At the same time, automobile manufacturers across Huagua were equally taken aback. Unlike ordinary citizens, these state-owned enterprise executives and ministry officials maintained intricate connections. Therefore, they were already aware of the insider information. That was why at the beginning of the year, everyone had been gathering strength and quietly competing with one another, hoping to showcase their new vehicles and capabilities at the Beijing Auto Show, and thereby secure a spot at the Shanghai exhibition. Biotti was particularly determined, carefully launching the F3. But unexpectedly, a dark horse emerged from nowhere. Huazhi's Geely car became a household name overnight, surpassing Biotti's F3 to claim the sales champion title among domestic automobile brands. This shattered many manufacturers' hopes of participating in the International Auto Show. All hope was now pinned on Biotti. As the leader of state-owned enterprises, Li Yofu was equally confident regarding the exhibition spot, as already in his pocket. Even if Bioti's F3 new car had suffered a Waterloo defeat this time, it was still a state-owned enterprise. There was no logic in allowing a private company to stand in for a state-owned enterprise and represent Huazhi at the International Auto Show. But now, how could this happen? Li Yufu's eyes bulged with rage. Wasn't it agreed that this spot would go to Bioti? He immediately placed a call to inquire. Deputy Director Cui replied helplessly, Director Wang and the Bureau Director strongly recommended Huazhi Company. Old Master Sun from the Chinese Academy of Sciences praised Su Chen highly during his meeting with ministry leadership. After careful deliberation, the director decided that in the interest of the bigger picture, we must cancel the opportunity originally designated for Bioti. After understanding the full sequence of events, Li Yufu may have been seething inside, but he was powerless to defy the leadership decision. Nevertheless, he remained unconvinced, believing that even if Huazhi Auto participated in the exhibition, it would only bring disgrace upon itself. Equally skeptical was Su Jiayin, the boss of Hongda. As a businessman, unlike Li Yufu, he was not constrained by his position. He directly reposted the news on Weibo with the comment, "Who is Su Chen? What qualifications does Huazhi Company have to represent Huazhi at the exhibition?" Those words stirred up enormous controversy, instantly drawing the attention and comments of many wealthy individuals. Same question, who is Su Chen? What kind of company is Huazhi anyway? I've heard of Bioti Cherry BAC and others, but I've never heard of this Huazhi at all. I just looked it up. It's a contract manufacturer that quickly captured the low-end car market through Geely cars at the Beijing Auto Show. Does such a company deserve to participate in an international auto show, or is it merely going to embarrass itself? Domestic cars are garbage anyway. You must choose a foreign brand for anything above 200 yuan. Geely cars are hideous. A B-class car costing over 100,000 trying to compete with C-class or above vehicles. What a joke. The wealthy merchants openly scorned Huazhi Company, completely disregarding it. In their eyes, the International Auto Show was a showcase for luxury automobiles, a stage for Mercedes-Benz and BMW. At the very least, Japanese brands like Mitsubishi deserve to participate. And even if Su Chen somehow managed to sneak in, he would only be a stage clown, adding to the ridicule. Countless media reports echoed with heavy skepticism. How can low-end domestic brands break through at the International Auto Show? Can Huazhi Company, which stood out among domestic manufacturers, achieve another triumph? Facing advanced Western industrial civilization, do we truly have any chance of victory? Headlines of this nature were countless. Foreign media were even more doom-laden. Huazhi's automobile industry is garbage. The International Auto Show will expose its true colors. Afraid of losing face, Huazhi sends a private enterprise to exhibit, further revealing its inferiority. A superpower with 1.3 billion people cannot even produce a single car engine. Western powers, represented by the United States and Germany, were arrogant and conceded, routinely dismissing Huazhi. They considered it unworthy of their attention and investment. Thus, they knew nothing about Su Chen or Huazhi Company. Public opinion was overwhelmingly one-sided against Huazhi. Director Sun, equally uneasy, placed a personal call. President Su, the purpose of participating in the Shanghai International Auto Show is chiefly experiential. Please do not bear any pressure. Meanwhile, Su Jiayin, the boss of Hongda, went even further, declaring, Su Chen will certainly be thoroughly crushed by foreign brands at this exhibition. Does anyone dare to bet 50 million with me? The moment his Weibo post was published, someone immediately replied, 50 million is too little. Let's bet 500 million. Upon seeing the name of the commenter, netizens all gasped in astonishment. Wang Xizong, as the heir to the Wang family and the self-proclaimed entertainment industry inspector, was a household name throughout Huazhi. His family's business empire was at the pinnacle of commerce, far surpassing the mansion of Hongda by 100-fold. The two had crossed paths once before. At a gala hosted by Banana Television, Su Jiayin, the boss of Hongda, had been invited as a sponsor. He had immediately set his sights on the newcomer Yang Mi, sharing the same stage. Su Jiayin seized the opportunity to make various advances, but she deftly sidestepped every one of them. However, this could not escape the watchful eyes of the entertainment inspector. That very evening, Wang Xikong publicly roasted Su Jiayin. Hongda's nouveau riche lacks breeding. Damimi did an excellent job. Reading this Weibo post, Su Jiayin flew into a rage, yet remained powerless to respond. Who could blame him? The disparity in their wealth was too vast. He dared not retort, and instead swallowed his pride, biding his time for the right moment. But today, when Su Jiayin had just wagered that Su Chen would inevitably fail at the exhibition, Wang Xikong immediately rose to the occasion. Su Chen was his close brother, and no one had the right to question him. Witnessing this spectacle, hundreds of millions of netizens erupted in excitement. Young Master Wang is loaded. He's wagering 500 million in a single bet. I'm absolutely jealous. Boss Su's net worth has climbed steadily over the years. He's no pushover either. Enough with the chatter. Let's see whether Boss Su dares to accept the challenge. 500 million is hardly a trivial sum. Young Master Wang inherited his fortune and can't afford to throw it away recklessly, but Boss Su built everything from scratch. Can he really bring himself to part with it? Everyone fixed their gaze on the screen, eagerly awaiting the outcome. After a few minutes of silence, Su Jiayin posted another Weibo message. Then we'll wager 500 million and settle this in 3 days. If I lose, I will publish the transfer record on Weibo. Boom. The crowd of onlookers who had been eagerly waiting erupted in excitement. A wager of 500 million was absolutely sensational. Wang Xikong responded in seconds, directly posting his bank card number with the air of someone confidently waiting to collect his winnings. Su Jiayin, refusing to show weakness, also snapped a photo of his bank card as a display of defiance. Such private gambling agreements were not protected by law in Huazhi. However, both men were public figures with countless netizens bearing witness. Therefore, whoever ultimately won or lost the agreed sum of 500 million yuan would be paid as promised. I cannot wait for this bet of the century. Although young Master Wang is wealthy this time, I'm backing Boss Su, because Su Chun will definitely lose at the Shanghai Auto Show. Same here. Both BMW and Mercedes have released new models this year. Domestic brands stand no chance. Exactly. I heard Mitsubishi will also unveil a mysterious new model this year. How exciting. I'm rooting for Su Chun. Huazhi company has been keeping a low profile, and this time they will surely make a name for themselves. Online opinion on Su Chin's exhibition participation had already split into two camps, the doubters and the supporters. Naturally, the skeptics held the majority. After all these years, the image cultivated by foreign brands in Huazhi had become deeply entrenched. BMW and Mercedes-Benz were synonymous with luxury, reliability, and cutting-edge innovation. They were the standard vehicles for the wealthy and the dream cars of ordinary people. What was Huazhi company? Simply a private automobile manufacturer. Even if they happened to successfully develop a car engine, their advantage would only extend to the domestic brand segment. When forced to compete face-to-face alongside foreign vehicles, the outcome was predetermined. They would undoubtedly lose. Foreign automakers alike looked down with utter disdain upon this suddenly appearing exhibition company. Thus, almost amidst a chorus of doubt, Su Chen arrived in Modi with his team. Thousands of media reporters had already gathered, poised and ready to cover this grand event. The 28th Modi International Automobile Exhibition opened on schedule. First, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Transport of Huazhi delivered his speech. Distinguished gentlemen, ladies, representatives of automobile manufacturers, friends from the news media, good day to you all. Immediately, organized applause echoed from the audience. On this sunny day, brands participating in this international auto show include BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Toyota, Mitsubishi, Ford, General Motors. Representing our Huazhi is the Huazhi company. The crowd's applause grew even more enthusiastic. Of course, this was not for Su Chun, but rather to celebrate Huazhi's first appearance at an international auto show. I hereby declare the 28th International Automobile Exhibition now open. As his words fell, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. The international auto show officially commenced. The Vice Minister took his seat at the presidium. The first row consisted of government officials, while the second row was filled with executives from major automakers, including chairmen of domestic brands and regional presidents of foreign brands in Huazhi. Further back sat industry experts, representatives from major news media outlets, and outstanding entrepreneurs from other sectors. This international auto exhibition was broadcast live by Modi Television, with simultaneous online streaming available. The host San Ning took the opportunity to conduct interviews before the event officially began. Mr. Li, what are your thoughts on Huazhi company's participation in this exhibition? Li Yufu, CEO of BYD, replied with a smile, private enterprises lack strength, and this is their first time exhibiting. Even if they cannot match foreign brands, it is not shameful. Viewers in the live stream immediately stirred. While this is clearly not rooting for Su Chun, to be honest, this is the inevitable outcome. Is Mr. Li openly undermining us? After all, BYD's F3 lost to Huazhi Auto at the Beijing Auto Show. That was quite embarrassing. San Ning smiled and turned to interview another executive. Mr. Li, what do you think? Lu Jianjun, CEO of Great Wall Motor, hesitated for a moment. Huazhi Auto is very capable. I hope they can create a miracle this time. His words were far more positive. Though tinged with concern, there was no trace of doubt. San Ning moved to the foreign brand area. President Shuxia, I hear your company is unveiling new models at this auto show. Shuxia Yego replied boastfully. Yes, as everyone knows, Mitsubishi has relatively few models, but our secret weapon this time will be absolutely unstoppable. In the live stream, comments surged instantly. I'm also optimistic about Mitsubishi's new car. After all, their engines are mature and advanced. The user above is right. Mitsubishi's official website has already announced it is a rugged, tough model. Why isn't anyone talking about Huazhi Auto? I heard they brought 3 cars at once. Are you kidding me? You get what you pay for. Above 2,000 yuan, there is no domestic car worth considering. Foreign engines are advanced and manufacturing standards are high. No matter what, I would never buy a domestic car. I don't have much money, so I'll just buy a domestic car. I don't pretend to be something I'm not. Who are you calling a Philistine? Whoever knows knows. You're just a sycophant. Enough arguing, let's watch the live stream. San Ning interviewed the final person, Mr. Su. As a car enthusiast, which brand do you think will take the championship? Su Jiayin, boss of Hyundai, answered without hesitation. I'm backing Mitsubishi. This new car is absolutely going to be a blockbuster. Facing the camera, he openly supported a foreign brand. San Ning smiled. Very well, let us wait and see the final results. The Modi International Auto Show differed from the Beijing Domestic Auto Show. It was not merely a matter of individual booths for the public to visit casually. Instead, it featured 2 segments: an appearance showcase and a performance competition. Viewers would cast their votes through the official website to select the champion vehicle of this year's auto show. Now the first segment was beginning. Who would make the debut appearance? The 3-pointed star logo appeared on screen. Mercedes-Benz had unveiled 2 models, this time the E-Class sedan and the GLE 450 SUV. Everyone in the venue immediately perked up as the main event kicked off. This year's International Auto Show was indeed extraordinary. In the live stream room, cheers rang out. Big Benz. My absolute favorite. Drive a BMW, ride in a Mercedes. Mercedes boasts unmatched comfort. Understated elegance, truly a classic among luxury vehicles. Mercedes fulfills all my automotive dreams. However, the exterior doesn't seem to have changed much this year. Just as everyone was speculating, the large screens inside the exhibition hall displayed the specifications of the 2 Mercedes models. Not only did the appearance remain unchanged, but there were no upgrades to the functions either. Even improving the driving assistance system to make reverse parking and autonomous parking more accurate would have been nice. Many people began to express their disappointment. This is too arrogant, resting on the brand's reputation without any desire to progress. But more people remained ardent fans. Mercedes is the embodiment of quality and prestige. If you won't buy a Mercedes, wealth itself becomes meaningless. They wholeheartedly cast their votes for Mercedes. The Shanghai International Auto Show voting was not limited to just one opportunity. However, the rule stated that votes for the same brand would only count once. For example, after casting your vote for Mercedes, you could also vote for BMW. But if you voted for Mercedes twice, the system would only register it once. Ultimately, the cumulative vote totals would determine this year's champion vehicle. Next came BMW. BMW also presented 2 models, the 5 Series sedan and the X5 SUV. Like Mercedes, these were last year's models. Yet the exterior could be described as fresh and bold, featuring numerous dynamic lines and sharp angles, with every interior detail proving remarkable. While my grasslands, my steed, do as I please. This is pure driving joy, and only my magnificent BMW can deliver it. I'd rather cry in a BMW than smile on a bicycle. In the camera frame, the blue and white BMW emblem captivated many hearts. Everyone eagerly cast their votes for BMW as well. The large screens in the venue displayed real-time statistics, including both domestic and international viewers. Mercedes votes 630 million. BMW votes 629 million. The 2 brands were neck and neck, with Mercedes slightly ahead in the exterior showcase round. This was not surprising, since BMW's selling point was its handling performance. In the next performance comparison, they were certain to turn things around. The 2 Chinese division presidents from the beer country watched the screen confidently, with an air of certainty. After BMW, it was Buick and Ford from the beautiful country that took the stage. These 2 brands were not very popular in China. Their appearance and workmanship were too rugged, and the vehicles were heavy and fuel-thirsty, placing them in the lower middle tier among foreign brands. The large screen displayed the following data. Mercedes votes 630 million. BMW votes 629 million. Buick votes 345 million. Ford votes 317 million. After the brands from the stick country and the romantic country and others, everyone welcomed the 2 brands from the neon country. The first to take the stage was Toyota. They brought a Toyota Crown sedan and a Land Cruiser SUV this time. While a sedan over 5 meters long looks truly luxurious, the SUV's signature large horizontal chrome grille gives it an absolutely commanding presence. Looking at the configuration parameters on the large screen, Crown can travel 1,100 kilometers on a full tank of fuel with a maximum speed of up to 230 km/h. Toyota Land Cruiser 4.0 V6 naturally aspirated engine, original horsepower output of 275 PS, original peak torque of 385 Nm. After upgrading, horsepower increased to 385, a 40 improvement, torque to 500 Nm, a 30 increase. The live stream room erupted with exclamations. Toyota is truly formidable, especially this SUV, truly the king of land. I would call it the strongest SUV. Toyota could be the champion of this International Auto Show. I feel the same way. Is there anyone whose performance can surpass it? Due to time constraints in the second round of the International Auto Show's performance comparison, a draw was held each time between sedan and SUV models. This year the SUV was selected. The screens in the exhibition hall also displayed the updated vote counts. Mercedes votes 630 million. BMW votes 629 million. Buick votes 345 million. Ford votes 317 million. Toyota votes 524 million. Wow. The venue erupted with amazed murmurs. Toyota's momentum was truly fierce. With 524 million votes, it was directly 100 million more than last year's auto show. By the time the next road performance test arrived, it was absolutely possible to surpass the Mercedes and BMW SUVs. Just as everyone's excitement reached its peak, the final foreign brand arrived: Mitsubishi. Xu Xiaoyigo pressed his lips together, a look of triumph on his face. Mitsubishi was introducing a new car at this show for the very first time. They already held a pivotal position in China with engines nearly in a monopoly. However, because the headquarters did not prioritize complete vehicle development, their automobile sales lagged behind Toyota. Yiyi was deeply resentful of this point. If discussing industrial strength and technical capability, Mitsubishi completely dominated the two Toyotas and one Honda. It was because he strongly lobbied the headquarters to launch new vehicles. And just at this time, Chen had also seized Mitsubishi's market with the Kunlun engine. Therefore, the Shanghai International Auto Show was the perfect opportunity to strike back. Yiyi wanted to use this chance to completely defeat Huazhi Automobile, surpass Toyota, and catch up with Mercedes and BMW. That was why he had kept this trump card highly confidential before. This only fueled the curiosity and anticipation of countless people, whether in the venue or in the live stream room. The audience now had eyes ablaze with immense expectation. Mitsubishi is finally launching a new car. How exciting. Exactly, I'm so nervous. What will it be like? The 4G63 engine, an eternal legend. Under the gaze of thousands, Mitsubishi's new car unveiled its mysterious veil. A sedan, the Lancer, and an SUV, the Pajero. The sedan's exterior design was full of dynamic energy with eagle-eye crystal headlights and a bagpipe-style chrome grille. Black-coated window frames and door pillars along with stainless steel window trim added an air of luxury and prestige in the subtle details. Wow, if Mitsubishi made it, it must be a masterpiece. This is truly silence until the storm, and then an astonishing reveal. Everyone look at this SUV, broad, majestic, and substantial. Why do I feel it's equally matched with the Land Cruiser? Absolutely not. Toyota's vehicles are the kings of off-road. That remains to be seen. Anything is possible. Stop arguing, quickly look. The configuration information is out. The screen displayed Pajero V97 3.8 LV6 engine, maximum horsepower output of 410 PS, maximum torque peak of 525 Nm, 8 airbags, 19-inch alloy wheels, dual differential lock, super select 4WD mode, with rear differential lock, exceptional off-road capability, wooden multifunction steering wheel, wood interior, high-mounted brake light, large screen rear view camera, power adjustable front seats. Holy crap. These specs are insane. No wonder they're a professional engine maker. So powerful. The 3.8-liter Mitsubishi Pajero actually has 25 more horsepower than the 4.0-liter Land Cruiser. As an off-road enthusiast, I'm totally impressed. Love it, love it. This vote has to go to Mitsubishi. The exhibition hall was filled with waves of praise. Yiyi was grinning from ear to ear. He said that Mitsubishi rarely made a move, but once it did, it had no rivals. With these performance specs out, they instantly crushed every other brand. Not to mention the insignificant Chinese small private enterprise Huazhi Automotive. They would surely be beaten to the ground. Evergrande's boss, Su Jian, was beaming with joy. He immediately took a photo of the screen data and the actual car on site and posted it on Weibo. Look at the sheer power of Mitsubishi's new car. This year's International Auto Show champion is definitely its. Instantly, countless comments followed. I voted for Mitsubishi too. No words, just pure strength. I thought Mitsubishi only sold engines, but the car they built is stunning. The Pajero V97 is like a wildcat, agile in form, fierce in power. Wildcat. I think it's more like a cheetah. I can't wait for the next performance showdown. Within just a few minutes, Mitsubishi's votes soared straight up. Mercedes-Benz 630 million votes, BMW 629 million votes, Mitsubishi 593 million votes, Toyota 524 million votes, Buick 345 million votes, Ford 317 million votes. Seeing this data, not only was Toyota's chairman shocked, but the presidents of Mercedes-Benz and BMW in China were also left with their mouths agape. This was a trajectory of overtaking from behind. The military-industrial group of Japan was truly extraordinary. In the domestic automotive brand section, exclamations erupted. The bosses of Bugatti, Great Wall, Baiki, Cherry Zodi, and others all gasped in shock, expressions of astonishment on their faces. Too strong, too terrifying. These performance figures are simply unmatched. It seems there's no suspense for this year's new car champion. It's definitely Mitsubishi. After the initial shock, Bugatti's boss Li Jun couldn't help but sneer. He glanced at Chen nearby and thought, "You're finished. You stole my chance at the Shanghai Auto Show. Now karma has come. Mitsubishi's car will definitely crush you, and when you lose face for China, you'll be in deep trouble." Li Jun decided to visit the Vice Minister of Transportation after the show and add fuel to the fire. Then the government would step in to punish Chen, and Huazhi Automotive would vanish. And Bugatti would reclaim its position as the leader of domestic car brands. Ha ha ha, Li Jun laughed, inwardly glad that he hadn't purchased the Kunlun engine. It just so happened that there was still plenty of Mitsubishi inventory in the warehouse. Now it seemed that heaven had given him a chance to keep Bugatti safe. After the show, he decided to treat Chairman Xu to dinner. Bugatti and Mitsubishi would surely bury the hatchet and form a powerful alliance. But Great Wall's boss Lu Jianjun was worried. Mr. Su, Mitsubishi's new car is so strong. He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. What would Huazhi Company do when it was its turn? He wasn't the only one thinking that. In the live stream, sarcastic comments flooded in. Alas, Huazhi Company is doomed this time, isn't it? Mitsubishi's Pajero will definitely win the next round. Even the Toyota Land Cruiser is no match for the Wildcat. The cars Chen builds can't possibly compete. They relied on the Geely brand to build some reputation and market, but now it's all gone. Decades of hard work and now back to square one. Huazhi never had much strength anyway. The Kunlun engine is passable domestically, but compared to foreign ones it's like heaven and earth. Who said that? If you haven't seen it, don't talk nonsense. I'm a hardcore fan of Mr. Su, your dad. Look, Huazhi's junk car is coming. As a much despised Chinese OEM, the staff had almost forgotten there was another exhibitor. If not for the host Sa Ning reminding them, they would have skipped straight to the second round. Many people urged impatiently. Hurry up and show it. Just go through the motions and get lost. Yeah, we want to see Pajero versus Land Cruiser. Alas, Su Chen is going to embarrass himself this time. I wonder if Huazhi Automotive will disappear from the scene. Amidst the contempt and doubt, Huazhi's car finally revealed its true face. Everyone thought that in just 4 months there was no way to develop a new car. The quickest approach would be to upgrade the Geely, change the exterior, add some interior touches. But unexpectedly this time, it was a completely new model. And not just one, there were 3. C-Class Audi A6, D-Class Audi A8, SUV Audi Q7. Looking at the brand introduction on the screen, everyone was stunned. Then they turned their eyes to the exhibition hall where the cars were lined up. They caught their breath and stared wide-eyed. All 3 cars featured intelligent matrix LED headlights, oozing premium quality. On the side, the upper waistline was a continuous stretch extending to the rear, paired with the fastback effect that created a small spoiler, full of sportiness. The distinctive taillights gave the Audi a perfect sculptural feel, instantly arousing a desire to drive. Audi found a perfect balance between classic and modern, embodying the design philosophy that simplicity is beauty. The new taillights made the sculptural feel on the Audi perfectly manifest. The entire car exuded vibrant energy, making people yearn to get behind the wheel. After a long silence, someone exclaimed, "Whoa, these headlights are gorgeous. Just from the exterior design, I'm totally smitten. Simplicity is beauty. This design will outshine Mercedes and BMW." I take back what I said before. Who said domestic cars are junk? This is the benchmark of luxury cars. The cars built by Mr. Su are incredible. The audience was full of praise, their eyes filled with shock. The Vice Minister of Transportation said happily, "Huazhi Automotive is excellent." This far exceeded his expectations and was a pleasant surprise. The presidents of Mercedes-Benz and BMW stared straight at the Audi, their pupils trembling. For the first time, they felt an unprecedented crisis. This Audi, which had emerged from nowhere, was likely to sweep the automotive world and reshuffle the rankings. And Mitsubishi's chairman Shushayego was so astonished his eyes nearly popped out. The visual impact of the Audi was too stunning, grand, dynamic, noble. Comparing Mitsubishi's car to the Audi was like comparing heaven and earth. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The bosses of domestic car brands were all dumbfounded. Evergrande's boss Su Jiayin was so shocked he could have stuffed an egg in his mouth. Although he had looked down on Su Chen before, now he had to admit. The exterior design of this Audi was absolutely mind-blowing. Just as everyone was still in shock, another jaw-dropping thing happened. On the big screen, the configuration parameters of Audi cars appeared. Audi A6, 3.0 LV6 engine, maximum horsepower output of 355 PS, peak torque of 598 Nm. Audi A8, 3.0 LV6 engine, maximum horsepower output of 460 PS, peak torque of 680 Nm. Audi Q7, 4.0 twin-turbo V6 engine, maximum horsepower output of 510 PS, peak torque of 770 Nm. Boom. As soon as these figures were released, the exhibition hall erupted like a pot boiling over. This Audi performance is simply heaven-defying. Holy crap, there's nothing you can imagine that Audi can't do. The appearance is stunning enough, but the power performance is even more domineering. Are these figures real? They directly beat Mitsubishi, Toyota, Mercedes-Benz, and BMW. Holding a kitchen knife to cut wires, awesome all the way with lightning. Su Chen, I would call him the god of RD. Cool appearance, excellent performance. I'm casting my vote for Huazhi Company. Me too, support domestic cars. On the big screen, the votes immediately changed. Mercedes-Benz votes 630 million. BMW votes 629 million. Huazhi Audi votes 615 million. Mitsubishi votes 593 million. Toyota votes 524 million. Buick votes 345 million. Ford votes 317 million. In the blink of an eye, Audi's ranking became third. Is this real? The Vice Minister of Transportation of Huazhi, his voice trembling, said joyfully, "We in Huazhi have been lagging behind for so long. Finally, we have wiped away our shame." Whether sedan or SUV, Audi's performance parameters absolutely crush all brands. BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Toyota, Mitsubishi, none can compare. The president of Mercedes-Benz stared wide-eyed, terrifying. Our GLE 450 only has 367 horsepower peak torque, 520 Nm. The president of BMW's pupils contracted, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Our BMW X5 originally has only 340 horsepower, and even with the highest upgrade, it's only 476 horsepower. The Audi Q7 actually has 510 horsepower. The engine materials and technology are too terrifying. The president of Mitsubishi Shushayego seemed dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the big screen, taking a long time to come to his senses. Shuxia Yego, with eyes wide as if to split, said, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Realizing his loss of composure, he quickly took a deep breath and said, "Even Mitsubishi Heavy Industries can't produce such an engine. How could a trash private enterprise in Huazhi possibly achieve it?" The president of Toyota looked disdainful. "What an international joke. These figures are all inflated. I don't believe it either." The boss of Evergrande, Su Jiayin, looked dazed. How can there be such exaggerated performance? In the automotive experts area, those foreigners with high noses and blue eyes shook their heads repeatedly. Data can be faked. Just looking at this doesn't mean anything. Right? I only believe what I see with my eyes. This is a scam company. The next round of real vehicle comparison will expose them. The venue was almost filled with voices of doubt. Because Huazhi's automotive industry has developed for decades apart from copying exteriors and interiors, it truly has no independent technology at all. Developed countries simply didn't believe that Huazhi could turn around in just a few months. Domestic peers and the public, although they had witnessed the birth of Wuling and Geely cars and had seen the superior performance of the Kunlun engine, still felt uncertain and uneasy when it came to comparing with international brands. These figures are simply unbelievable. Moreover, the Audi Q7's maximum horsepower output is 507 PS, peak torque 770 Nm. In the live stream room, the atmosphere of discussion was even more heated. I've seen people brag, but never seen anyone brag like this. Su Chen is just grandstanding, trying to grab attention. He's really shameless just for fame and corporate promotion. How can you be so sure that he can't make an advanced engine? Although I also think it's impossible, I actually have a faint sense of anticipation. Yeah, if it's true, our Huazhi auto industry will be proud. Stop dreaming. The performance comparison will expose it soon. Faced with a sea of doubts, Su Chen's expression remained calm, as steady as Mount Tai. The engine blueprints and advanced production line provided by the system would ensure that the cars leaving the factory are world-leading. The host San Ning looked at the votes on the screen, his expression excited. His voice carried a tremor he himself didn't notice. Respected leaders, chairman of automobile brands, esteemed industry experts, and viewers in front of the TV. As of now, Mercedes-Benz leads with 630 million votes. BMW has 629 million votes, ranking second. Our country's Huazhi Audi, upon its debut, has won 615 million votes, temporarily in third place. Now we move to the exciting second round, the performance competition. The camera switched to the outdoor track. This is a special exhibition segment of the Modu International Auto Show. Due to limited space, not all models can compete together. Instead, they are paired up in groups based on size and weight for a simple fixed-distance race. Whoever reaches the finish line first is the winner and then proceeds to the next round of PK candidates. This gradually determines the top 8, top 6, and top 4. Finally, the last two groups of cars compete in the ultimate showdown to crown the champion of this year's International Auto Show. Watching the vehicles enter one after another, the audience immediately erupted. I'm looking forward to the performance of the Mitsubishi Pajero. If it's good, I'll drive it to Tibet this year. I still prefer the Land Cruiser 4.0, the off-road king that no one can match. BMW X5, eternal love, no car can replace it. When Mercedes-Benz appears, who can compete? You are all worthless. Well, stop it. Mercedes-Benz driving feel is terrible. It's only suitable for sitting in the back seat with eyes closed to rest. I want to see the Audi Q7. With such amazing configuration parameters, its performance should be surprising. Surprise? Are you sure it's not a shock? Domestic cars are absolutely no good. Let's see if it's a mule or a horse. Take it out for a spin. I won't argue with you, let the results speak. The host San Ning smiled and said, the second round of performance competition begins. The group matches are determined by drawing lots. The first group competition is between Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Hiss! The audience immediately gasped. Starting off with such a thrilling match. These two brands are often compared, and neither is willing to concede to the other. And the actual results were that last year Mercedes-Benz overpowered BMW, and this year BMW toppled Mercedes-Benz. These two brands from the beer country almost monopolized the top two spots on the sales rankings. Now the two cars have driven to the starting line. Mercedes-Benz GLE 450 versus BMW X5. As the referee waved the red flag, the two cars dashed out almost at the same time. The speed was so rapid that it was difficult to discern who held the edge. However, as the race progressed, the superiority of the BMW X5 gradually revealed itself. It led the Mercedes GLE 450 by half a car length and crossed the finish line first. The large screen displayed BMW X5, top speed 243 km/h, 100 km/h acceleration in 5.3 seconds. Mercedes GLE 450, top speed 243 km/h, 100 km/h acceleration in 5.4 seconds. The result, the BMW X5 advanced with a narrow 0.1 second margin. Mercedes owners and fans expressed their deep regret. Such a slim margin, what a heartbreaking loss. This was pure luck for BMW. They won't have such fortune tomorrow at the auto show. What do you mean? That piece of junk Mercedes. I bought one from a dealer, and it leaked oil before even leaving the showroom. Same with BMW. Constant little issues like a blacked out navigation screen. Sitting in a BMW can make you cry. When you lose, you lose. There's no point being sore about it. The drivers at the Shanghai International Auto Show were all retired professional racers. Which brand's car they drove was unknown in advance, only determined by a last-minute lottery draw. On matters of fairness, no one raised objections. The group stage continued. Mitsubishi Pajero and Toyota Land Cruiser swept through their matches without controversy, advancing to the next round. Soon it was Huazhi Audi's turn. They faced the Ford Explorer. Wow, here comes the Audi Q7. I wonder how it will perform. Isn't it just a paper tiger, a flashy shell with no real substance? I'm really worried. Ford's engine has a legendary heritage. Sigh. If we lose to America again, we'll go home before even breaking through the group stage. It's about participation. Simply making it to the Shanghai International Auto Show is progress. What more could we ask? Exactly. Look at our nation's overall automotive industry. On what basis should Huazhi stand out alone? Mitsubishi chairman Fujinoka Yano sat with drooping eyes. He arrogantly believed that Audi had inflated their specifications and would be exposed for what they truly were during the race. BYD CEO Li Jun wore a look of schadenfreude. Told you so. Look at you now showing off to the hilt. Evergrande boss Su Jiayin had long since recovered from his initial shock at Audi's appearance and specifications, returning to his usual composure. He sneered, domestic cars and foreign brands are on entirely different levels. Defeat is certain. Even Louis, the driver assigned to the Audi Q7, opened the door with an air of casual indifference. He was thoroughly disappointed to have drawn this so-called garbage vehicle from Hua country. As a five-time champion on the racing circuit, Louis was highly discerning about vehicle performance and possessed acute sensitivity. The moment the engine ignited, his expression changed dramatically. From the sound of operation alone and the vibration frequency, he could perceive the formidable power of the Audi Q7. Louis's expression grew serious, entirely shed of his earlier complacency and disdain. As the red flag was waved, he stepped on the accelerator, and the Audi Q7 shot forward like an arrow. It quickly surpassed the Ford Explorer and then cruised to the finish line with ease. Precision speed measuring instruments transmitted the data back to the large screen. Audi Q7, top speed 240 km/h 0, 100 km/h acceleration in 5 seconds. Ford Explorer top speed 220 km/h 0, 100 km/h acceleration in 9 seconds. Holy crap, what just happened? Did I see that correctly? Huazhi Audi actually defeated American Ford. For real. The 0-100 km/h gap was a full 0 for seconds. Absolutely insane. What a thrilling race. Insane my foot. The opponent was Ford, and they were terrible. This was just luck, nothing to boast about. The Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Transport was deeply satisfied with this result. It far exceeded his expectations. He had assumed Huazhi Auto would finish at the bottom, never imagining they could advance. Excellent. The Deputy Minister's eyes sparkled. In their first international auto show, Huazhi has performed outstandingly. Li Jun, CEO of Great Wall Motors, was equally overwhelmed with excitement. Though not his own brand, this was nevertheless a source of pride for domestic automobiles. The Ford president's face turned iron gray. To lose to an obscure Chinese automaker was utterly humiliating. The presidents of Mercedes and BMW furrowed their brows with thoughtful concern. They had witnessed the extraordinary handling performance of the Audi Q7 and felt a creeping sense of crisis toward this quietly rising formidable rival. Mitsubishi chairman Fujinoka Yano's expression had grown deeply grim. He had originally believed the Audi Q7 was merely bluster and would be eliminated in the group stage. But judging by these speeds, he had clearly underestimated his opponent. Fujinoka Yano's expression turned solemn as he stared silently at the screen. After a fierce bout of competition, the four finalists of the Shanghai International Auto Show had been decided. BMW X5, Mitsubishi Pajero V97, Toyota Land Cruiser, and Huazhi Audi Q7. Apart from Huazhi Audi, the dark horse, no one was surprised by the other three brands' advancement. Host Sa Ning announced with full pride, "We will now begin the draw to determine the quarterfinal matchups. The two winning cars will advance to the ultimate showdown." Soon the draw results were announced. Audi Q7 would first face BMW X5, followed by Pajero V97 versus Land Cruiser 4.0. Boom. This matchup is brutal. Audi Q7 draws BMW X5. Certain defeat. Haha, reaching the semifinals is enough. You can't survive on luck forever. BMW's advantage lies in driving pleasure and innovation at the limit. Guess with your eyes closed. Audi will definitely lose. I'd rather watch Mitsubishi's performance. Same here. The off-road king competition is far more exciting. The Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Transport harbored little hope for Audi's advancement as well. He contentedly said to his subordinate beside him, "Huazhi has already done exceptionally well. Making it to the semifinals is enough to bring honor to our nation. The gap between us and foreign automakers cannot be closed overnight." BMW President Anger stared fixedly at the screen, a growing sense of unease rising within him. Mitsubishi Chairman Fujinoka Yano, seeing this draw, his previously stern face suddenly relaxed. BMW's performance was leading in the industry. Audi Q7 had zero chance against it. Now he simply needed to go all out and defeat the Toyota Land Cruiser. That would secure a spot in the final match and the championship of this international auto show. The audience felt this race held no suspense. Audi would surely lose. Nevertheless, everyone still wanted to witness the scene with their own eyes. Thus, amidst an atmosphere of widespread doubt toward Huazhi Auto, the black Audi Q7 and white BMW X5 were parked steadily side by side at the starting line. As the red flag waved, both cars roared forward. Everyone's curiosity instantly exploded. Just how devastating would Audi's defeat be? As expected at the start, the BMW X5 was the first to burst off the starting line. The entire vehicle streaked across like a meteor, leaving only a dazzling white light in its wake. Its speed and power were so formidable that the arena erupted in gasps. In an instant, the Audi Q7 had already fallen behind by a full car length. This disheartened many Chinese spectators who felt the outcome was sealed. They shook their heads, some returning to WeChat chats, others scrolling through Weibo. It seemed the result was already determined, with nothing worth watching. But a few seconds later, someone suddenly exclaimed in shock, "Holy shit, the Audi Q7 just exploded." Everyone looked up at the screen, their eyes lighting up instantly. The black Audi Q7, like a whirlwind, caught up to the BMW X5 in the blink of an eye. Then it accelerated ever faster, charging straight for the finish line. What's going on? Audi just overtook my BMW, hurry up and chase. What are you daydreaming about? This is fucking insane. Audi can actually outperform BMW in power. Amid the murmurs, the BMW X5 fought back valiantly, and the gap seemed to shrink again. Nice one. I told you BMW's power is unstoppable. Go Audi Q7. Suddenly I have hope for domestic cars. I'm loving both brands. They seem evenly matched. On the screen, the BMW X5 and Audi appeared about to run side by side. But just then, the Audi Q7 suddenly accelerated, widening the gap between the two cars once more. The audience held their breath. Then, like a wild beast descending a mountain, the Audi Q7 roared forward, sprinting ahead. Amid the crowd's astonishment, it left all others in the dust and crossed the finish line first. The screen displayed data: Audi Q7, top speed 270 km/h 0, 100 km/h acceleration 4. 6 seconds. BMW X5, top speed 245 km/h 0, 100 km/h acceleration 5. 1 seconds. In the exhibition hall, everyone's eyes were wide open. After a moment of stunned silence, a commotion erupted. Holy shit, Audi Q7 won. Top speed of 270. That's insane. Damn. The 0-100 km/h time Audi was 0.5 seconds faster. I can't believe this is real. The BMW X5 lost to the Audi Q7. The cars made by Huazhi are incredible. The performance is too strong. The shock on everyone's faces was utterly unconcealable. This is a beacon of national products, the hope of the automotive industry. I must vote for Huazhi Audi. I support domestic brands. My vote too. From now on, Li Jun is my idol. On the big screen, the vote count had refreshed. Mercedes 640 million votes, Huazhi Audi 635 million votes, BMW 629 million votes, Mitsubishi 603 million votes, Toyota 574 million votes, Buick 385 million votes, Ford 357 million votes. This result is incredible. Huazhi Audi is now in second place, only 5 million votes behind the first place Mercedes. This immediately stirred excitement among many Chinese people. Originally, they thought making it to the top 4 would be the best result. But now Huazhi had eliminated BMW and secured a spot in the finals. The Deputy Minister of Transportation smiled slightly. Excellent. The effect of this auto show is far beyond expectations. The BMW president was stunned. The BMW, renowned for its power, had been crushed by Audi in its very own specialty, speed. This was a humiliating slap in the face. The shock of Mitsubishi's chairman Shida Yako was no less than that of the BMW president. He had thought that in this round of competition Huazhi would be eliminated. But unexpectedly, the performance of the Kunlun engine was so formidable that it crushed BMW. Hiss. Huazhi company has something. It seems Mitsubishi Motors will have to personally teach Audi a lesson. But before that, they must first resolve the battle for the final spot with Toyota at the starting line. Two cars, both of Japanese brands, were nearly identical in size, each with its own strengths. Toyota, with its high popularity in China, naturally had many loyal fans. Mitsubishi, on the other hand, had built the backbone of China's automotive brands with its engine power and was a household name. This race is a true match of equals. Yeah, let's see which SUV has stronger power. So exciting. I bet the cross-country legend Land Cruiser wins. I'm rooting for the new Mitsubishi, the Pajero, more agile and explosive. Because this race determined the final spot for the championship, the entire audience and the CEOs of various automotive brands were all fixed on the big screen. The race had already begun. The Mitsubishi Pajero indeed had a faster start, dashing ahead. Everyone could only see the golden emblem on its rear gleaming brightly. Damn, no wonder it's called the Mountain Cat. It's so fast. The Land Cruiser is not to be underestimated. My horsepower is no joke. Mitsubishi rarely builds cars, but when it does, it's a heavyweight bomb. Land King, forever Toyota. Not necessarily. Look, Mitsubishi is already ahead of the Land Cruiser. Hey, that's true. Land Cruiser chased it to the death. Holy shit, can't catch up. Mitsubishi has already reached the finish line. The big screen displayed Mitsubishi Pajero top speed 240 km/h 0, 100 km/h acceleration 5. 3 seconds Toyota Land Cruiser top speed 240 km/h 0, 100 km/h acceleration 5. 6 seconds. Mitsubishi defeated Toyota and secured the spot in the ultimate championship race. The Toyota chairman who had missed the opportunity sighed in resignation. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries possessed the world's most precise machinery and robust materials. In the military industry, they were an unattainable benchmark. Mitsubishi Motors was just a small branch. Previous lack of investment and attention had allowed Toyota to seize the Chinese market through marketing. But now the momentum of this Pajero model seemed unstoppable. Seeing these results, Mitsubishi's chairman Shida Yako smiled so broadly that his eyes were lost in the creases. He had said the Pajero model was invincible. Now even its domestic rival Toyota had conceded defeat. The Chinese Audi Q7 would be no match at all. Today he would make a name for himself through the ultimate battle-boosting Mitsubishi Motors reputation. Meanwhile, the Chinese were even more thrilled. They never expected that Huazhi Audi making its debut would fight all the way to the finals. Hearing this exhilarating news, another 100 million viewers flooded into the live stream. Everyone was glued to the screen, anticipating this historic moment for China. The host Sa Ning said with excitement, "Now we reach the most thrilling segment. The ultimate competition consists of 3 events, all hardcore tests. Based on the real-time performance of the 2 cars, cast your vote. The one with the highest votes will be the champion of this international auto show." As the words fell, the screen displayed the 3 competition categories. Engine comprehensive competition demonstrating drifting and hill climbing on a simulated mountain road. Engine water weighting competition testing passage and safety on a specially designed watercourse. Engine load-bearing competition demonstrating extreme road sections by unhooking and towing a trailer. Watching the competition content, the Deputy Minister of Transportation felt both excitement and tension for the first time. As a leader, he had attended the Modu International Auto Show in the past, but it was always a routine affair. This time was different. A Huazhi brand had entered and even reached the finals. It was a matter of shared fate and honor. The camera on the big screen switched again. The Audi Q7 and the Mitsubishi Pajero 97 had already stopped on the simulated mountain road. Watching them represent Huazhi in the finals. The Audi had a fierce front with a smooth and domineering exterior. Many in the venue clenched their fists, their blood surging, and their faces flushed with excitement. So thrilling. A domestic brand had actually made it to the finals. This was unprecedented. Now it was no longer just a battle between 2 brands. It was the decades behind automotive industry of Huazhi versus the far-ahead automotive technology of the great powers. The live stream was ablaze with excitement. Damn Huazhi, Audi, toughen up and crush the Mitsubishi Pajero. Watching the International Auto Show makes my blood boil. It's more exciting than watching the national football team. Don't even mention it. Except for football, everything else domestic is improving. Domestic manufacturing, my pride. Come on, the gap between domestic cars and foreign cars is too huge. I only buy imports. No matter how bad domestic cars are, I'll still buy them. Don't ask why. Ask and I'll say I'm Chinese. Exactly. If no one buys domestic cars, how can automakers have funds for R&D, and how can they ever surpass foreign cars? When the show ends, I'm going to buy an Audi Q7. It's so cool. Cool my ass, the minimalist design is too bland. I'm getting a Mitsubishi Mountain Cat to play with. The chairman of Mitsubishi was now filled with a fierce desire to win. Shu Xiaoyigo hadn't felt this way in years. It was like returning to his combative youth. It seemed today he needed to show everyone what the ultimate car really was. Inheriting the rigorous manufacturing, advanced machine tools, and robust materials of Mitsubishi's military industry, the Mitsubishi Pajero would surely crush the Huazhi Audi. And the Pajero V97's earlier performance of overwhelming the BMW X5 had made Su Jiayin, the boss of Evergrande, proud again. He was convinced that Su Chen's Audi car was just lucky to have made it to the finals. And in the final intermediate competition, it would surely reveal its true colors and lose to Mitsubishi. So Su Jiayin took a low-angle photo of the Mitsubishi and posted it on Weibo with the caption, "In terms of limited slip differential, the Pajero is unbeatable." Immediately people started replying, "Incredible, this car has absolute advantage on mountain roads. The Audi Q7 is done for, it'll probably lose the first round." Love it. I'm with President Su. I think Mitsubishi will win the championship. The competition is starting. Watch the live stream. The camera focused. The first round, the engine comprehensive competition, had already begun. The course was 100 kilometers in total, and the winner was determined by the time taken. It featured multiple sections, triple peaks, V-shaped, grooves, washboard road, and slopes. These tested the vehicle's passability, power, and reliability on special road surfaces. This was also a crucial criterion for automotive experts to evaluate an SUV. The Mitsubishi Pajero dashed out first, but soon the Pajero V97's speed slowed down. After all, after the 100-meter straight road, there were various shell craters and washboard holes ahead. The vehicle had to maintain the optimal speed to avoid bouncing and pass quickly. At this moment, Lu Yiyi drove the Audi Q7 up from behind. The two cars were now moving at roughly the same speed. Damn, the Audi Q7 is fierce. It can even handle this broken mountain road so well. I thought it was just a bronze, but it turns out to be a king. The Audi has already done an amazing job just to reach this round. As long as it doesn't stall somewhere, it's a champ. The Audi Q7 was steady and fast with extremely high stability. The Mitsubishi Pajero V97, advertised as purpose-built for off-roading, performed unremarkably. Outsiders watched the excitement, insiders watched the skill. A stir arose in the automotive expert zone of the exhibition hall. Look at the screen. Yiyi is driving and controlling the vehicle so effortlessly. When the drive wheels slipped on the shell craters, the Audi adjusted quickly. Yes, I also noticed the precision of the vehicle's grip and traction. As the crowd discussed, the screen showed the two cars facing a new challenge. Just moments ago, they had left the rugged mountain road and arrived at a gentle terrain. Ahead were two 1-kilometer-long slopes. This was a new test set this year. The maximum climbing gradient of an ordinary sedan is about 32. To be considered a true off-road vehicle, the maximum climbing gradient must be no less than 57. 73. The slope at the Motu International Auto Show was designed at 60. This was arguably the toughest test in the second round. The Mitsubishi Pajero V97 and Audi Q7 both paused on the flat road, preparing to adjust and sprint up the slope. The atmosphere in the exhibition hall suddenly heated up. Here it comes, here it comes. The most thrilling performance showdown. This is the perfect chance for the two cars to widen the gap. Whoever can climb the slope quickly will pass through the triple peaks and leave the opponent in the dust. The remaining 100-meter acceleration and high-speed corners will be easy. Yes, this climb is crucial. The chairman of Mitsubishi stared with fanatical eyes at the Pajero, convinced that this round was a sure win. Li Jun, the president of Yiyi, wore an expression of gleeful anticipation. If Huazhi Corporation failed and made a fool of itself, he as a competitor would surely benefit by poaching its customers. The foreign experts in the automotive expert zone showed disdainful looks. Climbing performance is closely related to the vehicle's power and also tests its passability. It's not just about having a high chassis, it also requires excellent approach departure and breakover angles. The automotive manufacturing level of Huazhi certainly isn't that high. It's one thing to compete on flat ground. For a test that requires comprehensive vehicle performance, it's obvious that Huazhi cars are incapable. Chen, however, sat calmly, his face unruffled. This made Li Jun, the president of Great Wall, clench his hands in worry for the Audi Q7. But no matter how worried he was, nothing could stop what was happening. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The roaring sound of the engines accelerating made everyone's hearts leap into their throats. On the big screen, the two cars suddenly dashed forward at the same time. At the beginning, the Audi Q7 and the Mitsubishi Pajero V97 were nearly identical in speed. In the blink of an eye, both had already climbed halfway up the slope. Comparatively, the Pajero's ascent was faster. Following this trend, it would reach the summit in another minute. Seeing his own vehicle perform so remarkably, Huazhi was overjoyed, unable to resist clapping gently. He grinned crookedly and said, "Well done." His subordinates and representatives of other car brands also joined in with applause. The presidents of the two Japanese automakers Toyota and Honda, as well as Nissan, cast admiring glances at Huazhi, as if Mitsubishi's victory was a foregone conclusion. Yet just as everyone assumed Mitsubishi would press its advantage and conquer the summit in one go, the scene on the screen abruptly changed. Whether due to insufficient power or tire slippage, the Mitsubishi Pajero, which had been charging forward most aggressively, came to a near standstill. Huazhi's smile froze on his face, replaced by confusion and apprehension. At such a critical moment, the car must not idle. The others were also startled. What's wrong with the Mitsubishi Pajero? No idea, it seems to lack endurance under high revs. At the same time, the Audi Q7, as if traversing flat ground, climbed faster and higher. In an instant, under the gaze of the crowd, it effortlessly crested the steep slope. Huazhi's face flushed with anger and frustration. He glared at the Mitsubishi, which had started moving again, his brows deeply furrowed. This delay had already created a gap of nearly 30 seconds. Meanwhile, the Audi Q7 had begun the triple peak section. The vehicle's performance was displayed in its full glory, powerful, swift, and remarkably stable, with minimal vibration. Several foreign engineers in the expert zone stared wide-eyed. The Audi Q7's off-road capability is incredible. What advanced driving technology does it employ? I don't know, but I'm certain it's not BMW's xDrive. Nor is it Mercedes' 4MATIC. Damn, could this be a four-wheel drive system developed independently by a Chinese private enterprise? Chen listened calmly to their discussions, saying nothing. Audi's drive technology was naturally outstanding. In the world from which he came, it was hailed as a pioneer of technological innovation in the automotive industry. Audi's Quattro permanent all-wheel drive technology was renowned globally. Therefore, Chen decided that after the International Auto Show, he would announce the Quattro drive information on the official Huazhi website. Zhang San from the legal department had already filed for patents ensuring full intellectual property protection. On the screen, the climb continued. The gap between the two vehicles had widened significantly. The Mitsubishi Pajero was only just starting the triple peak section, while the Audi had already easily cleared one peak. The Audi moved steadily as if it could ascend to the heavens with ease. After the triple peaks came a series of high-speed corners. The Audi was incredibly stable. It drifted without slowing down and showed no sign of losing control. With a final graceful celebratory gesture, it kissed the finish flag. This sequence of movements was so fluid that everyone in the exhibition hall was stunned. The live stream chat erupted. Holy crap, the Audi is amazing. Its off-road performance is absolutely perfect. I must own a Q7. Supporting domestic products, this performance is no exaggeration, definitely the best of the show. The Mitsubishi Pajero is so slow. What kind of mountain cat is that? Indeed, without comparison, there's no sense of reality. Might as well call it a sick cat. Haha, brilliant. A while later, the Mitsubishi Pajero finally arrived. The big screen displayed the data. First mountain road test result: Huazhi, Audi Q7, 5 minutes 2 seconds. Mitsubishi Pajero V97, 6 minutes 35 seconds. Whoa. A murmur of surprise rippled through the venue. The difference between the two cars was over a minute. Yiyi, president of Mitsubishi, twitched at the corners of his mouth, his face dark as a pot bottom. His subordinate Tanaka quickly consoled him. Don't worry, President. This small setback means nothing. There are still 2 more events, waiting and load-bearing, to come. Our Mitsubishi, backed by military expertise, will surely defeat the industrial garbage from China. That remark hit the nail on the head. Yiyi's expression softened considerably. He let out a cold snort and continued watching. The water channel, also a favorite event among the audience. Before entering deep water, vehicles must go slow, 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 to avoid splashing water into the engine bay or intake, which could cause stalling. Lewis drove the Audi Q7 to the front of the water channel. This test was not about speed. It was about vehicle safety under extreme conditions. So Lewis lightly pressed the brake, engaged the paddle shifters, and pre-selected an appropriate gear. Soon the well-sealed Audi began to float. After entering the water, he also had to observe the vehicle's position. Then, by discerning the engine sound, he applied the throttle, not at full power. The deep water might be filled with mud, so he had to avoid wheel slippage and pass through slowly. While the Audi Q7's weighting ability is impressive, the sealing is precise with no signs of leakage. And the Audi isn't slow either. Look, the Mitsubishi Pajero seems to be wobbling. Probably will slippage, though it's moving quite fast. What's the use of speed? If water gets in and it stalls, that's a loss. Everyone in the venue was on edge. The Deputy Minister of China's Ministry of Transport even showed signs of anxiety. Finally, the Audi Q7 emerged from the water channel steadily. The Mitsubishi Pajero followed closely and also climbed ashore. Professionals immediately surrounded both vehicles for inspection. They even opened the doors and hoods to confirm. Soon the big screen displayed information: Huazhi, Audi Q7, weighting depth 700 millimeters, water ingress trace at air intake. Mitsubishi Pajero V97, weighting depth 700 millimeters, no water ingress trace. The live stream chat immediately exploded. Damn, I misjudged. The Audi actually took in water. So Mitsubishi is better after all. Higher ground clearance, safe and reliable. Come on, an engine that can't swim isn't a good engine. The Audi is more impressive. Exactly. Even with a lower chassis, the Audi exudes kingly presence. Raging rivers are nothing, mighty streams are no cause for fear. It can take in water and still run without stalling. That's godlike. In the expert zone at the auto show, everyone was astonished by the Audi's extraordinary performance. The Audi Q7 had no fear of water ingress, truly terrifying. This indicated that the cylinder material and quality of the Audi were far more robust than those of the Mitsubishi Pajero. Thus, in the weighting test, the Audi Q7 was undoubtedly superior. Next came the final load-bearing test. Both vehicles would tow a 3.5-ton box truck to test endurance. After the staff secured the vehicles with tow hooks, the load-bearing contest officially began. This is the final competition. Everyone's eyes were fervent, hearts pounding. Victory or defeat hinged on this moment. At the same time, the large screen displayed the configuration parameters of the two cars. Huazhi Audi Q7 dimensions: 5089 mm, 1983 mm, 1737 mm, weight 2,235 kilograms. Mitsubishi Pajero V97 dimensions: 4695 mm, 18151840 mm, weight 2,215 kilograms. Although it appeared that the Audi Q7 was slightly larger and heavier. However, the president of Mitsubishi, Yiyi, had a gleam in his eyes revealing the smugness of a victor, because he knew a fatal flaw of the Audi Q7. You must know that the Mitsubishi Pajero V97 uses a body-on-frame construction with a ladder frame, combined with robust high-strength steel and super select 4WD. Mitsubishi truly had the ability to look down on its rivals. The fatal flaw of the Audi Q7 was that it had no frame. When this car came out, experts could see it at a glance. Evergrande's boss, Su Jiayin, pursed his lips, a hint of pride in his eyes. He had bet that the Pajero would win, and now it seemed a sure thing. No matter how well the Audi Q7 had performed before, if it was totaled in this towing competition, all previous efforts would be in vain. In the live stream, netizens went wild. This time the Audi Q7 is definitely doomed. Without a frame, what will it rely on for towing? Hard pull, duh. Upstairs, are you a monkey sent to be a clown? Using the car itself to pull a 3.5-ton box truck, isn't that asking for death? After all the effort for domestic car brands to reach the finals, it's a pity they'll still lose to Japan's Mitsubishi. No way around it. Mitsubishi has a military background, solid technology. No matter what you say, I support the Audi Q7. Patriotism requires reason. The facts are clear, your support is useless. The Audi Q7 will definitely lose. The car experts in the exhibition hall shared the same view. The Audi Q7 had no frame, yet it was towing a 3.5-ton box truck. This was an utter humiliation. The result would be at best body deformation and engine failure, at worst the chassis would be torn apart, and the engine would blow. China's Deputy Minister of Transportation had a grave expression. Though not an automotive expert, he knew the worst outcome. But now the arrow was on the string, and had to be released if they retreated at the last moment. Then they would not only lose the competition, but also their spirit. The bosses of domestic car brands like Great Wall and Zodi now fully admired Huazhi Company. They admired the Audi car, and therefore shook their heads and sighed in pity. A few couldn't bear to watch the Audi fall apart. However, the person involved, Su Chun, was extremely calm, with even a hint of ease on his face. On the screen, the towing competition had begun. Both cars started simultaneously. The Mitsubishi Pajero's engine roared loudly. Then it slowly moved away from the starting line, towing the 3.5-ton box truck behind. Although the Pajero seemed to struggle, it still moved steadily forward. In contrast, the Audi Q7 remained stationary, not budging an inch. Someone at the scene exclaimed this. It can't even pull it. Many Chinese hearts immediately sank, and some even felt the outcome was already decided. Mitsubishi President Huazhi's eyes were fervent. The Pajero V97 was moving forward at a steady speed of 45 miles per hour. The 2-kilometer distance was not long, and could be completed in less than 3 minutes. But just then the Audi Q7 emitted a shocking roar. Like a warrior giving its all, it also moved, towing the 3.5-ton box truck. Was the Audi going all out? This was a challenge to the extreme limits of the Audi engine. Everyone was so shocked they didn't dare breathe, afraid that in the next second the car would fall apart before their eyes. But what happened next made everyone's pupils contract. The Audi Q7 made no abnormal sound at all. Its towing was like holding up half the sky, its endurance like the foolish old man moving mountains. In the live stream, netizens were first stunned and shocked, then filled with excitement and passion. Am I seeing things? The Audi Q7 is actually moving with the 3.5-ton box truck. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, this is insane. Audi Q7, go for it. So proud. At the auto show, this scene stirred many Chinese people. Many stood up excitedly, their voices trembling. Catch up, catch up. Mitsubishi President Huazhi also stood up instinctively. His throat was dry, his expression dazed. How is this possible? How could the Audi Q7, without a frame, tow a 3.5-ton box truck? Moreover, its speed was estimated at 60 miles per hour, 10 miles per hour faster than the Mitsubishi. The distance between the two cars was rapidly shrinking. Evergrande's boss, Su Jianyin's heart was almost leaping out of his throat. Thus, under the gaze of thousands, the Audi Q7 gradually accelerated, caught up with, and overtook the Mitsubishi Pajero. In the final 10 seconds, it was the first to cross the finish line. The atmosphere in the exhibition hall seemed frozen. Everyone stared at the large screen like petrified statues. After a moment, someone shouted, "Audi wins. We China have won." Instantly, thunderous applause filled the entire hall. The Deputy Minister of Transportation wore a faint smile, but his eyes suddenly lit up. He thought to himself, excellent, excellent. Behind the Deputy Minister, an old scholar of Chinese automotive industry had tears glistening in his eyes. After so many years, China's automotive industry had finally achieved pride through independent R&D. Although it was not they themselves who brought glory to the country, they still felt joy and pride. Some were happy naturally, some were dejected. Mitsubishi President Huazhi swayed, almost falling. How could this be the outcome? This new Pajero was originally meant for domestic sales in Japan, not for the Chinese market. Huazhi used his position as president to guarantee that if it didn't make the top 3 at the Shanghai International Auto Show, he would retire. This barely got the approval of Mitsubishi's headquarters, which didn't prioritize the automotive business. But now, Huazhi breathed heavily, his eyes fixed on the large screen. He waited stubbornly for the final vote count. In the live stream, the audience had erupted. Win-win, the Audi Q7 wins. 3030, you're 1-0 less than Audi. Exactly because of that 1-0 less, you can't do anything. From now on, good cars are not just Mercedes-Benz and BMW. There's another one, Audi. Right by a car by a BBA. Can't wait to see Audi's final votes and ranking. On the exhibition's official website, voting had entered the countdown. Now everyone's eyes were on the large screen. After all, Mercedes-Benz and BMW had deep-rooted reputations and customer bases, and Mitsubishi engines were household names. So no one dared to guess the final result. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly the screen lit up. Looking at the final votes and ranking on it, everyone's faces changed dramatically. Huazhi Audi 1. 15 billion votes, Benchi 0. 723 billion Bauma 0. 706 billion Fengtian 0. 634 billion Sanling 0. 593 billion Bieka 0. 425 billion Fute 0. 357 billion. In an instant, everyone was stunned. They stood frozen like wooden statues, their eyes staring blankly at the giant screen, their breaths seemingly suspended. After a long while, someone finally exclaimed, "Huazhi Audi is first." The atmosphere inside the exhibition hall instantly ignited. The Vice Minister of Transportation of Huazhi could not help but rise to his feet, a smile gracing his face as he led the applause. In no time, everyone joined in fervent clapping. The host San Ning spoke with a trembling voice, "Congratulations to Huazhi Audi for winning first place at the 28th International Auto Show." The cameras captured this historic moment, slowly panning from the dignitaries to every individual present at the International Auto Show. On the giant screen, an elderly scholar with white hair was moved to tears. This was a man dedicated to the automotive industry, rejoicing in Huazhi's technological breakthrough. Representatives from Chongqing Chirui Beiki and other Huazhi automotive enterprises were equally thrilled. In the live stream, comments flooded in 1.015 billion votes. Absolutely incredible. Huazhi Audi's victory is well-deserved. Huazhi's automotive industry has finally turned the tables. So proud. Domestic manufacturing, my pride. Huazhi cars are great, you'll know once you drive one. First place at the International Auto Show. Chen, you're the GOAT. Patriotism is fine, but don't idolize individuals. Besides, Audi isn't the best car. Exactly. At best, it's entered the high-end car segment, but it's still far behind Bentley and Bauma. Winning once doesn't mean much. Winning repeatedly is what truly counts. Though doubts lingered, most of Huazhi's populace had now recognized and praised the cars manufactured by Huazhi. This was no longer a private enterprise that only produced mid to low-end vehicles. It had become an OEM capable of creating a renowned brand. Audi could definitely stand shoulder to shoulder with Bentley and Bauma. At that moment, inside the Modu International Auto Show, one person could no longer bear the blow. Xu Xiaoyego, the president of Sanling's Huazhi branch, slumped into his chair the instant he saw the voting results. Fifth place, and even overtaken by Feng Tian. Xu Xiaoyego felt blood rush to his head, his vision went dark, and he lost consciousness. President! His subordinate Tianzhong Dalong cried out in alarm, "What's wrong?" But their little commotion went unnoticed by those around them. This was Huazhi's territory, and most of the visitors were cheering for Huazhi's victory. After a while, the organizing committee sent someone to carry the Sanling president away. Hengda's boss Su Jiayin was also deflated like a punctured balloon. His eyes were vacant, his demeanor listless. He had lost the bet with Wang Xikong. The final result was Huazhi Audi taking first place. The wager was a staggering 500 million yuan. And just moments ago, Wang Xikong had posted the votes and rankings from the Modu Auto Show on Weibo, tagging him to fulfill the promise. Countless netizens had chimed in below. On the other side, Su Chen was already surrounded by a throng of journalists with countless cameras and microphones aimed at him. President Su, I'm from the Jingdu television station. How do you feel about this victory? President Su, how did you manage to develop and manufacture 3 models in just a few months? President Su, how much of a gap do you think remains between Huazhi's automobiles and foreign ones? Su Chen smiled and answered each question in turn. His responses were perfectly measured, neither boastful nor overly reserved. The journalists, keen on the buzz of the award, pressed him with more questions. But the award ceremony of the Modu Auto Show had begun. Since it was an international event, there was no elaborate or cumbersome procedure. The organizers had prepared an envelope containing certificates in Chinese and English. The Vice Minister of Transportation of Huazhi opened the certificate, then walked up to Su Chen. With an appreciative gaze, he extended his hand first. Congratulations, President Su. Audi has won first place at the International Auto Show. Su Chen, quick-witted, promptly took it. Thank you, Minister. This achievement is inseparable from the government's support. They stood side by side, facing the cameras together for a photo. Countless flashbulbs clicked and flashed. After this segment came the exchange among automakers. The presidents of Bentley and Bauma walked over simultaneously. They regarded the young Huazhi boss with great wariness and hostility. The Bentley president smirked insincerely. It's all well and good to occasionally build a few engines by chance, but mass production, while ensuring quality, is extremely difficult. His implication was clear. The 3 Audi prototypes at the show were merely lucky exceptions, incapable of being mass-produced and marketed on a large scale. Su Chen replied unhurriedly. We can produce at least 200,000 engines of the same quality every month. The Bentley president's eyes widened. Impossible. Su Chen smiled without arguing. Mr. Su, I am the president of Bauma. Ench spoke in halting Chinese. Your new Audi performs well, but it's still far behind Bauma. A faint smile played on Su Chen's lips. There's an old saying in Huazhi, first to gain weight doesn't count as fat. Ench couldn't quite grasp such profound words. Su Chen explained, it means don't be complacent, the latecomer can surpass the early bird. Ench snorted coldly, let the sales figures speak. With that he turned away arrogantly. The Bentley president also sneered. Even if you can mass-produce V6 engines, you're still behind our brewery country. Our 8-cylinder engine is already in development. Huazhi is still no match in this field. Su Chen's expression turned stern. Nothing is impossible for Huazhi. You have no right to judge Huazhi's capabilities. The Bentley president declared arrogantly, fine, we'll see. He was also skeptical of Audi's future sales. After all, in Huazhi, Bentley and Bauma were still the top choices. The automobile presidents of Neon Country and Beautiful Country, though not approaching, cast hostile glances on this blue star. These developed, powerful nations all hoped to prevent Huazhi's technological advancement and revitalization. With nearly 2 billion people, it was a wildly lucrative market for them to exploit. Thus, these technological powers had colluded and secretly reached a consensus and agreement never to export any advanced technology to Huazhi and to do everything possible to impose a technology blockade. This situation had persisted for nearly half a century. Yet unexpectedly, it was now being shattered entirely by the arrival of one person. That person was Chen. After the presidents of Mercedes-Benz and BMW left, it was finally the turn of the domestic car brand bosses. Great Wall's Li Jun looked at Chen with admiration and said, "Congratulations, President Su. The Audi is truly outstanding." The Chery CEO said, "Huazhi automobile is the pride of our Huaxia." Zhongtai's Jin Yong added, "President Su, your Kunlun engine is incredibly powerful. I'd like to place another order." The Baek CEO said, "Congratulations, President Su. As a peer, we feel truly ashamed." Chen was already regarded as a leader in the automotive industry. Everyone surrounded him like stars around the moon, discussing cooperation. Only BYD's CEO Li Yofu was dejected, his regret eating him alive. Why had he not cooperated with Chen earlier, stubbornly choosing to wait? One wrong step and regret is beyond remedy. The first day of the Modu Auto Show came to an end. That evening, major online platforms all pinned the auto show videos and reports. Breaking news: Huazhi's new car wins first place at Modu International Auto Show. The rise of Huaxia automobiles, who can compete with Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Mitsubishi Pajero defeated just after launch. The truth revealed. The clickbait titles attracted attention. It made those who were too busy to attend the auto show instantly click in to check. Within less than 2 hours, an Audi fever swept across the internet. People's impression of Huazhi company improved even more. So domestic cars can be this advanced and sophisticated. The Audi has a majestic exterior, exquisite interior, and outstanding performance. It's incredibly competitive. I'll try it out, and if it's good, I'll order on the spot. Me too. I was going to buy a BMW X5, but now I've changed my mind. Love it. I can't wait to see the actual car tomorrow and the price announcement. Chen calmly scrolled through the news on his phone. He was not surprised by the enthusiastic reactions from the media and the public. Ring, ring, ring. His phone rang. The screen showed his friend Wang Xikong. His voice was cheerful. "Chen, the Audi is so cool. I want to buy 5Q7S, 30A6S, and 10A8S. He paused. Wang Xikong said sheepishly, "Haha, it's not just for me. My dad and his company people want them too." Chen naturally agreed. "Okay, I'll arrange it when I get back." Not long after, Lin Mi's avatar flickered on WeChat. "Brother Chen, the Audi is so handsome. I want a Q7. Chen also happily agreed. Afterwards, he had the sales manager contact the company's 8 primary dealers. They released all the Audi inventory, a total of 400 vehicles across the 3 models. With Audi's design and technical performance, it would surely attract its own customer base the next day. Sure enough, when the exhibition opened the next day, countless visitors flooded the exhibition hall, rushing to the cars of their choice. All major car brands had arranged sales staff and also announced prices. The booths of Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Toyota were as bustling as ever, but none of them had as many people as the Audi booth. Audi A6, market guide price 41980 RMB, Audi A8, market guide price 85880 RMB, Audi Q7, market guide price 6990 RMB. Seeing these reasonable prices, many people were immediately tempted. The actual car looks even cooler than the video full of tech. I've ordered the Audi Q7, under 700 RMB, what a bargain. Looks more imposing and stable than BMW, feels perfect for a businessman like me. The Mercedes-Benz GLE 450 costs 1.03 million. In comparison, Huazhi is really a conscientious company. Exactly, foreign brands are overpriced with too much premium. Now that Huazhi Audi has such good quality, we have more options. After getting inside the actual car, some immediately bought on the spot. Others made appointments with local dealers planning to take delivery after test drives. Compared to the bustling Audi booth, brands like Toyota and Ford were much quieter. The worst was Mitsubishi. Its booth had no customers except for staff. Mitsubishi was launching a new car for the first time, so many should have been interested. But after yesterday's performance comparison, people were already disappointed with Mitsubishi. Originally, the Huaxia people's good impression of Mitsubishi was only due to its engine, low-cost, durable, and easy to repair. But now that Huazhi has the Kunlun engine, Mitsubishi has lost even that advantage. This Modu International Auto Show seemed tailor-made for Huazhi Audi. After the 3-day exhibition ended, the Audi brand was known to everyone, praised throughout Huaxia. President Su, we have already received orders for 1500 vehicles. Sales manager Lu Nung said happily, "I heard that BMW's new car only sold 300 units. These cars are not affordable for ordinary people. In just 3 days, an average of 5000 units were sold per model. This sales volume and speed were indeed astonishing." Chen said calmly, "Got it. Have the dealers pay in full and arrange logistics for delivery as soon as possible." Yunhai City. In the workshop of Huazhi company, workers were busier than ever. Now 3 brands and 3 types of cars were being produced simultaneously. The Divine car for urban and rural areas, the Wuling Hongguang van, the ordinary sedan brand, Geely M Grand and Buyue, the mid to high-end brand, Audi sedans and SUVs. The Modu International Auto Show propelled Huazhi company to the top of the domestic automotive industry. Now dealers took pride in being able to sell Audi cars. This was Huazhi's own high-end brand, and also the model that customers specifically requested, as the manufacturer Huazhi now only allowed dealers to pick up cars after receiving full payment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for new income Audi car payment 9374050 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for new income Wuling Hongguang car payment 10399680 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for new income Geely car payment 8501500 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for new points 11264168 total points 17034050 Su Chen looked at the total points on the system interface and revealed a slight smile. He browsed the mall's products, seeing various engines, as well as super strong steel space metals and other materials. The 3 Audi models had just been launched, and the market needed time to absorb them, so he was not in a hurry to launch new brands or models. He took this time to accumulate more points. That lithography machine required 300 points. Without a lithography machine, how could they produce car chips in-house? This was also a demonstration and enhancement of Huazhi's technological strength. Just as Su Chen was pondering, his phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number, showing the location as the capital city. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Who could this be? Su Chen disliked speculation. Though the number was unfamiliar and originated from the capital, there was nothing to fear. He swiped his finger and answered the call. Hello, President Su. A warm voice came through the phone. I am Vice Minister Jiang. Su Chen had a photographic memory, and he never forgot what he heard. This was the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Transport, who had represented the Chinese government at the Magic City International Auto Show. Su Chen politely said, Hello, Minister Jiang. Jiang Xing got straight to the point. President Su, the car you built won first place at the Magic City International Auto Show. This has already astonished the Ministry of Transport. I would like to invite you to the capital tomorrow for a face-to-face discussion regarding the replacement of government vehicles. Su Chen immediately understood. Alright, I'll make arrangements and head there tomorrow. This was a golden opportunity. The crucial point was not selling cars, but gaining recognition from the government. This was the greatest publicity and would significantly elevate the brand's status. The next day, at Xuanqing Airport in the capital, Su Chen's flight arrived on time. Due to the high number of flights taking off and landing during this period, the plane did not dock at the gate. Everyone had to take a shuttle bus. Su Chen and his secretary had just descended the gangway when a young man in a Ministry of Transport uniform approached them. Having accompanied the Vice Minister to the Magic City International Auto Show, the young man recognized Su Chen. With utmost respect, he said, President Su, I'm here to pick you up. Please follow me. A black sedan from the Ministry of Transport was parked beside the plane, an exception. This was an extremely rare sight at the airport. Seeing this, passengers on the same flight stopped and looked on with curiosity and astonishment. Who is this person? They sent a special car into the airport to pick him up. That's incredible. This person must be someone special. If I recall correctly, when the Minister of Transport visited our group last time, the license plate was the same as this one. Damn, the Ministry of Transport treats him with such respect. He's definitely a big shot. Some sharp-eyed people recognized Su Chen. I know him, he's Su Chen, the boss of Huazhi Company. The one who makes Audi cars. No wonder he looks familiar. Haha, I feel honored to be on the same flight as such an awesome person. Several girls bit their lips as they watched Su Chen's retreating figure, stars twinkling in their eyes. They sighed inwardly that Su Chen was even more handsome in person than on video. On the other side, Su Chen had already settled into the official car, ignoring the chatter behind him. It was a Honda, which was quite a decent car in 2006. The engine was stable, the interior was standard. Plus the car was easy to maintain, fitting the government's requirement for simplicity. However, it had many drawbacks. Due to material issues, the Honda had poor sound insulation and even worse shock absorption. Thus, the ride comfort was lacking. Su Chen felt this after the car had been driving for just over 10 minutes from the airport. Fortunately, the airport was not far from the Ministry of Transport. After getting out, he was escorted into the office building. Vice Minister Jiang Xing stood up as soon as he saw Su Chen enter. He extended his hand proactively. President Su, we meet again so soon. Su Chen smiled warmly and responded appropriately to the leader. After they sat down, an administrative secretary immediately served Westlake Longjing tea. Vice Minister Jiang said with admiration in his eyes, President Su, you are truly young and accomplished. Just over 20 years old, and you've already built an engine that can rival Mitsubishi and BMW. I've been busy with official duties, and though I heard about Huazhi Company, I never looked into it carefully. Thanks to the Magic City International Auto Show, I finally saw it for myself. It turns out that China has such a hidden auto company. Su Chen listened quietly and said gently, China is a land of talents. My little invention is nothing. Jiang Xing's impression of this humble young man improved further. He continued, President Su, no need to be modest. Elder son from the Chinese Academy of Sciences spoke highly of you. Your Audi cars, both in performance and craftsmanship, have caught up with foreign models. The leadership was also pleased when they saw the news saying that they had finally waited for the rise of China's domestic automobiles. The secretary passed on the message for the Ministry of Transport to contact you and expedite the replacement of government vehicles. In China, government vehicle brands were varied: Corolla, Jetta, Passat, Honda, and so on. Various provinces, cities, and counties only procured according to regulations on displacement and price. The government had long wanted to unify vehicle procurement, but the top leadership insisted on using independently owned brands and technology. Thus, decades passed before a company meeting the requirements emerged. Now with the emergence of Huazhi, the government vehicle replacement project could finally be realized. Chen immediately stated, "I have no issues on my end. Give me the vehicle allocation standards and I guarantee delivery within the specified time frame." Jiang was very pleased. Deliver the first batch by the end of the year. Let the regular government departments use domestic cars first, since your own factory also has many orders. For law enforcement vehicles like those of the Integrity Office, special modifications will take longer, so they can be delivered in batches. The administrative secretary handed over the prepared documents. Chen opened them and saw the specific vehicle requirements and prices. A total of 152890 vehicles covering 80 departments with a delivery deadline of 1 year. The thick stack of documents detailed the vehicle and configuration requirements for each department. At the end of the documents, a red emblem was stamped. Chen nodded and said solemnly, "Thank you for the trust of the leadership and the Ministry of Transport." Jiang praised him. "If all Chinese enterprises were as outstanding as you, that would be wonderful. Enterprises like yours with major technological breakthroughs must be strongly supported. The Ministry of Transport grants Huazhi companies special privileges with no restrictions on test runs or road trials." Chen smiled and expressed his gratitude with a composed demeanor. The two chatted amiably for a while before concluding the meeting. Before leaving, Jiang had his secretary bring several boxes of black box Huazhi cigarettes. "I heard you smoke. This is all my stock." Chen smiled and said, "Thank you for parting with them. These black Huazhi were a grade above the white Huazhi from Director Wang last time." After leaving the Ministry of Transport, a special car took Chen to the airport. Meanwhile, the official website of the Ministry of Transport released a document announcement, Transport Document No. 046, Announcement on Unified Government Vehicle Procurement. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. Government procurement: what makes Huazhi company so impressive? What new technologies does the government approve car possess? Pride of the nation. Chen single-handedly propelled China's automotive development. The government's procurement elevated Huazhi automobile to a dominant position, domestically surpassing even foreign brands like Mercedes-Benz and BMW at the official level. This was the government leadership's recognition and enhancement of Huazhi's brand awareness, something the foreign OEMs had never anticipated. This was the government leadership's recognition and enhancement of Huazhi's brand awareness, something the foreign OEMs had never anticipated. The CEOs of Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Ford, and other brands, though surprised, did not take it seriously. They were confident in their market share in China. The Chinese government's procurement was more symbolic in nature. In automobile sales, reputation and volume mattered most. These foreign brands held the advantage with the most solid customer base. However, Chen took this batch of government procurement orders very seriously. Upon returning to Yunhai City, he organized a dedicated team for the government vehicle project and summoned Vice President Li. Chen spoke up, arrange a company-wide recruitment drive. The company is developing rapidly, business is expanding, and we must keep pace with talent acquisition. Compensation will follow industry-leading standards. We have ample funds. Chen aimed to build Huazhi company into a globally renowned enterprise that everyone aspired to join. Therefore, they would never stint on compensation and benefits. Days later, after expanding recruitment, Huazhi company's total employee count reached 140,000. The procurement department also purchased raw materials and parts according to the production schedule. To support production, Chen had additionally acquired multiple engine assembly lines and complete vehicle production lines from the system marketplace. Currently, over half of the 20 workshops were already in use. Time flew swiftly, and before long a month had passed. Sales of the 3 Audi models continued to climb. Automotive reviewers and car websites had published multiple articles. Do you really know how to choose an SUV? The Audi Q7 that challenges your assumptions. The most comprehensive review ever. Audi Q7 versus BMW X5 versus Mercedes GLE 450. Why more and more buyers are choosing the Audi A6? What makes it so good? Many individual users were also sharing their driving experiences through videos. This propelled Audi sales to surpass both Mercedes-Benz and BMW. According to data released by the China Automobile Association, within just 1 month, a single Audi model achieved sales of 2,000 units. Meanwhile, Mercedes-Benz and BMW combined for only 18,000 units during the same period. This marked the first time in history that these two luxury brands fell behind a domestic Chinese manufacturer. How is this possible? BMW President Ang's eyes widened in disbelief. Audi's sales have somehow surpassed ours. He instructed his subordinate, purchase an Audi vehicle, dismantle its engine and body, and ship everything back to headquarters for thorough analysis. The Mercedes-Benz president also furrowed his brow. Have the technical department analyze the Audi and see if they have plagiarized our technology. Other foreign automotive brands were faring no better. Ford and Buick sales were dismal, reaching only 9,000 units. But Mitsubishi suffered the worst fate. Since their defeat against Audi at the Shanghai International Auto Show, Chinese consumers had completely lost faith in Mitsubishi automobiles. Coupled with Mitsubishi's limited model lineup and weak marketing in China, within a single month the Mitsubishi Pajero exited the market. This enraged Mitsubishi's headquarters, which directly revoked its automotive sales operations in China. Furthermore, Mitsubishi's most prized engine division had been completely overtaken by Su Chen's Kunlun engine. As a result, Mitsubishi's entire enterprise in China was utterly destroyed. They could no longer profit from selling outdated engines to Chinese consumers. Forced by circumstances, Mitsubishi had no choice but to completely withdraw from the Chinese market. The street dog beneath the tree was recalled to Neon and stripped of his chairman position. The rise of China's automotive industry, to be precise, was driven by Su Chen's development of Audi vehicles. This had now drawn the high-level attention of foreign original equipment manufacturers, Japan, Germany, and America. The automotive presidents of these three giants convened an international video conference. Our testing confirms the Kunlun engine is entirely independently developed. Even more alarming is that the V6 engine's parameters and performance are world-leading. If this trend continues unchecked, China's automotive industry will achieve complete independence. The automotive monopolies and blockades we have painstakingly cultivated face major threats and challenges. Over these past decades, foreign automakers had used technology to strangle China's automotive sector. By blocking engine technology, they had successfully monopolized the Chinese market. The profit margins on premium vehicles sold by foreign automakers in China were approximately 30% higher than the international average. Without market monopolies, where would such exorbitant profits come from? Now the exploited were rising up, refusing to be harvested any longer. How could greedy, blood-sucking capitalists possibly agree to this? This was literally a threat to their survival. Germany, we must not allow this situation to emerge. I will develop an 8-cylinder engine as quickly as possible to defeat Su Chen's Kunlun engine. Japan, we are deeply concerned. China has stopped purchasing our Mitsubishi engines. Sales of our mid-range and economy vehicles have also suffered major blows. We must find a way to contain Huazhi Company as soon as possible, or we will lose $3 billion. America, we would also lose $1 billion. This is not merely an economic loss. Our authority as the world's policeman has also been challenged. However, rest assured, I have already devised a plan that will certainly crush this small Chinese private enterprise. The automotive presidents from the other two nations' eyes lit up. They urgently pressed for details, and upon hearing the plan, all three automotive giants burst into hearty laughter. This time, that so-called Huazhi automaker is definitely finished. Yanhai City, China. Su Chen leisurely enjoyed breakfast before seeing his younger sister off to kindergarten. This was his first daily task. Afterward, Wang Baoqiang would drive him back to the company. Su Chen had already upgraded his vehicle to the Audi Q7. It was not merely for self-promotion. Director Su, I passed by the municipal government office this morning, Wang Baoqiang reported. I saw officials from the Integrity Commission escorting Mayor Zhou away. Su Chen merely acknowledged it, not at all surprised. Zhou Peng's corruption had finally come to light. To dare withhold national fiscal subsidies meant for impoverished counties, amounting to 380 million yuan, was certain to result in imprisonment. Soon the car pulled into Huazhi Company's premises. Before Su Chen had barely settled into his office, he received financial reports. Now not only were agents purchasing vehicles, but other domestic automakers were also eagerly acquiring Kunlun engines. Brands like Great Wall BAIC and Chery. Whenever equipped with Huazhi engines, their sales improved significantly. Whereas brands like Borgward, Lifan, and Brilliance, due to not purchasing Huazhi engines, saw their businesses withering and facing the fate of bankruptcy. Ding. Congratulations, host, on additional income government procurement vehicle payment, 30578 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, host, on additional income Audi vehicle payment, 12374 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, host, on additional income Geely vehicle payment, 56017856 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, host, on additional income Wuling Hongguang vehicle payment, 15393 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, host, on earning 1705134666 points. Total points now stand at 4703425050. Su Chen, listening to the system notifications, was feeling quite pleased. Suddenly his secretary Lu Jia hurried in from outside. Her delicate brows tightly furrowed. Director Su, something terrible has happened. Su Chen said calmly, what happened? Why are you so panicked? Lu Jia's pretty face tensed. The automotive chips are out of stock. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Didn't the procurement department sign an agreement with Qualcomm earlier to purchase 1 million units? Mentioning this, Lu Jia fumed. Yes, it was clearly written in black and white. But now they've cut off supply without warning. And this chip contract is utterly unequal. All terms favor the seller with not even a penalty clause. Chips are the core component of automobiles. A car without chips is just an empty shell, a scrap toy. Imagine a car suddenly malfunctioning or catching fire while driving, or the speed fluctuating erratically during driving. Who would dare buy such a car? Su Chen's face darkened. Has the procurement department communicated with them? Lu Jia nodded. Manager Guo argued vigorously, but their president was arrogant. Not only did he give no reason, but he also haughtily said, if you have a problem, tell your boss to come see me directly. Su Chen snorted softly, not speaking immediately. Just then procurement manager Guo Peng hurried in, his face full of indignation. President Su, I just made inquiries. Qualcomm has cut off chip supply only to us. Other domestic car makers, such as BYD and Great Wall, haven't encountered this situation. It's entirely targeted at our Huazhi company. Outrageous. Why? After finishing in one breath, Guopeng's chest still heaved clearly at the peak of fury. But he exchanged a glance with Li Jun and now seemed to realize something. Think about it. Read between the lines. Only cutting off chip supply to Huazhi company. This is blatant suppression and blockade against Huazhi. Qualcomm is a chip manufacturer from the United States. Its largest customers are Mercedes-Benz and BMW from Germany, followed by Honda and Toyota from Japan. At this Shanghai International Auto Show, Huazhi's Audi models took the top prize. Within just 30 days, their sales became the #1 in China. This terrifying strength and speed made the major powers sense crisis and threat. So they acted immediately with one sole purpose: to stop Huazhi Automobile from rising and strangle it in the cradle. Chen said calmly, "I understand. You two go back to work first." Li Jun and Guopeng looked at their boss, wanting to say something, but hesitating. They exchanged a glance and turned away helplessly. After walking a safe distance, thinking the boss couldn't hear them, Guopeng stopped. Inside, President Su must be at his wits' end too. Li Jun frowned. Even a clever housewife can't cook without rice. Without chips, our factory can only shut down. But no matter what they said, both were anxious and helpless. After the two left, Chen immediately called up the system. With a flourish, he directly deducted 3 points. From the system shop, he purchased the most advanced 6th-generation FUV lithography machine, which completely trumps the current world's 5th-generation EUV lithography machine. Chen's 6th-generation FUV lithography machine uses a 9.5 nanometers extreme ultraviolet light source. The world's 5th-generation EUV lithography machine uses a 13.5 nanometers extreme ultraviolet light source. Chen's 6th-generation machine has a minimum process node of 1 nanometer. The current world's 5th-generation machine has a minimum process node of 7 nanometers. The entire chip process can be divided into 3 main steps: design, production, and packaging testing. The lithography machine is the most critical link in manufacturing. One could say that whoever masters high-end lithography machines dominates the chip industry, and can even determine the pricing power of chips with a single word. Of course, to manufacture chips, a lithography machine alone is not enough. The following equipment are also needed: etching machines, coding and developing machines, ion implanters, inspection equipment, crystal pullers, wafer dicing saws, chemical mechanical polishers, cleaning equipment, packaging equipment, testing equipment, and also high-purity silicon photoresist target materials, and so on. The all-purpose system shop naturally has everything. But Chen felt it unnecessary to buy everything and build a new chip factory from scratch. That would be a waste of time and resources. The best approach was to acquire an existing factory. After an online search and quick analysis, Chen set his sights on a factory called Huazhi. This factory, due to outdated technology, produced chips only at 90 nanometers. Consequently, sales were dismal, and it was barely making ends meet, on the verge of bankruptcy. This one it is. Chen noted the address. It's not far in the neighboring province, half a day's drive. Without further delay, he set off. Chen called his bodyguard and driver Wang Baoqiang and headed straight for Huazhi. Considering the sensitive nature of the chip matter, he did not bring his secretary Li Jun this time. Ding. Congratulations to the host for activating the chip manufacturing mission. Ding. System reward: 1 expert and 20 senior talents. Note: Elder Lin is an expert in integrated circuit science and engineering, fully capable of taking charge of the chip factory. The 20 senior talents can serve as top management, absolutely loyal and trustworthy. All identities and backgrounds are legal. The host can summon them at any time when needed. Chen narrowed his eyes. The system's reward was quite thoughtful. He had been worried that Huazhi headquarters had no one familiar with chips. Temporary recruitment might not yield suitable candidates quickly. Now the problem was solved. This single reward solved both the talent and confidentiality issues. Baoqiang drove fast and steadily. By noon, they arrived at Huazhi. This chip factory was on the outskirts, not too large an area. It had only 10 workshops, a low office building, and a research lab. From the entrance gate, it looked dilapidated and old, likely built many years ago. President Su Wang Baoqiang opened the car door. We've arrived. Chen instructed, wait for me here. With that, he strode inside. The security booth at the gate was empty. Chen gently pushed the heavy rusted gate open with his hand. This was the power of 1 ox, 2 tigers, and 3 dragons granted by the system. Entering the office building, he was greeted by a waist-high reception desk. A pretty round-faced girl instinctively stepped back. Her eyes full of terror, she raised her voice. Our company has no money now. After we're acquired and have funding, we'll definitely pay your debt. But you are absolutely not allowed to take away the company's equipment and materials. As she spoke, the round-faced receptionist picked up the phone. If you dare to cause trouble, I'll call the police immediately. Chen took a step forward and couldn't help but laugh. Miss, I'm not a debt collector. Then what are you here for? The round-faced receptionist's gaze grew more wary. Speak from there, don't come any closer. The person before her was a head taller than her, with broad shoulders and a sturdy build. If he had any ill intentions, her resistance would probably be futile. Chen stopped in his tracks. I want to see your boss and discuss acquiring Huazhi. What? The round-faced receptionist's eyes quaked. You want to buy our chip factory? She looked him up and down, disbelief written all over her face. This handsome young man seemed barely in his 20s, no more than 2 years older than herself. Where could he possibly get the money to buy a factory? Yet his expression and tone didn't seem like a joke. Su Chen noticed her confusion and explained, "My name is Su Chen and I am the president of Huazhi Company. We are a private automotive manufacturing company, and now we want to produce our own chips. If you don't believe me, you can search online." Half believing, the receptionist took out her phone and checked. Then her eyes lit up. "You really are the boss of Huazhi. I saw the headline in the news a few days ago, but I was too troubled by the company's issues to click and read it. I never expected such an outstanding boss to be so young." Su Chen smiled. "Now can you take me to see your boss?" The round-faced receptionist's eyes curved and her lips smiled. "All right, follow me." She walked briskly, happily saying as she went, "Dad, someone really came to buy our company." Su Chen raised an eyebrow. So this girl wasn't just a receptionist. But upon second thought, it made more sense. The entire factory had no one left, not even a security guard at the gate, showing how far it had declined. At such a time, only family would remain. "Zhao Zhao, is it true?" A middle-aged man under 50 spoke with an excited voice. "I'm coming." As he spoke, Su Shixiang walked out of his office. Naturally, when he first saw Su Chen, his reaction was also shock and disbelief. Su Jiao quickly explained and showed her phone to her father. Only then did Su Shixiang believe. "Hello, President Su. My name is Su Shixiang, and I am the owner of Huazhi. Still, he found it unbelievable. This young man, about the same age as his daughter, was actually the president of an automotive company. More terrifyingly, he had developed a car engine and designed and produced an Audi that could rival foreign brands. Su Chen got straight to the point and directly stated his plan to purchase the factory. Seeing how professional and precise he was, Su Shixiang became even more convinced. "The equipment in my chip factory is 70 new and the raw materials can last for 2 years. But due to outdated technology and poor sales performance, we ended up with a deficit. I am truly reluctant, but I owe a lot of money to upstream and downstream clients, so I have no choice but to sell at a painful price, 75 billion. Su Chen smiled slightly. "I'll give you 80 billion. Su Shixiang was stunned at first, then seemed to suddenly understand. He pulled Zhao Zhao behind him, his face full of anger. "I'm only selling the factory, not my daughter." This time it was Su Chen's turn to be confused. "President Su, that extra 5 billion is for you." "For me, eh?" Su Shixiang was bewildered. "I don't deserve a reward without merit." Su Chen said, "I want to rehire you as general manager responsible for managing the chip factory with a tenure of 10 years. Before Su Shixiang could speak, the round-faced Su Jiao exclaimed excitedly, "Dad, isn't that great? You said you didn't want to leave Huazhi, right? Now we finally have a perfect solution. You can both solve the huge debt and continue working on chips." Su Shixiang's lips trembled. "Can I really stay at Huazhi? This was the factory he had founded and worked in for decades. If it weren't for the enormous debt and no chance of rescue, Su Shixiang would never have been willing to sell. It was the crystallization of his life's work and dedication." Su Chen nodded. "You are most familiar with the processes and management of this company. You are the best candidate. Although your scientific research and technical capabilities are weaker, I have my own experts and team. So you just need to handle the overall operation of the company." Su Shixiang's eyes shone. "Wonderful. Since you trust me, I will definitely manage the chip factory well. I've heard this is called a professional manager, a very progressive and scientific profession. Regarding your team's R&D and production, I can sign a confidentiality agreement and absolutely not disclose any information." Su Chen was very satisfied. "Good. I need a few days to arrange personnel and upgrade the workshop equipment." Su Shixiang quickly replied, "No problem. Let me first show you around the factory." The two walked out of the office building one after another, heading toward the workshop behind. The factory was much as Su Chen had expected. Except for the lithography machine, most of the equipment could still be used. He just needed to buy a few more core devices from the system mall and then upgrade the old equipment. Indeed, acquiring an existing factory was the fastest way to manufacture chips. After a tour, they returned to the office. Su Chen took out the prepared acquisition agreement. Su Shixiang took it and happily stamped and signed it. The chip factory was officially transferred to Su Chen's name. "President Su," Su Shixiang said, "I'll contact the old employees and recruit a batch of basic workers." After speaking, he turned to his daughter and said, "Zhao Zhao, you can go back to university tomorrow. You've been away for so long. You must work twice as hard to catch up." Su Jiao obediently nodded. "Dad, I won't lose my first place ranking in the grade." Su Shixiang got up and left to arrange the middle and lower level employees. Only Su Chen and Su Jiao remained in the room. Su Jiao blushed. "President Su, I'm so sorry for mistaking you for a debt collector earlier." Su Chen said warmly, "It's okay. As a girl, you should be cautious of others." Then he stopped looking at Su Jiao and focused on communicating with the system. In addition to purchasing a few more core devices, Su Chen also bought one-click upgrade technology for old equipment, directly transforming Huazhi. Ding. Host total points 103425050. Seeing Su Chen seemingly deep in thought, Su Jiao considerately brought him a cup of tea and then returned to the front desk. The lithography machine weighed 180 tons, and the other devices together added another 300 tons. Naturally, heavy trucks and workers from the system were needed for installation and debugging. Elder Lin and 20 senior talents arrived simultaneously in another minibus. "Hello, President Su." A short but energetic old scholar said respectfully, "My name is Lin Tao. Behind him stood 20 people of varying heights and builds, all wearing glasses and looking erudite, thanks to the attributes granted by the system. Despite meeting for the first time, Su Chun and the others shared an innate familiarity and tacit understanding. I now need to manufacture 1 million automotive chips with a 14-nanometer process. Elder Lin nodded. I'll lead the technical core team and guarantee completion within 3 months. We'll deliver the first 2,000 units in the first month. The system's tools were efficient, few words, strong action, and high productivity. It took less than 2 hours to install and adjust the lithography machine and other equipment. Watching the advanced giant machinery and the professional crew, Su Jiao's eyes widened full of admiration and shock. Her university major was integrated circuits, and she fully understood that achieving the 14-nanometer process was almost as difficult as climbing to the heavens, because most Chinese chip companies were still stuck at the 90-nanometer level. President Su Jiao's voice trembled with excitement. Is this a lithography machine bought from abroad? It can actually achieve 14-nanometer precision. Su Chen said flatly, no, it's my own. What? A thunderbolt seemed to strike in Su Jiao's mind, and she froze completely. But then she heard an even more shocking statement. Su Chen said calmly, this is a 6th-generation lithography machine capable of producing 1-nanometer chips. Boom, boom, boom. Su Jiao felt her scalp tingle, and her entire body froze. She was a top student at Tsinghua University, hailed by her professor as a genius in the chip field. She was exceptionally proficient in semiconductor communications and circuits. Currently, the most advanced lithography machine on Blue Star is from ASML of the beautiful country. Their minimum process is only 7 nanometers. 1 nanometer versus 7 nanometers. The gap is enormous, truly a world of difference. Bang! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Su Jiao turned around and saw that her father had returned. Su Shixiang had just entered the door when he heard this explosive news. Shocked, his hand trembled, and the thermos cup fell directly to the ground. President Su Shixiang's voice trembled. Your lithography machine, the minimum line width, is 1 nanometer. He quickly walked to the huge 180-ton equipment, his eyes gleaming. He felt as if he were dreaming. Such an advanced and cutting-edge lithography machine had actually appeared in reality. Su Shixiang turned his head again and saw that the workshop had additional equipment such as etchers, CVD, PVD, etc. The original old equipment had also been completely refurbished as if upgraded. Huazhi had completely transformed from a backward chip factory in Huazhi into the most advanced chip factory in the world. Su Shixiang even felt that given Huazhi's current level of advancement, it completely outclassed the chip foundry on Baodao. This was all Su Chen's achievement. In an instant, he had brought earth-shaking changes to the dilapidated small factory. This was simply incredible, terrifying beyond measure. Meeting Su Shixiang's confused and shocked gaze, Su Chun smiled faintly. President Su, you're back. Let me introduce the research team. He pointed to the person beside him and said, Mr. Lin, this is the research director. Those 20 are senior technicians. They will be in charge of chip production. Su Shixiang dared not neglect and quickly took the initiative to extend his hand in greeting. Now he no longer felt shock towards Su Chun, but admiration. Not only had he developed lithography machines, etchers, and other equipment, but he also possessed a team of high-end talents in communications, physical computing circuits, and more. This was simply a heaven-defying state in the semiconductor field. Su Shixiang said respectfully, President Su, I have already found the employees. There are a total of 1,000 people, all responsible for middle and low-level work. Do you have any further work instructions? Su Chen nodded. I will transfer a financial director from Huazhi headquarters. Apart from Mr. Sun being in charge of research and production, you are fully responsible for the overall affairs of the chip factory. He was quite satisfied with Su Shixiang's work. He gave Su Shixiang an annual salary of 500 million, which was an unprecedented salary in Huazhi. This was to account for the time cost of recruiting new people. Su Shixiang was skilled in chip business, had experience in managing factories, and had deep affection for his own industry. This was like the original pot matching the original stove, loyal and efficient. Su Chen stayed at Huazhi for another 3 days. Seeing that the factory had resumed production and operations were on track, he then set off back to Yunhai City. Huazhi Company. These days people were anxious and everyone's spirits were low because of Qualcomm's targeted chip supply cutoff. The factory, originally busy day and night, was now in a state of semi-shutdown. The manufactured car components were parked in the assembly workshop. Due to the lack of chips, final assembly could not be completed. Production manager Chen Dehai with a worried face said, there are still 8 vehicles that haven't been delivered. RD manager Wu Di said, I heard that buying chips from non-Qualcomm official channels now costs 20 times more. Purchasing manager Guopeng with a grim face said, what's worse, as soon as they hear it's our Huazhi company buying, they increase the price 45 times. Lu Jia, puffing her cheeks, said angrily, Qualcomm is choking us with chip technology. It's too much. Although everyone was indignant, they could only stare helplessly. After all, the core of Huazhi's automobile industry was firmly in the hands of Western powers. Lithography machines, as the most critical link in chip manufacturing, are listed in the Wassenaar Arrangement. The 45 member states led by the beautiful country cannot sell cutting-edge technology to any enterprise or individual in Huazhi. As long as Qualcomm doesn't sell chips, Huazhi company can only reduce production now. In the future it might even shut down completely. There is no wall that doesn't leak. This news quickly spread throughout Huazhi. Breaking news. Qualcomm cuts off chip supply to Huazhi company. Audi car just topped the sales rankings then went chip crazy. Huazhi factory falls into semi-shutdown, agents have no cars to sell. The 3 trending news items were shocking. Seeing this news, the domestic public was in an uproar. Qualcomm is using its technology to choke Huazhi company and hinder its car manufacturing. How despicable. Just as domestic cars were starting to improve, those foreign beasts want to strangle them in the cradle. For all our 5,000 years of Huazhi history, now we are being bullied by those foreign clowns. Foreigners just can't stand Huazhi's technological progress. Oh, every time we make a breakthrough they will stop at nothing to block us. They want us to stay in low-end industries forever while they make exorbitant profits from technology. Alas, no way, since they have advanced technology. Being backward means being beaten. Huazhi company is definitely doomed this time. Without chips the cars can only sit idle. The heads of domestic car brands were also extremely anxious. Li Jun from Great Wall said, "President Su, we still have 3500 chips here. We'll arrange to send them to you tomorrow." The president of Cherry said, "President Su, we have 1500 in stock already packed and boxed for you." The president of BIC said, "President Su, we only have a small number of 400 chips. Please accept our modest contribution." Along the way, Su Chen's phone never stopped ringing. He resolutely refused. "Thank you for your kindness, but there's no need. Keep them for yourselves during this special period." The several car company presidents immediately understood. Su Chen was afraid that if Qualcomm found out it would also cut off their supply. Alas, President Su is truly loyal. Young, just over 20, yet with such a broad vision. President Su is outstanding. I don't want his car factory to fail because of chips. But we are anxious and can't help, what can we do? This matter also attracted the attention of the government. Deputy Minister Jiang personally called President Su. "We have heard about the chip issue. Foreign technology blocking is not a one-time thing. It's truly despicable. But this is not a government-level incident. We cannot pressure foreign companies." Su Chen said politely, "Thank you for your concern, Minister. I will find a way to solve it." Deputy Minister Jiang sighed helplessly. "Chips are a pain point for our Huazhi. After years of research, we still cannot break through the technological barriers. Even if the government wants to support you, it is powerless and helpless." Almost everyone was pessimistically convinced that Huazhi company was doomed this time. A rising star of Huazhi's automobile industry would soon fall and disappear. Su Chen returned to the company. He immediately summoned the chief financial officer and Vice President Zhang San. He handed the acquisition agreement to the two for review. "President Su, we've acquired the chip factory." Chief Financial Officer Zhang Wei exclaimed in surprise, "When should I pay the acquisition fee?" Su Chen instructed, "Pay today, and also select a financial director to go to Huazhi immediately to assume office." Zhang Wei swallowed hard and said, "Okay." It had only been a few days since he left, and he had spent 80 billion to buy a chip factory. He was stunned by his boss's boldness and decisiveness. Such courage and vision are beyond the comprehension and imagination of ordinary people. But wasn't this step a bit too big? The chip factories in Huazhi generally lagged in technology, and this Huazhi was even unheard of. If it went bankrupt and was sold, it must be the smallest and most dilapidated private enterprise. Could buying such a chip factory really solve the current chip shortage? Vice President Zhang San shared the same thought. But although he was puzzled, he dared not speak it out. After all, the boss's mindset and vision were beyond what employees could comprehend. Su Chen continued, "President Zhang, I want to change Huazhi Limited Company into Huazhi Group Corporation. The company's future strategic direction is to become a comprehensive high-tech enterprise." You immediately arranged to change the business license and scope. Originally, Su Chen only regarded car manufacturing as a springboard to enter the tech industry. Now that the company's scale and strength have grown, naturally the broader the research fields, the better. After all, with the system in place, technology is not a problem. Zhang San quickly said, "Okay, I guarantee it will be done within a week." The two took the tasks and left. Su Chen was now confident and unhurried. However, others did not know everything Su Chen possessed. In everyone's eyes, he was just a young and mysterious CEO. At that moment, Lu Jia walked in gloomily holding an invitation card. "President Su, the Modu Automotive Industry Exchange will be held this Wednesday. All Huazhi and well-known foreign automakers will attend, including Qualcomm and other automotive-related chip parts and service providers will also go." Su Chen took the card and said, "You arrange the itinerary." At such automotive exchanges, it was usually foreign manufacturers flaunting their exclusive technologies, while domestic ones had no technology to showcase. And if domestic manufacturers wanted to buy their technology, they had to grovel and agree to numerous additional conditions. The conditions were harsh, the demands insolent, truly humiliating. Lu Jia was dejected. In this special period of chip shortage, won't attending the automotive exchange make us a laughingstock for foreign car makers? Exchange what? Are we supposed to listen to them boasting? Or demanding that we hand over our core technology impolitely in exchange for chips? Looking at Lu Jia's slightly flushed face from anger, Su Chen said gently, "Don't worry, they can't trap me. Lu Jia raised her face, her emotions a mix of worry and a trace of heartache. Decades of scientific research in Huazhi had failed to break the chip blockade. What could a boss who was only 20 years old, a college graduate, possibly do? He said this only to calm the company's employees and ease their anxiety. Lu Jia nodded cooperatively. Okay, President Su. Modu Automotive Industry Exchange. The Golden Hall that could hold hundreds of people played elegant light music. Men and women in suits and evening dresses gathered in small groups holding wine glasses. These were all domestic and foreign automakers. Also automotive-related service providers and manufacturers all attended, because it was modeled after foreign automotive exchanges. So it was very high-end and businesslike, and attendees were dressed in formal attire. President Su. Li Jun from Great Wall Motors greeted warmly. I've been waiting for you to come. Now domestic car manufacturers regarded Su Chen as their leader, because they all purchased the Kunlun engine. And for this reason sales had increased by 15 compared to when they used Mitsubishi. So now the heads of domestic car manufacturers saw Su Chen as a god of wealth. Su Chen smiled and walked over, taking a glass of red wine from the waiter. He chatted with Li Jun. The two soon talked about the chip issue. This was already a well-known matter in the Huazhi automotive circle. Li Jun was also worried. President Su, why don't you talk directly to the CEO of Qualcomm? His name is Jie, and he's here today, standing over there. Following Li Jun's gaze, Su Chen saw a foreigner with pale skin and a red nose, around 50 years old, wearing a dark suit. Although Jie was holding a glass and talking to another foreigner, his eyes kept glancing towards Su Chen. Lu Jia was wearing a golden Chanel suit, today noble and elegant. She heard President Lu from Great Wall's words, so she looked over with Su Chen. But unexpectedly Jie raised his glass and gestured to her from afar. He even raised an eyebrow, his behavior extremely frivolous. Female intuition made Lu Jia immediately alert and disgusted. She turned away in disgust as if she had swallowed a dead fly. Just then Ngu, the president of BMW, walked over from afar. He was wearing a Versace high-end suit with sharp trouser lines. Ngu looked extremely arrogant, as if he didn't care about anyone in the hall. Behind him an assistant in impressive attire followed closely. The moment he saw Su Chen, a smirk appeared on his lips and a glint of pride and cunning flashed in his eyes. Now that Huazhi company's automotive chip supply was cut off, Audi cars certainly couldn't be produced. The car manufacturing business was very capital-intensive. Continuous production cuts and shutdowns would eventually lead to funding gaps and bankruptcy. Huazhi company would no longer be able to compete with BMW. The future pricing power of Huazhi's automotive industry would still be in my hands. Thinking of this, he strutted straight towards Su Chen. Seeing this, Li Jun tactfully left first. Ngu slowly walked up to Su Chen and said arrogantly, President Su, we meet again. Although he addressed Su Chen as President Su, his attitude was very rude. Ngu looked down his nose, not even looking at Su Chen. He extended one hand, while keeping the other in his pocket, very impolite. Su Chen remained expressionless and shook hands with one hand as well. But unexpectedly, after withdrawing his hand, Ngu showed contempt. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped his hand disdainfully, and then threw it into the trash can. At the same time, the assistant took a glass of wine from the waiter's tray and respectfully handed it with both hands. Ngu took the red wine and took a sip like a victorious king. Looking at the young CEO before him, a smug expression crossed in Yiyi's face. Today he was definitely going to give Su Chen a hard time. Ong lifted his chin, his expression extremely arrogant. Mr. Su, don't think that just because you've built a V6 engine you're something special. This is merely technology that BMW has long since moved past. I'll tell you straight, our 8-cylinder engine is almost ready for market. A smug sense of superiority from a developed nation was etched on his face, as if he were inherently above others. Moreover, without chips your cars are nothing but scrap metal. Even if you won first place at the Magic City International Auto Show, so what? Now you're at a dead end, forced to halt production. Huazhi Automobile has no right to compare itself to BMW's century-old brand. Ong took another smug sip of red wine. Lu Jia was already furious. Back at the auto show, Ong had addressed her boss as President Su. Now he kept calling him Mr. Su, a clear sign of disrespect. Su Chen listened calmly, offering no rebuttal. But in Ang's eyes this was an admission of defeat and surrender. He looked down from his pedestal. Mr. Su, there's a Chinese saying, a fine bird chooses a tree to perch on. Though your Audi and Kunlun engine are far inferior to our beer countries, BMW is all-encompassing and can grant you an opportunity. Hand over your engine technology, Audi's design patents, and Quattro all-wheel drive technology. And BMW will acquire Huazhi company. You'll get 10 of the shares, and I'll make you a branch general manager. Having said that, he looked at Su Chen triumphantly, like a savior bestowing charity upon a humble passerby. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his expression unruffled. He spoke, Mr. Ong, I will not sell Huazhi company. BMW may be a century-old enterprise, but the automotive industry of Huazhi is always advancing. All difficulties and dark days are temporary. In the end, I will surpass you. Ong stared in disbelief. Others would fight tooth and nail for a chance to join BMW, and you're turning it down. Su Chen enunciated each word, not needed. His cold and aloof attitude immediately enraged the BMW president. Fucking. Ong, humiliated and furious, spat. Rejecting me now is your path to doom. You'll never have another chance. Su Chen smiled faintly, tacitly accepting the choice. Ong gritted his teeth, his eyes turning ruthless. Fine, very well. Just wait and see. In 1 month your Huazhi company will be driven out of the automotive market. Even if you kneel and beg BMW for a chance, then it'll be too late. At that moment the president of Qualcomm also approached. He had overheard the last exchange. Jiaku with his slicked back hair exuded even more arrogance. After all, Qualcomm was the instigator of the chip supply cutoff. It was the ancestor that countless Huagua automakers dared not offend. Jiaku cast a disdainful glance at Su Chun, a trashy Huagua factory without chips. What gives you the audacity to challenge BMW? As he spoke his lecherous eyes roamed over Lu Jia. Lu Jia, her face tense, shot on a disgusted glare, and instinctively stepped behind Su Chun. Su Chun shielded Lu Jia, cutting off Ang's invasive gaze. Huazhi cannot be crushed. Even if Qualcomm withholds chips, we will still build cars. As if hearing the most ridiculous joke, Jiaku couldn't help but burst out laughing. He taunted, Mr. Su, who gave you the courage to boast so shamelessly? Without our Qualcomm chips, how can you build cars? Are you going to convert to making agricultural tractors? Ha ha ha. Both foreigners burst into unrestrained laughter. The laughter died down. Jiaku's eyes turned vicious, his voice low enough for only the four of them to hear. Qualcomm will never supply you with chips. Your Huazhi car factory must, and will go bankrupt. Huagua must never breach the technological barriers of our beautiful country. You Zhonghua people are only fit for low-end industries. Never dare to touch high-tech. He raised his head, looking down on Su Chun with unparalleled arrogance. BMW President Ong also towered over him. Dare to fight us. You'll be finished in less than a month. Having said that, the two exchanged a knowing glance and swaggered away. Others witnessed the scene as well. Everyone felt a chill of anxiety for Su Chun, sympathizing with Huazhi's fate. Lu Jia was the most pessimistic, having heard the Qualcomm president's words. President Su, is our company really doomed? Lu Jia's eyes reddened as if she might burst into tears. The chip problem. Huagua can't solve it in decades. The moment she said it, she realized how inappropriate she was. Fortunately, Su Chun didn't blame her. The two walked side by side out of the hall. Su Chun's voice was steady. I've already acquired a chip factory. Chips can be delivered this month. Really? Lu Jia looked up in surprise. That's wonderful. But after saying it, her spirits sank again. Huagua's technology was too backward. Any factory available for sale surely lacked real capability. But she couldn't voice such doubts to her boss. After all, the car factory was at a dead end. Treating a dead horse as a living one was better than waiting for bankruptcy. At Huazhi company, gloom hung thick. Without chips, they couldn't assemble vehicles. Employee morale hit rock bottom, everyone constantly on edge, fearing the boss would suddenly announce layoffs. Even Lu Jia, CFO Zhang Wei, and Administrative Legal VP Zhang San, the only 3 employees aware of the chip factory acquisition, were half convinced. They believed Huazhi could never produce qualified chips. Online and media sentiment was overwhelmingly pessimistic toward Huazhi company. Sun Lao from the Chinese Academy of Sciences also called Su Chun to express his concern. He was outraged at the treatment of this young entrepreneur. President Su, the great powers bullying Huagua enterprises is nothing new. Now the 4 major grain merchants of the beautiful country have monopolized our food market, controlling the pricing of soybeans and rice. Yet their greed is insatiable. They want to completely blockade Huagua's development. Su Chun was exceptionally composed. Thank you for your concern, Sun Lao. I'm fine. Time passed swiftly day by day. While Huazhi Automobile was halted and shut down, Benz and BMW sales were exceptionally hot. Monthly sales across all models hit an all-time high, 1 million units. Customers were practically breaking down the doors of Benz and BMW 4S stores. When Ong received the sales report, he grinned from ear to ear. Other foreign brands also saw substantial sales growth. Huazhi Automobile, having cut production for a month, had fallen off the sales rankings. Employee panic reached its peak. With production halted, the company suffered heavy losses. If this continued, agents and suppliers would come demanding compensation, and the factory would truly face closure. Foreign automotive giants were jubilant, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of Huazhi's bankruptcy. But just then Huazhi's official website suddenly posted a news item without warning. The moment they saw the headline, everyone's expression changed drastically. About Huazhi company's Kirin chip press conference. How is this possible? Huazhi company has produced automotive chips. The press conference will be held in 3 days at the Wanda Auditorium in Yunhai City. This news instantly swept across the entire internet. Everyone in the automotive circle was astounded. Lu Jianjun, the owner of Chongqing Motors, frowned and said President Su is like a desperate patient seeking any quack doctor. And Gu, president of BMW, smirked. What an international joke, has Su Chun gone mad? Foreign media that had previously noted the Audi cars now launched collective mockery and attacks. A Chinese private car manufacturer actually claims to have a chip factory that can solve the chip shortage problem. Now no one believed that Su Chun could make chips. However, driven by curiosity and a desire to watch the drama, quite a few people still prepared to attend Huazhi's press conference. News media, regardless of truth or falsehood, flocked in even more eagerly. This was a great opportunity to attract eyeballs and traffic. At the scene of Huazhi company's press conference, countless cameras and flashlights were focused on the podium. Surprisingly, the heads of domestic and foreign car manufacturers all came unanimously. Not only was the venue packed, but the online live stream also suddenly surged with 600 million viewers. Huazhi company has produced automotive chips. I don't know, their official website news said so, but it feels like bullshit. Wow, from car manufacturing to semiconductors, that's a huge leap. Can Chen pull it off? A man can't say he can't. Originally I had a good impression of Chen because of the Audi cars, but now I think he's too unreliable. This is called being so arrogant, he doesn't know his own name. He's making chips, why doesn't he say he can fly to the sky? The public's doubts were not unfounded. Take the core part of chip manufacturing, the lithography machine for example. In China, apart from the Chinese Academy of Sciences developing one, only Zhongxin International had one. However, the minimum process nodes were not advanced. The Chinese Academy of Sciences had 45 nanometers, Zhongxin International only had 60 nanometers, while other chip manufacturers generally had 90 nanometers. Only TSMC in Taiwan had the most advanced process reaching 7 nanometers. But that was because the US considered cost issues and treated it as a foundry, thus granting special approval for purchasing lithography machines. The domestic car company executives were even more incredulous. For so many years they had all been purchasing chips from Qualcomm. Whether it was a sudden 30% price increase or imposing harsh terms, they had to purchase because there was no other choice. But now Huazhi company suddenly announced it was making chips. Everyone's first reaction was that it was a fantasy. Amid the skeptical gazes of the crowd, the press conference officially began. On the podium, Chen, dressed in a suit, had a resolute look in his eyes. He swept his gaze across the venue, and then spoke slowly. Welcome everyone to Huazhi's chip launch. Polite applause erupted from the audience. Although there were many applauding, their attitude was clearly skeptical and wait and see. Chen had fully anticipated this reaction. He smiled slightly, and continued, this automotive chip is named Kirin Model 8000. It is completely independently developed by our Huazhi company and manufactured by our subsidiary Huazhi Semiconductor. From today on, all cars produced by Huazhi factories will be equipped with the Kirin chip. As Chen's voice fell, the LED screen on the stage lit up, displaying the photo and parameters of the Kirin chip. Automotive chip Kirin 8000, minimum process node 14 nanometers, materials silicon-based architecture Intel. SSS. Everyone's eyes suddenly widened. The venue immediately erupted into commotion. And Gu, president of BMW, was the first to deny. A 14 nanometers chip, absolutely impossible. Others also buzzed with discussion. You can't blow bullshit like this, the leap is too big. Current automotive chips are generally 40 nanometers. Can Huazhi really produce 14 nanometers? Qualcomm's automotive chips are only 28 nanometers. Chen is too far-fetched. A 14 nanometers process can be used for mobile phone chips. Chen knew everyone would doubt, so he voluntarily said, now is the QA session, feel free to ask any questions. A reporter immediately raised his hand, and after receiving a nod from Chen, he asked, President Su, as we all know, the entire chip process can be divided into 3 steps: design, production, and packaging and testing. Among them, production is the most critical area, and the technology mastered domestically is very backward. As far as I know, Huazhi Semiconductor's equipment absolutely cannot achieve a 14 nanometers process. His question represented the sentiments of the audience and netizens. Chen calmly said, you are right, Huazhi's equipment indeed cannot do it. Boom. The crowd was in an uproar. I told you, how could this be possible? From this it seems the chip image on the screen is also photoshopped. The most advanced lithography machine is in the US. Did Chen carve out of 14 nanometers with his feet? Haha. Hearing such mockery, Secretary Liu Jia's face turned green with anger. Chen's expression remained unchanged, and he continued, I have developed the 6th generation lithography machine. As he spoke, the screen on the stage displayed data. Chen's 6th generation FUV lithography machine uses an extreme ultraviolet light source with a wavelength of 9.5 nanometers. The US's 5th generation EUV lithography machine uses a wavelength of 13.5 nanometers. Chen's 6th generation lithography machine has a minimum process node of 1 nanometer. The US's 5th generation lithography machine has a minimum process node of 7 nanometers. Boom. Boom. Everyone at the press conference was shocked. And Gu, president of BMW, looked as if struck by lightning. He stared at the data comparison on the screen, dumbfounded. Jack from Qualcomm arrogantly said, nonsense. Absolutely impossible. The heads of other domestic car brands looked at each other and shook their heads. They also did not believe that there could be a lithography machine more advanced than ASML. Chen knew that just data alone would not convince anyone, so he pressed the laser pointer in his hand. The screen on the stage changed again. This time it was not a picture, but a dynamic video demonstration. A huge high-tech device struck the eyes of everyone present. This behemoth weighing 180 tons shimmered with a silver glow of high-tech. It was projecting extreme ultraviolet light through Zeiss lenses onto the prepared integrated circuit mask, and then accurately lithographing the designer's drawn circuit diagram onto the wafer. Seeing this, netizens in the live stream erupted, seeing the lithography machine up close for the first time, so breathtaking. The 6th generation lithography machine, such a dreamy high-tech. I'm impressed. I only admire President Su. Is this real or fake? Our China actually has a lithography machine that surpasses the US. At the same time at the press conference, a person immediately jumped up and said angrily, "Fake, fake. Videos can be edited." Everyone turned to look, and it was Jack, the president of Qualcomm. His red nose twitched, and he was clearly very agitated. This remark made many people half believing and half doubting. Everyone looked at Su Chun on the podium with complex expressions. Su Chun, with a calm face, slowly spoke. "I will prove it to you right now." Su Chun waved to the backstage. Immediately an employee carried in a box. Everyone in the venue craned their necks with curiosity. One sharp-eyed person couldn't help but exclaim, "This box is made of composite material, moisture-proof, shock-proof, magnetic-proof, and dust-proof." Hearing him say that, everyone's curiosity grew even stronger, a premonition about to surface. And Gu, the BMW president, was visibly shaken. A sudden unease stirred within him. What on earth was inside this box? Yet Jack, the Qualcomm president, remained arrogant and aloof. He smirked crookedly, simply refusing to believe Su Chun could actually manufacture chips. What? Think a professional-looking box is enough to fool people. Even if there's a new chip inside, it's probably just a generic tape-out purchased from Samsung's foundry. The minimum process node would be 28 nanometers at best, nowhere near 14 nanometers. Inside the hall, silence reigned. Everyone strained their eyes, gazing eagerly at the podium. Beneath the spotlight, Su Chun calmly opened the box. A 12-inch giant wafer instantly dazzled everyone's eyes. What is that? A compact disc. For heaven's sake, how ignorant. It's a silicon wafer. One wafer can be sliced into countless chips. What nonsense, stop joking. Can a car company really produce chips? Although some journalists and audience members who didn't understand the industry wore bewildered expressions. But most attendees at the press conference were professionals from the automotive sector. Their expressions darkened and emotions ran high. Nowadays, the average automobile already contains over 1000 chips. A car without chips is essentially nothing more than a lump of iron. Therefore, for any automobile, chips are absolutely crucial. BMW president and Yiyi's eyes went wide. Su Chun manufactured chips. As a manufacturer of luxury vehicles, he couldn't claim to deal with chips every day, but he encountered them every few days. Thus, he considered himself somewhat of an expert. A 12-inch diameter wafer like this could produce at least over 100 chips. Qualcomm president Jack's eyes nearly popped out in shock. He lost his composure, repeatedly exclaiming, "Impossible, impossible. How is this even possible?" Frankly, a Chinese automobile company claiming to have developed a lithography machine was absurd on its own. Jack simply refused to believe it. Yet now the facts lay right before his eyes. Huazhi had truly manufactured chips. Countless lenses and flashes were aimed at the wafer. Click, click. The intense lighting made the transistors on the chip clearly visible. This time no one would question the authenticity of the chips. Li Jun, CEO of Great Wall Motors, said excitedly, "President Su, may we examine them up close?" The CEO of Chery also spoke with a trembling voice. "China finally has independently developed automotive chips." Jack, the Qualcomm president, suddenly saw an opening and loudly declared, "Right, perhaps they stole our ASML wafers. Besides, you claim it's 14 nanometers, but one must see it with their own eyes to know." With Qualcomm's accusation, someone immediately objected. Jin Yong of Zodi, his face darkening, rebuked sharply, "You haven't even seen it, and you're making baseless accusations. What can only America produce chips in this world? Just because Chinese people made chips, they must have stolen them." The atmosphere in the venue was charged with everyone resentful toward Qualcomm's false accusations and arrogance. Jack tilted his head back and said, "Mr. Su, do you dare show us the chips?" All eyes turned toward the podium. Su Chun said calmly, "No problem, I have sealed and tested chips here. Huazhi has nothing to hide. You may all pass them around." Speaking of which, Su Chun instructed an employee to take out the finished products from the box. Li Jun, CEO of Great Wall Motors, was the first to hold a chip in his hands. The craftsmanship is extraordinarily refined. His eyes sparkled with joy as he praised, "This is truly independently developed." Hearing these words, the Chinese attendees all felt elated. Soon the chip was passed into the hands of BMW president and Go. The moment he touched the chip, his expression changed drastically. This absolutely was not a Qualcomm chip. That brat Su Chun had actually broken through the blockade on automotive chips. And Go was so furious his nose seemed crooked. He had worked so hard to join forces with Qualcomm to cut off chip supplies. He had hoped to force Audi to halt production, allowing foreign brands to continue monopolizing China's automobile market. But now that the chip technology had been breached and the blockade had failed, a sense of frustration surged, followed by unwillingness and anger. "Let me see it." Jack from Qualcomm snatched the chip away. "They must have stolen our technology, or this is directly our chip." But the very next moment, he was struck dumb, speechless. The chip's structure and design were entirely different, with Chinese markings printed on it. As the president of a chip company, he could tell at a glance. This Kirin chip was indeed not inferior to Qualcomm's products. But as for the exact process parameters, he had no idea. Seeing Jack's astonished expression, a reporter immediately seized the opportunity to ask, "President Jack, what is your opinion on this Kirin chip?" Jack's face turned dark green, and he had no choice but to admit, "It is indeed independently designed." The moment those words came out, the venue erupted into chaos. The Chinese attendees were all thrilled. But unexpectedly, Jack's next sentence poured a bucket of cold water on everyone's enthusiasm. So what if they've manufactured an automotive chip? The technology and process may not necessarily be more advanced than Qualcomm's. Even if they claim the process node is 14 nanometers, you can't tell by looking at it. Jack declared arrogantly, chips manufactured in your China could never possibly surpass ours in America. With him saying that, many Chinese attendees in the venue grew indignant. Why should our Chinese products necessarily be inferior to yours? Does America think it's number one in the universe, that everything is the most advanced? Too arrogant and blind to others. Li Jun of Great Wall immediately retorted, Mr. Jack, watch your words. Jack gazed straight at the podium and said confidently, Mr. Su, do you dare to compete against our Qualcomm? Chen smiled faintly. I wonder how we should compete. He had known all along that America would never believe the monumental achievement of chip manufacturing. So why not seize this opportunity and engage in a proper competition? Jack said confidently, I will borrow the most advanced testing equipment tonight. We will invite chip experts from America, chip experts from your Chinese Academy of Sciences, as well as world experts in the semiconductor field. The three parties will jointly hold a public evaluation conference in Beijing. Wow. The most advanced testing equipment with experts from domestic, international, and worldwide perspectives. This truly counted as the most top-tier evaluation. Absolutely fair, impartial, and authoritative. Any minor technical flaw would be discovered without any chance of concealment. Without absolute confidence, no one would dare accept such rigorous examination. Everyone couldn't help but glance at Chen, wondering whether he would dare accept this public trial. Chen, with an air of calm detachment, said no problem. 3 days from now then. Good. Qualcomm president and Gu rose to his feet. We'll meet in the capital. Soon this news appeared on major websites. Huazhi company releases Kirin chip, drawing skepticism from Qualcomm. Century chip showdown, can Huazhi truly break through technological barriers? 14-nanometer automotive chip, is tech genius Chen's claim real or fake? Netizens buzzed with discussion, while even world semiconductor experts are participating. This evaluation is incredibly professional. Qualcomm chips are the best in the world, no country has surpassed them yet. President Su is truly bold. After being cut off from chip supplies for a month, we thought the car factory would shut down, but instead they've created their own chips. Did you see the video of the lithography machine at the press conference? I'm utterly stunned. It's absolutely insane. A 180-ton advanced piece of equipment actually appearing in our Huazhi. I just want to see the evaluation of the three-party chip experts. What is the actual process node of the Kirin chip? Not only netizens and media were paying attention. This matter also drew the attention of the Huazhi Industrial Bureau. Our state-owned enterprise has built a lithography machine. Director Chen exclaimed in surprise. And the automotive chip has actually reached 14 nanometers. The subordinate reporting nodded yes. Director Chen stared at the document in his hand for a long time without speaking. This was a groundbreaking technological invention for Huazhi. In chip design and packaging testing, Huazhi's strength in chip design was not inferior to that of foreign countries. In recent years, many semiconductor companies had emerged, such as Huawei. However, in the most critical area of chip manufacturing, Huazhi was still lagged behind. With no other option, Huazhi had to import automotive chips. The global automotive chip market was approximately $47.5 billion, while the scale of the domestic automotive chip industry was less than 15 billion renminbi, accounting for less than 4.5. At the same time, Huazhi's automotive industry accounted for over 30% of the global market share, a vast disparity. This was not just a matter of money, but a critical issue related to technology and national strength. The Industrial Bureau had invested 57.3 billion renminbi in this project, yet it still could not rival foreign countries. In terms of process node, they were half a step behind. Now the chip problem that had plagued Huazhi's semiconductor industry for years had finally been broken through. Excellent. Director Chen said joyfully. Quickly notify the Chinese Academy of Sciences and have Elder Chen from the Semiconductor Institute participate in the evaluation. Upon receiving the news, Elder Chen was utterly incredulous. He exclaimed loudly, what? A company has actually built a lithography machine. The lithography machine, being the most critical component of chip manufacturing, was listed in the Wassenaar arrangement. The 45 members led by the Pyongyang could not sell cutting-edge technology to any enterprise or individual in Huazhi. To break through the foreign technological blockade would require at least 10 to 15 years. The Semiconductor Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences had taken on this arduous task. Yet after more than a decade, they still could not catch up with ASML of the Pyongyang. Unexpectedly, what the Chinese Academy of Sciences failed to achieve was realized by a private automotive company. Elder Chen excitedly put on his reading glasses. Tell Director Chen I will attend on time. On the other side of the blue star, Peter, the president of ASML, frowned deeply, participating in a crucial video conference. Ni Kang's president Sunshang Inyo also had a face as black as a pot. The automotive giants of the Pyongyang beer country and Ni Hong country each looked as if they were facing a great enemy. How could Huazhi possibly have built a lithography machine? It's unscientific. We must invite world semiconductor experts to verify it. I don't believe it either, so we only accept the test results from the top-tier equipment of Fengche country. Indeed, before Chen had time-traveled in this world, only ASML of the Pyongyang and Ni Kong of the Ni Hong country possessed lithography machines. Because the capital and technical barriers for high-end lithography machines were too high, the domestic companies of Nihon Country, Home Energy, and Nikon had already largely abandoned the research and development of EUV lithography machines. ASML dominated the market alone, achieving a monopoly. Even the globally renowned chip foundry TSMC had only one machine exported under special approval from them. This technological supremacy was deeply entrenched and long-standing. So the sudden emergence of a challenger and surpasser was something President Peter could neither imagine nor believe. He decided to stay up all night in front of his computer to watch this Huazhi chip evaluation conference. 3 days later, the capital city chip evaluation conference. Thousands of domestic and foreign media reporters gathered together. This chip evaluation and competition would be broadcast live globally. On the main stage sat 3 people in a dignified manner. Sun Lao, the chip expert from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Levi's the chip expert from Qualcomm, and Moore, the world's semiconductor expert. Director Chen of the Huazhi Industrial Bureau was present in person, watching from the VIP seats below. Under the focus of countless cameras, the world's most advanced chip testing machine was brought to the scene. The host, dressed in a sharp suit, announced respected leaders, semiconductor industry experts, and distinguished guests. Today we gather here to compare 2 chips. One is an ASML chip, and the other is a Huazhi Kirin chip. Which one is more advanced, more precise, and can be called a top-tier chip? These words instantly stirred the excitement of everyone present. Top-tier chip. This was a high-tech achievement that any company could be proud of, one that could be recorded in history. Now please invite the representatives of the 2 companies to submit the chip samples. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Chun and Jack walked up to the stage and placed the chips on the table. The cameras on site and the eyes of the 3 experts were immediately and firmly captivated. Now start the testing procedure and officially begin the data comparison. This was the world's most advanced chip testing machine, and only one existed in Fengshe country. The professional hum of the machine tugged at the hearts of countless people. The 3 experts were extremely rigorous, their eyes fixed on the display screen. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Time became exceptionally long and agonizing. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Finally, the machine stopped, and the data appeared. Sun Lao, the chip expert from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, was stunned. Levi's, the chip expert from Qualcomm, was stunned. Moore, the world semiconductor expert, was also stunned. Whose chip is this? The value is way too high. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. This isn't just high. It's a heaven-defying existence, an SSS-level chip. The chip testing machine displayed minimum process node 1 nanometer. This was an almost perfect value. The world's most top-tier chip had been born. Looking at the total technical score on the big screen, 110, 389, 6697. Everyone felt a tingling sensation on their scalp. The venue fell into a dead silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Under the spotlight, beneath the gaze of the crowd, the chip, with its astonishingly extraordinary data, was held high. After testing, the Huazhi chip has completely outperformed the Qualcomm chip. The world's most top-tier chip is the Kirin 8000. Boom, boom, boom. Aside from Su Chen, everyone else was overwhelmed by shock, utter shock, sheer shock. The usually composed elder son of China was now trembling with excitement, unable to speak. Qualcomm chip expert Lewis turned into a statue, frozen in place on the spot. World semiconductor expert Moore stared blankly, his mouth agape. These 3 experts had never dreamed that China could produce such a powerful chip, one even more formidable than Qualcomm's. It was a world-class SSS-grade chip. After a long moment, Elder Su finally came to his senses. He quickly took the chip, cradling it as if it were the most precious treasure. The Qualcomm expert and the world semiconductor expert also had sparkling eyes, their faces filled with astonishment. Seeing this, Director Chen of the China Industrial Bureau couldn't help but start the applause. Clap, clap, clap. Instantly, a thunderous sound echoed through the hall. Su Chen stood on the stage with a gentle smile, while beside him Jack, the CEO of Qualcomm, had already gone blank-eyed and his throat dry. He murmured, "This isn't real. This isn't real." But no one in the audience heard that faint voice. Joy, astonishment, excitement, awe. Everyone was enveloped by these emotions. In the livestream room, netizens were equally stirred. Damn, foreign countries cut off chip supply, so Huazhi just makes its own. A car-making company actually solved the semiconductor industry's toughest challenge. Most importantly, if they don't make chips, fine, but when they do, they make the best. Kirin chip SSS grade, unbeatable. President Su is a genius, a scientific prodigy. After being tested by the world's most advanced instruments and unanimously recognized by domestic and international semiconductor experts, the competition concluded. Su Chen's Kirin chip defeated the Qualcomm chip. It earned the title of the world's top chip. At the venue, the CEOs of domestic car brands surrounded Su Chen, their emotions high and joy impossible to conceal. Li Jun of Great Wall Motors said with admiration, "President Su is incredible. He set out to make a chip and instantly became world #1. Jin Yong of Zhongtai praised, "President Su reaches the pinnacle in whatever industry he enters." The president of Chery asked, "President Su, will you sell your automotive chips besides using them yourself?" The president of Li Fan echoed, "Same question. We really want to buy them as well." Other car manufacturers also chimed in, "Exactly. Before we had no choice for automotive chips. Qualcomm monopolized the market, and we had to buy them no matter how expensive they were. That's right. A single dominant supplier, often with additional unfair conditions. Seeing everyone's eager eyes, Su Chun nodded gently. Of course you can. Huazhi Electronics has a monthly production capacity of 10 million chips available for external sales. The car executives beamed with joy, ready to place orders as soon as they returned. After they left, elder son immediately approached. President Su, you are truly remarkable. The camera focused on the director of the Semiconductor Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. He was the most authoritative semiconductor expert in China. Elder son had the highest seniority and was the oldest, yet facing this young man who had developed the lithography machine and created the top-tier chip. His attitude was one of sincere admiration and appreciation. Su Chen replied respectfully, elder son flatters me. I've only taken a small step forward on the existing technological foundation. Elder son nodded repeatedly. President Su, you are not only strong in ability, but also so humble. Indeed, said Director Chen of the Industrial Bureau as he strode over, that small step of yours is a giant leap for China's technology. Su Chen quickly responded politely. Thank you for the recognition, but what I've done is far from enough. Director Chen looked at him with appreciative eyes. The lithography machine you invented has profound significance. It has completely broken through the foreign technological blockade against us. Such an enterprise must be supported and rewarded. With that, he instructed his secretary, issue an order to the local authorities. Huazhi Group is exempt from all local taxes. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the corporate leaders present. A single directive from the leader, full exemption from local taxes. That was truly special treatment. Yet thinking of the world-leading lithography machine and the top-tier chip, they could only feel admiration and look up to him. Su Chen naturally accepted this policy. Before leaving, he also accepted elder son's invitation to serve as an honorary professor at the Semiconductor Institute and occasionally give lectures to researchers. At the same time, major Chinese media outlets competed to report. Blocked by foreign chip supply, Huazhi company decides to make its own chips. A triumph of pride, Chinese chip defeats Qualcomm chip for the first time comprehensively. Years of accumulation pay off, domestic lithography machine finally born. Su Chen's name and reputation soared to new heights. After this chip incident, Huazhi's leading position in the Chinese automotive industry was firmly solidified with a momentum that threatened to surpass and crush foreign brands like Mercedes-Benz and BMW. The workshops that had been idle were now humming with machinery. Every Huazhi employee was brimming with pride and vigor. The fact that a former contract manufacturer could build cars had already filled them with pride and glory. But now the company could even independently research and produce automotive chips. It seemed as if overnight, almost every employee would be asked by friends and relatives, your Huazhi company is incredible, dominating 2 industries. I'm so envious of you for working at such an outstanding company. Is your company still hiring? Can you put in a good word for me? I'm not after the salary, but just being able to work there is an honor. The Huazhi employees were now incredibly proud. Wherever they went, they were envied and respected. They were held in high regard. As a result, the inspired Huazhi employees worked even harder. President Su 250 Audi Q7S have been delivered. President Su 250 Audi A8S have been notified for dealer pickup. President Su 350 Audi A6S have been assembled. Good news about car orders came one after another. Orders for Geely cars reached 850 units, and Wuling Hongguang orders hit 1.2 million. Production schedules at the workshops were already booked through the end of 2007. Under the competition from Audi, the market share of foreign brands in China dropped rapidly from 70 to 50, with a clear trend of further contraction. The Mercedes-Benz and BMW brands from the beer country suffered the greatest impact, with sales plummeting. Meanwhile, the already weak American brands fared even worse in the Chinese automotive market. Ford, unable to sustain profits, reluctantly approached Huazhi. President Su, our company has a brand we'd like to sell. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and instantly thought of a name. Land Rover. According to the timeline on Earth in 2006, the brand was still owned by Ford. The acquisition by Curry Country would happen 2 years later. But everything had changed now. Since Ford had come to negotiate on their own initiative, Su Chen would not hold back. How could he give Curry Country the opportunity to use Land Rover to profit from Chinese consumers? What proposal do you have? Su Chen asked with a stern gaze. Speak. Ford was now desperately trying to sell Land Rover to raise cash and resolve its financial crisis. The representative probed cautiously. Mr. Su, you are aware that Land Rover has a long and prestigious history. If it were not for the group's strategic adjustment to concentrate on developing the Ford brand, we would not be selling. Therefore, our quoted price is $265 billion. Su Chen remained expressionless. $198 billion. If you agree, we sign the contract immediately. He saw the system prompt above the representative's head. Ford representative, this trip's purpose is to sell the Land Rover brand. System valuation $198 billion. The representative's face stiffened. Mr. Su, can you add a bit more? This matched exactly with the cost estimate from their financial actuaries. Just the R&D funding and brand maintenance costs alone totaled $198 billion. It was as though Ford had been raising Land Rover for Su Chen all these years. The representative was indeed somewhat reluctant. Su Chen spoke up, then we won't buy it. Huh. The representative immediately panicked. Looking across the entire world, now the only automobile company with the ability to purchase was Huazhi Company. If they missed this opportunity, where would Ford find another suitable buyer? The representative agreed, immediately won. 98 billion it is we will sell. Su Chen said calmly, very well. Both parties signed the agreement and processed the paperwork. Soon the Land Rover brand was incorporated into Huazhi Group. Ding. Congratulations host on successfully acquiring the Land Rover brand. Ding. System reward 6. 8-liter V-type, 12-cylinder engine. Ding. System reward top-tier supercar designs and all spare parts. Now the automobile brands under Huazhi spanned low, mid, and high-end segments. From the most ordinary Wuling Hongguang van to the multi-million Land Rover Extended Creation Range Rover. Mr. So what model will be launched next? Sales manager Lu Nung was full of fighting spirit. Everyone is eagerly awaiting it now. Su Chen, looking at the system rewards, decided to take bolder steps. He announced, launch the super luxury car and top-tier supercar simultaneously. Lu Ning's eyes widened instantly. This meant going straight to the pinnacle of the automobile industry, skipping all intermediate models entirely. Su Chen had exactly this intention. At this precise moment, Rolls-Royce was still on its 7th-generation Phantom. Other brands like Bentley, Porsche, Ferrari, Bugatti Veyron were nothing to fear. Su Chen decided to dominate the automobile industry in one decisive move. Ding. Host purchased super luxury car production line. Ding. Host purchased top-tier automobile handcraft technicians. Ding. Host total points 1250050. Now everything was ready. Only time remained for manufacturing. Mr. Su. Lu Jia blinked her bright grape-like eyes and asked in surprise, are you really willing to hand over all automotive business to me? Su Chen nodded with a smile. This is a rare opportunity to train. You must seize it well. The system had indicated that Lu Jia was a potential business queen. With proper cultivation, she could independently manage company operations in the future. Currently, Huazhi Group had two industries: automobiles and semiconductors. Among them, the automotive business was already mature and stable. Therefore, there was no need to worry about handing it over to Lu Jia for management. And the benefit of delegating work was that Su Chen could devote more energy to grasping the company's strategy and development direction. Ding. Congratulations on earning an additional 5 billion yuan from automotive chips. Ding. Host total points 6250050. Automotive chips are the brain of automobiles. They are mainly divided into three categories: functional chips, power semiconductors, and sensors. Previously imported chips were purchased from Qualcomm. The most basic chip cost $350, mid-range vehicles required up to $770, and high-end cars exceeded $150. But now the Kirin chip cost as low as $250, with the most expensive at only $100. Therefore, Chinese automobile companies completely abandoned Qualcomm and switched to purchasing Kirin chips. And in this era of technological advancement, chip applications extended far beyond automobiles. The demand from consumer electronics products was even greater. Pingcheng. In the corner of a coffee shop, Great Wall's CEO Lu Jianjun had just taken a sip of coffee when he saw a familiar figure walking in from outside. Old Luo. Lu Jianjun greeted warmly. I'm over here. The portly man wearing glasses was none other than Luo Yulong. He walked over briskly and sat opposite Lu Jianjun. The two were good friends who had known each other for many years. When Luo Yulong had insisted on entering the mobile phone business, Lu Jianjun had once advised him against it. This industry was dominated at the top by premium Apple phones and flooded at the bottom with affordable rice phones. Entering rashly would likely lead to more misfortune than success. But Luo Yulong was quite stubborn and still dove in head first. The two were usually quite busy. This time they happened to have an opportunity to meet. Lu Jianjun could not help but ask, so how is it going? I heard you were about to launch the Yiyi T3. Hearing this, Luo Yulong sighed. Do not mention it, I am having a terrible headache about it. It turned out that the Yiyi phone T3 had entered the final mass production stage. It required a large number of mobile phone chips, but the suppliers currently lacked production capacity. Yiyi technology was now heavily in debt, teetering on the edge of collapse. Besides bank loans, there were also outstanding payments to panel and screen suppliers. If they could not launch the new phone on schedule and quickly generate sales revenue, then the company's capital chain would break and bankruptcy was a constant threat. Luo Yulong said irritably, can you believe it? I cannot even buy products with money right now. Lu Jianjun's expression grew grave. A shortage of chips is indeed a major issue, especially in your mobile phone industry where the demand for consumer-grade chips is even greater. Luo Yulong added, not only that, mobile phone chips emphasize superior performance and rapid response. Therefore, they require cutting-edge manufacturing processes. Your automotive chips can work with 40 nanometers. 28 nanometers is already considered advanced. But our mobile phone chips need at least 14 nanometers. To ensure a smooth user experience, we must use 10 nanometers. Lu Jianjun nodded. When it comes to specialized fields, I do not understand much. But then again, have you not contacted more mobile phone chip manufacturers? At this critical moment before the phone launch, even if you have to pay more, you need to secure the chips. Luo Yulong's brows knitted tightly. Do not mention it, I have contacted everyone. Qualcomm, Samsung, Huazhi. I even sent someone specifically to Taiwan Semiconductor, and they are all out of stock. If I truly cannot find mobile phone chips, the company will go bankrupt. Saying this, Luo Yulong said with a bitter smile, if it really comes to that, I will just go live stream and sell goods. Wait. Lu Jianjun's eyes suddenly lit up. I have found a solution. The total technical score of the Kirin chip was 99,999. I'll take you to meet someone. Lu Jianjun's eyes flickered. His Huazhi can definitely solve your chip problem. Luo Yulong was first stunned, then shook his head. Old Lu, even in a desperate situation, you can't just rush to the wrong doctor. Huazhi. I've never even heard of that name. It sounds like a third-rate factory copying Bao Dao Tai Jidian. Lu Jianjun's expression was extremely serious. I'm not joking. Don't you watch the news? Now our Huagua has produced a top-tier chip, the Qilin 8000. Its performance and minimum process node completely dominate Gaotong chips. Seeing his good friend's expression so serious, Luo Yulong couldn't help but feel a stir. I've been overwhelmed lately. Where would I have the energy to pay attention to other things? It seems I heard someone mention that an auto company was pretty impressive successfully making chips. But car chips and phone chips are completely different, so I didn't think much of it. Luo Yulong's words represented the thoughts of many people. Although car chips and phone chips are essentially no different, a production line that can make phone chips can also make car chips. It can even produce chips for smart appliances like air conditioners and refrigerators. However, phone chips currently have the highest requirements for process technology among all semiconductor products. And generally speaking, car chips are not in the high-end 7nm category. So Luo Yulong didn't believe that some Huazhi could really solve his current predicament. But Lu Jianjun wouldn't take no for an answer. He stood up and pulled his friend along. I'll go with you right now. I know their boss. Let me tell you, the word excellent simply cannot describe Boss Su. He is a godlike existence, a genius in scientific research. Every invention is a breakthrough innovation. Listening to his endless praise, Luo Yulong couldn't help but frown. This good friend of his, Lu Jianjun, the CEO of Great Wall Company, was a top-tier figure in the automotive circle. He who never praised anyone before was now so highly recommending a person. This made Luo Yulong extremely curious about Su Chen, Huazhi Group headquarters. Old Luo, Lu Jianjun said proudly, this is Boss Su, the one who can save you from dire straits. Looking at the young and handsome Su Chen, Luo Yulong's eyes widened instantly. This man was even more handsome than his photos online. He had searched for related news on the way. Only then did he belatedly realize that Huagua had produced such an amazing young man. It was all because he had been so busy day and night for the past few months, knowing nothing but making phones. It could be said that now Luo Yulong was half believing, half doubting Su Chen. He spoke up, Boss Su, can your facility produce phone chips? After all, Huazhi Group currently sells only car chips. He himself was the first to try. Of course. Su Chen said calmly, what kind of chips does Boss Luo need? A phone actually contains many types of chips. For example, processor chips, power chips, memory chips, RF chips, and so on. These are just the major categories. The subcategories require even more chips. Luo Yulong cleared his throat and said nervously, to be honest, I mainly lack processor chips and baseband chips. Especially baseband chips, which are very difficult to manufacture. There are very few manufacturers in the world that can independently design baseband chips. The threshold is quite high, and even fewer can support full frequency bands and network standards. Hearing this, Lu Jianjun also hesitated. He asked uncertainly, Boss Su, do you think we can produce this chip? Su Chen didn't answer immediately. Instead, he quickly communicated with the system. This brief delay made Luo Yulong's heart pound, feeling that hope was slim. After all, there were only a few factories that could make 10nm chips. But just as he was about to give up, Su Chen suddenly spoke. No problem. Did you bring the relevant data? Luo Yulong let out a sigh of relief, and his wildly beating heart calmed down a lot. He quickly took out a small USB drive he carried with him. The chip data is all here. Su Chen took it and placed it on the table. How long until your Huazhi phone launches? Hearing this, Luo Yulong was excited. Could it be done? He quickly said, there's still 1 month. Just give me the chips 2 weeks in advance. Su Chen nodded lightly. All right, let's sign the contract. Lu Jianjun had already informed Su Chen in advance on the way here. So the company's legal department had already prepared the contract. Luo Yulong gritted his teeth. His company's account currently had nearly 1 billion in debt. Borrowing more money to buy this batch of phone chips would be burning the boats. It could be said to be a last-ditch gamble, staking everything he had. Boss Su, please give me 300 units within 2 weeks, because I'm in a hurry to launch the new phone. After that, a fixed monthly delivery of 500 units will suffice. As for the price, I'm willing to pay a 25 premium. Given the current chip shortage, a 25 premium is completely normal. Because someone had once tried to buy from foundries at a high price, but couldn't find any even with money. Su Chen had heard of this, so he didn't refuse. After signing the contract, Luo Yulong had to hurry back to Pingcheng by plane. Huazhi Technology was now in a mess waiting for him to take charge. Thinking of this, Luo Yulong looked at him earnestly. Boss Su, our company's survival depends on you. Time is tight this time, so I'll go back first. Next time I'll definitely visit your factory. I'll raise the payment and transfer it to you as soon as I get back. Lu Jianjun quickly said, I'll lend you a portion personally. Okay, I'll ask old phone from the venture capital firm. By the way, Ryder Han seems to be quite rich too. And that. After saying goodbye, they walked out side by side. Su Chen, on the other hand, opened the system and brought up the information panel. Building type, Huazhi chip factory. Building level 1. Production capacity, 10 million units month. Production mode manual assistance. Production efficiency, 83. Yield rate, 79. Although the scale and values of this factory are not high. For now, it is still completely sufficient. Currently, the global pricing power of chips is firmly controlled by developed countries. Huawei imports over 96 of its chips. Last year's procurement amount was as high as $250 billion. It has far exceeded the total of crude oil and iron or imports combined. Among them, phone chips often amount to millions of units with very high profits. Previously, Gaodong's gross profit for a single quarter was $2.8 billion. The gross margin reached 56.3. Su Chen was confident that within a few months his Huazhi would defeat Gaodong and become the number one in the semiconductor industry. At the Huazhi electric production workshop, expert Lin and 20 senior professionals listened respectfully and attentively to Su Chen's words. Here are the chip data specifications that Huazhi technology intends to manufacture. Expert Lin hastily took the USB drive and skillfully inserted it into the main control equipment. Production project, 4G baseband chip. Chip process, 10 nanometers. Chip type, silicon-based. Production quantity, 600,000 units. Production time, 4032 hours. Production cost, 2.7 billion renminbi. Su Chen's eyebrows flickered slightly. Had he not known the gross margin stood at 56.3%, he would have hesitated to invest such a substantial manufacturing cost. It appeared that once his points were sufficient, he would need to upgrade the chip factory. After all, production efficiency and yield rates had not yet reached 90%. The loss was considerable. President Su, expert Lin, furrowed his brow. This baseband chip involves patent issues. However, with minor modifications, we can avoid any infringement concerns. Rest assured, the final chips will possess complete independent intellectual property rights. It had to be said that talents purchased from the system were truly top-tier and professional. Su Chen nodded. Very well. Send these documents to the headquarters legal department and have them apply for patents. Expert Lin immediately led the senior professionals and set to work without delay. Across the ocean in the United States. After several days of hospital treatment, Peter, the president of ASML, finally received a cardiac stent and was able to return to work. His coronary heart disease had worsened severely from watching the live broadcast of the chip competition between Huazhi and Qualcomm. President, Secretary Sophie knocked on the door. The meeting is about to begin. Peter's face was pale. I understand. This meeting had been initiated by him. He had invited the presidents of all major manufacturing companies worldwide connected to lithography machines. The purpose was to find ways to counter Su Chen of China. Prior to this, ASML had been the sole company possessing the most advanced fifth-generation EUV lithography machine on Earth. Thus, these surrounding manufacturing companies had always obeyed ASML unquestioningly. Upon receiving the invitation, these presidents promptly flew in from all corners of the world. Their thoughts were highly aligned. They all hoped to prevent technological development in China. After all, the monopoly on high-end lithography machines did not only benefit ASML. Their upstream and downstream suppliers shared the same fortune, prospering together or declining together. Peter sat in his chair, his expression deeply troubled. He pointed to the Wall Street Journal on the table. Look at this. ASML of the United States, we possess the world's most advanced lithography machines. Huazhi Electric of China, how outdated is that old history? Our lithography machines are even more advanced now. Murakami Kazuo, president of Nikon, spoke up. I find this hard to believe. It was common knowledge that manufacturing lithography machines was more difficult than producing atomic bombs. Not a single country on Earth could independently produce them. Even the United States, as the world's sole superpower, needed to import related components from Japan, Germany, the Netherlands, and other nations. It was no exaggeration to say that the only fifth-generation EUV lithography machine on Earth had been created by integrating the manufacturing capabilities and all advanced technologies of every developed nation. Others also began discussing among themselves. I hold the same view. EUV lithography machines are the crystallization of all humanity's wisdom. Even if China mobilizes its entire national strength and consolidates all resources for Su Chen, he still cannot build a lithography machine more advanced than ASML's. Therefore, I seriously suspect that Su Chen's lithography machine was assembled. He used illegal means to gather all our most advanced components from around the world. Then he simply pieced all these components together and added some equipment technology to claim it as his own achievement. Exactly, it must be like that. On Earth, the manufacturing of a high-end EUV lithography machine incorporated the most cutting-edge technologies and parts from all over the globe. It required Zeiss light sources from Germany, CNC machine tools from the Netherlands, and gratings from the United States. The number of core components alone exceeded 100,000, and none of these could be produced by China. Murakami Kazuo narrowed his eyes. Since Su Chen stole the components, we must punish him. Peter, president of ASML, nodded. Let us unite to sanction him now. Ban all component exports. Others responded in unison. We support this. They believed that as long as they strictly controlled their components and prevented any leakage from their countries, Su Chen's lithography machine would certainly be doomed. After all, any equipment would eventually experience wear or encounter various problems. Once unable to be repaired or replaced, the so-called sixth-generation lithography machine would collapse on its own. The following day, major Chinese media outlets all published the same news. Breaking news: ASML of the United States unites with multiple nations' component suppliers to sanction China. Will Huazhi Electric, which has only just begun chip production, be forced to halt? Without foreign advanced components, how can Su Chen's sixth-generation lithography machine operate normally? Seeing this news, Luo Yulong immediately panicked. He hastily dialed a call. President Su, foreign countries are sanctioning you. Can the chips still be produced normally? On the other end of the phone, Su Chen's voice was calm and steady. Rest assured. Luo Yulong opened his mouth wanting to say something, but swallowed his words. His mood at that moment was like riding a roller coaster. Yesterday, he had just paid 180 million for chip procurement. Today he received news of foreign sanctions against Huazhi Electric. Regarding how many components of Su Chen's lithography machine came from abroad, Luo Yulong dared not ask too much, for this was their company's trade secret. Having already boarded the ship, he could only leave it to fate. Luo Yulong had even mentally prepared himself. If the mobile phone chips could not be delivered, Huazhi technology might go bankrupt. The executives of domestic automobile brands were equally anxious. They too had signed procurement agreements with Huazhi Electric. If a shortage truly occurred, and they had to turn back to Qualcomm, they certainly would not be able to purchase chips, which would create serious trouble. Director Chen of the Industrial Bureau personally called. President Su, I have seen the news about foreign sanctions against your company. I will spare no effort in providing support. Please do not hesitate to make any requests. Huazhi Electric must not encounter any problems. China's chip industry cannot be strangled at the moment of its rise. Su Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude and replied truthfully. The factory is currently operating normally. Director Chen finally felt relieved and urged Su Chen to speak up whenever he had any needs. Online people were filled with indignation. ASML has always been domineering, sanctions at the drop of a hat. Alas, foreign powers have long leveraged their advanced technologies to strangle us. This is hardly the first time. I truly worry about President Su. Is Huazhi Electric's lithography machine really fine? At Huazhi Company. Upon hearing the news, the executives were even more deeply concerned. Lu Jia, serving as vice president and secretary, entered the general manager's office immediately. She carefully concealed the anxiety on her face. President Su, have you seen the news? Su Chen replied calmly. Sanctions? They are nothing to fear. I have my own methods. AMS Company had no idea. Huazhi's most advanced lithography machine was entirely independently owned intellectual property. Su Chen had exhausted all his accumulated points to purchase it from the system. Sanctions? They had absolutely no impact on him. Even if the lithography machine suffered from worn components or technical issues after prolonged use. Expert Lin and 20 senior talents could resolve any problems. Watching Su Chen remain so calm and composed, Lu Jia's panicked heart gradually settled. She spoke up. President Su, I was overthinking. Su Chen offered a faint smile. Go attend to your automotive business. Lu Jia dared not linger and turned to leave. This boss was unfathomable, his abilities beyond imagination. And more importantly, no matter what happened, even if the sky were to fall, Su Chen would remain immovable, as steadfast as Mount Tai. This only deepened Lu Jia's admiration for him. 2 weeks later, at Pingsheng Yiyi Technology Company, a group of hostile figures arrived, their faces scowling with anger. Without hesitation, they burst into the general manager's office and immediately surrounded Luo Yulong. President Luo, we need to talk. These were no ordinary people. All were senior executives from manufacturing industries, both domestically and internationally. It seemed as if they had privately coordinated. Same time, same line. That word talk, bluntly put, meant collecting debts. Luo Yulong felt his headache grow instantly. He adjusted his glasses and said bravely, Gentlemen, our new product will be available for sale shortly. We have already received pre-orders for 300,000 units. So please do not worry. We will definitely not delay payment any longer. Before his words even faded, someone immediately pushed back. Lance Technology's sales director asked, President Luo, haven't you been in debt past due for 10 days already? Samsung Display's business director warned, at this rate we cannot supply phone screens anymore. Oppo's vice president added, as far as I know, your baseband chip shortage means this batch of phones simply cannot be manufactured. Huawei supply department head declared, today we have come to demand an explanation. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. These suppliers feared nothing more than a buyer going bankrupt and defaulting. Hearing that Yiyi Phone was halting production due to chip shortages, they had hurried over. Luo Yulong's forehead beaded with sweat as he pleaded, who said that? I have already found a chip factory. Delivery will happen within the next day or two. The phone sales will absolutely not be delayed. As soon as we receive payment, I will settle with you first. Lance Technology's director looked utterly incredulous. What nonsense. Baseband chips can only be produced by a handful of companies worldwide. You claim to have found an alternative factory. Are you taking us for fools? Specify a payment date today, and you won't step out of this door. Yes, 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 the crowd chorused in unison. The room grew several degrees warmer from the press of bodies. Luo Yulong wiped sweat from his brow, each breath feeling like a struggle. What could he do now? Without chips, there would be no phones to assemble. Without phones to sell, no money to pay debts. How could he confidently state a specific repayment timeline? Seeing Luo Yulong fall silent only confirmed their suspicions. President Luo, I want an answer now, or I am not leaving. President Luo, you broke your word last time saying you would pay as soon as possible. President Luo, I have a short temper. I fear I might lose control. Tension filled the room like drawn swords. Something uncontrollable seemed imminent. And then, a phone rang abruptly. The moment Luo Yulong saw the caller ID, his eyes lit up. Clutching at what felt like a lifeline, he answered immediately. What? The baseband chips have already arrived at the factory. Excellent, excellent. Right on schedule. 2 weeks, not a day late. Thank you, President Su, for saving us. Yiyi has come back from the dead. After hanging up, Luo Yulong's former gloom vanished entirely. Beaming, he announced, distinguished gentlemen, the chips are secured. We Yiyi Technology have survived the crisis. The company will begin pre-orders immediately, and we will pay you by tomorrow at the earliest. They exchanged bewildered glances, clearly unconvinced. A chip shortage this dire, and suddenly it was resolved. Tell this to anyone, and they would think it was false. But proof arrived almost immediately. A girl dressed as a secretary rushed in. Holding up a small box, she announced, President Luo, these are the chips delivered by flash courier. Everyone's expressions shifted to shock. Luo Yulong opened the box proudly. This is the Kirin chip I mentioned. Gazing at the pristine and advanced chip, these executives from leading semiconductor firms immediately widened their eyes. The facts lay before them, leaving no room for doubt or skepticism. Old Luo, I have always believed in you. You dare to dream and act with boldness. These chips are truly high-end. Your Yiyi phones will definitely sell exceptionally well. Payment matters can be discussed. What truly matters is our long-term cooperation going forward. Thanks to Su Chen's chip supply, Yiyi phones assembled smoothly and launched as scheduled. Sales exceeded 2,000 units on the very first day, making an instant impact in the mobile industry. Lei, CEO of Demai Phone, immediately sensed a crisis. A formidable competitor had emerged. Online reports sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Yiyi Technology successfully resolved chip issue. Behind-the-scenes boss revealed to be him. Huazhi's capabilities are terrifying, able to mass-produce high-end phone chips. Su Chen's intervention saved a phone company on the brink of bankruptcy. This incident further expanded Su Chen's visibility and influence. Previously the undisputed king of the automotive industry known to all, now he had made a spectacular entrance in semiconductors as well. These news stories caught the attention of a senior executive in Pengcheng. Huang Ming, director of Huawei's mobile division. Has our homeland truly developed such advanced chip factories? This gave Huang Ming a glimmer of hope. His previously furrowed brows finally relaxed. For just this morning, an email had arrived in his inbox from rival TSMC. Notice regarding Huawei chip delivery delay. The gist of the letter was as follows: due to equipment adjustments and technological upgrades at the factory, Huawei's chip orders would be postponed for delivery. A specific time frame could not yet be provided. If waiting was unacceptable, orders could be cancelled. Sincere apologies for any inconvenience caused. After reading the letter, Huang Ming slumped, instantly completely defeated. This was devastating. These chips were intended for the Huawei P9. The highly anticipated Huawei P9 was originally scheduled to launch the same day as the iPhone 6s the following month. All production and sales preparations had been completed. Even the launch event venue had been fully prepared. Now without chips, all plans would become empty promises. Yesterday, Huawei had just added another 700 million in orders. Today they were informed that the production schedule had been adjusted and delivery would be delayed. Though Huang Ming kept a composed exterior, he was boiling with fury inside. By all rights, TSMC was a top-tier enterprise with world-class equipment and technology. Such problems should not have occurred, and certainly not an indefinite delay in delivery. So Huang Ming discreetly reached out to industry contacts for information. The results were absolutely infuriating. It was Apple who was behind this. Leveraging their dominant position in the smartphone industry, they forcibly jumped ahead in the production queue. TSMC consequently pushed Huawei's chip fabrication further down the line. The chip difficulties plaguing Huawei phones bore a resemblance to those encountered by Luo Yonghou's smartisan devices. Yet the two situations were worlds apart. Huawei stood as the leading domestic smartphone brand in China. It also embodied the technological ambitions of countless Chinese citizens who dreamed of the day Huawei could stand shoulder to shoulder with Apple. The Huawei P9 held the greatest promise of achieving parity with the iPhone 6. If the chips could not be produced in time, Apple would launch first and capture the Chinese market. Mr. Huang, his assistant, glanced at the watch and reminded him, it is time for the regular meeting. Every Monday at 10 a.m. marked Huawei's executive meeting, where all division heads gathered. They reported on prior work and outlined their next steps to the president. In the high-level conference room, everyone wore formal attire with hands resting on their knees. This was their corporate culture. But if Su Chun had walked in from outside at that moment, he would have thought he had returned to freshman year training camp. Everyone sat with disciplined posture, awaiting the arrival of an important figure. Soon an elderly man entered with vigorous strides. This was Ren Yi, the founder and CEO of Huawei. Though well past the age of 70, President Ren was still vigorous and alert. After he took his seat, the executives began their reports. When Huangming from the mobile division finished speaking, shock rippled through the room. TSMC has actually delayed our chip delivery, and the timeline remains uncertain. This directly jeopardizes the P9 launch. The P9 is our flagship project this year. We have recruited 5 optical communication experts alone. If we miss this chance to launch simultaneously with Apple consumers, we'll simply choose the iPhone 6 first. All our hard work preparing the P9 for a year, over $3 billion invested in road and design alone, would be for nothing. Then we cannot delay. The phone must not be released after the iPhone 6. The consensus was unanimous. All desired the phone to launch on schedule. But suddenly someone voiced the unspoken concern. That may be the sentiment, but what can we actually do if TSMC refuses to deliver? The question left everyone speechless. On a global scale, only 2 fabs could manufacture high-end smartphone chips, TSMC and Samsung. The P9 was a flagship device requiring a 7nm chip process. Therefore, only TSMC could handle the production. At this realization, many in the room deflated. Ren Yi's face grew grim and silent, seemingly trapped by the dilemma. Just then Huangming proposed, what if we try sourcing from Huazhi Semiconductor? Someone immediately raised an eyebrow. Huazhi Semiconductor? Never heard of it. You must have just returned from your overseas business trip. This is a newly emerging foundry. In terms of process technology, no one can match TSMC. As the world's largest chip foundry, TSMC's name was universally recognized. Only Samsung and TSMC could produce the leading 7nm process. TSMC was even claiming they would achieve 5nm. Meanwhile, China's largest domestic chip company, Zhongxin International, could not even mass-produce 45nm chips. TSMC's chip manufacturing technology on the island was at least 5 years ahead of mainland China. Ren Yi, as president, naturally understood this situation well. His expression remained calm as he asked, is there something special about this Huazhi Semiconductor you mentioned? Due to his generation and background, President Ren rarely used smartphones, so he had not paid special attention to the earlier automotive chip incident. It was not uncommon for a Chinese company to build a lithography machine. After all, by following a template, one could always manage to imitate to some extent. But the precision and technology of a lithography machine were not something achievable overnight. The boss of this Huazhi Semiconductor is named Su Chen, Huangming began. When he was developing electric vehicles, Qualcomm cut off his automotive chip supply. In frustration, he developed a lithography machine and began producing automotive chips himself. But what is even more remarkable is that his lithography machine and chip factory can produce not only automotive chips, but also high-end smartphone chips. Previously, old Luo from Smartisan Phones was able to sell his products smoothly and avoid bankruptcy precisely because he obtained chips from Huazhi Semiconductor. Ren Yi's eyes brightened with immediate interest. Yet he remained cautious. President Ren harbored 2 primary doubts about Huazhi Semiconductor. The integration density was too high and the chip area was too small. A single smartphone chip measured only about 10 square millimeters, roughly the size of a thumbnail. Yet within that tiny area were not only the CPU, but also the ISP DAC decoder chips, baseband processors, and numerous other structural components. Those questioning Huazhi Semiconductor also included Huawei's RD team, which comprised physics PhDs from Tsinghua University, world math Olympiad champions, and professors deeply experienced in the semiconductor field. Huangming noticed the disbelief in everyone's eyes. President Ren, I have 2 videos here for you to watch, he said. The screen lit up. It was the lithography machine video featured by Su Chen during the automotive chip press conference. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the room as they saw the magnificent 180-ton deep ultraviolet lithography machine. Those who had harbored no hope, who had watched with casual indifference, now immediately focused their full attention, eyes gleaming. This was in no way the low-end ordinary lithography machine produced by domestic Chinese manufacturers. The advanced nature of this new lithography machine exceeded everyone's comprehension. As they watched the comparison between the Qualcomm chip and the Kirin chip, Huawei's RD team members were all left gaping. This chip is far too advanced. How is it manufactured? A 1nm process is unthinkable. Is there something wrong with the testing instruments? How could it achieve such an extraordinary composite score? I bet that is exactly what the people at ASML and Qualcomm are thinking as well. After all, machines can register errors. But regardless, Huazhi company's lithography machine and chips are genuinely cutting edge. I spend every day in the laboratory. What great invention have I been missing out on? Watching the breathtaking lithography machine video and listening to the RD team's discussion. On President Ren's weathered face, which rarely displayed any emotion, an expression of joy and excitement appeared for the first time. He called out loudly, quickly book me a flight ticket. I want to personally visit President Su. When President Ren said that, the others grew restless, their hearts itching with curiosity. Especially Huawei's research team. As scientific experts, they were even more eager. They were far more interested in cutting-edge technology and equipment and yearned for it. Last year, ASML produced 26 lithography machines, 16 of which went to Taijidian. Huawei was severely lacking in high-end lithography machines, a fact that had become a deep-seated frustration for its researchers. Now such advanced lithography machines had emerged domestically. No one who heard the news could contain themselves. President Ren, could I come along to see the lithography machine? President Ren, I want to go too. I'm terribly curious. President Ren, if I miss the chance to witness such an advanced lithography machine with my own eyes, it will be a lifelong regret. Seeing his staff so thirsting for knowledge, Ren, he was very pleased. But considering it was a visit to Su Chen's company, bringing a large group along to learn without courtesy would be rude. After some thought, Ren, he said, the three of you related to the mobile phone business, come with me. The three research experts who were named immediately beamed with joy. The others instantly felt dejected. They had missed a rare opportunity to broaden their horizons. The meeting ended quickly. Huang Ming immediately contacted Huazhi company, but was told that Su Chun had been invited to lecture at the Central Academy of Sciences in the capital. Thus, through Lu Jia's relay and coordination, President Ren's visit was scheduled for 2 days later. Well-informed news media soon learned of this and reported it extensively. Because of the chip supply cut off, the launch of Huawei's P9 new phone was doomed to fail. Shocking news, Huawei's orders were delayed, all because fruit phones had cut in line. The law of the jungle. Why is our chip manufacturing so difficult and under others' control? A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. These reports enraged countless netizens. Many Wei fans were eagerly awaiting the P9, hoping it would become the pride of domestic phones and rival the Fruit 6. Moreover, compared to fruit phones, which cost at least 400 yuan, and often over 100, Huawei phones were much more down-to-earth, with entry-level models starting at just over 100 yuan. But the long-awaited Huawei P9 was now delayed due to unfair order queue jumping. Many people were instantly displeased. What's going on? Why cut off the chip supply? Didn't the report say fruit phones cut in line and added orders? Damn, is that allowed? Contracts mean nothing now. Industry rules thrown out the window. No way around it. This is the world's largest chip foundry. If you ask them to manufacture for you, they call the shots. That's too much. No matter how powerful they are, they shouldn't forget their roots. Exactly. Be human, not a servant. Do they really think they can do whatever they want just because they're in a corner? Right, I'm so angry I threw my cup. Compared to the irrational comments of netizens, the mobile industry and mainstream media viewed the issue from a more objective and calm perspective. Taiji Dian's lithography machines were all purchased from ASML. ASML was originally spun off from Philips, and Philips had early investments. Thus the machines and capital came from abroad. Taiji Dian was essentially just a foundry. It had no real backbone or autonomy. Ultimately, this boiled down to Huawei's backwardness in semiconductor technology. Only with advanced science and technology could one have a voice and dominance. Domestic brands like Demai Huawei and Huazhi had endured indignities for so long simply because no mainland enterprise could produce high-end chips. But now that situation had been shattered. Amazing. Now our Huazhi company can not only produce automotive chips, but also mobile phone chips. Huazhi's CEO strongly supports Huazhi, saying the Kirin chip runs very fast. Breaking news, Huawei's President Ren will personally visit Su Chun to discuss chip cooperation. After their initial anger, netizens' attention was drawn to these latest reports. Who is Huazhi Dian? That name sounds domineering. You don't know? It's a chip factory under Huazhi Group. I'm just a homebody. I only play with my phone and games. Who cares about this stuff? Let me educate you. Su Chen, the boss of Huazhi, built the most advanced lithography machine and placed it in Huazhi Dian to produce chips. If President Ren is taking a research team to visit him, Su Chen's strength must be terrifying. Great. Does that mean the Huawei P9 can launch on time? The Wei fans waiting for the new phone felt hope rekindled. Like President Ren of Huawei, they pinned their hopes on Su Chen. They prayed that his Huazhi Dian could provide mobile phone chips to solve the immediate crisis. But the excitement of Wei fans provoked the displeasure of Fruit fans. Huawei could release 10 more generations of phones and still not catch up to Fruit. Can Taiji Dian's technology be compared to other foundries? Exactly. And holding a launch event on the same day as our Fruit, just for hype. Seeing these comments, netizens supporting Huawei immediately fired back. Huazhi Dian is awesome. It directly saved Huazhi technology from bankruptcy. Who says Huazhi Dian isn't capable? Haven't you seen the comparison between the 6th generation lithography machine and chips? If you can't see that, you might as well donate your eyes. With Huazhi Dian's Kirin chip, our Huawei phone performance will definitely be no worse than Fruit. The two sides argued fiercely online. At the same time, in the Silver Apple office building in Dongpu New District, Motive Fruit Vice President Smith watched these news reports with a sneer. Huazhi Dian. The name itself was a joke. In Huawei's idiom, it was like Dong Shi imitating Shi Shi, a clumsy imitation. It could never match Taiji Dian's technology and strength. Fruit's selection of chip foundries was based on rigorous data evaluation. This included precision equipment, advanced technology, yield rate, high production capacity, and many other factors. On Blue Star, Taiji Dian was the #1 chip foundry. Huawei was truly desperate, even using an automotive chip factory. President Secretary Angela handed him coffee. What do you think of Huazhi company? ASML is up in arms, joining other companies to sanction Huazhi. Smith took a slow sip of coffee. ASML only sells lithography machines, so naturally they can't tolerate competition. But our fruit mobile phone business is a full industrial chain, so this Huazhi is nothing to fear. They're good at making automotive chips, but their mobile phone chips are garbage. Any chip that fails to reach the 7-nanometer process doesn't deserve to be called a high-end chip. Secretary Angela asked in confusion, didn't they test it at 1 nanometer when competing with Qualcomm chips? Smith replied arrogantly, testing equipment can also make mistakes. And even if they manufactured it once, that was just a fluke. Anything that cannot meet uniform standards for mass production is pseudoscience. Hearing this, Smith couldn't help but furrow his brows. As the president of Fruit's technology division, he despised pseudoscience and empty theorizing the most. Therefore, he reposted a news article supportive of Huawei Electronics and commented, "Bragger Huawei is rubbish." Boom. This comment instantly caught the attention of media and tech influencers. As Fruit Company's technology director, Smith was known for his rigorous and authoritative statements. This was the first time he had publicly called a company a braggart and trash. Due to its rarity, the matter was rapidly dissected by various media outlets. Fruit Company Technology President Smith confirms Huawei is trash. Can Huawei's lithography machine mass-produced high-end smartphone chips? How strong is Huawei's capability after being questioned by Fruit Company? These reports quickly thrust Huawei into the spotlight. Smartphone consumers outnumber car buyers, and over 1 billion netizens followed this story. At the Chinese Academy of Sciences in Beijing, Chen finally finished his busy day. He had been lecturing researchers since 8 in the morning and only finished at night. Those bespectacled researchers were utterly absorbed in their studies, neglecting food and sleep. Chen now finally had time to browse the headline news. Indeed, there were reports about Huawei wanting to produce chips at his factory. Public commentary was mixed. This was exactly what Chen had anticipated, so he was not surprised. President Li Jun exclaimed, "Look at this news." She pointed at Fruit President Smith's comment, and anger immediately her face. On what grounds does he call our Huawei rubbish? Such irresponsible comments and slander are outright malicious defamation. With just a few words, Fruit Company can determine whether a supplier lives or dies. Li Jun was not exaggerating. Previously, when Fruit Company upgraded its products, they had removed capacitive touch screen manufacturer Shanghua Technology from their supply chain due to new technology requirements. That single comment about substandard technology sent Shanghua Technology's reputation to rock bottom. Ultimately, due to broken capital chains, it suffered a tragic fate of bankruptcy and acquisition. With this cautionary tale, all companies feared being named by Fruit Company as technologically inadequate. No one wanted to become the next Shanghua Technology. Conversely, earning Fruit's recognition and becoming their supplier could launch a company to rapid success. For instance, Li Jun Precision broke into Fruit's supply chain by producing data connectors. In less than 3 years, their revenue multiplied 30-fold, skyrocketing like a rocket. In short, one rises or falls by Fruit. Those approved by Fruit saw not only surging revenues, but also gained respect within the industry. Meanwhile, those criticized by Fruit faced bankruptcy and restructuring, while the industry looked down on them with disdain. This was precisely why Li Jun cared so deeply about Fruit President Smith's comment. "No harm," Chen said calmly. "Soon Fruit's curse will be broken." Watching her composed boss, Li Jun nodded. Somehow, whenever Chen said everything would be fine, she unconditionally trusted him and felt profoundly at ease. The two soon took a car to the airport and flew to Sanyang City. At the Huawei Electronics factory, "Is this it?" Ren Yi asked uncertainly. "Is their capacity and output sufficient?" Looking at the small factory area, Huang Ming and the 3 researchers who had been enthusiastic earlier now felt uneasy and uncertain. But since they had already skipped breakfast to fly here at dawn, they had to take a look before giving up. Just then, Su Shixiang emerged from the Huawei Electronics office building. Having met Ren Yi at a semiconductor industry conference before, he was not unfamiliar with him. Su Shixiang greeted him with a smile. "President Ren, please come in." He led the way and soon guided the group into a conference room. After everyone was seated, an administrator promptly served tea. Su Shixiang spoke up, "Please wait a moment. President Su will be here shortly." Ren Yi sat upright and replied, "No rush." The others also sat straight, waiting quietly. 10 minutes later, tap tap tap, a crisp sound of footsteps echoed throughout the building. As the footsteps drew closer, everyone's hearts rose to their throats. Among them was Ren Yi, president of Huawei, a communications PhD from Tsinghua University, a Chinese Academy of Sciences academician specializing in semiconductors, and a former Nokia mobile phone research director. Any one of them was an outstanding figure in their field. Yet at this moment, they all wore expressions of utmost seriousness and respect. Every pair of eyes filled with anticipation and excitement focused on the conference room door. The air in the conference room seemed to grow thin. Everyone's heartbeat unconsciously quickened. Creak. The heavy wooden door was pushed open. A tall, dignified figure appeared. Chen's handsome, youthful face instantly made everyone gasp in surprise. This CEO, who had shocked both the automotive and semiconductor circles, was truly young. Ren Yi immediately stood up. "President Su, hello. I am Ren Yi." The others followed suit, standing up and bowing in respect. Chen hurried forward and shook the outstretched hands. He said warmly, "President Ren, nice to meet you. Please have a seat." After everyone was seated, the meeting officially began. Ren Yi looked at Chen, whose age was not much different from his own daughter's. His heart swirled with shock, disbelief, and concern. This person only in his 20s with just an undergraduate degree from Northern University of Industry. Where did he get the experience and insight to single-handedly defeat a research team of dozens and develop high-end lithography machines that even China's Academy of Sciences had failed to crack? Ren Yi suppressed his doubts and got straight to the point. President Su, you must be aware of Huawei's situation. Due to the supply cutoff by Tai Electronics, our new P9 phone has been halted. This new model is crucial for our Huawei group. It was originally scheduled to launch on the same day as Fruit's event. Huawei now finds itself in a desperate situation with no choice but to rely on your Huawei electronics. However, our new phone requires a 7-nanometer process. I wonder if your lithography machine can achieve this. These words also reflected the concerns of Huawei's team. As researchers, they were cautious, their gazes probing. It was as if to say, unless you provide solid evidence, we will not believe a word. Seeing this, Su Chun found it amusing internally, but kept his expression calm. He said simply, "Let me take you to the workshop now to take a look." Words are superfluous. Let those who doubt witness the 6th-generation lithography machine and production line with their own eyes. This is the most direct and effective approach. Upon hearing this proposal, President Ren was first stunned, then his heart stirred. Thank you, President Su. This was precisely the purpose of his visit. Seeing is believing. The accompanying researchers' eyes sparkled with excitement. Here it comes. The moment to witness history and separate truth from falsehood had finally arrived. The group rose impatiently and followed Su Chen outside. Huazhi's factory had only 10 workshops, its total area no larger than one of Huawei's branch offices. This inevitably sowed doubt in everyone's minds. Could such a small, shabby factory truly possess the world's most advanced lithography machine? Could the chips it produced mass-produce at the 7-nanometer process? A wave of intense unease enveloped the group. They walked forward with trepidation, each step quickening their heartbeat. When they reached the production workshop door, even President Ren, normally calm and composed, found his outstretched hand trembling slightly. "President Ren, please." Su Chen stood aside with a faint smile. "Let us observe our chip manufacturing process." Everyone's heart immediately leaped into their throat. With a creak, the door swung open. A colossal 180-ton device instantly came into view, gleaming with high-tech silver radiance, its mechanical arms whirring like a monstrous machine. President Ren's pupils dilated sharply as if his breath had stopped. The accompanying researchers stood petrified, jaws agape, utterly speechless. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The cold mechanical sound sent shivers down their spines. They stared fixedly at the immense advanced equipment. At that moment, only one word captured their feeling awe. The Huawei personnel stood frozen, as if spellbound, not moving until someone called out, "President Su." Only then did the group snap back to reality. Elder Lin approached with several senior researchers, exuding the unmistakable aura of an authoritative academic. One glance told you this man was immensely knowledgeable. The Huawei research team couldn't help but feel reverence. Yet such a titan of expertise treated Su Chun with utmost respect. Su Chen spoke. "This is President Ren and his RD team from Huawei. Please introduce them to the lithography machine and chip manufacturing." Elder Lin nodded, led the group closer to the lithography machine, and began a professional explanation. The moment he opened his mouth, the Huawei researchers were astounded. His vocabulary was both precise and professional, his data and theories meticulous. Not only was Su Chun himself astonishingly capable, but even his subordinates were industry elites. All lingering doubts vanished, replaced by admiration and conviction. The group then toured the etching machine, ion implanter, and other equipment. Apart from the lithography machine developed by President Su, Elder Lin explained, most of the equipment here has been independently developed or upgraded by us. Gazing at such dreamlike advanced equipment and workshops, everyone couldn't help but exclaim sincerely, "Huazhi's equipment is so advanced. Huazhi's technology is terrifying. I've never seen a chip factory so high precision and cutting edge." President Ren nodded repeatedly. "President Su, you are truly a scientific genius." After the tour, everyone returned to the conference room. President Ren now felt refreshed, the gloom of the chip supply cut entirely dispelled. He said joyfully, "President Su, after seeing it firsthand, I am deeply awed. Compared to such a high-tech enterprise, I feel utterly inadequate. We also wanted to develop lithography machines, but the barrier was too high. We were discouraged just a few days after launching the project." Su Chen smiled calmly. "Our Zhonghua nation has accumulated strength over time. Even without Huazhi, sooner or later a world-leading high-tech enterprise would emerge." Seeing his humility, President Ren's admiration deepened. "We entrust this chip production to Huazhi. As I understand it, the chips for Huazhi technology were only 10 nanometers. But this time Huawei's P9 requires a 7-nanometer chip process." He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. Su Chen understood. "President Ren, this year you aim to compete with Apple and capture some market share, correct?" President Ren nodded. "Yes. Since there are no innovations in other technologies, the chip must be no higher than 7 nanometers. Otherwise our domestic brands simply cannot rival high-end Apple devices." This statement struck at the heart of Zhonghua's smartphone pain point. They could only dominate low-end phones through volume, while on high-end phones they could only look up to Apple, having no voice at all. Because Apple monopolized high-tech chips, developing its own A1 to A10 series. Su Chen's gaze deepened. President Ren, I currently have a chip with a process reaching 5 nanometers. The moment these words were spoken, everyone was stunned into immobility, as if turned to stone. Such an advanced chip directly crushed Apple's 7-nanometer chips. After a long pause, he regained his composure. His throat dry, he asked, President Su, you say you can manufacture a 5-nanometer chip? Su Chen smiled. Yes. I named this phone chip Xuanwu. Elder Lin immediately produced a USB drive and demonstrated on the computer. Although some key data and technologies were obscured, even a glimpse through the cracks was enough. The Huawei RD team erupted. President Su, this chip architecture is incredibly powerful. A 5-nanometer process. This is definitely the world's #1 phone chip. With this Xuanwu chip, Huawei can finally surpass Apple in technology. President Ren didn't understand the specifics, but seeing his RD team so excited, he immediately grasped the chip's monumental significance. Such a once-in-a-millennium opportunity must not be missed. Ren took a deep breath and declared, President Su, thank you for offering us this Xuanwu chip. Huawei is willing to split the mobile phone profits as 70 for you and 30 for us, permanently. Boom, boom, boom. The room erupted in shock. Everyone was stunned, especially the Huawei employees. A permanent 70-30 split. This was an unprecedented concession. Last year, Huawei sold 129 million phones with a profit of 17 billion renminbi. This year, sales are predicted to double, reaching 34 billion renminbi. Thus, according to the 70-30 split, Su Chen would receive 23.8 billion renminbi this year alone, a windfall of effortless income. However, upon reflection, everyone felt it was deserved. A 5-nanometer chip was a technological breakthrough in the smartphone industry, a feat worthy of being recorded in the annals of global mobile technology. Su Chen said calmly, President Ren, you have bold vision. Our Xuanwu chip will more than deliver value. And thus the chip cooperation between the two sides was happily finalized. I'll have the strategic agreement sent over as soon as I return, Ren said with a serious expression. I'm truly looking forward to seeing the Xuanwu chip as soon as possible. Su Chen also replied cheerfully. Very well, let us wish for a prosperous cooperation. The two executives shook hands warmly. This moment was swiftly captured in photographs and published on Huawei's official website. Upon seeing this report, the media eagerly offered their interpretations and commentary. Huawei and Huazhi reach chip manufacturing partnership. Unbelievable. Huawei actually hands over 70 of phone profits to Huazhi. Huawei and Apple hold press conferences on the same day. Who will prevail? This news also sent shockwaves through the mobile phone industry. Lei CEO of Demai Phone, what is going on? Huawei is using Huazhi for chip manufacturing. Lao Luo of Huazhi Phone. I support President Su. Huazhi's chips are genuinely excellent. Duan Yong, CEO of Oppo and Vivo. What exactly does Su Chen possess that made President Ren yield 70% of phone profits? Everyone was shocked and amazed by this matter. This was an unprecedented event in the mobile phone industry. 70% of Huawei's phone profits valid permanently. Even TSMC, the world's largest chip foundry, could not secure such special treatment. In an instant, everyone was stunned. They speculated whether the press conference timeline was too tight. So President Ren had no choice but to reluctantly sacrifice profits. That would explain everything. However, in this case, Su Chen would appear to take advantage of another's misfortune, acting unkindly despite his wealth. There were even articles online that specifically criticized him. Heartless chip foundry Huazhi ruthlessly extorting Huawei in their time of need. A company that started with automotive chips, can they really produce high-end phone chips? What technology does the Xuanwu chip possess? At least 5 years behind Apple's A10 chip. Watching the reports online, Smith, Apple's vice president, shook his head repeatedly and said, Huazhi is truly a clown, overestimating themselves. It seems the Huawei boss was pushed to desperation this time, actually yielding 70% of profits. This move is too reckless. Huazhi is nothing but a junk foundry, and they dare to compare themselves with our Apple company. He revealed an arrogant smile. Huazhi's contract phone chips certainly could not compare with Apple's newly launched A10. In this regard, Smith possessed an almost mysterious pride, because he was the chief technology officer. This year's A10 chip and the new iPhone were both completed under his direct supervision. Smith had served as CTO since Steve Jobs founded Apple. He held a doctoral degree in communications from MIT and was an expert in the World Research Association. 3-time winner of the American Technology Award. Within Apple's Research and Innovation Division, Steve Jobs' every idea was merely a concept. Specific implementation all relied on Smith to execute. Therefore, Smith could be called a world-class top technical expert. Now he was utterly convinced that Huazhi's contract chip was absolutely technologically backward, unable to match Apple's A10. And those who knew all of this ran in Huawei. Because of confidentiality agreements, could not speak for Su Chen. They could only hope the phone press conference would be held sooner. Time passed swiftly. Under the technical dismissal from Apple, under the negative reviews and pessimism in the mobile phone industry, the Spring Festival Gala of the mobile phone world finally commenced. However, this time it was no longer just Apple on one stage. Huawei also held a press conference concurrently. Both companies' press conferences were held in Beijing, less than 10 kilometers apart. This really kept the news media and fans busy. They didn't know which one to attend. Someone joked, How about I go to Apple first, watch for 10 minutes, then rush to Huawei? On the internet, Apple fans and Huawei fans were even more quarrelsome. Huazhi is amazing, they actually became Huawei's chip manufacturer. I'm really looking forward to Huawei's new phone, don't know how much the performance has improved. What's there to be proud of? Finding a manufacturer Huawei's phone is still garbage. Exactly, when buying a phone, it must be Apple, great looks and strong performance. Those who criticize Huawei are usually people who've never used it. It's really better than imagined. Right after buying one, you want to buy the next one too. No matter how much you praise Huawei, it's useless. We'll see you at our phone press conference. I'm heading to the venue right now, see you there. The Apple press conference venue. Countless lights flashed, illuminating the interior even brighter than the outdoors. Frenzied media and audiences pressed together, making it nearly impossible to move. Everyone's face displayed a fanatic expression, eagerly gazing toward the stage. Even those of shorter stature stood on tiptoe, fearing they might miss any wonderful moment. On the podium, cameras and microphones were as numerous as hairs on an ox. Apple's press conference is hailed as the spring festival gala of the mobile phone world. This is absolutely no exaggeration. It is the barometer of the mobile phone industry. It is the high-tech aspiration in the hearts of electronics consumers. Therefore, every Apple press conference attracts worldwide attention. Just in China, its live broadcast viewership reached 1 billion. Media outlets all came out in force for the ratings. Apple fans were willing to pay exorbitant prices to attend and see the new phone. Everyone, don't push. Staff maintaining order at the scene reminded loudly, watch your belongings. Ouch, who stepped on my foot? Don't push, I can barely stand. Hurry up with the press conference, we can't wait any longer. And on the other side, the concurrently held Huawei press conference. The scene was cold and deserted. The auditorium that could accommodate tens of thousands of people now had only a measly 500 attendees. Standing on the stage, one could almost see to the far end at a single glance. Huang Ming, president of the mobile business division, smiled bitterly and shook his head. Both are press conferences. Why is the gap between the two companies so vast? Witnessing this scene, netizens in the live broadcast room immediately erupted into arguments. Huawei's press conference only has a few hundred people, so pitiful. Look at our Apple venue, that's what I call unprecedented. What's wrong with Huawei? The performance is not bad and the price is affordable. Apple is #1 in comprehensive smartphone experience. You are blind worshippers of foreign things and unpatriotic. I use domestic products and I am proud. Extremely ridiculous. Stop using patriotism to guilt trip me. I earn the money and I will buy whatever I please. Stop arguing. The press conference has started. Look quickly. Under the watching eyes of the masses, Smith, Apple's vice president, walked onto the stage. He held his chin high, scanning the crowd before him. The originally cacophonous venue instantly fell silent. Smith said arrogantly, "This year our Apple company is launching the iPhone 6. At the same moment his words fell, the screen illuminated, displaying the phone image. Smith continued with radiant enthusiasm. Our iPhone 6 is equipped with an 8-megapixel camera. The screen size has been increased to 4.7 inches and 5 inches with 2.5D Gorilla Glass on the surface. The 2,915 mAh battery delivers far superior battery life compared to the previous generation." Hiss. The media and Apple fans in the audience immediately boiled over. They clenched their fists tightly, their faces turning red with excitement. Seeing this reaction, Smith felt immensely gratified. He cleared his throat and said, "I have an even more blockbuster announcement." The venue immediately fell deathly silent. Amid countless eager gazes, Smith declared proudly, "The iPhone 6 features the 7nm A10 chip." Boom, boom, boom. The venue immediately exploded. Damn, a 7nm chip is the new iPhone 6, that awesome. I love it. No matter the price, I am definitely buying this new phone. Apple company is just powerful. Every press conference sets the industry benchmark. This is 30% faster in performance than the previous generation's 10nm processor. All Apple fans were overjoyed. The atmosphere at the venue reached its zenith. It seemed this press conference was about to reach its climax. Suddenly a cry rang out from the crowd. "Everyone quickly go watch Huawei's phone press conference. It's utterly incredible." Everyone was momentarily stunned by these words. Then someone spoke up, "You're a spy, aren't you? What could possibly be surprising at a Huawei press conference? It's merely an assembled product with not a single bit of independent new technology." Others chimed in, nodding enthusiastically. "I'm not a planted shill." The man wearing a blue baseball cap immediately grew agitated. "If you don't believe me, just look." He waved the Fruit 4 smartphone in his hand. "I've been a loyal Apple fan for years. I just want to check out the Huawei press conference out of curiosity, and you'll never guess what. The Huawei P9's chip is actually 5nm, claiming a 30-speed boost over 7nm processors. Guaranteed lag-free gaming and buffer-free binge-watching." Hearing this, a few gaming enthusiasts immediately perked up. Lag-free gaming was incredibly tempting to them. They immediately pulled out their phones and half-skeptical clicked into the Huawei press conference coverage. Influenced by these few, the young women nearby who loved watching dramas also became enormously curious. So suddenly at the Apple press conference, quite a number of attendees were actually watching the Huawei press conference on their phones. This caught the attention of media reporters. A 5nm phone chip directly outshining Apple's 7nm. Regardless of whether it was true or not, this was explosive news. A hefty man immediately declared, "I'm heading to the Huawei press conference." And with that he grabbed the cameraman and vanished in a flash. The other media personnel stared in disbelief. Wow, that's impressively fast. This brother has exceptional media sensitivity. His track record will surely be outstanding. I'm leaving too. The two press conferences aren't far apart, and I can still catch the buzz if I go now. Do you all have no business ethics whatsoever? Leaving the Apple venue straight for the Huawei press conference. Hey, wait for me. I'm going to. Once someone took the lead, the rest behind felt no qualms about following suit. It seemed as brief as a blink of an eye, and more than a dozen media outlets and hundreds of people had already departed. Although the numbers weren't enormous, the significance and impact were considerable. This was an unprecedented occurrence at an Apple press conference. Previously, all attendees would linger reluctantly even after the event concluded. Noticing this scene, Smith, Apple's vice president, wore a deeply troubled expression. This was the first time anyone had ever left while he was still presenting Apple's new products. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Damn it." Due to the distance, Smith had no idea what was actually happening. "Mr. President," Angela, the secretary standing beside him, quickly said, "Let me go investigate the situation." She soon returned with the news. "What?" Apple Vice President Smith exclaimed in astonishment. "The Huawei P9's chip is 5 nanometer. Angela nodded. "That's what they announced at their press conference." Smith's blue eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. "This is impossible." Though he refused to believe it, Huawei had indeed succeeded in drawing away some of Apple's media and attendees with this announcement. Smith looked down at the audience and noticed the number of people leaving continued to increase. His expression grew even darker. Huawei was utterly detestable, but as President Smith certainly could not abandon the press conference. So he instructed his secretary, "Go to the Huawei event and see what's happening. Take our new Fruit 6 with you, and if necessary compare them on site." "I think those who left and the media are simply being paid to stir up false momentum." Angela replied, "Understood, Mr. President." With that she strode out confidently in her 8-centimeter high heels. Huawei phone press conference. Huang Ming faced the audience with deep emotion. The launch of this Huawei P9 has been fraught with twists and turns. I'm sure everyone has heard about TSMC cutting off chip supply. Due to the technological bottleneck, the rise of domestic phone brands remains a long road ahead. His words were spoken with genuine sincerity, resonating deeply with the media and audience present. They were all loyal Huawei fans, having chosen to stay at the Apple press conference's counterpart event. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Huang Ming quickly shifted the topic. "But today this chip bottleneck has been completely shattered by one person. We no longer need to beg others for chips. We can produce them independently whenever we wish. The man who created this miracle is Chen, president of Huazhi Company. The Xuanwu chip powering our Huawei P9 comes directly from his factory. Now let us invite him on stage to explain in detail. Please give him a warm round of applause." The venue erupted in unified applause. Chen walked calmly onto the stage, a gentle smile on his face as he scanned the crowd. All eyes instantly focused on him. He was the one who could replace TSMC and become Huawei's chip foundry partner. Facing ordinary consumers, Chen naturally had no intention of delivering a lengthy technical lecture. The most direct reason he decided to produce 5-nanometer chips was because Apple Vice President Smith had openly reposted negative news online and claimed that TSMC was garbage. Chen cleared his throat and began. "The Xuanwu 5-nanometer chip contains 5 billion more transistors than Apple's A10. Its octa-core processing is exceptionally powerful, delivering approximately a 26 performance boost. What this means for you as users is a 50 smoother experience in gaming and video streaming. There will absolutely be no lag or stuttering, and the graphics display is remarkably impressive, delivering hyper-realistic imagery." Boom. The audience and media below immediately erupted in excitement. The most frustrating issue with smartphones today is their sluggish response. Despite installing all sorts of applications, they load painfully slowly. Such phones aren't intelligent, they're imbeciles. And don't even get started on everyone's favorite pastimes, gaming and binge-watching shows. Just when you're thoroughly enjoying yourself and the game suddenly freezes, that moment alone is enough to make you want to smash your phone in frustration. But now with the Xuanwu chip, Huawei phones can run 50 faster than before. It's simply unbelievably impressive. Who wouldn't want to buy such a phone? This is incredible. The chip's performance boost feels like flying. Just for this reason alone, I'm buying the Huawei P9. Our domestic chips are so powerful they've actually surpassed Apple's A10. Everyone was overjoyed, their faces glowing with excited smiles. Just as they thought that was all, another shocking piece of good news emerged from the stage. Chen continued, "Our power management chip allows the phone to achieve greater efficiency. In other words, it saves power, extending the Huawei P9's usage time by an additional 30, equivalent to a 3789 mAh battery." Boom, boom, boom. Everyone stood frozen in astonishment, instantly petrified. This news instantly electrified the media and audience who had rushed over from the Apple launch event. The iPhone 6 only has a 2,915 mAh battery, yet the Huawei P9, thanks to this chip, delivers an equivalent battery performance of 3,789 mAh. Just because of this headline, the viewership of media platforms live streaming the Huawei launch event skyrocketed. Self-media streamers saw their viewer counts double. This instantly made the journalists still at the Apple event green with envy. Let's go ahead to the Huawei event. Yes, why linger here? There's nothing worth seeing. Ever since Jobs left, Apple has had no breakthrough innovations, just living off past glories. They left in droves like a swarm, as if afraid the Huawei event would end before they arrived. The moment the journalists left, the audience grew anxious. What's going on? Is Huawei's new phone really that good? It's not the Huawei phone, it's Chen Xuanwu chip. That's amazing. I just watched the live stream. Gaming and video streaming are 50 smoother. And more than that, because of the Xuanwu power management chip, the Huawei phone saves 30 battery equivalent to a 3,789 mAh battery. Holy crap, that's enough for me. I'm leaving too. Apple's battery is truly terrible. Slow down. I almost lost my shoes. In a whoosh like a receding tide, a massive crowd swiftly abandoned the Apple launch event. The venue that had been bustling and packed to the brim now stood desolate and pitiful. Apple's Vice President Smith was so furious his nose twisted. The Apple event he hosted had always been the focus of the mobile industry. Countless TV stations and media outlets competed to broadcast it live. The venue was always overflowing with tickets harder to get than gold. Now only a few hundred diehard Apple fans remained. Disgrace. Utter disgrace. It was all because of that damn Chen. With no other choice, Smith gritted his teeth, hastily wrapped up the event, and retreated backstage. Unable to accept defeat, he pulled out his phone and tuned into Huawei's livestream. Those media and audience who had left the Apple event were now at the Huawei P9 launch. The crowd was so large that the last few hundred people couldn't even get inside. They had to stand at the door, craning their necks to see inside. Facing the fervent audience, Huang Ming, head of Huawei's mobile division, was overjoyed. He roughly counted over 10,000 people present, and the number of media outlets was triple that of last year. All thanks to the performance boost and power savings brought by Chen's Xuanwu chip. At this rate, Huawei's phone sales this year were bound to increase. How much Huang Ming dared not imagine. He had a premonition that when the final numbers came out, even President Ren's blood pressure might spike to 200. Journalists thrust microphones forward. Mr. Su, how did you manage to surpass TSMC in chip manufacturing? Mr. Su, the Xuanwu chip's performance is incredible. It's directly surpassed Apple's A10. Mr. Su, our domestic chip has finally reached world-leading levels. Their eyes shone with praise and admiration. They looked up at Chen as if he were the moon surrounded by stars. But before Chen could speak, a dissenting female voice rang out. The Xuanwu chip absolutely cannot be stronger than the Apple A10. Huawei fans immediately frowned. They followed the sound and saw a foreign woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. She held her nose high, disdainfully looking down at Chen on stage. Who is this foreigner? What arrogance! Don't recognize her, seems to be speaking for Apple. The journalists gasped. That's Angela, Apple's executive secretary. Her posture clearly signaled trouble. And as expected, Angela walked straight to the front. Crossing her arms, she declared loudly, Mr. Su, I think your claim about the Xuanwu chip is overstated. Do you dare to compare it with our Apple A10? Let facts speak, not false advertising. She stared at Chen provocatively. If not for this young man's exaggerated chip data and wild claims, how could the Apple event crowd have left midway to come here? Since he was so unscrupulous, she had no reason to be polite. Challenging him head-on was the best way to humiliate him. Hearing her words, many journalists' eyes lit up. A live chip comparison. How thrilling. The livestream ratings would surely hit new heights. The audience was equally excited. They too were eager to see how the Huawei P9 with the Xuanwu chip would perform. So all eyes turned to the center of the stage. Chen, calm and composed, said simply, no problem. The atmosphere heated up instantly. So exciting. First time seeing an Apple phone go head-to-head with a domestic one. Is the Xuanwu chip as powerful as claimed, or just a paper tiger bluffing? I'm worried. Our country's high-tech has never been great. I trust Mr. Su. Everything he says comes true. Hearing Chen accept the challenge, Angela curled her lips into a smug smile. She was confident that Apple's chip performance was unquestionably the best on Blue Star. Mr. Su, she said, since you claim the Xuanwu chip's strengths are speed and battery life, let's have both phones compete in a mobile game. Duration 30 minutes. The audience erupted in excitement. This comparison was too intense. Chen nodded. As you wish. Both phones were placed on the stage. For fairness, 2 random youths were selected on the spot. The match began. The game was the current hit King of Glory. The stage LED screen split into 2, displaying the interfaces of the iPhone 6 and the Huawei P9. It was the North Border Great Wall map. The youth using the Huawei P9 chose Luna, a mage warrior in orange. The youth using the iPhone 6 chose Bailey Shoyua, a marksman hero. Everyone stared at the big screen. Luna required high skill, as she moved her ultimate chain cast smoothly. Though it was just the beginning. It was clear the game ran very smoothly on the Huawei P9. Meanwhile, the iPhone 6 experienced lag. The young player frowned, obviously annoyed by the poor experience. This situation worsened after 10 minutes. The constant accidental touches on the bottom white bar switching screens were infuriating. Seeing this, Angela's expression darkened visibly, but she quickly regained composure. Only a third of the time had passed. The Xuanwu chip might not prove to be that superior. Captivated by the addictive game, everyone watched the screen intently. Before they knew it, 30 minutes had passed. The chip comparison results were in. First, battery life. When they saw the numbers on both phone screens, everyone gasped, their pupils contracting in shock. The battery icon on the Apple phone had turned red, showing only 16 remaining. The Huawei phone's battery icon remained normal, displaying a healthy 79 charge. Damn, that's almost a 5-fold difference in power. Awesome. The Xuanwu chip's power management is incredible. For this alone, I'm switching to Huawei phones. I'm done with Apple phones. They always run out of juice and cost me millions. Exactly, and the speed is way better too. At the same time, the screen data switched. The audience gasped again as they saw the results. iPhone 6, 13 lag spikes in honor of King's 4 app crashes, severe delay. Huawei P9 0 lag, no crashes, smooth and seamless experience. Earlier, everyone had been intently watching the gameplay. Though they knew the Apple phone was slower, no one had kept count. Now with this precise comparison data, jaws dropped. The performance gap between the two chips was enormous, a world of difference. This is rigged. Apple's secretary Angela widened her eyes. How can the Xuanwu chip be better than ours? Chen said calmly, a bet is a bet. As they looked at the data on the big screen, a wave of national pride swelled in the media and audience. The facts are clear. The Xuanwu chip is superior. Our country is full of hidden talents. Why can't we have tech geniuses? After years of nurturing, it's time to showcase advanced technology. Look at this data. The Apple A10 chip is the real garbage. Exactly. And they dared to challenge us. How overconfident. Listening to the rising comments, Angela, who had lost the competition, turned pale. She strode to the stage, picked up the Apple phone, and said defiantly, Mr. Su, don't be too smug. The Xuanwu chip's data is suspicious. I'll report this to the CEO. You wait, this isn't over. With that, she stormed off in a huff. The news of the Xuanwu chip leading the world was so thrilling that the audience erupted. They paid no mind to the Apple company's jumping clown. I want to buy a Huawei P9, high-performance ultra-power saving. Is it available for purchase now? I want to order. Support domestic Xuanwu chips, support Huawei phones. Everyone rushed to the front, eager to get their hands on the new phone. Chen had originally been invited as a guest, but now he had become the center of the entire launch event. It was only natural. Huang Ming, filled with gratitude, walked to the stage and said in a loud voice, Thank you, Mr. Su, for developing such an advanced chip. Thank you all for choosing the Huawei P9. The new phone is now available on all online channels. Order now and receive it the next day. Boom. The audience erupted in excitement. So generous. Without hesitation, they pulled out their phones and opened JD.com and Taobao to buy. And viewers watching the live stream also joined in buying without delay. Amidst the thrill and joy, the Huawei phone launch concluded successfully. Backstage at the nearby Apple launch, Vice President Smith, who had watched the entire chip competition, clutched his phone so tightly his fingers turned white. Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There is no chip on earth that can outperform the Apple A10. I will find out why. Only Apple can beat Apple. Meanwhile, experts in China's semiconductor industry were also captivated by the Xuanwu chip. Old Chen from the Chinese Academy of Sciences was so excited he couldn't sleep all night. He led his team to study the chip data. The next day, sales figures for both phones were released. The media blinked, rubbed their eyes, and stared at the numbers. Once sure they weren't mistaken, they jumped up in excitement. Quick, forward the article. Write the news report. In an instant, headlines flooded everywhere. Huawei P9 sells over 10 million units on launch day. iPhone 6 plummets to historic low of 2 million units. Full analysis how Chen's Xuanwu chip crushed the Apple A10. Unbelievable. Using just one Xuanwu chip for power saving achieves the effect of a 3,789 mAh battery. Why must foreign chips always lead? China can catch up and surpass. Seeing the news, Chinese people rejoiced. With such a high-performance Huawei phone selling for only 5,999 yuan, who would buy the nearly 1,000 yuan iPhone 6? Exactly, no more being exploited by Apple. Great, now I can buy a high-end smartphone with 1 month's salary. Thank you, Mr. Su, for developing the Xuanwu chip, elevating the quality of our domestic phones. Consumers were genuinely happy about this change. The entire phone industry was shaken. Li Jun of Xiaomi, envious. Huawei sold over 10 million units on launch day. Luo Yonghao of Smartisan, trust Mr. Su and your company will rise from the dead. Duan Yongping of Oppo and Vivo, begging for the Xuanwu chip. We want to turn things around too. Ren Jingfei of Huawei, without Mr. Su, Huawei phones wouldn't be where they are today. We're adding an order of 20 billion renminbi. Boom. Boom. Seeing this news, other phone CEOs grew even more anxious. They acted quickly, fearing they'd missed the chip supply for the year. So for the entire morning, Chen's phone never stopped ringing. Mr. Su, I'd like to order 10 million Xuanwu chips. Mr. Su, to show sincerity, I'm willing to pay a 50 deposit up front. Mr. Su, I can pay in full. Please make sure our order is scheduled for this year. Chen noted down everyone's requests, planning to respond later. Far away in Beijing at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, old Chen stared at the overnight research report and exclaimed, Incredible. Incredible. Send this academic paper to the National Scientific Research Journal immediately. This is a major breakthrough in our semiconductor industry. Soon the authoritative National Scientific Research Journal published old Chen's report on the Xuanwu chip, top 10 advanced technologies leading the world. It not only shocked academia, but also Shen Tingzhong of the Industrial Bureau. He was deeply moved by the news online. The Xuanwu chip had defeated the Apple chip and earned the praise of old Chen from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. China had seen no breakthroughs in technological innovation for years, which was a lingering concern for the leadership. Every year, meetings emphasized technological innovation. Even a single new technology leading the world would be epic-making. Now the Xuanwu chip had achieved that. Shen Tingzhong said solemnly, summoned Director Zhang of the news broadcast. Soon Director Zhang of Huazhi news station hurried over. He felt uneasy all the way. Director Shen, being high-ranking and powerful, must have summoned him for something important. Entering the director's office, Director Zhang said respectfully, "Director, what are your instructions?" Director Shen's eyes were piercing. At tomorrow's 7:30 news broadcast, do a 10-minute exclusive interview with Su Chun. Director Zhang was immediately stunned and instinctively replied, "Understood." He did know Su Chun because all the news and reports in recent months had been about Su Chun. But no matter how impressive, he was still just a private entrepreneur. Those who could be featured on the news broadcast were either state-owned enterprise executives or Fortune 500 CEOs. Yet this time, they made an exception to let Su Chun appear on the official news broadcast. And a 10-minute exclusive interview. After all, the entire news broadcast was only 30 minutes long. Director Shen said solemnly, the Xuanwu chip developed by Su Chun is ahead of foreign counterparts. This news broadcast is meant to officially praise and promote him. Go back now and prepare. Have the relevant personnel depart for Yunhai City immediately. Director Zhang hurriedly pledged, I will not fail the mission. He dared not delay, turned around, and went back to the station to make arrangements. Soon dozens of news broadcast staff carrying cameras and other equipment set off. For the official interview, Su Chun gladly accepted and took them to the Huazhi factory. Wow. So advanced, I've never seen an extreme ultraviolet light source lithography machine before. The machines and equipment here are even automatically dust-proof and anti-static. Such high-end and dreamlike technology truly deserves to be heavily promoted by the news broadcast. The station staff were sincerely impressed, so they filmed and conducted the interview with great care. They shot and returned to Jingxing the same day, then edited and prepared the script for submission. Thus, during the official prime time at 7:30, the news broadcast displayed the interview title, A Small Step for Chips, a Giant Leap for Huazhi. The announcer's sonorous and powerful voice introduced, today our interviewee is Su Chun. He is an outstanding entrepreneur of our Huazhi and a rare scientific researcher. The announcer continued, Xuanwu is a high-end consumer-grade chip with a minimum process node of 5 nanometers. The news broadcast is Huazhi's official media channel. It represents authority and prestige. Being able to appear on the news broadcast is something that state-owned enterprise executives and scientific researchers dare not even dream of. Even if someone is fortunate enough to show a glimpse, it would not exceed half a minute. But this time they spent 10 minutes introducing and promoting Su Chun. What glory and honor. Linmi immediately sent a message, Brother Chen, I admire you so much. Being able to be on the news broadcast. Since the last Jingxing Auto show, the two had not seen each other again, both being career-oriented people. When the car chip problems arose, Linmi also worried and called to check on him. But her ability was limited and she could do nothing. Su Chun never needed others' help. Rather, others relied on him. After replying to Linmi, his friend Wang Sikong also called. Excellent. You actually made it to the official news. Compared to you, I'm destined to be a waste in this life. By the way, when are you coming back to Jingxing? We can meet often, and there are plenty of resources here. Oh, never mind, my dad is calling. He's probably scolding me again to learn from you. Su Chun said calmly, all right, we'll meet in Jingxing when we have the chance. Thanks to the official recognition and promotion of Huazhi, the Xuanwu chip's reputation was growing day by day, becoming known to everyone in the country. Now mobile phone companies were proud to cooperate with Huazhi. The most skeptical and hostile was naturally the Shuigua company. At the Shuigua headquarters in Modu, Technical President Smith's eyes were red. Because of the previous chip comparison failure, Huazhi people now had a very poor impression of the Shuigua 6. As a result, sales plummeted down 46 compared to the same period last year. This caught the attention of Kyuk, the CEO of Shuigua. After all, in terms of net revenue, the sales in the Huazhi region accounted for 21 of Shuigua's global sales. This was a crucial market for Shuigua and problems could not be allowed. Therefore, the busy Kyuk specially made an overseas call. His voice was clearly displeased. What's going on with the sales of Shuigua 6? According to projections, it should have increased by 23.4, but instead it decreased by 46 compared to the same period. Smith quickly reported, the problem lies in the chip. Rest assured I will resolve it as soon as possible. Kyuk's voice was low. I saw the reports. It says a chip from a Huazhi foundry actually beat the A10. This is completely beyond my expectations. I give you 1 week to solve it. There shouldn't be such a problem. You are the top chip design expert on Blue Star. Smith was also furious and frustrated. He replied, I am investigating the cause. I will report as soon as I have results. Kyuk grunted and hung up. On this side of the ocean, Smith sat on the sofa lost in thought. On Blue Star, there are three types of companies in the chip field: chip design companies, only responsible for chip design, and manufacturing companies, both R&D and production. Foundry enterprises, they do not participate in design, only responsible for production. Shueigwa Company is the first type, a chip design company. Taijidian is the third type, a chip foundry, using A-size machines for manufacturing. But Su Chen was just the president of an automobile company. Even if he had the ability to develop a lithography machine and produce automotive chips, he shouldn't be able to independently design mobile phone chips, right? Mobile phone chips are high-end chips involving knowledge of communications, semiconductor circuits, and many other fields. According to investigations, Su Chen's education was at Beifang University of Technology, majoring in mechanical engineering. Yet Shueigwa's chip R&D team had tens of thousands of people, all PhDs from Mashing Ligong and Satanfu experts immersed in semiconductors for many years. Smith himself was the top chip designer on Blue Star. Every generation of Shueigwa chips' technological innovation and upgrades were guided by him. The A10 was the crystallization of over a decade of painstaking effort. Unbelievable. Smith roared. He stood up irritably and paced back and forth in the room. Su Chen has no foundation. It's impossible for him to design a better chip than me. Even a technological genius cannot leap from 0 to 100. Everyone must rely on the technology of predecessors to improve and develop. Thinking of this, Smith stopped in his tracks. An answer seemed to be on the verge of emerging in his mind. He stood motionless, staring straight at the ground. He didn't know how long passed. Smith's eyes suddenly lit up, and the chip problem that had troubled him for so long was finally solved. Yes, it must be like this. Overjoyed, he immediately called for his secretary Angela. The two whispered for a long time, and finally both showed victorious smiles. President, I'll go contact them right away. Secretary Angela walked out with high morale. Smith then walked to the cabinet, took out a bottle of red wine, and poured himself a glass. Holding the wine glass, he gazed out the window, thinking smugly, Su Chen, you're definitely finished this time. Yunhai City, Huazhi Group. Over the past few days, numerous media reporters and business executives have flocked here. Some seek collaboration on chip partnerships, while others come for interviews and coverage. Thanks to the news promotion, Su Chen has now become a prominent figure in China, and Huazhi Group stands as the industry leader and role model. This filled the employees with immense pride. Everyone was buzzing with energy, working extraordinarily diligently. In the general manager's office, Su Chen gazed at the revenue column on the asset report, those endless zeros stretching beyond count. For the first time, Su Chen felt that money meant nothing more than a string of digits to him. Back when he had transmigrated here, he had taken over a car factory, drowning in a billion-yuan bank debt on the verge of collapse. Employees wanted to flee, and the vice president schemed to liquidate the company assets. It was truly a precarious situation, hanging by a thread. Yet in only 10 months' time, Huazhi had undergone a staggering transformation, becoming a group with revenues exceeding 100 billion yuan. Su Chen could now be said to have achieved complete financial freedom. He could now act according to his own desires. When one's life is no longer bound by money, the horizon and perspective rise to a new level, such as fame, status, and influence. But just as Su Chen was contemplating the group's next strategic direction, the landline on his desk rang. Lu Jia hastily picked up the phone and listened for a moment. Her beautiful brows furrowed. Mr. Su, someone has broken in. Since they are foreigners, Baoqiang cannot understand what they are saying. Just as we were about to seek your instructions, they roughly pushed their way inside. The lawyer's assistant behind them warned us not to obstruct official duties. Su Chen remained calm and said, no worries, let's see who it is. As he spoke, noisy footsteps echoed from the staircase. It sounded like more than one or two people. Soon, with a loud bang, the door was thrown open. The rough action and startling noise made Lu Jia's heart race immediately. This was clearly an attempt to cause trouble for the boss. 6 or 7 people entered from outside. The leader was a short man in a tailored suit and glasses. He glanced back at his entourage and feigned reprimand. Try to be gentler with the door. How rude. We are gentlemen in the States. With that said, the foreigner walked toward Su Chen with a forced smile. Sir, are you Mr. Su? Su Chen nodded. At this moment, he already knew the other party's identity. Smith, the vice president of Fruit, had come with the intent to find fault, accusing the host of infringement and aiming to seize the Xuanwu chip. As the ancient Chinese art of war states, know yourself and know your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without disaster. Having access to foreknowledge, Su Chen remained unfazed and replied calmly, yes, it is me. He had read the information online. Smith was the vice president of Fruit and head of the R&D team. All of Fruit's A-series chips, touchscreens, and fingerprint recognition technology for their phones were crafted by Smith. It was precisely through these innovations that Fruit became a globally monopolistic smartphone product. When Steve Jobs founded Fruit, Smith had already joined the company. He was once even hailed as Fruit's next successor. Alas, for reasons unknown, Jobs ultimately became the CEO instead. Some claim that Smith's arrogance, rooted in his technical prowess, led to personality cults, a lack of teamwork, and a habit of berating others. Looking at him, now the rumors were indeed true. Smith now declared imperiously, Mr. Su, I have come today to demand that you hand over the Xuanwu chip and all related materials. Su Chen replied composedly, why should I give it to you? A man dressed as a lawyer immediately stepped forward. On this planet, high-end mobile phone chips were first designed and developed by President Smith. Any improvements and designs built upon Fruit's chip technology require our company's permission and authorization. We have already filed a complaint with the International Communications Association alleging that you have infringed upon Fruit's intellectual property and patents. We are here today to collect evidence. Smith added smugly, exactly. The International Communications Association has already accepted the case and dispatched a specialist to our company to investigate and gather evidence. 3 individuals wearing uniforms bearing the International Communications Association emblem marched over with cold expressions. Their leader spoke with an air of contempt. Please hand over the Xuanwu chip. We need to take it back for testing. Furthermore, given Fruit Company's complaint, we have called upon over 50 global industries related to chips to immediately cease providing any equipment, raw materials, and components to Huazhi effective now. Please sign this acknowledgement. He tossed the document forward. The paper hit the desk corner and fell to the floor. The International Communications specialist glanced at it without the slightest intention of picking it up, showing no remorse for his clumsiness. Li Jun, seething with anger, bent down and retrieved the document. These foreigners were simply bullying people. It was clearly Mr. Su, who had been constantly working in the office developing the chip. Yet Fruit's people had the audacity to claim it was patent infringement. Moreover, before the matter had even been properly investigated, the International Communications Association had called on its members to blockade Huazhi. This was sheer fabrication, an abuse of power by a hegemonic alliance. Just then a stern voice came from the doorway. You are suspected of slander. Zhang San, Huazhi's vice president and chief legal officer, entered while speaking. This constitutes a criminal offense under the law. He hurriedly approached Su Chen. Mr. Su, I rushed over as soon as I heard the news. After saying this, Zhang San turned around and continued, I have already collected the messages posted by Mr. Smith on social media. Your slander of Mr. Su and infringement upon his reputation rights constitute a serious offense punishable by up to 3 years of imprisonment. Smith's expression immediately grew grave. He dared not speak further for fear that every word would become evidence in court. At this point, Su Chen slowly spoke. The manufacture of the Xuanwu chip is entirely based on our independent intellectual property rights. As for Su Chen's statement, Smith and the Fruit Company personnel certainly did not believe it. Their smiles nearly stretched from ear to ear. The International Communications Association specialist stated coldly, everything will be determined by the test results. Li Jun showed concern on her face. Mr. Su, do we really have to hand over our chip for their testing? In fact, we can refuse. The International Communications Association is not a judicial authority. After all, the Xuanwu chip contains our core technology. She was worried on behalf of her boss. One must not harbor ill intentions toward others, but one must always guard against others' ill intentions. So what if Fruit Company was a Fortune Global 500 enterprise? Every pore of a capitalist reeked of blood and greed. Their wealth had always been plundered. Hearing Li Jun's words, Smith became even more convinced that there was something suspicious about the Xuanwu chip. He spoke with an intimidating air. Mr. Su, do not think that because you refuse to hand over the chip, I cannot sue you. I could simply purchase a Huawei P9 phone and dismantle the chip for analysis. The reason I came to Huazhi is that Fruit Company conducts its business with honor. The arrogance of the other accompanying members also intensified. Exactly. I think they are guilty at heart and therefore afraid. Facing this situation, Zhang San and Li Jun were so furious that their faces turned white. Only Su Chen smiled faintly and said, you are simply not qualified to test my chip. Smith, the vice president of Fruit, immediately snapped, you're guilty. Su Chen's face turned icy. Do you really think Fruit is the undisputed leader of the industry? I'm not your father, so why should I indulge you? Do you have any solid evidence before barging in here to accuse me of infringement? Smith was left utterly embarrassed. It was indeed rather unreasonable to storm into another company demanding a chip inspection. This was largely due to his habitual arrogance, relying on his position as the head of Fruit's research team. Anyone who displeased him even slightly would be subjected to a torrent of abuse. Firing employees was a routine occurrence for him. Even when speaking to Kyuk, the CEO of Fruit, Smith showed no restraint. But this was Huazhi Company. Wang Baoqiang had already been standing outside for a while. Hearing his boss's words, he immediately strode in with several security guards. President Su, shall I throw them out now? Looking at Wang Baoqiang, who was built like an iron tower, exuding hostility and killing intent, Smith felt his throat tighten. Instinctively, he stepped back. President Su, it seems today's visit was a bit abrupt. Perhaps I should head back first, and we can discuss the chip dispute later. Su Chen waved a hand at Wang Baoqiang, signaling him not to act rashly. Given his own reputation and status, he naturally preferred to use his intellect rather than resorting to brute force. However, facing such a provocation on his own turf, Su Chen would not be lenient. His expression turned cold as he said, do you think Huazhi Company is a place you can come and go as you please? Today we will test this chip, but not through the International Communication Association. I want the World Industry and Information Organization's authoritative body to conduct the inspection. You claim the chip patent is yours. Then let's bet our careers on it. If I have infringed, I will permanently withdraw from the communications semiconductor industry and hand over all chip data to you. If I have not infringed, you will permanently exit the communication semiconductor industry and cede to me the title of the Blue Planet's top chip expert. Hearing this, Smith, who had thought he would leave empty-handed, immediately brightened up. He had already analyzed Su Chen's chip and was 100% certain that it was a copy of his own work. Even if it was an improvement over the original, it was still based on Fruit's chip development. Therefore, the patent inventor must be himself. As a researcher, what Smith valued most was fame and title. As the Blue Planet's top chip expert, he was revered wherever he went. This kind of glory far surpassed that of tycoons and politicians. That was why he had flown over specially to gather evidence. I agree. Smith readily agreed. Let's do it your way. He arrogantly thought that after the test results were out, he could use the Xuanwu chip's achievements to secure a place in the beautiful country's technology wall. This was the highest honor for a researcher. So both sides produced their chips. After sealing them, they sent them to the World Industry and Information Organization's authoritative body for testing. After this uproar, the entire Huazhi nation learned about the chip incident. Netizens discussed it with righteous indignation. The Fruit vice president is truly shameless, accusing anyone with a chip breakthrough of infringement. He's so arrogant, thinking he's #1 in the world and no one can surpass him. What's worse, he reported to the International Communication Association, urging members to withhold raw materials and components for chip manufacturing. People in the semiconductor industry, both domestically and internationally, were even more concerned. It was rare to see a company that produced high-end chips domestically, with reasonable prices and convenient transportation. It would be a great pity if it disappeared. Phone companies were especially supportive of Su Chen. Moreover, official media broadcasts had already praised and promoted the Xuanwu chip. Only Fruit and foreign entities sneered. They believed that no Huazhi company could design a world-leading chip. This must be the result of plagiarism and theft, which needed to be curbed and punished. They just had to wait for the final test results to reveal the truth. Then this rising Huazhi company would be disgraced and forced to pay tens of billions of dollars in patent fees. Thinking of this outcome, Smith woke up from his dreams laughing. A week passed quickly. At the World Industry and Information Organization's authoritative body, the test reports for the two chips were released. Filled with joy, Smith opened his computer immediately. But the moment he logged into the website and saw the title, his smile froze. After testing, the Xuanwu chip and the Fruit A10 are completely different. How is this possible? Smith shook his head frantically, urgently reading every word below. As he stared at the merciless characters and numbers on the screen, his heart grew colder and a sense of despair spread through his body. When he reached the end, Smith slumped directly into his chair. His eyes were vacant and he muttered in disbelief. The Xuanwu chip was truly independently developed by Su Chen. The facts were undeniable. At the same time, experts in the semiconductor industry, both at home and abroad, were in an uproar. As seasoned researchers, they could clearly see the implications of the test results. Not only did the Xuanwu chip not infringe on any of Fruit A10's patents, it didn't even use the basic AMR architecture. It was a completely new instruction system. Incredible. This is a self-developed processor architecture. No wonder the chip achieves low power consumption and high performance. Su Chen created a completely new architecture in just a few months, while AMR took over 30 years of development. Indeed, Fruit's chips are also based on the AMR architecture. But Su Chen even developed the fundamental architecture independently. This level of strength is terrifying. For a time, praise poured in from both domestic and international sources. Su Chen took this opportunity to announce that the new processor architecture was named XUN. He submitted intellectual property protection for both XUN and the Xuanwu chip to the International Patent Office. Upon receiving this news, a certain person across the ocean in the beautiful country could no longer sit still. His face was grim, his brows furrowed, as if facing a matter of life and death. Contact the private jet company immediately. Kyuk, the CEO of Fruit, instructed his assistant. This is urgent. The price doesn't matter. I need to leave for the flower country to meet someone. 30 minutes later, an ultra-luxurious Falcon 2000EX business jet ascended into the sky. It carried Kyuk overnight from the beautiful country to Moda Huazhi. Unfortunately, Yunhai City had no international airport. More importantly, he had to deal with the culprit first. After arriving at Fruit's Huazhi headquarters, he directly fired Smith. This was the decision of Fruit's board of directors and an indispensable part of extending an olive branch to Su Chen. Then, without even taking a sip of water, Kyuk rushed to Yunhai City without a moment's rest. At 11 a.m., the travel-worn Kyuk and his assistant arrived at the gate of Huazhi Group. He stepped forward personally and said to Wang Baoqiang with great courtesy, "Hello, I am Kyuk from Fruit Company. I would like to request a meeting with President Su. Please inform him." Watching how politely the foreigner behaved, Wang Baoqiang naturally made no difficulties for him. He made the official company call and upon receiving permission, opened the main gate to let him pass. Kyuk burned with anxiety as he hurried inside with his assistant. Soon the two arrived at the general manager's office, gazing at the half-open door. Kyuk's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Even when he had taken the helm of the Apple Company after Chairman Xiao departed, he had never felt so flustered and excited. Would Su Chen really grant his request? Kyuk gripped his fists tightly in nervousness, hesitating for several long minutes before taking a deep breath and summoning great determination. He then raised his hand to knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Kyuk pressed his ear to listen. "Enter." A magnetic low voice rang out. A flicker of joy crossed Cook's face as he quickly pushed the door open and stepped inside. It was a minimalist-style office. A young man sat in the chair, his gaze profound, his presence radiating extraordinary temperament. Beside him stood a tall, elegant secretary. In another seat sat an elderly man who appeared to be an executive, despite having mentally prepared himself. Seeing Su Chun in person still took his breath away. Such a brilliant scientific mind, yet the boss was so remarkably young. Greetings, President Su. Cook quickly composed himself. I am Tim Cook, CEO of Apple. From several meters away, he extended his hand warmly. Su Chun responded with a polite handshake and said, Mr. Cook, please be seated. Upon seeing it was someone from Apple, Lu Jia's expression cooled. That former Vice President Smith had been so arrogant and disgraceful. He had attempted to seize the Xuanwu chip as his own and slandered the boss's reputation. Clearly this Cook was cut from the same cloth as Smith. This visit could harbor no good intentions. Hua Ren's expression grew complex on the surface as he briefly acknowledged Cook. He had come to discuss next year's chip orders with Su Chun. But they had only just begun speaking when visitors arrived. And not just any visitors, but Apple, Huawei's rival. As a Westerner, Cook's conversational style was notably direct. He sat down with visible guilt etched on his face and began, I flew overnight from America and have already terminated Smith. His prior actions and words were entirely his own and do not represent Apple's position. I have come sincerely to apologize, hoping President Su will be magnanimous and forget the previous unpleasantness. Su Chun smiled faintly. You traveled thousands of miles, surely not merely to apologize. Cook's eyes revealed admiration. President Su is extraordinarily perceptive. I have come to seek cooperation. Please sell us some chips. We are willing to offer a 40% stake. From this day forward, you will be our largest single shareholder. Hearing this, Ren immediately grew agitated. He had so painstakingly leveraged the Xuanwu chip to gain an edge over Apple and increase market share. If Apple obtained chips with identical performance, what competitive advantage would Huawei still possess? Rennie spoke at once. President Su, I arrived first. We have already agreed on pricing. Now, let us finalize the quantity. Our planned procurement for the next fiscal year is 526.8 billion chips. Alarm bells immediately rang in Cook's mind. 526.8 billion chips. Was that not enough to consume all of TSMC's annual production capacity? Then what chance would Apple have? He spoke anxiously. President Su, regardless of whatever price President Ren has agreed upon, I will pay triple. Ren stared in astonishment before boiling with fury. This foreigner was brazenly hijacking the deal. He had already finalized terms with Su Chun. Yet Cook was offering a staggering threefold price. More critically, Apple's offer was far beyond what Huawei could afford. Despite selling nearly 200 million phones annually, Huawei's actual profits were not high. Consider last year as an example. Apple's profit margin reached 20.91%, while Huawei, the leading domestic brand, managed only 7.24%. The result of immense wealth was that they could casually triple the price. Ren Yi's face darkened. Mr. Cook, we have an old Chinese saying, first come, first served. I have already concluded my agreement with President Su. Your current behavior of snatching chips at a higher price is utterly despicable. Cook interrupted rudely. I care nothing for first come, first served. Since we have not yet signed a contract, why should I not participate in the competition? In our America, only one principle exists: the victor takes all. With that, he proudly lifted his chin. Only Apple could afford triple the price. As long as they secured the Xuanwu chip, Apple phones would remain the undisputed leaders in the premium segment. They could price their phones as dearly as they wished. That modest chip cost would be recouped from Chinese consumers within half a year at most. But just as Cook felt certain, he had one. Su Chun spoke unexpectedly. Mr. Cook, in my house, first come, first serve prevails. Those words struck like a bucket of ice water, instantly jolting Cook from his daydream. His mouth opened in disbelief. President Su, I am offering triple the price. Su Chun smiled calmly. In my domain, I make the rules. Business follows the principle of first come, first served. The orders are already full. Huawei, Xiaomi, and OV combined have procured 1 trillion chips. If Apple wishes to obtain Xuanwu chips, the production queue will not open for 2 years. Cook was momentarily stunned. The business world is like a battlefield where conditions shift in an instant. In 2 years, what place would remain for Apple in China's smartphone market? But Su Chen's mind was made up, showing no intention to change. Forced to compromise, Cook said. President Su, if you will sell us chips, Apple is willing to offer a 40% stake. I will have the equity documents sent to you immediately. As for specific chip production and delivery schedules, the decision rests entirely with you. Watching from the sidelines, Ren, he was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. Su Chun had genuinely honored the principle of first come, first served, delaying Apple's chips while prioritizing domestic brands. This unprecedented concession and grand vision were truly remarkable. Secretly, he resolved to offer Su Chun a 51% stake in Huawei upon his return. Soon the three-way meeting concluded. The news spread like wildfire, igniting the entire nation. Apple CEO Cook flew overnight from America solely to beg for an audience with Su Chun. Explosive: Apple offers 40% equity just to purchase Xuanwu chips. Su Chun shows dominance. Apple's chip orders delayed 2 years. Gazing at the prominently featured headlines, Chinese citizens felt a surge of national pride and soaring enthusiasm. How utterly satisfying. For too long, foreign nations had severed chip supplies, forcing Chinese semiconductor and telecommunications enterprises to halt production. But now it was China's turn. For the first time, a Chinese enterprise held the technology leverage, controlling the neck of foreign competitors. Amidst the praises of their fellow countrymen, 2 expedited documents were flash delivered to Huazhi company that same afternoon. Chen opened them to discover they were equity certificates bearing his name. One represented a 40 stake in Shuigua company, the other a 51 stake in Huawei. Chen's personal net worth instantly ascended to 3rd place on Huawei's billionaire rankings. Meanwhile, chip orders descended upon them like a blizzard. In the modern era of technological advancement, the applications of chips were truly ubiquitous. From aerospace vehicles and rockets to household appliances, refrigerators, air conditioners, televisions, and even traffic signal systems adorning the streets, every domain required chips. Furthermore, the taxonomy of chips was vast: processor chips, memory chips, communication chips, mobile phone chips, encompassing dozens of major categories and hundreds of subcategories. A conventional semiconductor facility could produce merely 1 or 2 types of chips. Upon Blue Star, only ASML from the United States and Nikkang from Neon Country had previously served as comprehensive manufacturers. But with Huazhidian's dramatic emergence, the other 2 were immediately eclipsed. Consequently, visitors came flocking by reputation. Beholding the thick stack of orders, Chen silently activated the system and summoned the information panel. Building type chip factory. Building level 1. Production capacity 10 million units per month. Production mode manual assisted. Production efficiency 83. Yield rate 79. This tier was clearly inadequate. Gazing at the cumulative score of 980345500, Chen swept his hand forward and directly upgraded the chip factory to its maximum level. Ding. Deducted 3452000 points. Ding. Host remaining points 98000. The chip factory's information transformed accordingly. Building type chip factory. Building level 1010. Production scope silicon-based chips, graphene chips, photonic chips. Production capacity 10 billion units per month. Production mode fully automated. Production efficiency 99. 99. Yield rate 99. 99. Yet even with Huazhidian's enhanced capabilities, the orders remained overwhelming. Just at that moment, President Hua of Hongguang Group arrived for a visit. Hongguang was a globally renowned enterprise in the computing field, possessing the largest integrated circuit operations in Huazhi, and had once reigned supreme in the domestic chip sector. But now, faced with Huazhidian's rise, Hongguang resembled a setting sun teetering on the brink. Huadong had come bearing a plea. Though he had navigated multiple layers of connections to finally reach Chen, yet unease still lingered within him. Upon meeting, Huadong's torso bowed nearly at a 90-degree angle. President Su, greetings. His demeanor was exceedingly respectful and deferential. After all, Chen was a figure who did not indulge even Apple's CEO Kyuk. Before him, Huadong as head of Hongguang was utterly nameless and unimportant. Chen responded coolly, President Ren has informed me that you wish to purchase lithography equipment. Huadong replied with embarrassment. Indeed, the words barely passed my lips. The significance and value of lithography machines is incalculable. They constitute the technological cornerstone of Huazhidian. However, I do not seek your 6th-generation FUV lithography machine. The 5th-generation EUV variant, albeit a tier below, would suffice. I wonder whether President Su could manufacture 1 unit and sell it to our Hongguang Group. With those words, Huadong's pulse quickened. He feared rejection most acutely, for lithography machines were unequivocally the most vital equipment in the semiconductor industry. Chen remained silent for a moment. Prior to his transmigration, the 5th-generation EUV lithography machine had been the pinnacle of Blue Star's technology. Each EUV lithography machine commanded a price of 1 billion yuan, yet demand far outstripped supply. This was because ASML of the United States maintained a monopoly and refused to sell to Huazhi. Moreover, lithography machines, crystallizing the zenith of technological achievement, boasted a gross margin of no less than 47.5%. Such an opportunity was naturally not to be declined. Furthermore, Huazhidian's chip orders now piled high as mountain ranges, creating a perfect need to outsource a portion. At this thought, a flash of inspiration struck Chen. He had a solution. His prolonged silence weighed heavily upon Huadong, whose heart nearly bounded from his throat. Sell or refuse. Refuse. Sell. He silently cycled through these options, each breath becoming a struggle. Seconds dragged into minutes. Just as Huadong teetered on the verge of collapse, Chen slowly broke his silence. We can sell lithography machines, but under one condition. Hearing this, Huadong's suspended heart dropped back into place, as though pardoned. His eyes ignited with light, and he exclaimed, excellent. Should you agree to sell lithography machines, I would accept not merely 1 condition, but 100. President Su, please state your terms without hesitation. Chen replied in a measured tone, upon selling you the lithography machine, you must reserve a dedicated production line for my use. You will assume a portion of Huazhidian's chip orders. Specific arrangements will be handled by a designated liaison. Furthermore, during periods of capacity or raw material constraints, Hongguang must unconditionally prioritize fulfilling my chip orders. Huadong nodded earnestly. No objection, President Su. Your conditions are entirely reasonable, and I accept them all. Su Chen regarded his response with satisfaction. With that, the partnership between the two enterprises was sealed. Su Chen continued, concerning lithography machine delivery, I will require some time. Huadong hastened to respond, there is no hurry whatsoever. Your willingness to sell is all I ask. After all, Hua's decade-long deficit in fifth-generation EUV lithography machines was common knowledge. Now that someone offered to sell it was akin to ancestors' blessing from above. Besides, across all of Blue Star, only a single fifth-generation EUV lithography machine existed. The most critical components within such a machine could not be achieved by any single nation alone. Consider the light source from the United States, precision lenses from Beer country, bearings from Ruidian, and valve systems from FA country. The completion of a single lithography machine could be described as the culmination of Blue Star's collective expertise achieved through multinational collaboration. Huadong, as a seasoned professional, understood this intimately and waited with considerable patience. He departed Huazhi company, overflowing with joy. Su Chen likewise issued a proclamation on the group's official website declaring readiness to mass-produce lithography machines with purchase priority granted to Huawei Enterprises. Upon witnessing this favorable development, Zhongxin International what? President Su is willing to supply lithography machines, such visionary leadership. Huiding technology granting priority to Huawei Enterprises, truly moving. Sansang President Su, we beseech you to sell us lithography machines, we shall pay 50% above market rate. Within a single night, managers and executives from chip enterprises and semiconductor factories besieged their doorstep. They nearly crushed through the gates of Huazhi company in their desperation. Yet this was merely the prologue, more extraordinary events loomed ahead. At 9:30, as Huawei's stock market opened, the entire semiconductor sector surged upward without warning. Leading companies such as Hongguang Group saw their shares explode 10% in an instant, locked at the daily limit. Most semiconductor firms listed on the star market experienced even more dramatic gains of 20%. In the annals of stock market history, such a terrifying collective surge across the semiconductor sector was unprecedented. All triggered by a single declaration from Su Chen regarding the provision of lithography machines. Since all semiconductor sector companies whose stocks hit the daily limit all announced news on their official websites. Our company has signed a lithography equipment procurement agreement with Huazhi Group. Investors immediately flocked in, investing in their company's prospects and futures. At the same time, in the president's office of Huazhi Company, Lu Jia, dressed in a fitted OL suit, walked in cheerfully, carrying the sales statistics. President Su, our total lithography equipment contract amount has reached 321.6 billion yuan. The deposit alone is 32.04 billion yuan. This includes 119 EUV lithography machines, 360 DUV lithography machines, and 260 sets of supporting lithography equipment. Hearing this figure, although Su Chen showed no emotion on his face, his heart was truly amazed. ASML's total shipment last year was only 226 units, including 28 extreme ultraviolet EUV lithography machines, 198 DUV lithography machines, including 10 refurbished units. Yet in just a few days he had surpassed ASML's entire annual sales volume, even tripling it. However, upon careful consideration, this was quite reasonable. Ever since the signs of chip shortages first appeared in the automotive industry, this trend had intensified relentlessly. It had spread across 130 industries, including semiconductors, electronic communications, aerospace, and smelting and processing. At this moment, the value of chip factories became extraordinarily precious. The most crucial equipment for chip production is the lithography machine. In recent years, due to foreign technology blockades and the ban on selling lithography machines to China, all domestic enterprises were virtually in a state of desperate hunger. Thus, when word spread that someone was selling lithography machines, there was undoubtedly a frenzy of purchasing. Such an unprecedented opportunity would not be missed by anyone. Su Chen reviewed the sales report and broke into a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Blue Star, ASML President Peter, upon learning the news, was nearly driven mad. When Su Chen first produced the lithography machine previously, Peter had assumed it was merely assembled from components sourced across various countries. Therefore, he had joined forces with Nikon and other lithography component manufacturers to sanction Huazhi Company. But as time passed, Su Chen's lithography machine not only operated normally, but he actually claimed plans for mass production and sales. Even more alarming was that the procurement orders and deposits received were 3 times ASML's total. Peter's aged face darkened with fury as he roared, I absolutely cannot allow Su Chen to steal ASML's business. Since the tough sanction approach proved ineffective, I will switch to sugar-coated acquisition tactics. He's just some rundown enterprise from China, been poor for so many years, he'll definitely be blinded by money. After making up his mind, ASML President Peter immediately took action. He sent an email to Su Chen, then directly flew to China. In the Huazhi general manager's office, Peter sat with his legs crossed in a high-end suit. Despite being a guest, he started showing off power from the moment he entered the gate, as if this were his own territory. First, he barked at the security guard like calling a dog to quickly go in and announce. Then he kicked an elderly cleaning employee at the staircase, claiming dust had dirted his shoes. Huazhi employees didn't recognize this foreigner nor knew his relationship with President Su. So although displeased, they swallowed their frustration without saying anything. Looking at Su Chen now, Peter's face showed an arrogant expression. Mr. Su, I wish to discuss a cooperation matter with you. Su Chen said expressionlessly, please speak. The other party had only mentioned wanting to discuss a major cooperation in the email without specifics. But following Asmal's usual practice, it would definitely involve first using technological blockade to suppress competing enterprises, then proposing acquisition when the other party faces difficulties. Sure enough, Peter opened with Mr. Su, as long as you're willing to hand over the lithography technology and equipment, I can offer $35 billion to acquire Huazhi. After finishing, he picked up his coffee cup, enjoyed a sip as if victory was already assured. $35 billion converted to yuan was over 100 billion. Such a huge financial temptation, anyone would be swayed. But Su Chen simply said, I won't sell. What a... Peter had never anticipated being rejected. He widened his eyes in disbelief, repeating, you won't sell. Su Chen smiled slightly, calmly picked up his teacup. Correct. Peter put down his coffee cup, his tone obviously somewhat anxious. Wise? After blurting it out, he paused, seeming to instantly understand something. This was a business negotiation tactic. The purpose was nothing more than price inflation. As expected, Chinese people were both greedy and cowardly. Su Chen was afraid that if he raised the price too high, Asmal would abandon the acquisition, so he was using a retreat to advance strategy. He wanted the buyer to proactively increase the acquisition price. Yiyi. Peter pulled at the corner of his mouth, sneering inwardly. He lowered his eyes to think seriously. For Huazhi, an emerging company, $35 billion was absolutely a high price. Moreover, this price had already approached half of Asmal's market value. This yellow-skinned person was still not satisfied. But then again, Huazhi's development momentum was indeed very strong. If developed this way, future profits would definitely see geometric growth. The gross profit margin of lithography machines was approaching 50. Where else could one find such a highly profitable industry? So this time the acquisition must succeed. Peter clenched his teeth, painfully speaking, Mr. So to be honest, your Huazhi's comprehensive strength is not strong. Lithography machines aren't something you can master by building just one unit. You need the capability for mass production. Our Asmal company is an expert in this area. How about this? I'll give you 45 billion in a single offer. After speaking, he looked arrogantly at Su Chen, his eyes full of contempt. As if saying it was your lucky break this time to get so much money. Hurry up and smile while handing over the company. But unexpectedly, Su Chen once again decisively stated, not selling. This time Peter really got angry. He suddenly stood up, loudly declaring, $45 billion, and you're still not satisfied. This is real gold and silver money that can actually be deposited into your personal account. Have you ever seen this much cash in your entire life? Su Chen quietly looked at Peter, just like watching a pretentious clown. His face showed no emotion, not a hint of movement visible. After the other party finished speaking, Su Chen finally spoke to the doorway. Baoqiang dragged the person out. Wang Baoqiang, who was on standby, immediately walked in. Peter was now extremely angry and furious, cursing. Really forcing where there's no deal. Don't think just because you can build one lithography machine that you're anything special. With Asmal's strength accumulated over many years, we will definitely defeat you sooner or later. Even if you produce the components of your lithography machine yourself, you can't possibly own the equipment for producing those components and parts. Wang Baoqiang didn't say a word, directly grabbing Peter's arm and dragging him out like a dead dog. He had previously seen Peter kicking a Huazhi employee and was already angry. Now with the boss giving the order, he could properly teach this foreigner a lesson. Peter felt his arm was about to be crushed. He struggled, desperately scratching and kicking, finally managing to grab the doorframe as he passed through the doorway. Then turning his head to look at Su Chen, he snarled, "You wait and see, I won't let you off." Su Chen didn't so much as glance at him, merely raising his hand in a dismissive wave. Wang Baoqiang promptly dragged the man outside. A heavy thud followed. Peter lay discarded on the ground before the entrance of Huazhi. Every bone in his body ached as though shattered. As president of ASML, every visit to China had always been met with the highest honors and deference. Receptions were always grand affairs. Red carpets unfurled, delicacies and fine wines offered in eager pursuit of his partnership. Yet this time he had been thrown out like a stray dog. Enduring the agony, Peter forced himself to his feet and turned his gaze toward the Huazhi building. Deep within his heart, he made a silent vow he would make them pay for this humiliation. That very day, he boarded a flight back to the United States and filed a report with the Wassenaar arrangement that same night. Huazhi, founded by Su Chen, is suspected of plagiarizing cutting-edge technologies from various nations to assemble lithography machines. This 99-page email immediately drew the attention of the Wassenaar arrangement. As an organization dedicated to restricting the technological advancement of high-tech industries, the Wassenaar arrangement's purpose was to maintain their leading position and preserve exorbitant profits through coordinated export controls. Yet now Su Chen had not only single-handedly created a lithography machine that surpassed the world, but was preparing to mass-produce and sell it. This was nothing short of China's rise in the semiconductor industry. Association Chairman Wat immediately convened an emergency meeting of members. His expression grave, he declared, a Chinese enterprise has experienced rapid development in lithography technology and has already surpassed ASML. Previously, China's lithography technology lagged behind our advanced level by over a decade. The situation is now critical. Let us discuss what measures to take. ASML, indeed the threat is immense. I propose comprehensive sanctions and embargoes across the entire industrial chain. Nikon seconded. If this continues, our lithography market will be devoured by Chen. Carl Zeiss, have we not already imposed sanctions? Not a single one of our optical lenses has flowed into China. JSR, our photoresists are strictly controlled as well. No shipments reach Hong Kong. Other valve bearing and system companies from across the globe also voiced their positions. Absolutely no components for lithography machines were being exported to Chen. Yet ASML's President Peter still wore an expression of grave concern. He looked toward the association chairman and said in a heavy voice, "Chairman, such sanctions fall far short. As far as I know, Chinese people are meticulous and resourceful masters of strategy. Although we have embargoed lithography components and parts, Chen could procure the equipment used to manufacture those parts and produce them himself. Therefore, I propose a comprehensive ban on the export of both lithography machine components and the production equipment itself." At these words, every attendee's eyes lit up. This was a one-stroke solution, a strategy of total annihilation. With such measures in place, China would struggle even to manufacture high-end bearings. Producing and assembling lithography machine components would become virtually impossible. In this way, China's semiconductor industry would be relegated to 2 generations behind the world's advanced level. Association Chairman Watt nodded repeatedly. Well said. Let us proceed as proposed. The members reached a consensus and a joint announcement was swiftly issued. All lithography machine components and related production equipment are subject to a complete export ban to China. The magnitude of such sanctions was unprecedented. It amounted to a total industrial chain blockade. Upon seeing the announcement, China's semiconductor industry was thrown into shock. Hongguang Company, we had just signed a contract for lithography machines, and now the foreign side is imposing a comprehensive embargo on all related parts and equipment. Zhongxin International, what is happening? No matter how capable President Su is, he cannot possibly manufacture lithography components on his own. Huazhi technology, dangerous. The foreign powers are desperate. The lithography battle has begun. Every company president who had signed a contract to purchase lithography machines from Chen now felt panic rising within them, sensing an unprecedented crisis. After all, everyone in this circle knew that a single EUV lithography machine required the integration of components from 100,000 of the most advanced technology companies across the globe. Now the foreign powers had not only formed a united embargo on parts, but had also placed the equipment needed to manufacture those parts on the restricted list. This was like demanding that a skilled housewife cook without any rice. No matter how formidable President Su's research and development capabilities were, or how advanced his technology, he would likely find himself powerless in this situation. Thus a wave of despondency and despair spread throughout China's semiconductor industry. Though the company presidents dared not ask Chen directly, private discussions abounded. They believed that Huazhi Company was likely facing a dire and perilous situation. These whispers soon reached Peter's ears. After all, ASML had once been the world's leading lithography manufacturer with extensive business operations and clients throughout China, granting them highly reliable intelligence. At this moment, Peter reclined in his leather office sofa, a triumphant smile playing upon his lips. His secretary Kelly promptly poured a glass of red wine and brought it over. With charming allure, she said, "President, your strategy of a comprehensive industrial chain embargo was absolutely brilliant. Chen must be regretting his actions to the core right now. Without parts and equipment, what does he intend to use to produce and deliver lithography machines?" Peter pulled his secretary down onto his lap, indulging in familiar affection. Only after sating himself did he pick up the glass and take a satisfied sip of red wine. A malicious yet delighted gleam flashing in his eyes, he spoke. "I have finally avenged my disgrace this time. Look at how arrogant Chen was before and how defeated he must feel now. If he dares to compete with us for the lithography machine market, I will ensure his complete ruin." The secretary laughed and said, "Can he all on his own stand against the entire Wassenaar membership? Our collective joint embargo will force his lithography business to shut down. The more deposits Chen collects from his contracts, the more he will have to compensate when he fails to deliver." Ha ha ha. The two laughed together heartily. They seemed already to envision the scene of Chen bankrupt and coming to beg for mercy. At the same time in Beijing, China, inside the Ministry of Industry building, Director Chen studied the Wassenaar arrangements announcement with a deeply troubled expression. This was too outrageous. Far too heinous. The actions of the foreign powers were nothing short of unhinged. This was not merely a blockade against a single Chinese enterprise. It was a deliberate effort to restrict China's national strength from rising. They sought to crush China's newly emerging semiconductor industry directly into the abyss. Director Chen's face revealed anxiety, his inner thoughts racing. "I cannot allow Huazhi Company to face this alone." At this moment, Chen and China's semiconductor industry had become one entity. What benefited one benefited them all. What harmed one harmed them all. Director Chen urgently contacted Chen to request a meeting. Unexpectedly, Chen was already in Beijing. It turned out he had been invited to give a lecture at the Chinese Academy of Sciences and had just finished his class. Director Chen immediately dispatched a special car to fetch Su Chen. No sooner had they met than Director Chen eagerly asked, "The foreign countries have imposed an embargo on all products related to lithography machines to China." Su Chen nodded and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Director. I am already aware." Director Shen's brows furrowed deeply. "You have only just broken through the foreign technological blockade, and now you face such comprehensive sanctions. What should we do? Remember, lithography machines are not merely your company's business. They concern the very rise and fall of our nation's semiconductor industry." He paused. Then looking directly at Su Chen, he continued, "Therefore, please do not hesitate to state any needs you may have. You are no longer fighting alone. I will spare no effort to support you." Gazing into Director Shen's sincere words and resolute eyes, Su Chen spoke each word deliberately. "I have already conceived the optimal solution to resolve this predicament." Director Shen was taken aback, an incredulous expression on his face. He paused as if suddenly understanding something. He asked anxiously, "You're not really planning to sell the lithography machine company, are you? I've seen several foreign tech companies making public offers. Their prices are all higher than ASML's." Yes, shortly after the Wassenaar arrangement announced the sanctions embargo, the Blue Giant then announced via the internet that it was willing to acquire Huazhi for 48 billion. The international community was not opposed to this outcome. Either they would sanction and eliminate Hua's lithography machine enterprise, or they would incorporate it under their own banner to monopolize and dominate the Hua market. Either outcome was welcomed by the Wassenaar members. After that, Intel followed suit, offering 52 billion. Google was even more audacious, directly quoting a high price of 65 billion. In other words, as long as Su Chen was willing to sell Huazhi, several foreign giant companies would be lining up to buy it. He could collect money until his hands were soft. But then a hard-won rising local Hua enterprise would once again become a tool for foreign exploitation. So whether the company bears the name of Hua or foreign is of utmost importance. This was not a simple commercial acquisition, it was a major event concerning the entire semiconductor industry of Hua and even the nation's overall development strategy. Director Chen, as a national administrator, obviously thought more deeply. Su Chen understood the leader's concern. He immediately spoke up, "Rest assured, I have absolutely no intention of selling the company." Although he also knew that if he accepted the acquisition, the astronomical sum of money, even if just sitting in the bank, would generate tens of billions of RMB in interest each year. But Su Chen cared more about earning points than making money. Without a company producing lithography machines, how could he earn money to exchange for points? And with points, he could purchase more black technology from the system. Therefore, he would never sell any enterprise. With a serious expression and burning gaze, Su Chen said, "Since foreign countries have completely banned the sale of equipment and parts for the entire lithography machine supply chain, then I will start from the root and directly develop the equipment that produces equipment. That is the machine tool industry." Boom. These words were like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens. It struck Director Chen on the spot, as if his breath had stopped. Machine tool industry. As the name implies, it is the mother of all machines. It is a machine that can make machines, commonly referred to as a lathe. Su Chen nodded and explained, "Yes, this way we can produce all lithography machine parts ourselves. Moreover, with high-precision CNC machine tools, producing other equipment would be as easy as turning one's hand. As long as we have the technical blueprint, we can definitely make it a one-and-done solution." Director Shen's scalp tingled. It took him a long time to come back to his senses, and he said with a trembling voice, "Great. The machine tool industry can provide various mechanical equipment for all kinds of industries, forming the heart of modern industry. If this project could be completed, it would directly propel Hua's high-end manufacturing industry. In other words, the value that machine tools can leverage far exceeds that of lithography machines." The more Director Chen thought about it, the more excited he became, and the more he felt the gravity of the matter. This was no longer something a director like him could control and decide on. He must report to higher authorities immediately. Director Chen acted on the thought, "President Su, I'll take you to meet someone. He will be very happy to hear this news. He can provide more support policies for your machine tool project." The two drove to a building near the second ring road. Uniformed guards stood as straight as statues. He obviously recognized Director Chen and immediately raised his hand to salute. Then the iron gate slowly opened, allowing the vehicle to pass. After getting out of the car, Director Chen almost jogged into the building. His voice involuntarily rose. "Minister, I have good news to report." Inside the room, an elderly man with gold-rimmed glasses was intently reading documents. Hearing the voice, he put down his pen and said in surprise, "Director Chen, you've always been steady. What major event has happened?" Director Chen said apologetically, "Minister, I'm just too happy." In the room, this distinguished-looking old man was none other than Yang Chen, Minister of Industry of Hua. He was also one of the 7 top leaders of Hua. Director Chen quickly turned to introduce, "This is Su Chen, CEO of Huazhi Company. He is the talented person I mentioned to you before. The lithography machines and chips were developed by him." Yang Chen's eyes showed deep appreciation, truly accomplished at a young age. As he spoke, he extended his hand first. Su Chen immediately shook his hand politely. "Hello, Minister." On the way, Director Chen had mentioned which leader they were going to meet, so Su Chen was already prepared. After everyone was seated, a young assistant immediately brought in freshly brewed Wuyi rock tea. Then he took out a red box of Huazhi cigarettes and handed them to the leader. It was Yang Chun's habit to have a cigarette in hand while talking. Minister Yang gestured to Su Chun. Have one, this flavor is nice. The three of them then officially began their conversation. Minister Yang asked with deep eyes, what good news did you mention just now? Hearing the leader's question, Director Shen's joy was evident. Minister, this is tremendous news. Minister Yang said dismissively, why are you exaggerating? That's not like you. As he spoke, he picked up a document, smoking and reading at the same time. He didn't take the good news Director Shen wanted to report seriously. After all, for a leader who had weathered many storms, there were very few things that could capture his attention. Really, I'm being conservative. Seeing that the leader wasn't taking it seriously, Director Shen became anxious. Su Chun is going to develop machine tools. As soon as these words were spoken, Minister Yang, who had been reading the document, was immediately stunned. What? Machine tools? He simply couldn't believe his ears, feeling as if he had heard an illusion. Seeing the leader's reaction was the same as his own, Director Shen knew that this trip was the right one. Time ticked by. Only when the red ember of the cigarette burned his hand did Minister Yang come back to his senses. As the leader in charge of industry, he fully understood the importance of high-end CNC machine tools. This concerned Huazhi's industrial-level national defense, security, and national economy. It was a very important foundational and strategic industry. After nearly half a century of development, Huazhi's machine tool industry ranked first in global output value. However, the high-end machine tool market was still monopolized by overseas companies, leaving domestic brands powerless. And machine tools could perfectly solve the problem from the root. Minister Yang's eyes shone, staring intently at Su Chun. He asked incredulously, you want to build machine tools? Su Chun's gaze was firm. Yes, because of the lithography machines, foreign countries are imposing sanctions and banning the sale of all parts. So I must and have to develop ultra-high precision machine tools to break through this predicament. Minister Yang took a deep breath. I am truly delighted to see such boldness in you. But have you ever considered how difficult this machine tool project is? As is well known, machine tools come in a wide variety, including metal cutting machines, forging and pressing machines, woodworking machines, casting machines, and so on. Categorized by the cutting tools used, there are more than 10 subdivisions. Producing all of them would be an absurdly difficult task, as it involves the entire manufacturing production chain. Su Chun nodded and spoke calmly. I know. For ordinary people, this would be an unreachable dream. But Su Chun had his system. Recently, he had made hundreds of billions of yuan, which could be converted into enough points to purchase industrial mother machines. Seeing Su Chun's confident attitude, Minister Yang was somewhat skeptical. Most industrial production equipment has processing precision requirements, and the higher the precision, the more expensive the equipment. And industrial mother machines, as the equipment that produces these industrial production machines, require even more terrifying processing precision. This young man looked to be only in his 20s. Would he truly have the capability to accomplish this goal that China had failed to achieve for decades? As a subordinate who had followed Minister Yang for years, Director Shen immediately understood the leadership's doubts. Therefore, he spoke up to guarantee, Minister, you can rest assured. Su Chun was able to develop lithography machines and chips in just a few months. This industrial mother machine would certainly not be a problem for him. Upon hearing this, Minister Yang Chun's remaining concerns vanished. Indeed, the technical barriers surrounding high-end lithography machines were so stringent, yet this young man had already broken through them. Then industrial mother machines would naturally be within reach. Thinking that China would soon possess high-precision industrial mother machines, Minister Yang's heart swelled with emotion. Industrial mother machines, the very foundation of manufacturing. This would usher in a new era for Chinese industry. In time, fields such as precision component manufacturing, national defense, and consumer electronics would all experience an explosive boom. China overtaking developed nations through technological leapfrogging was absolutely not a dream. As he thought this through, he looked at Su Chun with appreciation and approval. This industrial mother machine project is of great significance to the nation and its people. Go all out and execute it. I will mobilize all policy support for you right now. Director Shen immediately pulled out his notebook, ready to take notes at any moment. After pondering deeply for a moment, Minister Yang spoke solemnly. I'm giving you a credit line of 100 billion yuan with access to loans from any bank, interest-free, for 5 years. Hiss. Director Shen's eyes widened in astonishment instantly. A 100 billion yuan credit line. The scale of this financial support was simply staggering. But this wasn't the end. Policies even more jaw-dropping were yet to come. Su Chun was also stirred within, for such a capital amount would allow him to pursue RD without any hesitation, fully unrestrained. The state tax burden on Huazhi Group will be reduced by 85 million square meters of land in the suburbs of the capital will be provided for factory construction. Upon hearing these terms, Director Shen was utterly thrilled. Minister, you're being incredibly generous. An 80% reduction in state taxes means nearly tens of billions in tax savings for Huazhi Group, based on its current revenue. More importantly, Beijing is prime real estate. Land is incredibly scarce, and industrial land approvals are virtually non-existent. Minister Yang smiled. This is special treatment for a special case. The industrial mother machine is a high-tech initiative tied to national policy and naturally deserves preferential treatment. With these policies in place, President Su will face no constraints whatsoever and efficiency will naturally soar. Su Chun immediately responded, "Thank you leaders for your tremendous support. The Industrial Mother Machine project is urgent and imminent, and I will surely complete it as soon as possible." Given the critical importance of this undertaking, the three decided to maintain strict confidentiality externally until its completion. The meeting concluded quickly in a pleasant atmosphere. As they prepared to depart, Minister Yang spoke earnestly, "Should any further issues arise, do not hesitate to seek Director Shen's assistance. If he cannot resolve it, I will arrange it myself." Su Chun expressed his gratitude once more before flying back to Yunhai City. By the time he arrived home, it was already past 9 o'clock. His younger sister Yiyi was still awake, playing with Lego blocks in the living room. Upon hearing the door open, she immediately dropped her toys and toddled over. "Brother, I missed you so much." Yiyi's twin ponytails bounced up and down with the momentum, and paired with her large grape-like eyes, she looked absolutely adorable. Su Chun stretched out his arms and lovingly picked her up. "Yiyi, would you like to live in the capital?" The little girl blinked her eyelashes like dark feathers. "Wherever brother goes, I go." Su Chun had been contemplating the relocation question throughout the flight. Previously, they had settled here simply because their parents' automobile factory remained in the city. But now with the group's business expanding, this small city could no longer meet their needs. Setting aside other considerations, even transportation alone was a concern. Flight schedules were sparse. As for international routes, those were completely impossible. Ordinary people might not mind, but as a business executive, travel was frequent. International exhibitions, industry forums, and similar events only amplified the need. After all, the capital concentrated the finest resources and connections in the country. Whether for business or research, relocating there would be like adding wings to a tiger. Moreover, Minister Yang had already approved a substantial plot of land. Therefore, as long as his only sister in this world agreed, Su Chun would officially decide to relocate to the capital. The following day, he gathered the group's senior executives to announce the news. They exchanged glances, each wearing a different expression. "President Su, are we really moving our headquarters to the capital? My family is all here. I'm afraid I cannot leave." "How wonderful. I feel like Huazhi Group is leveling up once again." Su Chun smiled faintly. The relocation won't be a blanket decision for everyone. After all, new office buildings and a research center will need to be constructed there. Each person's role differs. Decisions and applications should be based on individual needs. Meanwhile, the entire production department can remain here. Production manager Chen Dehai certainly would not leave Yunhai City. He had spent the greater part of his life at the automobile factory. This was his stronghold. Other executives in administration, research and development, finance and procurement were all jubilant. Soon Huazhi Group employees who received the news bore expressions of pride on their faces. The company headquarters was moving to the capital, a clear sign that the company was growing stronger. Without real capability, one couldn't even cover rent in such a place. And Huazhi company was planning to construct its own buildings. Hearing that Su Chun was going to the capital, the entire city of Yunhai celebrated on his behalf. The sole person somewhat displeased was the newly appointed Mayor Chen. He genuinely hoped such an outstanding local enterprise would remain in Yunhai City forever. That way, when he was eventually reassigned elsewhere, he would have something worthwhile to recount. But alas, Huazhi Group was now too exceptional. Promotion to the capital was inevitable. Fortunately, this was not something happening overnight. There was still a buffer period. After announcing the headquarters relocation, Su Chun made his way toward the general manager's office. Li Jun naturally followed behind him. No matter where the company moved, she would certainly follow her boss. After sitting down, Su Chun instructed, "There's an urgent matter that requires you to handle right now." Upon hearing there was urgent work, Li Jun immediately heightened her focus. "President Su, please speak." She had also seen the announcement regarding the Wassenaar arrangement and assumed it pertained to lithography machines. However, what Su Chun said instead was, "Go investigate which domestic large-scale machine tool plants are facing debt crises or difficulties." "What?" Li Jia exclaimed in surprise. "Acquiring a machine tool plant? What are you looking to manufacture yourself?" After saying that, she seemed to sense something and looked up at Su Chun. The moment their eyes met, Li Jia felt a profound sense of understanding pass between them. She said in disbelief, "You're planning to build machine tools for manufacturing lithography machine components?" "Exactly," Su Chun nodded. "So the requirements for the machine tool plant are exceptionally high. The workshop's equipment and technical personnel must all be fully mature and complete. That way I can achieve the fastest possible pace and complete the first machine tool as soon as possible." Understanding the urgency of the matter, Li Jia immediately turned and left to get it done. As Su Chen's executive secretary and deputy general manager of the group, she was well aware of the quantity and value of the lithography machine orders previously received. If they failed to deliver on time according to the contract, the massive penalty clauses would undoubtedly shatter the group's capital chain and drive it into bankruptcy. Whether it was the automotive business or the lithography chip operations, both were capital-intensive industries. The vast majority of a company's assets were tied up in procurement, production, research and development, and operations. The actual cash on hand was never substantial, and if a single link in the chain faltered, the consequences would be devastating and irreversible. Consider the case of Anchor Group, America's energy giant, with a market capitalization of $72.5 $5 billion, which declared bankruptcy within merely a few months. It resulted in over 3,000 employees losing their jobs. Meanwhile, the legendary Lehman Brothers held assets worth $691 billion before its collapse. This classic case had been written into the textbooks of business schools across the nation. With such cautionary tales as President Huazhi Group had to tread meticulously, Li Jun conducted a thorough investigation throughout the day before coming to report. Holding her tablet, she stated, "President Su, after careful research and comparison, Beijing Machine Tool Plant is the best choice. It has a long history, having been established for over 70 years. Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. It was an enterprise that had long vanished from his memory. Beijing Machine Tool Plant was once the largest specialized manufacturing enterprise for precision grinding machines and precision measuring instruments in the country. At its peak, it produced over 450 varieties of machine tools, making significant contributions to China's manufacturing industry and national economic development." Li Jun continued, "But now due to poor management, it is unable to repay its 8 million yuan bank loan. It is preparing to apply for bankruptcy restructuring, which makes it perfectly suited for acquisition. Because of merely 8 million yuan in loans, once the most prominent and prestigious machine tool plant in the nation was about to be restructured and declared bankrupt." At first glance, this seemed almost unbelievable, but upon closer reflection, it was entirely reasonable. Beijing Machine Tool Plant recorded 6.8 billion yuan in sales last year, yet its net profit margin was a mere 1.2%. This was because it operated in the low-end machine tool segment of production and sales. On this planet, the machine tool industry was divided into 3 tiers. High-end precision machine tools were monopolized by America and Germany. Mid-range machine tools were controlled by Japan and South Korea. Chinese enterprises could only compete in the low-end segment. The low-end machine tool market had a relatively low barrier to entry, with over 1,000 companies carving up a profit-poor pie, leaving them with pitifully meager earnings. Thus, it was entirely normal that Beijing Machine Tool Plant found itself insolvent. Chen said gravely, "Go contact the person in charge of the enterprise. Tell them we wish to discuss acquisition matters." "Understood." Li Jun replied cheerfully, "I'll go handle it right away." But not long after she went out to communicate, she returned with a worried expression. "President Su, they flatly rejected us. I've introduced our company's background and intentions comprehensively. Why won't they sell? They clearly can't even sustain operations anymore." Chen listened without revealing his thoughts and fell into deep contemplation. Huazhi Group was so well known at this point that the other party could hardly be unfamiliar with them. Yet the people at Beijing Machine Tool Plant, despite their own financial difficulties, had categorically refused. There must be deeper underlying reasons for this. He needed to find someone familiar with them to inquire further. "Understood." Chen waved his hand. "You go ahead with your work. I'll handle this." Li Jun's handsome face instantly fell, feeling that she had failed in her duties. She left the office in somewhat despondent spirits. Meanwhile, Chen picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Director Chen, I need your help with something now." 15 minutes later, Chen's phone rang. He swiped to answer, and a familiar voice came from the other end. "President Su, it's done. Old Jia of Beijing Machine Tool Plant has agreed to meet face-to-face. The time is set for tomorrow. I oversee industry affairs. All factories in Beijing fall under my jurisdiction. I'll accompany you tomorrow." After expressing his gratitude, Chen ended the call and pulled up the system. It had been a while since he last checked. His total points had now climbed to 37654125000. He could finally go shopping properly. After careful consideration, Chen swiftly made his purchases. Ding, congratulations, host, on purchasing the 10-axis linkage industrial machine tool and installation blueprints. Ding, congratulations, host, on purchasing super manufacturing production technology. Ding, congratulations, host, on purchasing super CNC system software. On the virtual screen, his total points had dropped to 1539000. Huff. Truly expensive. Spending tens of trillions of points on just 3 items. But considering the tremendous significance of industrial machine tools, it was truly worth it. Such machine tools could not only produce lithography machine equipment, but also manufacture many high-performance devices. They could even be used for aerospace applications and ultra-high military projects without any issue. Ding, congratulations, host, on initiating the industrial machine tool project. Ding, National Product Light System rewards you with a super security package. The long-awaited mechanical voice rang out. Chen glanced at the reward in his inventory and narrowed his eyes. A security package that was granted as a reward rather than purchased, containing 100 special guards and a comprehensive anti-surveillance and anti-monitoring system. This was truly a valuable asset. As the group expanded, the number of personnel continued to grow. And with lithography machines, chips, and the future industrial mother machines, all being priceless treasures, the necessity of confidentiality had become imminent. Chen summoned 400 super guards. He assigned 100 to the automobile plant and deployed another 200 to Huazhi Semiconductor. The anti-surveillance and anti-monitoring system was universal. After clicking to activate it, all Huazhi Group subsidiaries were automatically equipped with it. From now on, in terms of security, Chen could rest easy. Beijing Machine Tool Plant Office. Director Chen patted the shoulder of a thin, short old man and said, "We're family here, why treat each other as strangers?" President Su is no amateur harboring ulterior motives. He genuinely intends to enter the machine tool business. Old Jia, when your stubbornness takes over you don't even give the other party a chance to explain. Factory Director Jia stroked his goatee and said, Director, it's not that I'm being paranoid. The reality is that competition in China's machine tool industry is fierce and profits are extremely thin. Many of those wanting to acquire my plant are simply coveting the land. As you know, land in Beijing is worth its weight in gold, and obtaining newly approved plots is harder than reaching the heavens. If they tear down this factory building and sell off the machine tools separately, they can easily repurpose the site afterward. The lithography machine components that Huazhi needs have been hit by foreign sanctions and embargoes. The rumor outside is that the company is on the verge of bankruptcy. So I suspect he is also here to buy the plant and sell the land. Isn't that perfectly normal? For this straightforward old man, Su Chun had a good impression. Moreover, old Jia wasn't entirely wrong. That was indeed a tactic commonly employed by unscrupulous businessmen. They wrapped themselves in various disguises to deceive and swindle others. But this time Factory Director Jia had guessed incorrectly. Su Chun smiled faintly. Director Jia, I understand your feelings. But I am seriously committed to developing machine tools to support my lithography machine business. Even the blueprints for 5-axis simultaneous machining are already designed. Hearing this, Lu Jia immediately handed over the documents she had carried with her. This was the simplified version Su Chun had revised overnight. Although it was 5-axis simultaneous machining, it was already the most advanced level in China. As for that earth-shattering 10-axis simultaneous industrial mother machine, it was too early to reveal it now. Better to wait until after acquiring the machine tool factory, then announce it to the world. Because of Director Shin's phone call, Director Jia had already told Su Chun that he was no longer so resistant to the acquisition. But he still did not believe this young man could truly accomplish anything. 5-axis simultaneous machining. Director Jia took the blueprints with half belief. Let me see. Although he was not a senior research expert, he had managed factories for decades. He should still be able to understand it. It was just the first glance. His gaze was firmly captured. These blueprints were remarkably professional. They were undoubtedly designed by a true expert with heart and dedication. Director Jia immediately became serious. When he finally finished reading, his face was full of admiration. Amazing. President Su, you have truly devoted yourself to research planning to build a 5-axis simultaneous machine tool. Director Jia's old eyes sparkled, his voice trembling. I have been looking for a buyer like this. Su Chun spoke gently. Yes, Director Jia, you can rest assured, handing the company over to me this time. Director Jia nodded emphatically. Agreed, but I have one request I hope you will consider. Please speak. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will absolutely fulfill it. There are still 1,000 veteran employees at the factory with nowhere to go. Could you take them all along? No problem. I actually need skilled workers anyway. After they reached an agreement, Su Chun had Lu Jia bring out the acquisition agreement. Both parties stamped and signed it quickly, and the factory handover process began. Director Jia stepped down after completing his mission. Before leaving, he cast one last reluctant glance at the factory complex. With matters settled, Director Chen also prepared to depart, given his busy official schedule. He remained curious nonetheless. President Su, what do you intend to do with that 5 million square meter plot? I thought you were going to build a factory yourself for industrial mother machines. Su Chen explained. Acquiring the machine tool factory would be more efficient. This land assigned by Minister Yang is extremely valuable, and I will make good use of it. I plan to relocate the Huazhi Group headquarters here, starting with an office building, a research and development center, and an experimental building. Upon hearing this, Director Shin's entire face seemed to radiate with light. President Su is coming to the capital. Welcome, welcome. This was truly a welcome development. Being closer would make communication more convenient, and we could maintain regular contact going forward. Su Chen offered a faint smile. Yes, I look forward to your guidance. Director Shin hurriedly waved his hand. President Su is being modest. An outstanding enterprise like yours is sought after everywhere. After exchanging a few more words, they parted ways. Su Chun toured the machine tool factory and then returned to his office to arrange work. First, Wang Baoqiang would lead the security personnel assigned by the system to handle safety matters. Next, the machine tool factory needed to recruit employees immediately. Su Chen spoke slowly. We need 1,000 technical staff. The required majors are mechatronics, electronic technology, circuit engineering, computer science, and related fields. Additionally, we need 3,000 skilled operators. Lu Jia took notes on the requirements and went to handle the recruitment right away. Su Chun then made another purchase from the system, a specialist surnamed Wu, and 20 administrative staff members. After all, when it came to the 10-axis simultaneous industrial mother machine matter, it was more reassuring to have one's own people. It was undeniable that the experts provided by the system seemed to be cut from the same cloth. He had the appearance of a short, vigorous, elderly scholar. His features even resembled those of old Lin from Wafik, differing only in that one had larger eyes while the other had smaller ones. Hello, President Su. Old Wu automatically acknowledged his master and said respectfully, What are your instructions? Su Chen handed over the blueprints. These are the blueprints for the 10-axis simultaneous industrial mother machine. After assembly and debugging, complete the production of lithography machine component equipment within 1 month. You have mastered both the CNC operating system and manufacturing production technology correct. Old Wu and the technical team all nodded in unison. When Su Chun had just summoned them from the system, these two technical attributes had already been loaded onto the personnel. Su Chun found a reason to replace equipment and upgrade the program, giving the factory workers a day off. Now everything was ready except for assembling the equipment. Still the familiar approach, the well-worn method. He had the system dispatch heavy trucks and installation workers, with Old Wu leading the team on site. Su Chun did not need to supervise the entire process. He had an appointment to keep. In a private room at an upscale restaurant, his brother Wang Xikong grinned. "You are really moving to the capital?" Su Chun nodded. "Yes, it is necessary for the group's development." "That is wonderful." Wang Xichong's expression grew serious. "But why did you mention in your message that I should introduce a construction company?" Su Chun explained. "I have acquired a plot of land in the capital and need to build an office building and RD center. The capital approved land for you." Wang Xichong's mouth hung open. "This is unprecedented. How large is the area? How much did it cost?" Su Chun responded casually. 5 million square meters, and they did not charge me." Wang Xikong stared for a long moment, then gave a thumbs up. "You are impressive. Another high-tech project." Su Chun did not hide it from him. "Yes, I am going to work on industrial mother machines next." As a brother, Wang Xikong was loyal and trustworthy. His nickname was Entertainment Inspector, not Science and Technology Inspector. Wang Xichong's face, full of admiration, did not ask any more questions. He introduced Su Chun to the construction company they worked with year after year. He also made a phone call urging the other party to provide extra attentive service. After hanging up, the two just chatted and ate as usual. After this, Su Chun stayed in the capital for another 3 days. He finalized the group's construction plan with groundbreaking scheduled after the new year. The recruited machine tool factory personnel also got to work quickly. He also purchased a standalone villa with a garden and arranged for his younger sister Yiyi to attend an international kindergarten. Once all these arrangements were in place, Su Chun immediately returned to Yunhai City with Lu Jia. The southern December was gloomy and cold. However, Huazhi Group was filled with enthusiastic energy. The employees' eyes sparkled and their lips curved into smiles. They knew an exciting event was about to begin. When the Wassenaar Association announced sanctions and embargoes, the employees' hearts sank instantly. They felt that Huazhi Company might not survive. Even if making cars was profitable after deducting labor, materials, and component costs, the remaining net profit was far from enough to cover the penalty for breaching the lithography machine order. Everyone was anxious and unsettled, even working distractedly. There was no help for it. The new year was less than 10 days away. If the boss saw the company's prospects as hopeless and announced layoffs, now wouldn't that ruin the new year? But unexpectedly, just 3 days before, the administrative department issued 3 notices in a row. President Su has completed the acquisition of the Beijing machine tool factory, and the group's operational difficulties have a solution. Huazhi Group's annual meeting will be held as scheduled with lottery prizes worth 3 million yuan. Everyone is welcome to sign up for talent performances to celebrate the new year joyfully. As soon as the news came out, everyone stared at the black Chinese characters, feeling completely numb. Acquiring a machine tool factory. Is our group moving into manufacturing? Brother, we're regular employees. We don't understand corporate strategy. Look down further. Impressive. 3 million yuan in lottery prizes, so tempting. I'm about to cry. I was always worried about losing my job, but now I can finally have a good new year. I want to go on stage and sing to express my joy. I've already picked the song. It's Today is a Good Day. Auntie in the cafeteria, after I sing, can you not shake your hand when serving? I always miss the meat. Ha ha. Amidst the laughter, time arrived at the Huazhi Group annual meeting. The host was Yang Tianjin from the marketing department. She walked to the stage in a red dress. Respected President Su, respected colleagues. In this winter month of swirling snow, Huazhi Group welcomes its annual meeting. First, let's invite President Su to speak. The audience immediately burst into synchronized and enthusiastic applause. Everyone looked at the stage with expectant eyes. Su Chun cleared his throat and began. In the past year, Huazhi has undergone earth-shattering changes. We have gradually developed from a struggling automaker on the verge of bankruptcy into a multi-industry group. Thank you for the joint efforts of everyone here. We share glory and progress together. With that, he paused and looked at everyone sincerely. All faces were upturned, listening quietly. Suddenly someone couldn't help but say, "It's all thanks to your excellent leadership that the company can be where it is today. It's us who should thank you." Right. Only with the company's stability can we survive. Others echoed in agreement. Faced with this scene, Su Chun smiled faintly. This is the result of unity of purpose. I alone cannot accomplish all the work. This annual meeting has many lotteries as a reward for everyone's work this year. The audience immediately burst into warm applause. The Huazhi Group annual meeting officially began. Various performances took the stage in turn, with a wave of lottery every half hour. Everyone held number cards waiting for fortune to arrive. This lottery had 6 prize tiers. 1 first prize, 2 second prizes, 3 third prizes, 24th prizes, 55th prizes, 106th prizes. Soon good news came from the stage. Congratulations to number 5 for winning a 6th prize, a Huawei P9 phone. Congratulations to number 12 for winning a 6th prize, a Huawei P9 phone. In half an hour, just phones alone, 100 units were given out. It was clear that the boss was truly generous, making sure everyone had something to gain for the new year. As the entertainment programs ended one by one, the prizes grew larger. Congratulations to number 23 for winning a 5th prize, a Samsung double-door refrigerator. Congratulations to number 47 for winning a 4th prize, a 7-day round-trip tour to Huazhi Island. Congratulations to number 80 for winning a 3rd prize, an Audi A6. The atmosphere in the hall gradually became heated. Now only the 2nd and 1st prizes remained. Production department manager Chen was drinking 53 Maodai, chatting with the RD manager about how fast the company was developing. Unexpectedly, someone beside him urgently nudged him. Manager Chen, go claim your prize. You won the 2nd prize, an Audi Q7. Chen looked dazed. Am I dreaming from too much drink? Su Chen said, weren't you always saying your son likes this car? You wanted to buy one for him, but thought it was a bit expensive. Now that you've won, your wish can come true. Chen grinned sheepishly. I can't even win a 2 yuan lottery ticket, and yet I won this. Great, great. With that, he walked toward the stage. Su Chen nodded slightly to Zhang San, who was in charge of the lottery on stage. That's right. Considering that Uncle Chen had been diligent and loyal to his father for so many years and had stayed by the company's side during its bankruptcy, working overnight to meet delivery deadlines. Su Chen took the lead and secretly designated this 2nd prize for him. This is what they call a lottery without insider deals is not a good lottery. The annual meeting was nearing its end. The last performance was the dance, Gokuraku Jodo, Pure Land of Bliss. 3 graceful women appeared on stage. The one in the middle faced away from the audience. Su Chen felt the figure looked familiar. When the dynamic music started, the tall woman in the middle turned around. A cheer erupted in the hall. It was actually Lu Jia. As the general manager's secretary and vice president of auto business, she had always been seen as an aloof, icy female executive in everyone's mind. But no one expected her to have such a lively and down-to-earth side. Su Chen for once relaxed, leaning back in his chair and watching with interest. It must be said the music and dance were truly delightful. Watching Lu Jia as joyful as a fawn, Su Chen's tense nerves over these many months finally relaxed. The song ended. Lu Jia stopped, moving slightly out of breath. Her beautiful eyes wandered and she cast a seemingly casual glance at Su Chen. At the same time, Zhang San began drawing the final prize. Congratulations to number 7 for winning a red Land Rover Range Rover SV autobiography, LWB. The audience immediately became excited and gossipy. They turned their heads searching for who was the luckiest person of the year. But no one stood up. Zhang San raised his voice and called out again, who is number 7? Lu Jia, who was about to leave the stage, halted her steps. She slowly turned around. It seems to be me. People at the same table immediately picked up the card that was under Lu Jia's phone. She exclaimed in surprise, it really is number 7. Everyone immediately looked envious. Host Yang Tianjin walked over with the car keys. Congratulations, General Manager Lu. May I ask you a few questions? Lu Jia beamed, but no personal questions. Yang Tianjin said, of course. May I ask if General Manager Lu has a boyfriend? The audience burst into laughter. The host was so witty and quick-witted. She had just agreed, then immediately asked such a sharp question. Lu Jia was stunned, obviously not expecting this. Yang Tianjin covered herself by saying, I see that General Manager Lu is so outstanding, so I'm asking on behalf of the unmarried men. Many in the audience chimed in, right. Lu Jia bit her lip and 2 blushes immediately rose on her cheeks. She glanced toward Su Chen and whispered, he's right in front of you. Oh. The hall immediately erupted in sighs. This meant she had a boyfriend. Su Chen at that moment was intently looking at the machine tool pictures sent by Elder Wu, so he didn't pay attention to his surroundings. Until the host invited him again to give the final speech. Su Chen then turned his attention back to the annual meeting venue. He stepped forward, looked at everyone, and said, over the past year we have faced many difficulties. Once again I thank everyone for your concerted efforts. Next year our group will usher in a full bloom across multiple industries. I hope you will continue to strive. To motivate everyone, I am announcing several employee benefits. Any employee who has worked in the company for a full year will receive an annual bonus of 3 times their salary. Upon hearing this one benefit, many people's lips curled up. A 3 times salary at year-end was simply too satisfying. But they never expected that even more astonishing benefits lay ahead. Su Chen smiled and continued, after 5 years of service you can receive a car worth 300 yuan. After 15 years you can receive a box of gold bars worth 1 million yuan. After 30 years you can receive a house worth 5 million yuan. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone stood frozen in place. Their eyes were dazed, mouths wide open, large enough to fit a fist. A car worth 300 yuan. Gold bars worth 1 million yuan. A house worth 5 million yuan. The air seemed to freeze. It took a long while before someone reacted, saying in an excited voice, President Su, you are truly magnificent. With his lead, the auditorium instantly erupted. President Su is generous. The magnitude of these benefits is too great. I will definitely work for 30 years, not for the house, but because I consider this place my home. Yes. An enterprise that treats employees like family. I'll work until retirement. I don't even want to leave after retirement. I will continue to shine and mentor new workers for free. President Su is too kind. When I go back and tell my mom about this benefit, she'll probably laugh in her dreams. Lu Jia and Yang Tianjin were also shocked. Such generous benefits. No boss in the entire Huazhi could match them. Su Chun smiled faintly and said, if the company develops rapidly and profits are good, this benefit will increase. This is just the lower limit. There is no upper cap. Just work hard, everyone. This time, everyone exploded. Their eyes sparkled, and even the blood in their bodies heated up. Such a good boss, such a promising company. It was absolutely worth giving one's all and dedicating a lifetime. Amidst the jubilation, the annual meeting came to a close. In the following week, everyone was full of energy and went all out. Meanwhile, Su Chun took this time to handle the real estate in Yinhai City. He brought his sister Yiyi to the new villa in Jingxing. From now on, he would make his mark here. The Huazhi automobile factory and Huazhi ship factory would only require occasional business trips. Other executives also decided to go to Jingxing, with work starting on the 10th day after the new year. The custom of Longhua is to celebrate the Lunar New Year, but foreign countries do not. The matter of the Jingxing machine tool factory being acquired by the Huazhi Group was now known both domestically and internationally. After all, such a big event could not be hidden. Moreover, Su Chun was not afraid of others knowing. First, the domestic attitude. The semiconductor companies that had signed lithography machine contracts with Huazhi earlier. After hearing about the sanctions and embargo, although they did not immediately go to ask Su Chun, they were filled with anxiety and completely uncertain. The heads of major companies represented by Hongguan Group were conflicted. They had paid deposits and actually wanted to gamble, hoping to receive the lithography machines. The small and medium-sized companies, however, were eager to get compensation. As for peers in the manufacturing industry, they were undoubtedly struck by a bolt from the blue. They were collectively stunned. The Huazhi Group acquired the Jingxing machine tool factory. That factory under Elder Jia was the largest in Longhua. We had negotiated countless times before, but were always turned away. A layman like him actually succeeded in the acquisition. It's unbelievable. Even more terrifying, Su Chun is entering the manufacturing industry. Isn't that a huge joke? He must have been driven mad by the foreign sanctions and sales bans, dreaming of building the equipment to produce lithography machine components himself. They were not the only ones with such thoughts. On the other side of the ocean, at the Asamai company in Piliangguo, President Bide saw this news report and almost laughed out loud. Su Chun is indeed a drowning man grasping at straws. He thinks the machine tools for making lithography equipment are easy to manufacture. And to make matters worse, he acquired a machine tool factory. This behavior is like a 7-year-old child fooling around. But that's fine too. With this kind of messing around, the Huazhi Group will go bankrupt soon. Then that fat piece of meat, the Huazhi company, will be mine. Nihonguo, the Shankamei company, the leader in the launching machine tool industry. It mainly produces CNC lathes, compound turning milling machining centers, CAD/CAM systems, and production support software. The president of Shankamei, Xiao Niaojin Heir, adjusted his glasses and browsed through industry information on his computer. Just as he saw the headline about the acquisition of the Longhua Jingxing machine tool factory, his expression immediately turned serious. He had also wanted to invest in that factory, but was rejected. He heard that the company from Pijiogua also wanted to acquire it. Could it be that they got it? That would be troublesome. If they had the advantage of a joint venture in Longhua, Pijiogua, which had long been ranked second in the machine tool industry, might turn the tables. But as he read on, Xiao Niaojin Heir's eyes became amused. Which reckless Longhua company is this daring to cross into machine tool manufacturing? Truly wishful thinking, too much of a dreamer. They think that because they can make cars and piece together lithography machines, manufacturing is also easy. Without our precision CNC systems, the machine tools you make are just big iron blocks. He shook his head and directly closed the news page. Pijiogua, the Jimate Group. This is the global technology leader in manufacturing high-end machine tools. Its products cover various machining centers in the mechanical processing field, including milling, turning, boring, and grinding. President Lubode, upon seeing this industry brief, let out a sneer. This young man named Su Chun, has he gone mad? I estimate that soon we'll hear news of him being admitted to a mental hospital. It seems the sanctions from the Wasena Association have indeed taken effect on the Huazhi Group. This has driven people to start fanciful, unrestrained decision-making. We have been in this industry for 100 years to achieve our accomplishments. And he arrogantly expects to produce lithography machine components in just a few months. With such imagination, he'd be better off writing novels. At this moment, not a single person on launching believed that Su Chun could succeed. A Longhua company that started with car manufacturing was going to build high-end machine tools. This was absolutely absurd. But not long after, something unexpected happened. 20 days later, which was the 10th day of the first lunar month in Hua country, the first day Huazhi Group returned to work after the new year. The official website released 2 major announcements. Huazhi Machine Tool Factory successfully independently developed and deployed 10-axis linked machine tool, the first batch of EUV and DUV lithography machines to be delivered within 1 month at the earliest. The announcement was accompanied by a photo of technical experts calibrating a lithography machine. Correct. That's exactly right. The former Beijing No. 1 machine tool factory has been renamed Huazhi Machine Tool Factory, and the first EUV lithography machine built for the client has already been assembled. At this very moment, Su Chun stood in the workshop where golden iron hums echoed. watching Elder Wu directing the technical talents testing equipment in an orderly manner. Originally, the first lithography machine was supposed to be assembled before the new year. Now they were only installing the system and testing the minimum process node. President Su, how did you manage this? Lu Jia's eyes were filled with admiration and astonishment. This is unbelievable. Staring at the enormous high-tech equipment, her excited heart refused to settle for a long time. 3 others shared the same feeling. Huadong, CEO of Hongguang Group, said President Su actually built the machine tools himself and assembled the lithography machine components. Zhongxin International, what? The lithography machines are already in mass production, how wonderful. Huiding Technology, I had lost all hope. I never imagined the lithography machines could actually be delivered. Their previously anxious hearts finally found peace. How wonderful. From now on they wouldn't have to suffer the disdain of foreign companies anymore. They had practically begged, offering money, but the foreigners wouldn't even deign to sell to them. Now Huazhi Company's lithography machines not only reached world-leading standards. There were also dedicated technical personnel responsible for customer training and after-sales service. Where else could one find such a company, mastering technology to its peak, yet remaining humble? In an instant, the entire nation of Hua country was stunned. The semiconductor industry fell into a state of wild euphoria and excitement. Given this production speed and advanced technology, Huazhi Group would undoubtedly surpass ASML and become #1 on the blue planet. And Hua country's overall semiconductor level would skyrocket directly to the top tier. Media outlets eagerly shared the reports, all filled with joy and praise. Major announcement. Lithography machines enter mass production. Hua country's semiconductor industry about to enter an explosive era. Huazhi Group perfectly defeats the sanctions and embargoes of the Wassenaar Arrangement. Hua country's authoritative financial institution valuation. Huazhi's semiconductor business market value reaches $150 billion. Seeing this news, ASML President Peter nearly laughed out loud. How is this possible? Su Chun had only just acquired the machine tool factory and already produced lithography machine components. This speed was simply impossible. Were high-end CNC machine tools so easy to build? Mass-produced lithography machines. This was absolutely bragging nonsense. Does he really think he is an omnipotent god who can create things? This image was definitely photoshopped, absolutely not a new lithography machine. Thinking this, he snorted derisively, shut down his computer, and prepared to play golf. Neon Country. Chairman Murakami Kazutaka of Nikon was deeply furrowed in thought. He stared intently at the announcement on Huazhi's official website, lost in deep contemplation. Was this news, an image, some kind of empty fort strategy? Or had the actual machines already been produced? Murakami Kazutaka dared not sit idle and wait for death, hoping for a lucky break. After all, Nikon's technology and lithography machines had been completely crushed by ASML. They were now relying on mid to low-end DUV lithography machines, plasma immersion ion implanters, and other equipment to profit in Hua country. If Su Chun truly began mass-producing advanced EUV lithography machines, then the most impacted, the first to be eliminated from the market, would be Nikon. This outcome was something he could not bear. So better to believe it exists than to ignore it. I must take action immediately. Murakami Kazutaka made his decision, fly to Hua country, first actively pitch a batch of DUV lithography machines. Hongguang Group President's office. Huadong looked at the small, old man across from him, deeply puzzled. This arrogant Nikon president never personally visited domestic companies before. He had once posted comments on his personal online account saying that even the roads in Hua country were dirty, covered in bacteria and dust everywhere. Yet such a person with extreme cleanliness standards actually came to visit in person today. This was like the sun rising from the west. Murakami Kazutaka had completely lost his previous arrogant demeanor. He spoke with humble and enthusiastic attitude. President Hua, didn't you say in your last email that you wanted to buy 100 DUV lithography machines? I have come to discuss specific contract details to show my sincerity. On price, I am willing to drop from 460 million to 420 million renminbi. Huadong replied calmly. I'm sorry, I have already signed a strategic agreement with Huazhi Company, purchasing 66 EUV lithography machines and 150 DUV lithography machines. Our current chip production capacity is sufficient. We don't need to buy more lithography machines. Saying this was completely shutting the door to negotiation. Murakami Kazutaka, who had never been rejected by a client, turned pale with rage. He abruptly stood up, swept his sleeve, and declared, I hope President Hua does not regret it. Nikon will never offer such favorable pricing in the future. Don't you Hua country people have an old saying? Once you pass this village, there won't be another shop. Huadong chuckled lightly. Take care, I won't see you out. Murakami Kazutaka stormed out of the room in anger. His assistant behind him bowed hastily and caught up. President, what should we do now? Murakami Kazutaka said boastfully. Let's go to other Hua country companies. I can't believe no one will buy. Zhongxin International. General Manager's office. What? You won't take it either. Murakami Kazutaka said in utter disbelief. For 120 million renminbi. This price is unprecedented. President Yu of Zhongxin said dismissively. You are selling far too expensively. For the same equipment, Huazhi Company only charges 388 million renminbi. Their quality is better and the price is lower. Who would still buy Nikons? With that, he didn't even look up, continuing to handle documents, no longer paying attention to the other party. Previously, when he had flown to Neon Country 3 times begging Nikon to sell equipment, Murakami Kazutaka had treated him with exactly this kind of rude attitude, making him sit on the cold bench for over 2 hours before finally agreeing to sell just 1 unit. But the price was 30 higher than market value, treating Huazhi Country Enterprises as complete marksmen. Very well, very well. Murakami Kazutaka gritted his teeth, rose, and took his leave. Then I won't disturb you further. Through these talks with the two companies, his mindset was clearly panicked now. It seemed Su Chun had indeed achieved mass production of lithography machines. Otherwise, these previously humble Huazhi Country buyers wouldn't be so arrogant now. It seemed he needed to change his sales strategy. Let's go, hurry to the next company. Murakami Kazutaka quickened his pace. If they still refuse to buy, the situation will become serious. However, the attitude of General Manager Liao from Huazhi Technology was even more resolute. Even if you lower the price below 380 million long yuan, I still won't buy. There is no need for negotiation. I only recognize Huazhi as the sole supplier. Our semiconductor market will no longer be choked by your technology. Murakami Kazuo was now extremely anxious. Without drinking a sip of water, he rushed to over a dozen companies. The answers he received were all the same. Originally 90 of Nikang's lithography machines were sold to Zhonghua Country. Now, with the collective refusal to buy, this was a catastrophic plunge in performance. Overwhelmed by anxiety, Murakami Kazuo fell ill. He hung several bottles of 4 fluids pale-faced and returned empty-handed. This incident was reported by Zhonghua Country's media. People in the semiconductor chip industry all clapped in delight. The CEO of Nikon left in such a dejected manner. What a satisfying sight. Not a single lithography machine sold, ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Thanks to our God Su for mass-producing the lithography machine, directly snatching the market from them. How exhilarating. This time our Zhonghua Country has fought a brilliant turnaround. Seeing this report, Peter, the president of Asamai, could no longer force a smile. His face darkened as if dripping water. Murakami, you bastard. As 2 grasshoppers tied to the same rope, you backstabbed me, and secretly flew to Zhonghua Country to sell lithography machines. No wonder the people of Long Country call you little devils. Truly cunning and treacherous. However, this also indirectly illustrated a problem. Su Chun had indeed mass-produced lithography machines. Even if Peter now took it seriously, it was already too late. Its dominant position in lithography machines was replaced by Huazhi Group. The once arrogant Asamai company saw its market value shrink by 70. The world's top lithography machine manufacturer fell from grace overnight. And capital by nature seeks profit and avoids harm. They immediately abandoned Asamai. Sensing the fresh scent of profit, capital's nature knew no borders or industries. Ruan from Ribbon Country and Kaohsiung from Pyongyang Country. As world-leading investment firms, they instantly moved with the wind. They gathered all their financial and economic research institutes, analyzing and forecasting through the night. The next day, they came to Jingxing out of admiration. Upon learning the news, Director Shun of the Ministry of Industry was so anxious that sweat beaded on his forehead. He hurriedly called Su Chun. The waters of capital run deep, especially with foreign companies. You must be extremely careful. Don't fall into their traps. I know high-tech RD cycles are long and burn money fast. But Minister Yang said go ahead with confidence. If it's not enough, the higher-ups will allocate special funds. Su Chin's voice was steady. Director, rest assured, I will not accept foreign capital injection. Huazhi Group will always be Hua at heart. This nature will never change. Hearing this, Director Shun was completely relieved. He could not help but offer a few more words of praise before happily hanging up. In truth, Director Shun was overthinking. Given Su Chin's love for freedom and his one-man show personality, he would never allow any external force to enter Huazhi. IPO. Capital injection. Equity participation. Capital sharks trying to manipulate him. Don't even think about it. President Su Nasdaq on Wall Street is the most capital-abundant place in the world. If you list here, you can definitely jump into the top 10 of the Forbes list. President Su Ruan is willing to invest $100 billion. We only ask for 3.2 of shares, and we will not interfere with your company's decisions and operations. The well-dressed CEOs with slicked-back hair personally came to Su Chun to pitch their financial plans. But they were like clowns performing a solo act. Su Chun remained calm throughout without a hint of joy. After they finished their proposals, spitting with excitement, he slowly spoke. I'm sorry, but I have absolutely no interest. The CEOs of Ruan and Kaohsiung exchanged glances, completely stunned. Finally, they asked in disbelief, President Su, won't you reconsider? Such a capital opportunity is once in a millennium. With our financial backing, Huazhi will soar like a tiger with wings. Su Chun said indifferently, go find a company that needs it more. These words were essentially a dismissal. The 2 top-tier global investment firm bosses swallowed hard, their eyes filled with reluctance and greed. But since things had come to this, they could only exchange a few insincere pleasantries and leave. The lithography machine incident concluded with Su Chin's complete victory. Yet this also triggered an upheaval in another industry, mechanical manufacturing. When Huazhi Group first released the official announcement, foreign well-known machine tool manufacturers did not take the news seriously. On Blue Star machines with fewer than 3 axes were low-end, 3 to 5 axes were mid to high-end, and 5 axes and above were high-end. Generally 5-axis machines were high-precision equipment that could be considered industrial mother machines. But a mere private company from Zhonghua country boasted that it had built a 10-axis linked machine tool. What a joke. Shan Shima's president Xiao Niaojin sneered. Without the ball screws, servo motors, and other core components we supply, Zhonghua country can't even produce the worst CNC machine tools, let alone dream of the peak of the manufacturing industry. Jimate Group, from Pizhou country. President Robert, upon seeing the report, also wore a look of contempt. He scoffed. A young man assembled a lithography machine on his own, and now he's getting cocky. CNC machine tools require photoelectric sensors, control chips, control systems, and so on. And a 10-axis linked machine tool is a dream state for all of humanity. With current technology, even 9 axes are unattainable. Manufacturing high-end CNC machine tools requires a century of industrial foundation. Robert's statement was based on the history of CNC machine tool development. It took Pyongyang country 4 years of research to produce such a machine. And Pizhou country, renowned for its rigorous precision engineering, took 2.5 years. Therefore, the traditionally backward and low-end manufacturing of Zhonghua country could not be achieved overnight. According to the World Machine Tool Association, Zhonghua country had over 7 million machine tools, of which rough machining tools accounted for more than 56, while precision machining tools were less than 8. This young man was definitely daydreaming, living in a fantasy. But now, with the continuous delivery of Huazhi's lithography machines, their attitude shifted from complete disbelief to doubt and speculation. The machine tools capable of producing high-end lithography machine components were undoubtedly high-end CNC machine tools. Even if not the 10-axis linkage Chen boasted, it was at least at the level of 5-axis industrial mother machines. This was a major event. After the semiconductor hegemony changed hands, the international machine tool market was also about to undergo a transformation. Well-known machine tool manufacturers on Blue Star immediately became alert. While everyone was racking their brains to probe the extent of Huazhi's machine tool development, Chen took the initiative to deliver himself. News came from the International Machine Tool Exhibition. Huazhi company had registered to participate and would showcase their latest 10-axis linkage machine tool. When the news report was released, all manufacturing professionals in the country buzzed with discussion. Is it really true? 10-axis linkage might be an exaggeration. The most advanced foreign machine tools are only 5-axis linkage with a precision of 0.010, 0.001 microns. If it truly has axis linkage, the precision would likely be at the nanometer level. That's too advanced. It would definitely require atomic force microscopy for inspection. Hu Ming, the CEO of Yiyi, had his eyes gleaming. He felt that the opportunity his company had been waiting for had finally arrived. Huazhi's participation in the International Machine Tool Exhibition signaled that they were about to sell. Even if the 10-axis linkage was not fully realized and was merely a prototype, it would still likely achieve 4 or 5 axes. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to produce the core components of a lithography machine. 5 axes. This was the machine tool that Hua people had dreamed of obtaining. That it could now be supplied and produced domestically was immensely thrilling. He immediately summoned the chief technical engineer, and they decided to visit the exhibition together. As long as the measured data met the requirements, they would order 500 units on the spot. All other CNC systems and accessories would also be bundled in the purchase. Originally, Yiyi had planned to source these from abroad, but foreign machine tools were expensive and often came with last-minute harsh conditions. If there were truly no other option, who would want to endure the humiliation of depending on foreign countries? But now a new purchasing choice had suddenly emerged. Hu Ming was overjoyed. Even if Huazhi's machine tools were slightly inferior in technology compared to those from Japan and Germany, they would still create competition. Perhaps this could even drive down the high prices of machine tools across the international market. Well-known foreign machine tool manufacturers were also gearing up, their goal clear: to reap exorbitant profits at the exhibition in Hua. Of course, they also intended to probe Huazhi company. Hua's annual total import of machine tools amounted to 600 billion renminbi, with the high-end market accounting for 80. And a decade later, this amount would increase tenfold. That would be 6,000 billion, with substantial profits. As long as Hua remained engaged in low-end rough processing, it would always be a mere assembly plant. All the massive profits would continuously flow abroad. The president of Shankamake, Xiao Niaojin, even boasted that this exhibition would sell 104-axis machine tools. The beer country Jimate Group was not to be outdone, declaring that their sales volume would start at 500 units. Even Siemens and Mu were full of confidence in the exhibition. Indeed, although these foreign brands could produce the most advanced 5-axis machine tools, they were only selling 4-axis machining centers at the exhibition. Equipment with a machining precision of 0.2 mm was only available in 1 or 2 models. Even ordinary precision machining was difficult, let alone applications in aviation and military. Meanwhile, the 5-axis machine tools they kept in their home countries boasted a precision of 0.010, 0.001 microns. The precision gap between the two types of machine tools was a staggering 1,000 to 2,000 times. The difference was like heaven and earth, a double standard that infuriated And that was precisely why a few days ago Su Chun decided to participate in the International Machine Tool Exhibition. 0.2 millimeters machining precision. Su Chun sneered. Using such junk machine tools to reap exorbitant profits. Do these foreign powers really think Hua has no one capable? Lu Jia said indignantly and helplessly, yes, this is how our manufacturing industry has been strangled for years. Without a second thought, Su Chun made the decision to exhibit. The Western countries leading. Soon they would pay for their arrogance and bullying. Su Chun would not only ensure that foreign manufacturers sold not a single machine. They would even have to beg Huazhi to sell them machine tools. At that time he would impose an embargo on them. At the Huazhi Machine Tool Factory workshop. A colossal machine as tall as a two-story building at first glance, like a small mountain pressing on the viewer's heart, as if a stone had been laid, causing an inexplicable tension. The air hummed with metallic sounds. Minister Yang, though his expression revealed nothing, was inwardly stirred with excitement. His eyes glistened as he exclaimed in a trembling voice, "This is the industrial mother machine you spoke of." For decades Hua had strived, gathering countless experts and researchers, investing billions of RMB, yet failed to produce a 5-axis machine tool. This young man had accomplished 10-axis linkage in one stroke. So magnificent, so precise, so masterful. With this industrial mother machine, Hua's overall industry can step into the world's leading level. Minister Yang could not help blurting out. His words were not an exaggeration. Machine tools covered the automotive industry, power equipment, engineering, machinery, railway, locomotives, ships, aerospace, and even national defense and military. The strategic significance was immense. Thinking of this, Minister Yang suddenly changed color. Are you going to exhibit this 10-axis industrial mother machine? That won't do. This involves national secrets. It must never be allowed for foreign countries to steal the technology and replicate the same equipment. Seeing his tension, Su Chun quickly explained, Minister, rest assured, even if we gave them the design drawings, they could never build it. It's absolutely foolproof. I will only sell machine tools below 5-axis control systems and accessories. Meeting Su Chun's confident gaze, the originally worried Minister Yang relaxed. That's good, I was overthinking. He increasingly felt that this young man possessed terrifying strength and unfathomable mystery. Su Chun smiled slightly. I understand. After all, the industrial mother machine is of great importance. It can easily complete any high-precision component or one-step forming equipment. From now on, whatever the nation needs, I will produce. Minister Yang's eyes were full of admiration as he spoke. In the future, the nation will also mobilize its entire strength to fully support you. At this point, a project that the chief had been longing for suddenly came to his mind. Previously, it was constrained by having only design drawings and lacking all necessary hardware conditions. Now with the industrial mother machine, it was truly worth a try. Minister Yang said, our Hua's dream of a large passenger aircraft can now be put on the agenda. We will need your full cooperation then. Su Chun immediately pledged, I will give my all. Minister Yang smiled with relief. No rush, focus on the exhibition first. Previously, our participating enterprises only had 3-axis linkage. This time it's truly a moment for Hua to hold its head high. After touring the workshop for a while longer, Minister Yang prepared to leave. They stayed in the workshop for a while longer, then left. As he departed, he said solemnly, the Ministry of National Defense places high importance on and will protect your RD achievements. Chips, lithography machines, and the industrial mother machine are all classified as top secret. But rest assured, the special forces are stationed at a reasonable hidden distance and will not disturb your normal work. Su Chun said politely, thank you for your concern, leaders. Actually, he did not need the nation's protection. All his research and development achievements were absolutely flawless. The super security package rewarded by the system had eliminated every safety concern. At the National Exhibition Center on the outskirts of the capital, all the machine tool manufacturers' booths had already been set up. Several people stood guard behind each machine since each involved their respective technical secrets. Those foreign manufacturing executives were gathered together chatting. Huazhi company is truly full of hot air. There is absolutely no 10-axis simultaneous machine tool at their booth. How do they think they can compete with us just because they have built a 5-axis machine tool? Even if the axis count is sufficient, the precision is surely far inferior. Made in Hua is simply garbage. This time we are supplying low-spec 5-axis machine tools for the first time ever. Customers will surely go crazy over them. We already leaked the news yesterday. Our sales at this exhibition will certainly exceed 100 billion. But these Hua fools have no idea that this batch of 5-axis machine tools consists of refurbished units with an extremely high failure rate. Sure enough, early in the morning, many enterprise executives were already queuing outside the exhibition hall. They had all received the news. Foreign machine tool manufacturers had suddenly decided to provide 5-axis machining centers at this exhibition. This was something that Chinese machinery manufacturing plants had never dared to even imagine. It should be noted that during last year's exhibition, leading machine tool manufacturers such as Shanxi Mark only sold 4-axis machining centers with 0.01 mm precision. Therefore, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity must be seized. In early spring, the capital was still cold, and every breath came out as white mist. Many people's faces had turned red from the cold as they paced back and forth incessantly. Finally, the opening time arrived, and everyone filed in, heading straight for the foreign machine tool manufacturers' booths. Soon the areas in front of equipment from Shanxi Mark Jimate Zeminzi and Mai were crowded with enthusiastic and urgent buyers. Meanwhile, in front of the Huazhi machine tool factory booth, there was not a single soul, a complete ghost town. Lu Jia could not help but furrow her brows. The foreigners are clearly anxious now that we are providing 5-axis machine tools. But why does no one even bother to compare? They are simply ignoring us outright. This ingrained mindset that foreign products are always superior is far too deeply rooted. Su Chen listened quietly, offering no opinion. Lu Jia then turned her gaze toward the empty space in the middle of the booth. President Su, you truly have extraordinary composure. When will our 10-axis simultaneous industrial mother machine arrive? Once it arrives, it will surely astonish the entire venue. Su Chen slowly sat down to sip his tea. The value created by this machine per minute exceeded 6 figures. Displaying it in the exhibition hall ahead of schedule would be an utter waste. Bringing it over this morning was the most reasonable and efficient approach. In front of the Shanxi Mark booth, the enterprise executives were in high spirits. The first question they all asked was, what is the precision? Xiao Niao Zhener, with his hands clasped behind his back and his chin held high, declared, the precision is 1 micrometer. Hearing this figure, everyone froze. They exchanged bewildered glances, certain they had misheard. What? A flushed-faced executive could finally contain himself and blurted out, the 5-axis machine tool has only 1 micrometer precision. The lowest grade you sell in your own country starts at 0.001 micrometers. How can it be 1,000 times inferior when it comes to our Hua country? Xiao Niao Zhener replied self-assuredly, of course this is the low-end version. Our finest equipment is never exported. This is also a requirement of the Wassenaar arrangement. This was a universally acknowledged fact. On Blue Star, any foreign leading technology equipment or materials were strictly guarded and withheld from sale to Hua Nation. The Western nation's attitude was uniformly consistent: monopolies must be maintained at all costs. The red-faced executive, swallowing his anger, continued to ask, may I ask what is the price for this 5-axis linkage machine tool? Xiao Niao Zhener pointed to the equipment and declared with arrogance, 30 million renminbi. A collective hiss of astonishment rose from the crowd. They were completely stunned by the quote. They all knew that the price they had previously paid for 4-axis machines was only 4.5 million. Now it had suddenly increased 8-fold. This price was outrageously exorbitant. They simply could not afford it. Some, unwilling to accept this, hurriedly made their way to the Jimate company. Their control systems were not as precise as Shanxi Mark's, but the equipment performed reliably under extreme conditions. They had hoped that the second-rank machine tool manufacturer would offer cheaper prices, but the answer they received was identical. The 5-axis linkage machine tool was priced at 30 million with 1 micrometer precision. This time the executives who intended to purchase precision CNC machine tools were all dumbfounded. Unable to make up their minds, they confided in one another. It is so expensive, would you buy it? I want it, but our company does not have sufficient funds. What a ripoff. 30 million for precision of only 1 micrometer. Forget it, let us just go with 4-axis instead. Better cost-performance ratio. Immediately someone responded enthusiastically and planned to directly purchase 10 4-axis machines. But the result left everyone utterly stunned. Not only was the 5-axis linkage machine tool expensive, this time the entire product line had increased in price. Last year 3-axis machine tools cost only 9,800, but this year they were 1.18 million. What is going on? Everything has gone up in price. My factory produces bearings and other components. The profit margins were already thin to begin with. Exactly. Low-end manufacturing was already just about earning a meager living wage, and now even that is gone. This is outrageous. Why raise prices arbitrarily like this? But complain as they might, no one could avoid purchasing. Without machine tools, how could their companies conduct mechanical processing? Small factories would be forced to halt operations and close their doors. Large enterprises would stagnate and never have the opportunity to develop. Just as everyone was racked with worry, warring internally and preparing to grit their teeth and buy machine tools, suddenly a joyful voice rang out from behind the crowd. Everyone hurry to Huazhi company. I just finished negotiations there. The precision far exceeds foreign offerings, and the prices are much cheaper. Our domestic machine tools are truly rising. At these words, everyone immediately turned around in astonishment. Their faces were filled with skepticism and disbelief. The level of domestic machine tools had always lagged decades behind foreign counterparts. For Huazhi company, in merely a few short months, to have produced a 5-axis machine tool was already a miracle. As for claiming that precision could surpass the West, that was simply impossible. Was this speaker perhaps a shill hired by Huazhi? Behind the crowd stood a short, chubby, middle-aged man, barely reaching 1.70 meters in height. Is that not Hu Ming? Someone who recognized him immediately exclaimed. The boss of Yiyi. Yiyi was a state-owned enterprise with considerable fame across Hua Nation. The group's operations encompassed not only transportation equipment research and development, heavy machinery manufacturing, and special vehicle production, but also partially took on weapons and ammunition manufacturing alongside scientific research initiatives. It was absolutely impossible for an enterprise of such stature to serve as a shill. Many people's attitudes wavered instantly. Among them, the boss of a private mechanical processing enterprise reacted the fastest. I will go take a look. I trust President Hu. With that, he strode forward. With him leading the way, the others hesitated briefly and no longer lingered. One after another they followed behind. Excitement stirred within them as they too wanted to go and see for themselves whether this good news was true or false. The booth, which had been bustling moments before, was now utterly empty. Xiaoniao Zhen'er, CEO of Sankamac, was livid with rage. That wretched Huazhi company. Just moments ago those buyers had worn resolute expressions after careful consideration. They were clearly prepared to place orders for the machine tools. And now they've all walked away. Xiaoniao Zhen'er's eyes flashed with ferocity as an aura of fury radiated from him. Better precision than ours. And a lower price too. Absurd. An impossibility. He hurled the cup in his hand onto the table with force and followed. He wanted to see firsthand what level this competitor truly operated at. By now a dense crowd had gathered around the Huazhi exhibition booth. One group exclaimed in delight upon seeing the equipment. This really is a 5-axis linked CNC machine tool. It looks larger than the Sankamac and G8 models. We're just wondering about the performance of such a large-scale machining center. Su Chen recited the specifications effortlessly. Our machining travel range for the x-axis is 2,000 millimeters to 5,000 mm. The y-axis measures 1,600 to 3,500 millimeters, with the z-axis reaching a maximum of 1,800 mm. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as everyone stood stunned. Their eyes bulged like brass bells frozen as stone statues. After a long pause someone spoke with skepticism. These figures are terrifying. Exactly, is Huazhi's machine tool really that impressive? If true, it would completely outclass the most advanced foreign 5-axis machines. Precisely. Their specs pale in comparison to Huazhi's. The quality of machine tools was determined by these parameters. No need for complexity. The contrast was stark and undeniable. Xiaoniao Zhen'er stood at the periphery, his expression dark. But the astonishment wasn't over. Su Chen continued. The C-axis spans -360 degrees, the A-axis -220 degrees, with a spindle power of 76 kilowatts. Maximum rapid traverse speed reaches 5,000 min. Acceleration peaks at 1 ms superscript 2. Thunderous exclamations erupted. Those who heard this felt a chill run down their spines. This was undoubtedly the world's fastest and most versatile machine tool. The red-faced manager's eyes now gleamed with excitement. He pressed on relentlessly. What about your machining precision? Su Chen replied calmly. Precision varies depending on the process, turning, milling, planing, grinding, drilling, boring. But we achieve precision down to 0.001 microns, nanometer level. A wave of astonished exclamations rose from the crowd. Joy and amazement played across their faces. For so many years domestically produced machine tools in China had remained stuck at the low-end, crude, and unreliable. It wasn't that people blindly worshipped foreign products or insisted on purchasing expensive imported machinery. It was simply a matter of survival for enterprises. But now that China possessed advanced 5-axis machine tools, who would still seek foreign manufacturers at great expense when capable domestic alternatives existed? Just as everyone was filled with joy, a discordant voice rang out from behind. Those figures are fabricated. I don't believe it. The crowd turned to see Xiaoniao Zhen'er. He pushed his way to the front, taunting. Sankamac's machines only reach a maximum speed of 3,000 min. Acceleration maxes out at 5 ms superscript 2. How can your machine leap so far ahead? Dare to power it on and demonstrate. Behind him the CEOs of G8 Zemengzi and my all wore expressions of disdain. President Su, we'd also like to see it. Agreed. If the machine performs as claimed, I'll purchase 200 units on the spot. Exactly. Let's see what it can actually do. The others watched with equal enthusiasm, their eyes alight with anticipation. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Of course. He turned to technical advisor Wu Lao and gave his instructions. Soon the machine was powered on and the control screen illuminated. Lines of program code raced across the display like a rocket launching. The speed was breathtaking. The red-faced manager exclaimed, "What kind of program is this? It runs incredibly fast." Wu Lao explained, "This is a system developed independently by our President Su." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to gaze at Su Chen with admiration, their eyes wide with astonishment. Su Chen offered a faint smile. The system I developed is called Homing, meaning connection of all things. It currently applies to machine tools, lithography machines, and chips, but its scope will expand further in the future. The machine tool has been registered under the name Taishan, symbolizing stability and endurance. As he spoke, the interface had already shifted. Wu Lao reached out and began operating directly. Such detailed tasks were hardly suited for the boss to handle himself. His movements were so rapid that those around him couldn't even register which keys he had pressed. A sharp beep sounded. The previously stationary machine tool suddenly came to life. It began moving swiftly side to side, then progressed forward and backward with the center of the work table rotating in sync. This was the self-check sequence following startup. Then the spindle, gleaming with cold mechanical light, began to move. It truly is 5-axis. The person in front exclaimed with excitement. The movement speed is incredible, definitely 5,000 min. The red-faced manager also stared with wide eyes at the machine. Speed alone means nothing. High-end CNC machine tools demand stability, accuracy, and precision. Xiaoniao Zhen'er, CEO of Sankamac, looked deeply skeptical. Try machining a few samples, and let's see. If precision can't be achieved, costs will skyrocket, and all the tooling fixtures will be wasted. Chen responded calmly. Wu Lao demonstrated a few different processes for everyone. Soon someone brought over the materials. The spindle descended rapidly under control, positioning itself precisely above the steel rod. It paused for a moment. With a humming sound, the spindle began rotating at high speed while slowly descending. Wherever the milling cutter passed, iron chips flew in all directions. Through the transparent protective cover, everyone could watch. Milling keyways and circular holes appeared on the shaft's surface in quick succession. Good heavens! This is truly cutting through iron like mud. With this machine tool, the processing of our country's core equipment will no longer be a dream. Incredible! A simple iron rod transformed into a high-precision crankshaft. Seeing the final product, everyone was left speechless with astonishment. This machining operation was simply breathtaking. Yet this was only the beginning. The most stunning demonstrations were yet to come. The staff then brought out 58 parts at once. Through the design of the rotary table and fixtures, the machine tool's work table was rotated multiple times in different directions for microfine machining. Everyone immediately exclaimed, "Amazing!" The Taishan 5-axis CNC machine tool processes 58 parts simultaneously in one go. It can have the original processing time. This is high-efficiency precision automated machining. The finished parts were placed before everyone's eyes, perfect like top-grade craftsmanship. Elder Wu tested the parts with equipment, achieving nanometer-level precision. The onlookers erupted into excitement. Such a world-leading 5-axis linked machine tool. The pinnacle of mechanical manufacturing equipment. A machine capable of producing other high-precision equipment is absolutely what countless enterprises have longed for. Many faces turned red with excitement. Their eyes sparkled and their mouths curved into wide smiles as they confronted the reality laid out before them. Mark Nakajima Shinjiro felt as though he had plunged into an ice cellar. A chilling sensation raced from his feet straight to his heart. He shook his head frantically. "I don't believe it. Our machine tools are still the best in the world." Beside him, Jimate CEO Robert deflated like a popped balloon. His eyes vacant with despair, he said, "Mr. Nakajima, we've truly been defeated. The precision and numerical control system of Taishan machines far surpass ours by several times. And all of this was independently developed by Chen. The presidents of foreign machine tool manufacturers, including Zi and Mai, were all stunned. Compared to Huazhi's advanced machines, the equipment they intended to sell seemed like child's play. When they had arrived, everyone had been so confident. They had believed this machine tool exhibition would bring in millions of yuan. Now it seemed their trip to Huazhi would end in disappointment. Nakajima asked resentfully, "You built an advanced 5-axis machine tool, which must have required years of research, development, and production testing. We asked for 30 million, and they still found it too expensive. You certainly charged more than us. So what if you did? You still can't sell them." At these words, silence fell, an unnatural heavy silence. Not a sound could be heard in the venue, as if the very air had solidified. Everyone's breathing quickened. All the buyers' nerves tensed immediately. Of course, the foreign Mark Nakajima 5-axis machine tool started at a quote of 30 million. Then how much would the Taishan machine tool, with its technical parameters soaring far ahead of the competition, cost? 50 million. Just thinking about that figure. The enterprise executives who had been thrilled moments before now had their hearts in their throats. Could it really be priced this high? If it started at 50 million? Even if they wanted to buy, their finances wouldn't allow it. They could only sigh helplessly and wishful think. Just as everyone's hearts raced with anticipation, all eyes turned to Chen, waiting for his verdict. Chen's voice rang out clearly, "Absolutely not expensive. I guarantee anyone who wants to buy will be able to afford it." Hearing this, everyone's anxiety grew sharper and their anticipation intensified. The underlying message was clear: it wouldn't be pricier than foreign options. The red-faced purchasing manager's voice trembled with barely concealed nervousness as he asked, "President Su, exactly how much is it?" Chen scanned the crowd of buyers whose faces showed nothing but desperation, then spoke slowly and deliberately. "Our 5-axis machine tool is priced at 13.88 million per unit." A thunderous shockwave hit everyone's minds as if struck by a massive explosion. They stood rigidly in place, utterly unable to process what they had just heard. The Mark Nakajima 5-axis machine started at 30 million, yet Huazhi's Taishan 5-axis machine came in at only 13.88 million. After a long moment, someone finally regained their composure. The red-faced manager's eyes gleamed with excitement as he declared, 13.88 million. This is incredible, absolutely amazing. Indeed, President Su is magnificent and imposing. Huazhi is truly a company with integrity. They could have charged premium prices, but chose to be so accessible. Don't you see? This shows President Su's noble character, wanting to prosper together with us manufacturers. Nakajima felt as though struck by lightning. His body swayed dangerously, nearly toppling over, but Jimate CEO Robert caught him just in time. Then, facing what felt like an overwhelming crisis, he asked, "What do we do, eh?" With a dark expression, Nakajima replied, "Let's go back and figure out a strategy together." Lost in the buying frenzy, no one paid attention to these foreigners. "President Su, I'd like to order 2 5-axis machines. Can they be delivered in 4 months? Someone asked with concern. Normally, machine tool production requires 6 months, but But given Huazhi's history of exceeding expectations, there was reason to hope. So he boldly guessed 4 months would suffice. Little did he know he was still underestimating Huazhi's capabilities. Su Chen smiled faintly and replied, just 2 months. A collective gasp rippled through the room as everyone shrank back slightly. 2 months. Such an advanced 5-axis machine ready in merely 2 months. It was almost mythical in its impossibility. Yet beneath their astonishment, they couldn't contain their delight. Early delivery meant their companies could begin producing parts with these advanced machines, sooner accelerating profitability. Time truly is money, and that saying proved absolutely correct. President Su, I want to order 16 units, and can pay the deposit right now. President Su, I need 50 units, with a deposit increase from 10 to 40. President Su, I want 200 units paying in full. Watching the red-faced manager's bold declaration, everyone else couldn't help but glare with envy. Who is this person, paying in full on the spot? Don't you know him? That's Tian Jingfeng, purchasing director of Jing CNC. A rising tech mogul in the capital last year, formerly third on Huazhi's billionaire list. Upon hearing his name and status, everyone's envy turned to bitterness. Damn it. So wealthy, and yet dressed in a plain white t-shirt and black canvas shoes. Acting humble when he clearly isn't. Tian Jingfeng ignored the mixture of admiration, jealousy, and resentment directed at him. His voice charged with emotion, he declared, I've brought my official seal. Let's sign the contract right now. But barely had he finished speaking when Nakajima, who had previously slunk away in defeat, returned with a group of foreign executives. Raising his voice, he warned, you're being tricked. Don't buy. There's definitely a trap in this pricing. There's no reason a 5-axis CNC machine would be sold so cheaply. Is Su Chen planning to charge astronomical prices for the CNC system? As everyone knows, the system is what truly controls machine tool precision. At these words, the red-faced manager Tian Jingfeng froze mid-step, his leg suspended in the air. His mission was clear, to secure a precision 5-axis machine tool for his company. The control system had been listed as an essential purchase. Could it be true what the foreigners said? The machine tool itself might be affordable, but the CNC system could be exorbitantly priced. Su Chen gave a nonchalant glance at the island nation's little bird. Then he spoke, how much are you asking for your CNC system? Upon hearing this question, Xiao Niaozhener, the president of Shankamake, a gleam of sharpness flashed in his eyes. As if he had planned it all along, he hurriedly said, normally our control system costs 120 RMB. But this year is different. After strategic research, we have decided to sell it for 7/8 per set. We welcome procurement by the responsible persons of Chinese enterprises. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene erupted into commotion. Everyone wore puzzled expressions and murmured in astonishment. Wow, what's going on? Have the foreigners suddenly found their conscience? Last year the control system was still 120 per set, and now it's suddenly dropped by 35. Yeah, this discount is unprecedented, simply unbelievable. You don't understand, do you? This is all thanks to Mr. Su, because our Chinese technology has broken through the foreign technical barriers. For a long time, among the Wassenaar member states, there is such a pact alliance. That is, if a technology or product is not available in China, they will sell it at monopolistic high prices. Once China's independent research and development breaks through, they will drastically reduce prices to suppress it, directly crushing the new companies. This strategy has never failed. After saying this, Xiao Niaozhener looked at Su Chen smugly. I wonder how much you plan to sell your Hongmeng CNC system for. The manufacturing cost of the 5-axis machine tool is right there. No one gets up early without profit. Isn't starting a company all about making money? He was convinced that Su Chen's 5-axis machine tool priced at 13.88 million was just a marketing strategy. The real purpose was to use this cheap carrot to steal away his own customers. Then they would charge exorbitant prices for the CNC system, making a big deal out of it. As for the price, he estimated it would be at least over 10 million, exactly enough to make up for the difference in the machine tool price. Su Chen squinted his eyes and smiled slightly. The Hongmeng machine tool CNC system is only 500 RMB per set. Xiao Niaozhener was stunned at first. Then he stammered, What? A control system for 500 RMB per set. As this price was announced, those who wanted to buy 5-axis CNC machine tools immediately exclaimed in surprise. Did I hear that right? The control system is only 500 per set. This price is half of what Shankamake charged before the price cut. Even compared to the current quoted price, it's nearly 30 less. The key point is that the parts made by Taishan machine tools have nanometer-level precision. Just by saying that, the superiority and inferiority of the two machine tools were immediately apparent. Buyers didn't need much thought. They could tell at a glance which one they should buy. Tian Jingfeng, the procurement director of Jing CNC, no longer had any purchasing concerns. This CNC price, combined with the machine tool, was absolutely unmatched. He happily went to the Huazhi sales team to request an order contract. Other people who wanted to buy 5-axis machine tools were not willing to fall behind. Seeing this scene, Xiao Niaozhener was furious. He had originally intended to turn the tables with the CNC system, but unexpectedly, he ended up shooting himself in the foot. Not only was Su Chen's control system not outrageously expensive, but it was sold at a dirt cheap price of 500 per set. Didn't this need to consider R&D costs and labor input? It seems that I can't beat Su Chun in 5-axis linkage machine tools at all. Driven to desperation, Xiao Jun roared. Everyone listen up, our Shankamake is now reducing prices on all series of machine tools. The 4-axis CNC machine tool originally priced at 4.6 million renminbi. Now it's only 3.22 million yuan, an unprecedented price. And the 3-axis CNC machine tool originally priced at 1.24 million. Now it can be bought for just 9.600. Robert, president of Jamart, followed closely. Our machine tools and control systems are also all being sold at 30 off. The presidents of foreign machine tool manufacturers such as Zeminzi and I also expressed their stance. Yes, we are all reducing prices collectively, all at 30 off. This series of shocking moves left everyone around bewildered. What was going on? All foreign machine tool models had been reduced in price. This was an unprecedented event. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Su Chun in unison. Countless media cameras also began to zoom in on his face. Under everyone's anticipation, Su Chun slowly spoke. Your 4-axis machine tool costs 3.22 million yuan. Our price is 1.8 million. Your 3-axis CNC machine tool is 9.600. We only need 4.600 yuan. Moreover, the stable precision is 0.01 microns, and we provide free equipment and system technical training. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone on site was shocked. They had thought the foreign prices were already low enough, but they never expected Su Chen's quotation to be even more astonishing. Especially the 3-axis machine tools as the most commonly used and widespread mechanical processing equipment. The price of Taishan machine tools was actually only half of the foreign ones. Even the owners of private parts processing factories could afford it. Xiao Jun almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. It must be known that this 30-off price was just decided by the foreign presidents gathering together. After an emergency meeting, they had discussed and formulated a strategy to counter the enemy. In order to occupy the Chinese market, they had reluctantly sacrificed huge interests. This approach was akin to a warrior cutting off his own wrist, waiting for the future to swallow up Huazhi machine tool factory in one fell swoop. But they never expected Su Chen's quotation. Not only did it directly defeat their scheme, but it even shattered the manufacturing cost of the machine tools. Xiao Jun hysterically shouted, "This is malicious competition. This is a desperate measure. Isn't there an old Chinese saying, kill 1,000 enemies, suffer 800 losses? By disrupting the high-end machine tool market like this, you will eventually go bankrupt yourself. Harming others without benefiting yourself, you will definitely come to no good end." Su Chen looked at him expressionlessly, knowing that the other party must be freaking out at this moment. But so what? Su Chen completely ignored Xiao Jun. He faced the buyers and said unhurriedly, "I'll give you all some impartial advice on purchasing machine tools." The people around immediately gathered closer, chatting in confusion. What is he going to tell us? I really want to know. Mr. Su, you are the seller. Will you really speak openly and honestly? Today's news is more explosive than the last. This trip is really worth it. I need to take notes. Su Chun scanned the crowd and then asked, how many of you consider yourselves experts in machine tool procurement? You can raise your hands to let me know. As soon as the words fell, people around immediately stretched their arms high. A rough glance showed that the ratio basically exceeded 95. Su Chen nodded, not surprised by this result. Then, before you had 5-axis linkage, what type did you mainly purchase? Everyone looked at each other and then answered truthfully, definitely 4-axis. Upon hearing this answer, Su Chen's expression immediately turned serious. I am now telling you responsibly. You bought the wrong ones. Those who heard it opened their mouths to explain, utterly astonished. For so many years, because foreign countries had never sold top-tier 5-axis linkage machine tools, many had rushed to purchase 4-axis machines, even at a price of 4.6 million each. But now industry experts suddenly claimed they had made the wrong choice. Tian Jingfeng, procurement director of Jing CNC, was about to order more 4-axis machines. Upon hearing this, he immediately asked earnestly, President Su, please enlighten us. Su Chun raised an eyebrow and made a startling statement. The 4-axis machine is essentially a white elephant. I advise against buying it. The crowd frowned, their minds swirling with shock. Su Chun continued, in terms of precision, the 4-axis certainly cannot match the 5-axis. For any components requiring high precision, machining the 5-axis can do what the 4-axis cannot. So for special parts or industry requirements, you should go directly for 5-axis linkage machines. The cost of 13.88 million can be recouped in 3 to 5 years, and the work is twice as efficient. The onlookers nodded in agreement. Su Chen's words were indeed reasonable when considering processing cost, quality, and efficiency. 5-axis CNC machines far surpassed 4-axis ones. Su Chen pressed on, now let's compare 4-axis and 3-axis machines. In fact, the 4-axis only adds a rotary table, yet the price is nearly 5 times higher. This struck a chord with many. Most of them were small and medium enterprises or private parts processing factories. President Su is absolutely right. I don't need many features, just threading holes on shafts. We process shaft parts, nothing too difficult, just needing to mill many irregular shapes. Same here, I work on metal spheres. 3-axis is enough. Ordinary machine tools only need 3-axis. The work table moves in 1 axis X forward and backward Y, and the spindle head moves in the 3rd axis Z. This suffices for common scenarios like cutting workpieces. The fourth axis adds a 360-degree rotating indexing head to the moving table. It can fully achieve automatic indexing for drilling angled holes, milling bevels, etc., without needing a second clamping and without losing precision. With such thorough explanations, everyone understood perfectly. They looked at Su Chen with immense gratitude and admiration. Previously, Hua Nation had been choked by the lack of high-end machine tool technology, so they would buy at any price, getting fleeced every time. When 5-axis machines were unavailable, they scrambled to buy 4-axis machines. Those unscrupulous foreigners had never mentioned that one could achieve the same by buying a 3-axis machine, plus an accessory. Someone couldn't help asking, "President Su, how much does your additional indexing head cost?" Su Chen replied, "Only 6,800 yuan, extremely cost-effective. So I recommend that users who need 4-axis functions but don't have very high production volumes or extremely high precision requirements should directly purchase 3-axis machines." A gasp erupted from the crowd. Many business owners' eyes widened with delight. For just under 7,000 yuan more, the original 3-axis machine could achieve 4-axis performance. This was fantastic. "President Su, I want 600 3-axis machines with matching electric indexing heads." "President Su, I'll take 16 5-axis linkage machines and 123 3-axis machines." "President Su, I'll order 55 axis and 200 3-axis machines." The requests came one after another. The Huazhi machine tool booth was bustling with excitement. Meanwhile, the foreign machine tool manufacturers who had lost business were already boiling with rage, their blood pressure soaring. Wasn't this exhibition called the International Machine Tool Expo? Why hadn't a single foreign brand sold a machine? Huazhi company had swept everything. Was this a fair competition or Su Chen's personal show? But worse was yet to come. Soon a group of people in work inspection uniforms rushed in. They solemnly walked into the booths of foreign manufacturers like Sanchi Mark. Without a word, they directed workers to haul away the equipment. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Niaozhiner's right eyelid twitched violently. A foreboding sense arose. He hurried over, and other foreign machine tool presidents panicked as well. The lead inspector said coldly, "We received a report that someone at the International Machine Tool Expo is deceiving buyers by passing off refurbished old machines as new. We need to take the equipment for inspection." Xiao Niaozhiner's brows knitted tightly. "Who said that? This is slander. Without machines are we supposed to sell air? You should at least wait until the 3-day exhibition ends." He tried to argue, but was interrupted. "I said it." A cleaner-dressed woman announced loudly, "I heard it at the restroom entrance." She proudly stepped out from behind the inspector. The Chinese buyers who had followed let out a murmur. With a witness present, it seemed the case was solid. The aunties in the capital are awesome. Even the cleaners have high ideological awareness. Indeed, she even found the relevant department's number to report it. Thanks to this kind person, otherwise we might have been kept in the dark by the foreigners. The woman waved dismissively. "I'm a Chaoyang resident. You carry on. I need to get back to work." With that, she left without looking back. Now Xiao Niaozhiner was ashen-faced. Among the 3 machines he brought, one was a refurbished unit. Earlier, his 5-axis machines had been completely crushed by Su Chen. Xiao Niaozhiner and other machine tool presidents slunk away to discuss countermeasures. Thinking the restroom was safe and private, they talked freely. But they hadn't expected that a cleaner would overhear the refurbished machine issue. Truly, misfortune never comes singly. Although the final outcome was pending, the onlookers were already indignant. "We thought price gouging was the limit, but there's such a scandal. Exactly, selling refurbished machines is utterly despicable. Get out. We don't want such dirty things here." Several burly men glared at the foreigners. Xiao Niaozhiner trembled with fear and looked to the inspectors for help. The lead inspector said sternly, "Everyone calm down. This is a public place." Then he cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Niaozhiner before turning and leaving. The Chinese buyers grinned. "Let's go. First, let's discuss machine purchases with Huazhi." They still had one of the most important questions unanswered. What was the production capacity of Huazhi Machine Tool Factory? It must be noted that Shanxi, make a top-tier machine tool manufacturer on Blue Star, produces only 600 units per year. Other foreign machinery manufacturers range from 600 to 2000 units. Now, however, most Chinese enterprises have placed their orders with Huazhi Machine Tool Factory. According to last year's data on machine tool imports, preliminary estimates put the order volume at 14000 units. Everyone is very worried whether Huazhi as a single company can fulfill such a massive production volume. "President Su, can my 600 3-axis machines be delivered by the end of the year?" "President Su, I'm in a hurry for my 5-axis CNC machine. Can you give me one within 2 months?" "President Su, at most how many units can we produce in a year?" Looking at everyone's eager eyes, Su Chen calmly said, 300 units is no problem. 300,000 units. Originally, everyone thought that even 600 units would be good enough. After all, Huazhi Machine Tool Factory had only just started with new CNC machine tools. For a single factory to achieve the output of more than a dozen factories was absolutely unrealistic. But unexpectedly, Su Chen not only did it, but exceeded it. This was double the total output of all machine tool factories combined. Now everyone had no more worries and launched into a frenzied buy mode. Under the camera's lens, countless netizens could see the crowd surging in front of Huazhi's booth. All buyers' faces were beaming with joyful smiles. They felt as sweet as if they had eaten honey. In the vast international exhibition hall, other booths were deserted and quiet. Except for their own staff, there were no customers at all. Only here was it bustling with laughter and joy. It had practically become a special event for Su Chen's Huazhi machine tool factory. This was also the first time at the International Machine Tool Exhibition that a Chinese enterprise had become the center of attention, firmly capturing the gaze of all buyers. In the past, Shanxi Make and Jimei were the jewels of the machine tool industry. But now with the comparison of Huazhi's advanced 5-axis CNC machine tools, they have fallen from their pedestal, becoming nothing but coarse rubble on the ground. Just as the atmosphere in the venue reached its peak, a commotion suddenly arose outside the door. A huge sound like thunder shook people's minds. First, dozens of workers cleared the way ahead, shouting, "Move aside, look out." Everyone turned around and asked puzzledly, "What's going on?" "I don't know, such a big commotion. What's in that huge crate? Could it be another exhibit? It's heading toward Huazhi. Could it be the legendary mother machine tool?" Everyone stared intently, their eyes filled with doubt and curiosity. For 100-ton forklifts worked together and finally placed the wooden crate on the large empty space reserved at Huazhi's booth. Immediately, professional technicians surrounded the crate. Some climbed ladders to the top, while others on the sides removed the fixing nuts. Soon the outer packaging was opened. A massive industrial device like a small mountain truly appeared before everyone. Boom. Countless people instantly felt their scalps tingle and their bodies freeze. They were all rooted to the spot, staring straight ahead. After a long while, someone finally swallowed hard and said, "1, 2, 3. It's a 10-axis linkage machine tool. What kind of mechanical monster am I seeing? Incredible. 5-axis machine tools can already be called mother machines. This 10-axis CNC machine tool is like the fighter jet among mother machines. Huazhi is incredible. Either they don't make equipment or they make the most top-tier machine tools. This is so shocking. I'm going to take a photo and post it on my moments so more people know." The TV and media reporters went even crazier. This was enough to shake the entire Blue Star and was a miracle in the history of human machinery manufacturing. Earlier, Huazhi's 10-axis linkage CNC machine tool had only been published as a photo on their official website. But at that time, manufacturers in developed countries simply didn't believe it, thinking it was photoshopped. The attitude of the domestic machine tool industry was also wait and see. But now the equipment was right there, leaving no doubt. Old Wu pressed the green start button on the machine. The huge machinery immediately started running. Just hearing the hum, everyone's expressions were filled with awe, and their hearts surged with excitement. Such a device would raise the level and comprehensive competitiveness of Chinese industry by at least 3 generations, completely outclassing foreign manufacturing. At this moment, the well-known foreign presidents who rushed over upon hearing the news were completely stunned. Under the advocacy of the beautiful country, they were jointly researching a 7-axis linkage machine tool. Western developed countries collectively invested and gathered scientific research teams. But 3 years had passed without a breakthrough. And now a Chinese private enterprise that started with car manufacturing actually achieved a 10-axis linkage machine tool on its own with just one company's strength. This is too outrageous. The president of Shanxi, Make Xiaonyao, felt his legs go weak. As the #1 machine tool manufacturer on Blue Star, he deeply understood how difficult it was to achieve 10-axis linkage at the technical level. Because it wasn't just a matter of the spindle reaching that capability, the most important thing was to achieve precise control of the machine tool through a computer. Such a machine control system required the most rigorous and advanced algorithms. Robert of the Gymmate group found it hard even to breathe. His blue eyes wide open, he exclaimed in terror, "Su Chun is truly a research genius. A 10-axis linkage machine tool, so shocking. The efficiency and precision must be off the charts. It can absolutely be called the mother of Blue Star's industry." The eyes of the other foreign presidents were filled with nothing but shock. They were completely speechless. With this 10-axis CNC machine tool out, who would have the ability to compete with Su Chun? It seemed that if their own companies wanted to survive in the future, they would have to rely on mid to low-end machine tools. Wasn't this what Chinese machine tool factories used to do in the past? Now it had actually turned around. At the same time, the audience watching the live stream online had already flooded the bullet comments. Our China can actually produce 10-axis CNC machine tools. God, Su, please accept my knees. With this machine, our country's manufacturing is no longer a cheap OEM factory. That's right. From now on, the highest representatives of cars, phones, and watches will be China. The commenter above is too narrow-minded. We should go for domestic engines, 6th-generation fighters, Dongfeng ballistic missiles, and so on. For a moment, the public became passionate. It was as if they saw before their eyes the arrival of a new era of a strong country and prosperous people. Such a world-leading mother machine tool, no enterprise or individual dared to touch it except the head of state. Su Chen's purpose in revealing the 10-axis machine to the world was not for sales. Rather, it was to vent the pent-up frustration of China, which had been suppressed for more than half a century.